this game. It really felt like that early damage was going to come down to the levels on the darks here. But a jungle, I guess it does give Yokam some solo experience, so maybe a faster level 6, we could see that Vendetta be an X factor here for Galaxy Racer to maybe get a couple pickoffs, but the stacks are already being claimed from Mac, and he is loving life already. Top of the last hits.
Does it even give him that solo experience though? Because I feel like in this 2v1 situation, again, they're just going to leave Tino alone. He doesn't even care about, you know, anyone moving on towards him. Nyx Assassin's not going to be able to pressure him, and if he moves too far forward, he could just straight up die. Went in to check if there was any ancient stacks on the other side. Not going to be the case.
CML is in a peculiar spot right now. If you're a Cam, unfortunate about the nighttime. Oh, did he see him? The Iron Shell's about to expire, so this kill's going to get a little bit more difficult. I say that. Cam, unfortunate about the nighttime. 2 points in the Impale. Extra 60 damage from the expire level is going to help you a little bit more difficult. Solo. I say that. Unfortunate about the nighttime. 2 points in the Impale. Extra 60 damage from the expire level is going to help you a little bit more difficult. Solo. I say that. Unfortunate about the nighttime. 2 points in the Impale. Extra 60 damage from the expire level is going to help you a little bit more difficult. Solo. I say that. Unfortunate about the nighttime. 2 points in the Impale. Extra 60 damage on the spot is going to help you a little bit more difficult. So say that. Unfortunately about the night, so doesn't have any stacks to do the neutrals. Extra 60 damage on the spot is going to help you a little bit more difficult. So say that. Unfortunately about the night, so doesn't have any stacks to do the neutrals. Extra 60 damage on the spot is going to help you a little bit more difficult. So say that. 17 about the night, so doesn't have any stacks to do the neutrals. Extra 60 damage on the spot is going to help you a little bit more difficult.
Elder Titan that's going to have, you know, what did Tsunami say? 800 damage?
I also wonder how In Your Dream is going to look to itemize this game. Against Team Mystery, he opted for the Blade Mail. Absolutely loved that build as he was able to recognize that he was going to get shoved out of the lane early, so we needed to catch back up in the jungle, you know, max out Dispersion with the Blade Mail. He also didn't put a level in Haunt, but this time recognizing he's probably going to need a little bit more impact here and won't have that capability of just, you know, playing as greedy as possible in the jungle solo. So I wonder if we might see that Echo Saber, which does allow him to get involved a little bit earlier.
I think you can go Blade Mail into Echo Saber. Blade Mail just basically gives you a lot of teamfight threat and it allows you to take Ancients, whereas, you know, Echo Saber's basically only good if you're constantly chasing the enemy team. I guess that's decent when you've got a Darkseer with the Surge, but you know, it's just countered out by the Shadow Demon. So I feel a lot more stronger about Blade Mail first item.
See, just continuing to farm here Omega, 2,000 net worth lead. Templar Assassin going for the Dragonlance as the first item. We saw this hero an immense amount at the major. You know, we haven't seen it actually down, but the outpost. Galaxy Racer, they're going to be able to hit back. They do have to drop the wall for the kill, but yeah, Mizu is going to be happy with that, at least getting something out of the map here.
And just even gives him the, do you reckon that's Bance? That's cheeky Bance just saying like, I was lagging and I still killed you, buddy. You know, it's nice to have.
That's where you drop the voice line before you DC. Like, there's definitely room for improvement here if you're trying to do the good old BM.
I'm just waiting for this action to kick off. You know, it's probably going to happen straight after, like, maybe level 9 on Tino. Maybe wait for 10. Yeah, go for the 10 when you've got the extra either movement speed or attack speed. Both are perfectly fine this game, but it's that Echo Saber timing that you really want.
Yeah, I wonder if he does
Even just the synergy with Arena, right?
Yeah, yeah. They've got... Yeah, now with this last pick, I was highlighting that kind of Galaxy Racer, that team fight felt a little bit better with all their AoE control, but that Mars getting answered, the ET as well, definitely means that they aren't as focused on the single target that they were in the earlier phase of the draft.
Mac, he's already rotated up towards this top side. He's gone the Dragon Lance, you know. Against a Meepo, he's just like, you know what, you want to build the Dragon Lance? I can do it too, buddy. And he's using that to pressure down this tower a little bit. Again, it's just the case of trying to take away as much of that map presence that you can, start to invade, start to take away a lot of this farm potential that you have on Alacrity, as well as the Spectre. Decent levels up, though, on Alacrity. He's level 10. It's against the level 11 on Mac, though, but I think that's just due to about... I think there was about a 5 stack of Ancients.
Yeah, yeah, they... heavily prioritize the Templar Assassin, and I guess it also helps as well when you've got someone like a Shadow Demon who's able to make some very, very easy stacks, but the level 6s are going to need to come into play here from the Galaxy Racer supports. Hopefully that Tome is able to help out, as yet Polo just hits the 6, and Nyx is pretty close to the Vendetta as well. So we might be able to see them actually take a fight here pretty shortly if Omega try and opt for one.
Yeah, I mean, having the Supernova is just going to be great against the TA. Of course, you've already got the Fiery Spirits, you got the Icarus Dive, and then the Supernova beyond that. Means that the...
mid lane, here we go.
Kill here might be Lion going down, though.
Great Arena, locks them back so they can't follow up on CML, and goodbye. Meepo bursted into the ground, they'll drop the finger, and that is a quick two-man pick off there in Omega. This is a great sign for this lineup. You know, some heroes that are able to get involved very early on and take objectives, and you see, I mean, the Spectre nowhere to be seen compared to the Elder Titan position 1.
She hasn't bought anything. Hasn't, like, is she gonna go a Radiance?
No way. That
not against
this game's over.
Surely.
There's no way. No.
Well, she's holding on to 1,500 gold. Like, you need to use that to accelerate your farm. You need to make a decision in your dream. Pre-Ags, and it's going to be decent against the TA as well, but not with a Shadow Demon against you.
And something you were bringing up in the draft as well is that top lane in your dream, it's a sidestep to the western side away from CML, but the Astral is hunting. Gets a stomp just out of range. CML can cut through the nook of the tree line there. To the western side very away nicely from CML, but they're going to be able to catch out in your dream. That's your second death of just out of range. CML can cut through the nook of the tree line there. Looks very nicely done, but they're going to be able to catch out in your dream. That's your second death of just out of range. CML can cut through the nook of the tree line there. Looks very nicely done, but they're going to be able to catch out in your dream. That's your second death of just out of range. CML that goal. Look at the tree line there. Looks very nicely done, but they're going to catch out in your dream. That's your second death on just out of range. All that goal. Look at the tree line there. Looks very nicely done, but they're going to catch out in your dream. That's your second death on just out of range. All that goal. Look at the tree line there. Looks very nicely done, but they're going to catch out in your dream. That's your coming on over with a couple of their heroes. We do see the Aghanims are also being queued up here. Mizu's looking for his Yokam as well, so they want that burrow as early as possible. They're going to run into Sam H, but if he's aware of the health pool, he's going to see this Iron Shell ticking him down without any hero nearby. It looks like Dire are able to surround the Mars. It's a great arena, followed up with the Earth Splitter, so they have to react with a Supernova. It's just going to stop any more aggression that might come through to utilize the great arena.
What's that Earth Splitter? Is that
that's
because of the hand?
Yeah, the new Immortal, I believe.
Look like a buzzsaw going along the ground.
It's kind of cool, honestly. I always the ET. I've been wanting to smack him down. Now you got a big old hand to do it. Oh, were they actually thinking about Roche? Mac? He's got Deso already. Ay, ay, ay. Should be Roshan. Like some decent traps nearby in the vicinity. The double meld along with the Deso. They might have actually just seen the illusion pop out of the pit there.
Can they kill this ET? That's the key question.
It's like Alacrity.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, he's got the damage. So what has this Meepo got? Double Dragonlance close on the blink. But they are going to be down ages though.
Something that they were willing to trade, of course, against a Meepo. It is something that you need to try and take away from the enemy team. When you get in a 13.5-minute Desolator, it helps, of course. But again, it was one of those necessary trades. You couldn't just have no one revealed on the map, because they still do have some decent team fight in Galaxy Racer. Supernova, it was on cooldown, but Sunray, good. Vacuum, Wall, great. Haunt, of course. I mean, do you think that's the way that Galaxy Racer are going to come into this one? Because they're already at a 4K disadvantage.
I mean, if you're going to come into this one, you need to protect your Spectre. Great smoke maneuver from Omega. Apollo's going to try and get in range for the Sunray. In Your Dream, actually still alive somehow, but he will fall. Got some boys in the back up here. Alacrity. Has he got the blink online just yet? No. He hasn't got it completed. Actually,
can they get a back wall here?
Izu. Great position. Onto 2. They'll drop the wall. Supernova still on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Going to be available now, but even Max showing up, so Alacrity has got to get out of dodge. But unfortunately for Galaxy Racer, he's like, brother, we don't have that capability to get away as easily. Or maybe a Surge. And they're actually not going to continue chasing because they've caught Alacrity up top. As Tino drops the Earth Splitter, and that is a big kill to find. Meanwhile, still down to the bottom side. Shanks will get caught out. So in Your Dream, a little bit of bounty gold coming back towards the Spectre. But we're seeing this ET counter the Meepo come into play.
Man, I mean, I'm just trying to think of some of these timings coming through. It would be probably Yasha on In Your Dream will combine together with the Ag Scepter and the level 12 on both the Darkseer and the Spectre. That's really the big way that I can see them trying to make something out of this game, because you'll have the level 4 Sunray at that time as well. It is a big power spike. Is it going to be enough? That's the key question, because, well, guess who's only about 1,000 gold away from his own Aghanim Scepter? It is going to be Tino.
That is very... Ooh, and someone's in the tree line. That's Sideblade. Gonna have a quick old pause. You know, speaking about the Ag Scepter, you were bringing up the Shadow Demon break potential as this game gets later on, and now he is very farmed actually. 1, 1, and 3 is the highest net worth out of all the supports. He already has 2 components as well of the Aghanims, and once that break is able to come into play, it could be a very, very big nuisance here for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, for sure. Not having to worry about that dispersion at all. Hell, I mean, it's not that much, but even getting rid of the Ransack against the Meepo can be nice if you find the right one to focus down. But, looks like the lags, for whatever reason, within the C server, you know, sometimes it feels like it's a hamster running on a wheel. Sometimes it's working perfectly smoothly.
Alright, back in. Let's see how Galaxy Racer want to try and mount a defense here at the tier 2, if they even opt to do so. Agham's completed. They're actually going to opt to, because Mizu did just complete a bit of a power spike item for him. But Ken will try and start with a stun. Really found the angle just yet. Gonna lead in. Back. Great use of the stun. Supernova dropped as well. This is the first life on Mac. Where's the answer though from Omega? They need to try and protect him, but the Echo Stomp's already been used to disrupt the fight. They'll drop the arena. Sunray as well. Mac's just getting burnt to a crisp and he's gonna lose his life. A 1-for-1 trade as they lose Alacrity. But now you can follow one forward for more. The tiny.
Tino as well.
Tino, yeah. He's just gonna drop.
I would have to say that is probably on Sam H. He was sitting there with a regen bottle with no mana when you're sieging a tower, lots of heroes not showing on the map, and he only chooses to pop it right towards the end. It was the Supernova damage over time that actually ended up cancelling it, so he only had enough for the arena and a God's Rebuke. Couldn't get the spear off, and that was enough for them to be able to focus down the TA and then the Elder Titan. So just a little bit of disconnect coming through there. Would have been a lot better for Omega Esports, and being able to kill that TA is huge.
Yeah, it is. That's the first death of the game here for the Templar Assassin. Do see Alacrity is falling a little bit behind on the Meepo though, so that Ag's timing that he was looking for, it's slightly getting delayed.
He got he's got 2 components. It's not horrible, and there's no power down here, so he feels like he can farm relatively unopposed.
Now, the thing about the Spectre, like, if he does get a lot of space this game, the supports are not going to have a fun time at all. The Spectre is going to eat them up. I mean, a Shadow Demon Lion, maybe Shadow Demon can delay it for as long as possible with the banishment, and maybe Lion, depending on what item he goes for. CML's got about 2k queued up, so we'll probably see that blink pretty early on, maybe into a Ghost Scepter next, just to allow himself to survive against the Spectre. But yeah, if this does go on here and In Your Dream can get some items, then the supports really have to be wary.
It's a big if, though, right? Like, you've got Shanks, who's, luckily enough, his team was able to pick up a Philosopher's Stone for himself, so only about 500 gold away from that Ags. It's a risky prospect, right? Like, you even put that Iron Shell onto someone, you've got this Ag Scepter, you've spent 4,200 gold into an item that's meant to massively buff up your team, and it just gets dispelled.
Go Cam. He's going to run through with the Chap Sprung. So important when you're against an Invis hero. You need Observer Ward sentries in the choke points to be able to scout out that maneuver from the Nyx Assassin and also the Meepo. So again, they spring the trap, get a kill, and continuing to look to provide a little bit of pressure on this tier 2 top, as they should be able to find the first tier 2 of the game, and now it's going to be able to open up the outposts.
They even need just one Sentry War. They wanted to guarantee it. Double Invis reveal with the double Sentries being dropped.
Extra power.
Unlimited power. Alright. Wonder if Sam H has had a bit of a talking to, say, by Max saying, bro, just don't let me die again, alright? Like, we had this. That should have been an easy tier 2 for us. But, speaking of his team, and all these Ag Scepters about to come out, 100, no, never mind. Shadow Demon's finished his, and Elder Titan about 200 gold away. He'll look to take the stack. He's also got the Tome of Knowledge purchase for himself, and, well, that plus 25 Astral Spirit hero attack is sure going to be nice in all of these team fights.
Oh, wow. Some big timings getting picked up. Even for Dire as well. I mean, Aghanim's just completed, but you go through all the items from Radiant. Shadow Demon Aghanims, Blink on Lion. The TA hasn't used that 9-second BKB. ET, like you were saying, Aghanim's almost 15. We are going to have a big old brawl about to break out. So we see Smoker, Galaxy Racer. How are they able to drag this angle towards a fight mid? They've got a pretty decent Observer Ward, but it looks like a Mega. They did scout that out with their own Observer right next to the tier 2 mid. So they're going to opt for another angle here and play around the high ground.
Alright, so how many Meepos are there at the moment? I think there's 3. Yes, it's 3 Meepos. So there's... Hold on. AU Mass coming through. 7 heroes on the Galaxy Racer side. With this Aghanim Scepter, you have
the illusion bait.
Oh, no! You have a potential 14 seconds of spell immunity on this Elder Titan if he hits everyone with that Astral Spirit. So maybe only like a 3-second downtime if he hits absolutely everyone, and that's going to even increase further. Provided we stand gets leveled up to level 3.
Galaxy Racer on the high ground. Instant smoke. Mac, keep in mind BKB. Smoke's gonna pop. They drop the wall. The fuck! It's on 4! The combination now with the Supernova to the eastern side. Are they able to bring it down? Mac's gonna try and turn with the BKB as well. The Supernova's gonna end up popping. A 1-for-1, but the buybacks are coming through. Instantly on top of the backline. Spectre trying to deal with Shanks, but in the river, they'll kill him off. The Templar damage too strong to deal with, but Alacrity, this Meepos had a free fight as Galaxy Racer hit back. What a vacuum combination. They're still looking for more though. Tino, he's gonna be careful here. Or maybe he doesn't. Tino's ET chunk in your dream. Goodbye. He'll kill off the Spectre. He's still gonna be careful though, because the magic immunity finally comes through. But guess what? Yokam is able to stalk him out. They'll lose the ET 5 down when it's all said and done with.
I was honestly, like, I wasn't looking at the middle of that team fight, and then when I look up and I see all of these Omega heroes dying, I was like, what the hell is happening? Because Tina was just on the backline. He basically 3-hit Mizu. Like, he was sitting on about 450 damage with that Echo Saber. He made him, I want to say he made him not have an impact in that team fight, but if you can land a 4-man vac wall, I think your impact has been just fine.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Blink as well now completed. We see, I mean, the influx of gold they're just able to pick up there. Ags completed on the Nyx. Spectre, Manta just completed. Unfortunately, he did die. So in your dream, not really able to reap the rewards off that fight. But this has now swung this game back even.
BKB really coming in clutch, though, for the TA in particular, meaning that he wasn't under the effect of any kind of attack speed slow. They were able to deal with the egg. I feel like if that egg pops off, you get that extra set of
smoke
supernova. Wasn't enough, though.
So they can find the jump. One of the higher ground scouts at Polo. He did buy back previously. Yokam gonna try and disrupt this back on the high ground. Max stuck. No. Let's see if the long range for the Templar Assassin's gonna come into play. A BKB protecting him from the short duration. Now with the arena drop, they're controlling Alacrity. They've got the supernova, but it's too far away. Alacrity will fall. Max battling it over against the illusions, but now he has to go against the Spectre as well. As they're able to chase him down, they'll kill off Shanks. 3 will fall from Omega, and now the rest of them have to retreat back to safety. Mizu, his Darkseer. What a fight.
I'm pretty sure they 2-hit that Meepo as well. Like with those, with just the TA and then the Elder Titan with the final hit with all of that minus armor onto him. But Sam H, you've got a Spectre running out your face. Oh, the DD, it's not going to be enough. Roche is up.
Are they not going to Roche with the DD and Manta? I feel like you have...
It wasn't up at the time.
Oh, okay.
They cleared out the TA trap, so they don't know 100% on Omega's side if it is available. A little surprising. Yeah, maybe just wanting to clear the tier 1 tower. It's always going to be a threat, though, with this this TA, with the Elder Titan, of course. It's dead even, though. Again, this is C Dota in a nutshell. 25 minutes in, 31 kills. This is what the chat loves to see.
It's what we love to see as well. I mean, 2 incredible teams with 1 life remaining here to make it to a $40 million tournament, the biggest tournament of the year. TI10 looking to be the second representative for the Southeast Asia region, where T1 are already standing there, and they want that pride. You want to be there, the showcase for these players. And with a game like this is just showing the TI specialty that we always get time and time again every year. It's so dead even right now in this game, and with team fights like this, I cannot wait to see what more is going to break out here. It does look like a Mega. Oh, they want to bring the fight to Galaxy Racer. Let's see how this smoke, the angle they can opt for. We saw what happened previously. You're around this high ground. You got to be careful.
Stay away from the very high ground. At least, you know, maybe the Phoenix can get away with it. He can just dive on away. But everyone else, just be careful. He could even get speared up there by the Mars. Could this be the most value Spider Legs game of all time?
Just making sure. Who's got... Wait, who...
That Elder Titan. I want that speed. I want to be able to not care about any kind of terrain. Just make a beeline for those supports in particular.
Do you like that he's... Do you like that Tino's going BKB? Yeah, that's like...
it wasn't enough for him, you know? He's like, look, a potential 14 seconds just isn't enough. I need that extra loot.
No, sir. Which is... Oh, Yoka? I mean, killing the Knicks with Burrow is always a difficult prospect. Which team would you feel more comfortable being on right now, 27 minutes in the game, with how dead even it is?
As a player or as my team's prospects? Because against this TA and Elder Titan, honestly, even against the Meepo and the Spectre, as a support player, I am terrified. I don't want to go anywhere near any of these team fights. It's so hard to say, honestly. Like, it's going to depend on who takes this next Roche fight, and it's just going to go down to these minor things, these positionings, like we were talking about before. Do you have enough mana to get off your full combination and prevent your core from dying, like Sam H did around that tier 2 top? That could be the difference.
And the scary prospect as well is the fact that In Your Dream is actually his third in net worth. Like, he's about, what, almost 4,000 gold behind the Templar Assassin. The fact that Spectre is at almost level 20, Skadi about to be completed, these supports are going to have a super difficult time to be able to deal with in your dream. And that's going to be the priority here for the Spectre. Just take away the backline from Omega, a lot of their control, and kind of their solo burst as well with that finger. So very, very important to see how In Your Dream is able to kind of take these fights.
Not often that you see a Spectre playing this scared. You know, he's just died way too many times. He hits up onto his level 20 though, so he's going to get that little bit of extra. Actually, he goes for the Spectral Dagger slow and bonus. Not the HP. I feel like he's getting kind of blown up in these fights.
Yeah, I wonder that health could have been pretty nice here just before the Skadi is completed, but see how that's able to fare for In Your Dream Spectre. You know, also a player who was just shy of TI once. He finished 3rd in the qualifiers, and you know he's looking to try and get prime position here with this Galaxy Racer roster. If they can take down Smart Omega, maybe we'll see him for the first time at TI.
I've just been watching In Your Dream for the past 2 minutes, and he's used Dagger to farm 1 creep wave, and he's farmed 1 hard camp, and beyond that he ran back to base to get more mana. He is terrified at stepping anywhere close to this TA and to this Elder Titan in particular.
Yeah, well, you take a look, this game's, it's a knife's edge right now, what it's on. Like, it's either team, they tried to make plays, but have been very cautious with their angles. We saw smoke previously from Omega. Now the angle, though, from Galaxy Racer. They don't have too much vision at the moment. Yo, Cam, gonna run into both of them. Who do they want to start a missile again? But the banishment, they get the Sunray off. They're burning him down. They're gonna be careful. And it's a buyback now, but the Supernova dropped as well. They're not gonna be able to bring it down. It's all retreat as Omega. They'll try and run over to the western side, but the slow is gonna come through. Great stun from CML. And now with a double buyback on the support. Down to the Mac. He's caught out though. Mac, no. BKB use. Hurricane Pike use as well. They'll try and TP in the Mars, but he's going to cancel that. They know there's no opportunity to protect the Templar Assassin. Galaxy Racer, again, take another incredible team fight. These vacuums from Darksea are so on point. Mizu is popping off.
Oh man, what a series to do it in too. Like, this is lower bracket, this is do or die, and this is Omega, a team that looked very strong against the likes of Fnatic. So with those few pick costs, you get out 2 buybacks, you get the TA with no buyback. Honestly, this might cause them to give up Roche, because Tino, he needs his level 20. He's finally got it. That 100% cleave is going to be enormous against this Meepo.
How do we feel, though, that the ET is going to fare towards the later stages of this game? Because it looks like we're going to get to that, area. So is ET going to be able to match up versus someone like the Spectre in Ultra Late?
I think so. I think, this kind of feels like, at least in terms of their team composition, this is their Ultra Late game. You know, they've been able to get this BKB, you've got the Ags, you've got the level 20 and the Elder Titan. That's all you really want, and then on top of that, he's going for the AC. So keep in mind, you've got that natural aura leveled up to max. So let's have a look. Are there any items right now that are going to give armor directly to Galaxy Racer? Because if not, you've already got the Desolator. Do you have an Orb of Destruction or anything like that? Don't believe so. But that plus Natural Order plus AC means that these Galaxy Racer heroes have the potential of being ripped apart.
Fire. You don't want to give up this Roshan, as it's falling in pretty fast already from Mac. Once on cooldown for another 10, Suspect actually has to TP in. See how they can start this.
Sam H putting himself on the front lines.
Can they actually take it? I mean, the ultimate's about to come back up. Mizu again. Vac only onto 2 this time with the BKBs. They get the speed. That's a big target. They'll bring down the Phoenix, Echo Storm, Earth Splitter as well. A much better start to the fight from Omega, but let's see if the buybacks are going to come into play. As Alacrity's going to jump into the cleave. Tino! It rips apart the Meepo. That level 20. Too much for them to deal with. But the Haunt, Supernova. Here come the ultimates. Galaxy Racer, they're going to push them back. But the haste is helping out. As Mac, he's back to safety. In Your Dream gets a killing spree. Both the supports are down from Omega, but they're going to look to reset. A lot has been used. In Your Dream, he still wants blood. As a pushback into the TP, Sam H will be A-OK.
Oh my god. This is... I love Dota. I loved it. Like, we've had 3 really entertaining games today so far, and we're kind of spoiled within the Southeast Asian region because this is business as usual for us, you know?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is a big window now. You know the ultimates are on cooldown.
30 seconds. Can they stall it out? That's the thing.
Wow.
You need that wall.
I am really surprised they didn't commit heavily about 20 seconds ago. Sam H, blink in, misses the arena.
Oh, the instant.
Now Mizu, Vac, Impale, only finds one, but the BKB's available from Sam H. Doesn't even matter. They get the Echo Stomp actually, a little bit of space. Spectre's gonna be careful because Tino does a lot of work here. Mizu surges up if need be, but Tino, Phoenix just evaporated. The ET rips him apart.
That's a dieback as well. No Phoenix for a Roche fight? That feels like a very comfortable position to be in if I was Smart Omega.
It's finally...
waiting. They're respecting Mizu.
They are, but they know in your dream he's really weak and he's got to be careful. Alacrity as well. We saw what happened previously to the Meepo. Even Max gonna pop BKB just to make sure. But finally, it's felt like either team has just been playing around Roche for at least the past 5 minutes, if that, maybe even longer. But 34 minutes in, second Roche is going to get picked up. We got the Ages on the TA, the Cheese as well. Did we see where the Shard went? Trying to see.
It's in ET's backpack.
Okay.
It's just switched it in. I like it. As a carry, you want to be in on the front lines. So to be able to just switch in positions, it's like, it's a self-venge swap, basically. He's going to give it over to, is it TA? I like that even better. You just want to make sure that pre-BKB on this Phoenix, that Sunray is not a factor. So you just want that silence to go off. It doesn't matter how long the silence is for. As long as it interrupts the Sunray, you've pretty much won the team fight.
And another big factor is, one, the trap count increased by 4, but the vision increased as well by 125. This is, we've seen, it's literally all down to the team fights from either team. And if you've got a little bit of extra vision advantage to find that jump, just have the intel to take over a fight, that honestly could just be the X factor. I mean, it always has to be said how vision can turn a game around, and with that shard, that could just be the way.
Woo. 35 minutes, 1k net worth differential. How are we looking for win probability? Honestly, it's pretty even. Honestly, I'd give it about that, just because it feels like it could come down to luck either way with how this one's going.
How's the scaling right
in
now?
your dream, though. He's a big boy.
Oh, yeah.
He's got his own BKB. How often do you see a Spectre BKB?
Not often at all, yeah. High ground ward. Radiant coming over. Got the Aegis advantage. Max showing himself at the moment. Back off here. Looks like not the angle, not the fight they were looking for from Galaxy Racer. They're still going to have the Aegis for another 2 minutes 40 on the Templar Assassin. What is the lane that Omega are going to look to go for to maybe get an objective out of this?
I've already got all the top side, and, well, they don't have control over the outpost, I suppose. It's always going to be so risky, though, right? Like, you know that they're going to start running at you. You know, you've got this lineup, you've got this Aegis. Omega are going to be running at your face, so you need to get a lot more defensive wards up right now on Galaxy Racer. Even got the gem available on Yokem here, so they should be able to scout out if there's any kind of deep vision, deep wards. The traps as well are going to be nice to be able to scout out. Look at that, Yokem is just burrowing himself behind this one. He's saying, you know what, if you come to me, she'll be right.
You see Dire recognizing like the only real positions they can take these fights. You've got the advantage of a Darkseid Vac on the high ground, which has already shown some prowess previously, but you have to group up around a choke point. You've got all this AoE kind of controlled team fight. If you don't play into your strong suits, then it's going to give Omega a big advantage here. So just a recognition from Galaxy Racer that, you know, awareness in a game like this, whoever's, you know, the main leader for them, letting them know, like, this is how we have to take these fights.
You're even going to have about that level 25 on the TA as well, so Melt hit bash gonna come in pretty handy against the likes of a Meepo. At this stage of the game, you are dealing a lot of your damage just through right clicks, but if you're able to get that lucky cleave off, bash up multiple targets, then that could stop a potential poof combo, maybe save one of your teammates.
Getting into the territory of the tier 4 neutral items as well. See if any of these big ones are able to get picked up to help out through some of their fights. They're a bit split at the moment. Yoricam and Mizu playing around the triangle.
What do you think Tino wants? Do you think he wants a Minotaur Horn on top of the fact that he's got a BKB and an Ags just to be Mr. Spell Immune?
Mac. It's a bit away from the team. They also don't have Lion nearby at all. Unable to join them. And Radiant haven't de-warded the high ground. But they're still wary of how they want to take this fight. Closing on the 25 on In Your Dream. Does have to be very careful. Alright,
Here's away.
The question was the ET next item, was it?
Yeah, I mean, it's really good, the one that he has right now, the Elven Tunic, just for how fast he's going to be able to attack. Of course, he's already got the Echo Saber, he's already got the increased attack speed, and he's cleaving for 100%. But why not the Minotaur Horn? He's already gone all in on the spell immunity. ET is
a bit disconnected from the team. They should be able to see the shard. Horn. Where have they gone up to though? Tino's towards the top side. Magic community, there's not many heroes nearby, so he's gonna have to try and pop the BKB. Rating, they're trying to connect towards Tino. He's goddamn tanky, but can they bring him down so far? They're not gonna be able to. Now with the counter, Sam H instantly in. The Phoenix gonna get brought down before the Supernova. Galaxy Racer, that's a must-have hero, but Mizu, can he do it? A back, wall drop, instant BKBs. They're gonna try and look to reset. Earthspike just shy. Nice side step from In Your Dream. They're still hunting. They're on the prowl, up to Shanks. Unable to catch, so Phoenix will fall. Now you have to get the side lane shoved out. You see Meepo already making the movements. Mid and bot getting dealt with.
And all of that movement coming through from the Meepo. Oh.
He got the Minotaur Horn on ET. Do you want more magic immunity? Like, are you serious? Are you serious?
I love when a plan comes to fruition.
Oh my.
Well, it's going to be useless. If he can't pop it, then all of that spell immunity is useless, and you've now got the Sheep Stick available on Alacrity. So, it's just, again, it feels like this is one of those games. I know Vision's always important, but this one, I'm doubling down on it, right? Whoever gets the more advantageous start to the team fight is going to win it.
Now, what about the Meepo this game? Because we've kind of seen Alacrity, I mean, 4th in net worth. Traditionally, the Meepo is a hero that doesn't scale as well into the late game. Now, Alacrity is a master on the Meepo, but it really feels like we haven't felt the presence of this hero. Do you feel like it might pick up in a spike coming shortly, or do you feel like that presence is kind of going to stay how it has been so far?
I mean, there's always the potential, right? Like, with the Darkseer combinations coming through. Speaking of that, they're just wanting to speed up the frequency of these vac walls. He's got the Spell Prism, he's got the level 20, so minus 30 seconds on that wall of Replica. Pretty deadly to be able to fight every single minute.
I love that pickup. We just saw an Aeon Disc on the Phoenix. That is a incredible item here. We saw the power of it at the Any Major, and now we're going to see it as well here. Just such an important target. If you're unable to keep the Phoenix alive, these past couple of fights have been favoring Smart and Mega. If they can kill off Polo Sun, now that Aeon Disc is just going to make it a little bit more difficult. As they are smoked up, Radiant trying to connect with the Templar Assassin as well. It's just, we're already at the stage of this game where you cannot be by yourself unless you're a Spectre.
Not a good command over this high ground. They have to move away from this Spirit. Recently placed wards as well. They're going to reveal with that gem. Woo. Overwhelming blink as well. Going to be nice against all the different Meepos.
I really like the gem pickup. I'm not sure how long he's actually had it for. I just saw that, of course, just then from Sam H, but we've been highlighting the vision. Now you're going to really limit the map for Galaxy Racer. And if you've got all the vision control, that jump it's all they're hoping for from the Dire side. We've seen they can get these multi-hero walls, then they're looking like an incredible team. But if it doesn't go their way, then the fights are being kind of slowly dragging to Radiant's favor.
Have you been keeping an eye on the Elder Titan? We made a discussion with Tsunami beforehand. What's the highest damage that you've seen? I've seen like 700 at one point.
Oh, who are they jumping on? Yokam's on the high ground. They've got the instant banishment, and now I tell you what, the Nyx Assassin, that's not a great spot to be. Maybe he can burrow, but it's going to fall. Jump in forward, Hex is out. They're going to try and blow up the Templar with the control. Can they get the BKB off? He's going to be able to blow it again onto 4 with the wall drop of the Supernova and Mega. They're in shambles. They're just going to retreat away, but they're not able to. Shout out to Mobile 4. Mars will drop as well. They find 3. Galaxy Racer continue to hunt on Alacrity. Blink's getting cancelled. But you just see how disorientated they were in a fight like that. In your dream, Basher's there, buyback coming through, Mars Lion. Max still got a little bit of the DD, silence there. Meepo. E-Blade needs help. Can he get the... Oh, just in the nick of time, that poof. He's playing it on a knife's edge this game. 43 minutes in, double buyback on a Mega. Now a 2,000 net worth lead.
It was buybacks on not super... for heroes for a lot of these team fights. You've still got the one on the Spectre once you've got the gold for it. That timer, it's going to slowly start to tick out, and it's going to overlap for the next Roche spawn, which of course would have either the Refresher Shard or the Aghanim Scepter. I have to think, who could we possibly look to give this over to? You've already got Ag Scepters on so many heroes, it seems, this game. So, you know, maybe Omega and Galaxy Racer are both hoping for something like a Refresher Shard. Having you could technically have 6 Banishers come out here with a Demonic Purge. 6 instances of break. Just get every single Meepo, you know, and then a couple others.
What do we feel like the next item is going to be for Polo? Because I honestly think Refresher is probably top tier consideration here. We see Mizu going for... all these fights are down on ultimates. That's what we're getting through literally what feels like the past 25 minutes. And you're more of a lineup that are reliant on your cooldowns. And I think that's where Refresher could come into play.
For me, it's either Refresher or BKB. Because, you know, the Aeon Disc is nice to always be able to get off your Supernova at minimum. But if the TA is just using a trap onto you and getting that silence out, sometimes it's not enough to be able to actually pop the Aeon Disc and get out of that silence. So that could be a pretty key factor in a lot of this.
Mac is so farmed. Look how chubby he is. 624 last hits, 34,000 net worth. He is almost 10k. In fact, he is 10k over the Spectre. Mac is just, oh my lord. But
just one-hitting creep waves.
You see that he had to go back for a bit of a defensive item here with the Lincolns. They showed the capability of killing him with that instant Hex, or at least controlling him and taking him out of the fight. So now the Lincolns is going to give him some protection. See if Meepo, you know, I guess he can jump in, E-Blade, quickly Hex if he's fast enough on the fingers. But Roshan, actually trying to bring it down. The smoke should pop. Yokan. Oh, they see Mac. They're going to start Sunray, Sam H. Great counter with the retaliation. Got to jump in with the Arena now with the Supernova. They haven't been able to bring it down. The rest of Omega towards the western side. Mac, Hurricane Party outside the beat, but the Earth Splitter. It's going to tear apart the Meepo, but he's still alive. Omega, they've lost 2 and haven't found any kills. In Your Dream has a double damage rune to play with in the arsenal. They'll buy back on the Meepo, but they're chasing them up on the high ground. The buybacks galore coming through. They're recognizing the importance of this third Roshan. The Aghanims available. Gonna give that one over. Alacrity's holding it at the moment. But they still fight Tino. He's got cheese. BKB also getting popped. Minotahorn available as well. Looks like that's all said and done with, though. Another incredible fight for Galaxy Racer. What was the damage, though, with the buybacks? It looks like TA and the Meepo forced to buy back there for that fight.
Surprisingly enough as well, they didn't give the Aegis over to the Meepo, which I'm a little concerned about, right? Of course, Spectre, absolutely amazing hero to have it on, just because, you know, you don't have to commit Horn. You can play a little bit more aggressive with the Shadow Step. If they go on you, you've got that buyback. You've got a way to reinitiate. OG won a couple of TIs with that strat. But, at the end of the day, to be caught without buyback, no Aegis to be able to protect you, it's putting a lot of faith in the rest of your team.
That it is. And even though for Omega, just brought back on your Templar Assassin, if Mac gets caught out here, that is a scary prospect, potentially even a win condition. It's going to come down to ET. I mean, Tino's 12, 3, and 5. So still showing that, you know, he's got what's left in the tank here to try and take them over the edge in this game, at least KDA-wise. But, you know, if Mac falls and that's a dieback, then, you know, it could be a scary prospect to hold with a 9,000 net worth advantage from Galaxy Racer.
So he's damn close to his level 25 as well. I'm assuming that we're going to see the parallel wall come out. He's also got the refresher orb available to himself, so you can see some tic-tac-toe, some knots and crosses come out on the battlefield.
Ooh, Shadowblade picked up. Wants the Silver's Edge. Okay.
He needs to get on that TA. He knows that he bought back. That is the win condition right now for Galaxy Racer. If they can find the TA somehow, not sure how effective it's going to be when they're just bunkered up inside their own base, but as soon as they venture out, that's when Galaxy Racer are going to look to punish.
What's the gem control as well? Okay, Phoenix got the gem right now. Tino? Got some backup. Spike just finds a connection.
Spec.
Purges out.
Spec.
Tries to Manta, but Spec's going to lose the first life. And now with the Supernova, they're going to look to reset. Timing it with the Earth Splitter. Silence is there with the follow-up of Mac as well. Where's the protection? Parallel will drop. It's going to be able to haunt down and away from the aggression on Omega. They're back to safety. Blink in. Sam H has actually found him. No, in your dream. He didn't disengage with the rest of the team.
As well.
Mizu, jump back, shard punch, holding. He's going to even move on forward. Sam H, BKB, Alacrity on the backline. Instantly, Tino evaporated. Alacrity able to find the position one, and Max going to get out. The refresher. Whoa. No, they lose the TA. That's a dieback. Shadow Demon's going to fall as well. Omega are crumbling. 3 down. Their hopes of this game 1. It's all on the Elder Titan buyback. That's 4 dead, and Galaxy Racer, they might have just done it. Tino, let's see if the cleave can come into play. The Magic Immunity E-Blade in your dream will just keep his life. Radiant have Glyph, but we're grasping at straws here as the Hex is there. They're not able to follow up, though.
Honestly, if there's any hero that could do this, it's this position 1 ET. Might want to wait at least that 20 seconds for the line to be available as well, so that if he gets a good stun, you can combo it together with an Earth Spike to make sure that another E-Blade doesn't happen to save in your dream. Still looking scary. Buyback now available on the Shadow Demon.
ET, one of the best heroes to defend your base. The issue is you're going to have TA down for 60 seconds. The Mars as well. Buyback in 45 here for Sam H. Yo, Cam.
Be careful here. You can't just give up your life.
Tino actually. Okay, they give up the Nyx Assassin live. Tino rips him apart. See all this damage plus 547. And they're actually going to look to try and reset heroes. They want this top tier 2 towers. You're recognizing this is the only thing standing in their way for potential mega creep. So a mega... they will hold for another day.
Alright. Stay with me here. 60-minute game. Tier 5 items. What are the ones that we want to see? I want to see that Giant's Ring.
We're 9 minutes a bit too fast. But I want to see it too. I'm all for a 60-minute game. Like, you just give me that 60-minute game. We've seen what Omega can do. Yeah, they came back. The fact that they're able to come back previously, 22,000 gold down, 2 full sets of barracks advantage. Now this time, it's a little bit more of an advantage in the net worth. They've done it before. Can they do it again?
A little sus, to be honest. We started talking about tier 5 items, and then In Your Dream immediately starts spamming out the Suns fan emotes, you know? We all know he's a bit of a fiend for him.
All right, let's see. We got some time.
AC
do we want to...
picked up now.
Oh, Rapier's queued up on the TA.
You need this AC. Like, he is tired of being basically 3-hit by this Elder Titan. He needs armor for himself, and finally he's got it.
Yeah, that's big. Not only for him, but also, of course, the team. That bonus armor going to be really impactful. I believe I just saw a refresher for Poloson as well. So has opted into the mass team fight. We're closing in on some very, very important 25s. You know, Phoenix is about a quarter away from that one.
Yeah, I mean, against basically nearly every other lineup, that extra Sunray damage would be huge. You've already got the Holy Locket, of course, so you're going to be healing so much to your team. But all of this damage is burst on Omega. You know, you've got the TA, you've got the Meld, you've got the ET, who's going to be bashing the hell out of you. So, is that going to be enough? I know it's a ton of healing, but still, is it going to be enough? That's my big question.
How close to some of the buyback cooldowns are we as well? TA and Meepo shy of gold, but their buyback's going to be up in about a minute 20 here. I guess the importance is also going to be that glyph timer as well from Radiant. It's going to be up in a minute 40, but I guess all eyes on the potential Roshan spawn. We're just going to try and stall this one out as Radiant bunk it up inside the base.
That bloody Stormcrafter. They're smoked, they're running past a creep wave, and it just zaps it a couple of times, and I'm pretty sure I saw a ping on the map, so they know exactly what's happening.
But they're not grouped up. So gotta be careful right now, Omega. Make sure they do not get caught out. Lion has been able to reclaim the gem as well, so at least for their control, mainly inside the base, because they're never really going to get out. But you do see they actually do just that with the top observer ward, kind of the Tinker ward. This might reveal actually Omega are going to look to try and take a fight around that vicinity once Galaxy Racer push through top and get that tier 2 tower. In fact, they're actually smoking outside the base here.
You know, this is where they need to go to try and end the game. So, makes sense. So got a Rapira queued up here by Mac. He's close to being able to pick it up. But not sure if he wants to. That buyback's available in another 10 seconds or so. I can't realistically see which item he would drop. Maybe pop the BKB and move stuff around. I don't know, but it's that kind of game. You know, it feels like if they're going to win one of these team fights, it's just being able to catch someone out with overwhelming damage before they're able to get off their key cooldowns.
Do like what Omega have been able to do though. That observe ward to the top side of the Roche pit. It's going to be so important. And well, unfortunately for them, Roche, it's going to respawn in 5 seconds. The quick spawn that it is. I mean, Radiant have their lanes in a relatively decent spot, and the Elder Titan, it's always solid to be able to scout this out. 4 throws to the game. How's this going to be able to impact? Jump in, CML, instantly on the Phoenix, but he's got the Aeon Disc. Polo Sun controlled up with the spears here. Going to be able to get the protection off. Yes, just in the nick of time. The Supernova. Now with the backline, they'll deal with both the supports. Banishment will keep the Shadow Demon alive, but all the ultimates have been used. It's a godlike streak for In Your Dream, as they've also been able to control up Mac. There's no help for the Templar Assassin. They've got some buybacks, but you just see 30,000 deficit. They're unable to take these team fights. The abilities are just shining right now for Galaxy Racer.
They don't know that Roche is up yet, so you know maybe they might think to go for it, or they could just force out the buybacks and then hope for it, because you know Arena was used, Finger not, but it's looking pretty ominous for them right now. 56 minutes in. They're looking to end the game before any kind of tier 5 shenanigans could potentially put things a bit more back in Omega's favor.
Sam H? He's already blinked in the tree line. Meanwhile, looks like Alacrity. Eyes on the prize. Roche is up, the 4th one. Who do we give the Ags to? Who do we give the Refresher Shard to as well?
Everyone has an Ags already. Galaxy Racer. So just free up someone's spot. I guess the Spectre, right?
Yep, looks like he's going to do that. Guess he can get a little...
Get that, sell that, get a Moon Shard.
Oh, hold a thought. Sam H down bot. He's got to be careful here if they can get the initial stun. Where's the protection? Shadow Demon a bit too far away. They're going to jump in with the Spectre as well. Mizu back onto 3. Refresher popped as well. Bye-bye Lion. He doesn't have a buyback. Shanks as well is going to get caught out. They won't have the supports for the defense. No buybacks.
Ooh. I'm not sure if even the TA wants to buy back for that, right? Like, it feels like you're between a rock and a hard place. At 57 minutes, they're not even caring about that last lane. They know those buybacks were already used.
Oh.
It's they gave effect of that AC.
Jurkam onto 3. Back wall. Jurkam might have just done it. The Supernova inside the fountain. They're even diving in this game one. Look at them go. Your fountain's supposed to be your home, but not this game. They've got to call it quits. Finally, a 50,000 net worth lead is when we'll see Galaxy Racer take this game 57 minutes in as well.
I mean, you love to see the Elder Titan pos one, but you also love to see some Darkseer play like that. That was absolutely phenomenal coming through from Mizu. Getting out of the shadow of, you know, his old time as a carry. Getting out of old mate European Miracles shadow as well. But what a deserving victory for Galaxy Racer. What an entertaining game of Dota. And I'm sure the series will continue with that.
Oh, if... the series has to go to a game 3, right? Like, it just has to. I want more of this Dota. 65 kills, 57 minutes in. This is the last life for both these teams. The lower bracket fighting it out, and Galaxy Racer able to kind of, you know, settle the tide here. They were down a decent amount, but they were able to come back, have this advantageous team fight, take game one. I'm going to send it to over a break where we'll have the panel break it down.
One day, people in chat are going to be saying, Mizu left Galaxy Racer for this? Because I don't think I would have seen any European carry players swap to a Darkseer offlane that well. Miracle, Mizu, whatever you want to call him, amazing performance in that game number one. I credit them being able to stay in the game as long as they did to him, honestly, because, you know, Meepo and Spectre, it's a greedy lineup. They need to make it to late game, and it was not looking good for a lot of it. Phoenix was doing the best that he could, but that Darkseer performance was A+++.
You'll love to see it. And, I mean, that was even after a couple of deaths in the super early laning phase, right? Like, he was forced back into the jungle. But that's the thing. He was able to adapt his play. He got a bottle around the same sort of time as the 3-minute rune, I believe, was coming up. So he was still able to get a decent amount of farm himself, stacked his own camps, and was able to have a big impact, as we saw as the game progressed on. But, man, what... We're just getting banger after banger this week. It's crazy. It's crazy. Every single game feels like it could go either way.
Yeah, it's been one treat after another. And do you think, Aries, that there was anything else that they could have done other than pick ET at the end? Because it's possible that Galaxy Racers, they saw the the 4 heroes that was on the field for Omega, and they're like, it doesn't matter what you have. A Meepo last pick is going to be the ultimate be-all, end-all carry.
Honestly, like I like the ET carry. You go a little bit spicy in this game one. Like we were just saying, the lane versus the Darkseer went incredibly well. I feel like just Mizu, like, what the hell? Mizu just brings them back in this game. Like, they had the opportunity to be able to end it. They had the lineup where you've got to end this early. They had the advantage. They had that first Roche, but just one word, one name, Mizu. Just the ultimates, the Vax, what he was able to do to bring them back into this game was phenomenal.
Yeah, now after seeing this performance, I didn't get to watch their series versus Team Mystery, but I am not surprised in the slightest that Danog, you were considering them to be your dark horse. Are they living up to the standard that you hope that they would set?
I would say so. I mean, Alacrity didn't pop off, right? Like that's the big thing for mine. They picked a Meepo specifically last for him, and he just didn't carry the game away. This was the Mizu show for sure. He ended up on the second most net worth in the game by the end of it all. That's how big his impact was, and I kind of want to go back into the replay and have a look at, what his actual cooldown was on that wall of replica, because he had Arcane Blink, he had an Octarine Core, he had the minus 30 seconds on the cooldown, and he had a Spell Prism on top of that. So, I mean, he was just dropping them left, right, and center.
Yeah, and then, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 walls dropped in the span of 30 seconds between the refresher shard and the refresher orb, so it was chaos. And during all that chaos, we actually have now resolved the Execration versus 496 series. So SMG will indeed be playing Execration, because Execration was able to beat 496 2-1, and 496 have unfortunately now been eliminated from contention. But another solid showing from them. The Vietnamese players primarily was 496, and so yeah, that will be SMG's next opponent. And we still need to resolve this one, because the winner of this will be playing the winner of Motivate Trust versus Signal. And even here in the lower bracket, things are just as intense as you would have hoped for a region that only managed to get one direct invite to TI10. But we're going to go to a break before we jump back into game number 2, so stick around. We'll be right back.
Looked after me, brother, when we were children. You always had my back. You took all the blame when our father caught us doing things that drove a man. Through the years I could lean on you when I messed up. I'd call you in the night, but I broke too many promises and we split up. Though I still need ya, you gotta save me now. I'm slipping so far down, it's only you I
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2, Omega Esports versus Galaxy Racer, where the bar is pretty high. I don't think that they'll be able to make a more entertaining game than that game number 1. But if they did, boy, would that be a feat. But I think we've already been blessed at least once.
Sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
These players would take that personally. They would be like, you know what? We'll see what happens with that. Just starting off, Lion to begin the game with Dragon Knight Phoenix.
Ease me into it.
Boring stuff. But that second phase comes out, and then you'll see all sorts of crazy things.
Sure, but even on paper, what do you think would be crazier than Meepo on one team and Carry ET on the other? Maybe like a Techie's Pudge kind of thing? Maybe?
Your elimination match.
Will it into existence, please.
Surely, actually. Your elimination match and Mega pull it out.
I wouldn't put it past them, I wouldn't put it past this region, but they are keeping it conservative and reasonable for the first phase. DK manages to slip through the ban phase, which is rare, but it's because Galaxy Racer want to keep their eyeballs on the Broodmother and the Doom instead, and Smart Omega ban out the TA of the Leshrac. And yeah, pick up the DK and pick up a Lina, which is already one good answer to the Phoenix Supernova.
Shanks was fantastic on his Lina against Fnatic yesterday. I thought he was landing clutch stuns every single team fight. I believe it was against a Phoenix, and he was doing a really good job at dealing with that as well. I haven't touched Mizu's hero pool, though, which I think is a little bit concerning because, I mean, that was probably the one weakness that Aries and I were thinking about whenever we were covering them in the lower division, whenever we were covering them during these third-party tournaments, is that we see, like, the Darkseer, the Chaos Knight. They're the big two. And then he would eventually build up on top of that with things like the Tidehunter and this, that, and the other. But they're not worried about that at all, it seems, on Omega.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued that we haven't even seen like the threat of like a Chaos Knight, because that was something that Mizu pulled out of the back pocket, and Galaxy Racer just honestly dominated a lot of their games when they were playing the Chaos Knight. But this opening, we're not going to see the Darkseer. I at least don't think so with the arranged 4, even though I'd love to see it again. But it's going to be probably more than likely a bit of a different hero here for Mizu. We haven't seen as much priority on the Ancient Apparition, and Omega going for this DK opener. I was thinking that maybe, the AA was going to come into play with a stunning hero that can set up, but Galaxy Racer have just shown the emphasis. They're going to go for their double support, which does leave them a little bit vulnerable. Now Omega can, kind of at least find a way where they can really, bring down the duo support that Galaxy Racer have.
This was number 3 though, right? Tidehunter seemed like third down the line. Obviously Darkseer not quite as strong, and clearly they've got something in mind that they want this Tidehunter to be able to enable. Whereas, Chaos Knight, the way that Mizu likes to build it is a lot more greedy. He goes into that Hand of Midas. He's really playing for that level 15 cleave talent so that he can be a legitimate threat this game. Not that they're any strangers to going with a bit of a greedier draft if, game 1 was anything to go by, but this leads me to think that maybe it is something that's just going for that super late game.
Yeah, and Smart Omega pick up a heal of their own. They get the Winter Wyvern.
I guess it's going to give you a big team fight to be able to disrupt with that curse. Like you see Galaxy Racer, they want to drop Ravage, they want to drop Supernova. So if Wyvern's able to kind of lock them down with the curse, maybe give Omega an opportunity to reset. And often we also see Tide paired up with like a physical damage dealing carry because you really want to utilize that gush. So Cold Embrace potentially going to be able to come into play there.
They need magic damage on Galaxy Racer, right? We've seen how good the Cold Embrace is. You're up against a Dragon Knight who's going to have all this armor. And even on top of that, you've got the Lifestealer that's banned out. You've got the Juggernaut that's banned out. So those are the 2 other ones that can just easily get that spell immunity. Let's forget about position 1 Elder Titan for now. So you can comfortably go into this spell damage super early on and feel confident that you're going to be able to at least, get the best out of the early team fights.
If they don't want to go that approach, I know In Your Dream plays a lot of heroes that can take advantage of stacks. So like the Ursas, the Slarks, the Troll Warlords. Even though you might not have damage to penetrate the Cold Embrace, I guess you could just whack the target that's being healed up, which in this case is looking like it's going to be a Dragon Knight who's going to be front and center, though I think primarily Sam H has been the DK player on Omega, so I'm expecting it to be an offlane DK, but it does have flex potential, especially now that you're against a Puck, and DK has been a very, very notorious counterpick to Puck in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the Wyvern as well,
This is
honestly, I think is pretty good versus the Puck. Like your mobility to get the curse, it's a long range catch. If Puck's in the middle of the fight, like you're probably not going to get the curse on the Puck, but if you're near someone else, that one stun is all you need. Now they follow up with the Terror Blade, an immense amount of win condition here for Tino. That damage, it's a lot.
They don't make the same mistake that Forzuma's made against Arkosh in game number 1 of NA. They get rid of that Phantom Lancer. TP does not want to deal against a Phantom Lancer, considering he's all single target. So it's some solid drafting coming through from Omega, but honestly, this leads even more into being able to deal a ton of spell damage, right? You just want to be able to take out Terrorblade. He's got a lot of armor, not the highest HP pool. Eventually, though, you do need to end the game, and none of these heroes are really excelling at that.
Yeah, I'm curious if, I mean, in your dreams, Arsenal is not really well equipped to deal with this kind of draft in terms of heroes that he goes for.
10 seconds
Like,
remaining.
normally against this, if TB wasn't in the equation, he would pick a Luna, but we know how bad that matchup can be for
or
Luna.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
They could honestly raise her if they want to. I brought it up last game with the capability versus TA, but it's probably actually going to be a DK mid versus the Puck, so I guess you're still going to have the opportunity of seeing Sam H's hero, but if it's DK offlane, then Raze is going to have an incredible matchup. Terrorblade is all on your damage, and you take a look at Galaxy Racer, they've got a lot of this crowd control to lock in the Terrorblade and enable that long duration link. So it's something that In Your Dream likes, it's something they consider as well, but you know, we're looking for a Mega's hero here. The flex on DK, is it going to come out?
I think, not regardless of what Omega picked, but I feel like they're shaping up for a Morphling here on Galaxy Racer. I feel like it's going to be able to do a decent job with, doing a ton of burst damage. It means that the Puck's can potentially avoid going something like a Dagon, because I think you will need that burst. You will need to burst down some of these heroes, because right now you are incredibly cooldown reliant on Galaxy Racer. So you need something that's basically available at all stages of the game.
Yeah, and Magic Burst primarily against this Cold Embrace save, which is...
Yeah.
It's going to be really difficult. You're going to have to be quick and fast to take down this Terror Blade, otherwise he's definitely going to find a Sunder target. But they are going to have to reveal where this DK is going with this last pick. Sam H... Okay, maybe they don't have to reveal it. They go with the Bristleback, which could be mid, could be offlane. Same thing with the DK.
Who knows? How are they going to end this?
If it's based on history, I think Mac is primarily the Bristleback player, so I'm leaning mid BB offlane DK.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm still feeling the morph, particularly because of these last two bans from Galaxy, right?
If they want to make life annoying for the Bristleback, they could go Faceless Void, but I don't know if you can confidently kill people when you have to deal with Cold Embrace.
Not into a
Wyvern.
Wyvern.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whenever I see that in my pubs, I'm like, oh, you don't know what you just did, buddy.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Try and outrange. It's okay.
They do have very good ways to protect the Drow, though. Like, if they get their abilities down, Mizu can tank up, Ravage on the front line, Coil, Supernova, like all these kind of big crowd control abilities that make it difficult to close the distance on the Drow. And you're against an agi carry like the Terrorblade, so that marksmanship's going to come into play. The Bristleback as well, you got to keep in mind. So I don't hate it. We did see the Drow yesterday get run over, so we'll see how Galaxy able to fare with this one. But I like the draft.
I feel like I should know this mechanic. Danog, do you know if Dragon's Blood is green armor or base armor when you level it up?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember too.
I think it's green armor.
Green.
Yeah. So even the lane won't be too irritating for Sam H, who will be the offlane DK. And I don't know, like, she's gonna need a pike, because she's gonna need to get away from this Bristleback somehow, who is inevitably gonna get an Aghanim Scepter, gonna goo all over her. This is kind of a stressful game to be a Drow Ranger, I feel.
It's incredibly stressful, not only just because of the Bristleback, but you're also going to have the DK eventually building a Blink Dagger. Like, you just... You blink, eventually if you get a BKB, it's even better. Blink on top of her, get the stun, and it doesn't honestly even matter if you kill her. You just free up the space for Terrorblade to kill everyone else, and you're not really all that concerned about what happens to you. You know, you're trading an offlaner for their core, and just removing that marksmanship is going to be incredibly effective, especially when you've got this Terrorblade. But I'm feeling a bit more strongly towards Omega's draft this time around, but as we can see, anything can happen.
You're primarily harping on the importance of the burst. They have some physical damage burst with the marksmanship procs, but still, do you feel like they have enough to kill someone under Cold Embrace?
It depends what puck itemizes into, right? Like, are you going to go full Dagon and try and just get someone out of there before the team fights have begun? I feel like Alacrity's puck, it's pretty good. Is he going to be able to position himself well enough? Because, I mean, the ideal scenario is that you just take out this Wyvern and Lina at the start of every single team fight.
I mean, hell, with a Terrorblade on the enemy team, I would be totally okay with a Dagon on puck in this game, but we'll see. Smart Omega fighting for their tournament lives, their TI lives, in this game number 2. Ares and Danog, take it away.
Q Tsunami. Here we go. Danog, second game here again. Omega, I mean, backs against the wall. Let's see what they're able to do with this draft. And I mean, heading into it, it's you get a bit more of a natural carry in the Terrorblade, but I was all for that ET last game. You know, if we're ever going to get a treat, the Elder Titan carry is something you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a 57-minute game now. Are we going to crack the 1 hour mark? What do you reckon?
Give me the hour. I just want a 60-minute game. I want a 60-minute game. That any late game Dota with a bunch of team fight, it gets chaotic. It's so fun to watch. You know, again, like all of last game, we were seeing how close these teams were, and again, Omega, are they able to come out ahead in the lanes? They've looked incredibly strong so far. You know, when they were versing Fnatic, they did incredibly well in that laning stage. Game 1, in that regard too, they were looking pretty solid. And do you feel like they have a favorable lane matchup here in this second game, however?
I mean, you're always feeling a little bit worried as having a couple of ranged heroes against the likes of something like a Dragon Knight. You know, he's just going to be able to be pretty stable. You've always got the threat of the Lina just being able to outtrade you as well, because Lina has the, outside of techies of course, the biggest attack range in the game. Only Drowse is slightly less, but Phoenix of course is a lot more vulnerable to being harassed out here. So we'll see how Shanks does. I think he's a really good Pos 4 player, especially when he's on something signature like his Lina. And you can see harassing is exactly the name of the game for him. He's already purchased up the Blightstone. He wants to make this Phoenix's life rough. And he's going to be able to do that outside of the 51-second cooldowns of that Fire Spirits.
Yeah, this is actually a lane combo that they played in the second game versus Fnatic. The Sam HDK with Shanks' Lina. They were able to take that game, and you know, we just see the prowess of when you've got a point target stun to set up for a skill shot like the LSA. It can be really devastating. So this is gonna, it has to be on kind of almost Polo Sun to keep tabs on where, you know, Shanks is, and maybe if he can drag him away from In Your Dream, and you know, the ranged carry as well has to be pretty on the ball here for how the Drow is going to be able to position. As we have another quick pause, shouldn't take too long here, but you know, with this mid matchup, Alacrity versus Mac, how do we feel like this one's going to fare?
Alacrity v Bristleback. I mean, you're going to be able to get off a lot of you know, abilities to potentially push the wave forward. We'll see if there's any stacks that start to be built up for this puck to enable him to, you know, start to rival the Bristleback's net worth. He's always going to be able to rotate through the jungle and quite easily take it. But I don't know. I feel like the kill threat is definitely there, provided that, because you're going to try and shove the wave in. I don't know. I feel like it should break somewhat even. But I think it's just going to completely depend on, you know, when we get into the mid game, out of the laning stage, what the supports have done to be able to enable their mid laners. Now is that period. We've got 24 seconds left on the Fire Spirit's cooldown. So Shanks, his role, as long as he stays far enough away from this creep wave, he's not going to get aggroed into them. He's going to try and harass out Polo, but good positioning by the Phoenix here, making sure he's on the complete opposite side of the map. That's 2 missed Light Strike arrays now, just because of the good positioning coming out from Paulison.
Does either team's supports have better capabilities to make those rotations across the map early?
I mean, Phoenix doesn't. You just want to stick to your core, and kind of like the Wyvern as well. So both pos 5s, not really. And of course, you've got the stuns coming through from both 4s. So, I don't know. I feel like Shanks needs to have a lot more presence in trying to bully in your Dream and Paulson. Whereas, you're always going to have a decent time here on this Tidehunter once you get those few initial levels. So, we'll see what Yurkem does to try and enable that.
And well,
for now, he's just going to body block.
Yurkem on one of those comfort heroes. Like this, again, was a player that took a break for about a year, you know, joining Galaxy Racer, and he looked at home when we saw him through the Loopbet Pro Series. His line was phenomenal. Like the multi-hero stuns that we were seeing from him time and time again. We saw it last game on the Nyx Assassin, and that is much harder to do. Another fact that you give him the Lion, you know, they show the prowess of it, first phasing it, and, you know, well, we saw in game 1 that Omega were like, you know, we're going to pick up the Lion first phase, and now this time it's Galaxy Racer. They're like, no, Yurkem, he's a stellar player on this hero, and we want to see how he's able to perform. But, you know, it's a bit different here, at least with Mizu's lane. It looks like Mizu is getting a lot more out of it than what we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's just Tidehunter things, right? You're not super concerned outside of this meta window. Wyvern as well, very weak in terms of your right-click damage in lane. So, you know, when Arctic Burn's not available, you're not really all that concerned, and it means that these rotations can start to happen. With Yurkem walking through, making sure no one's trying to invade into this triangle, take away the bounty rune from him. It does mean that he missed out on blocking this camp, though, so we'll see if they've realized that on Omega, and try and continue to keep the lane pushed in close to Tino.
Yeah, my eyes as well are on how Shanks is, like you said, able to play the lane, but also how much emphasis he can put on creating stacks, which there's already a double at the Ancients and a double at the Hard as well. You've got, you know, someone like the Bristleback who really thrives on being able to flash farm the jungle. And, you know, last game it was a little bit easier with the Shadow Demon. You know, still also Lena. I believe she'll have a pretty easy time as well compared to some of the other supports.
Nicely done there by Polo, making sure that he gets the D ward off. He's going to see the fact that a bunch of these stacks are starting to build up. He'll interrupt the Ancient one. It's a lot of valuable information given over. Not that any of them can realistically take it. I'm going to make sure that he's kind of getting gone on this bot side. This might result in his deaths with some good body blocks.
See that Anchor smash their damage reduction, and they're going to turn. He's got double bracer, 10 sticks. Mizu, he's a beefy boy. Couple more right clicks, Tino just back to safety. That was a nice edge there, and you see Mizu, you know, showing how much emphasis he's going to put on staying in this lane with that double brace up mid. We got to coil out. Mac's gonna fall. Alacrity, short. Alacrity just gets the kill, keeps his life, and back to base he goes. That is a big kill. First blood as well for your position 2 on Galaxy Racer.
And that's the advantage of being this puck, being able to shove out those waves. It means you guarantee at least you're going to get the experience. Not always the last hits. With that kill, you don't really care about last hits. The first blood gold does more than make up for it.
Puck's one of the few heroes as well that has decent mobility. If you've got to walk it down the lane, you'll be able to get back to mid. Pretty speedy at that. I guess luckily enough for Mac though. You're still doing well in last hits, and what do you know? Shanks is, of course, got those stacks as well for the Bristleback. So, yeah, I mean, you never want to give up a kill like that. And we'll see now Puck's game might be freed up because the Bristleback's not going to be mid. Alacrity can shove it out and then think about making, you know, some sort of rotation here. We'll see, you know, what... Is there a lane you think would be best for Puck to go to? Is there one that's easier between top and bot?
I think he just wants to make sure that the Bristleback isn't getting anything out of the lane. He's going to continuously shove this lane in first, and then he might look to rotate through onto the Terrorblade in particular. It's still super early days. They're actually going to try and find this Bristle as he's doing the Ancients.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They take the bounty as well. And they're looking for more blood. Alacrity, great movement. Galaxy Racer, an incredible start for them, trying to shut down Max Bristleback. And you take a look at this item build as well that Alacrity has queued up at the moment, the instant Dagon. So I guess the questions have been answered there, then Arguer. You were like, I wonder what he's going to go for this game skill build, item build wise, and well, there we go.
It makes sense, right? Like, you're able to deal with it pretty well. Even, like, you might say, oh, but what about the other TB illusions? I mean, you got a Lion, right? You're going to be able to take care of a couple of them pretty quickly.
Yeah, and even just having, like, maybe if Lion's not there, they're even a great way to deal with that. So that's actually going to be a bit of a nuisance there for the Terrorblade. I know we're not going to see it as much now, but I wonder how much farm that is actually going to take away from someone like Tino's Terrorbladers. Is Polly get a triple stack? Oh, it's so clean when you see support get a triple stack like that. That's things you love to see.
Yeah. Who's going to take it, though? That's the better question. Who are they going to funnel a lot of this farm into as we see a dive on bot lane?
Yeah. Mizu, great body blocks, but unfortunately the damage is too much for him to deal with. As Yokam will lose his life. Mizu gets away, however. Still a beefy boy. 1300 HP to go through Mizu. And he's also got the Ravage available, so I wonder if the next Puck's rotation is going to be towards the bottom side. I say that. Oh, they're able to scout him out, making his movement towards top. So Sam H just got to be pretty careful here.
So all those TPs happen towards the bottom side, so they're keen to try and continue going in on this. They know they don't have any kind of right of reply.
Just easily able to dive under the tower. No extra stuns. And I believe only 1 point up in that Sunray. So percent damage, not enough. I like the awareness though on the fast-paced maneuver from Galaxy Racer. Like you just said, you saw those TPs down bot, recognizing that if we dive the DK, the answers aren't going to be there to be able to keep him alive.
Yeah, but just DK things ends up making sure he only has 1 point of the Dragon Blood. Like, he's so survivable just on his own.
So it does look like Bristle was able to take that stack. Vanguard completed. He's even got the hood queued up. Could this be like a potential Eternal Shroud game here for Mac?
I think it'd be totally fine. I mean, again, they've got a lot of... got a decent amount of burst damage coming through here. Yeah, I do think you need to be able to deal with a lot of this magic stuff that's coming out at you, and I think the Puck, even for now, might just keep it at the level 1 Dagon. Like we mentioned, it's a good amount of burst just from the 1 value level into it. You can get rid of the TB illusions instantly on top of your mana drain and Hex on the Lion, and you know, then you can look to focus a bit more into the mobility. Hell, you might even bait a few more defensive item purchases out of Omega that they might not want and slow down their farm indirectly.
Top lane, Sam H. Caught Embrace, protect him for a short duration, but Alacrity is going to have another round of the abilities. It's not even required there. So dropping the coil, his impact already been involved in 3 out of the 3 kills from Galaxy Racer. So we're just seeing, you know, I mean, yes, Bristleback is top of the net worth, but the Puck is creating chaos in this second game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's the thing. At least Mac, you know, with his farming, he's done a few ancient stacks, of course. Tino's been relegated back to there now, but now he's finally putting some pressure onto the map as well. Taking that tower. You've got a level 9 Bristle chasing up into a level 4 Lion. That's not where you want to be. Should be just fine.
That's a lot of reactions from Omega. Even bringing Tino up here. I guess Metamorphosis, but yeah, they see the numbers in our mid. They know that the Bristleback's solo. And they get in front of him in your dream. Unable to really do so. Ravage committed. Max still... his back turned towards the Drow, so they're going to lack the damage. In fact, in your dream, he'll try and deal with the measly old Wyvern. Anchor smash from downtown. They do catch the Puck out, though. That is a big kill. I wonder how they got that.
I don't know. I was literally just about to say before all of that broke out that Puck, that's the reason he can stand up here and not be worrying too much, because they have no instant catch for him. No Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight. You don't have anything like a Yule's on the Lena, not that that's instant either. And until that Wyvern has her level 6 and has the Winter's Curse potentially to catch her out from the trees, there's no way to instantly catch the Puck. So kind of surprising that Alacrity ends up dying so early.
And meanwhile, I mean, that tier 1 mid has taken an immense amount of damage here. 248 health now remaining. They've got a catapult. They've even got a little bit of the Elder Dragon form. And recognizing that the Ravage is on cooldown is a big team fight ultimate for them. And Omega, they know the importance. Just kind of take these towers, group up around your Bristleback, while the Terrorblade has a little bit more camps to farm with top. But we see the action breaking out. Even the Drow looking to get involved, but is the extra protection in the hood going to be enough for Mac? The coil will expire. Back to safety. They don't have the damage for the Bristleback just yet. A great silence onto 2. CML is looking to try and get a perfect curse here, but Galaxy Racer with these quick sidesteps, making sure that no one's getting grouped up for a multi-hero win to curse. So Sam H will lose his life.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like these team fights are going to turn in a big way as soon as this Dagon comes online, though. Right? Like, you've got a lot of things to worry about so far. This just adds another layer to it. And in your dream, I'm liking how active he's getting as well, making sure that he's part of a lot of these team fights. Sure, there's only been 5 kills and he's been part of 2 of them, but it seems kind of normal. Neither of them have really been in the laning stage.
Can we see Sam H getting like any little bit of catch-up farm across the map? Because it really does feel like this blink is the way for them to deal with the puck. We've always seen DK is that answer, but he's bottom of the net worth out of the cores at the moment. So do you feel like Omega has to prioritize the DK?
Yes. Well, maybe not so much now that you've got the Winter's Curse. They're going to need to do anything, like if they're wanting to try and kill this puck, if that's their main focus, then they're going to need to do it under a smoke. During the daytime, you can't just walk around and expect to catch the puck from the trees. This is what I like from Alacrity as well. He is a very selfless mid laner. I think when Paulison got him the kill previously against the Bristleback, he made sure to give him a bottle sip there before the smoke up happens. He makes the Drow fighting fit. We're actually going to go for a bit of a wraparound here. This could be a 2-man coil coming out.
Be careful. Ravage drop. TP rotations coming through. They need the curse or the embrace, but none of the abilities show up as they'll lose the Bristleback, and Sam H as well is falling low. Tino TP in, Metamorphosis pop. This is going to scare back Galaxy Racer, not looking to go into the beast of the Terrorblade, even though it doesn't have the items just yet. But in fact, they're going to drop the Supernova. They're going to be careful because there's no extra stun lock. So Sam H and Shanks can turn. It'll cost the DK's life. And in fact, another volley from downtown gets in your dream a double kill, and the tips are coming through. A bait of the egg underneath the tier 1 tower allows Galaxy Racer to get a couple more kills and potentially even a very impactful tier 1 mid.
Calculated death right there. You know, I to be fair, I don't want to see it in my pubs and have people say, but Paulison did it. Well, no, the rest of the team wasn't there. You just dived a tower and supernova 3 of them.
Dire's middle tower.
Do have to end up denying mid, but still, this is a game where all of a sudden, you know, with how you were saying you're very impressed with In Your Dream, how impactful he's being so far throughout the early game fights, and that's kind of showing up in the net worth. He's top of the moment, 3-0 on 3, and they haven't been able to make any aggressive movements where they can navigate their heroes into the Galaxy Racer triangle, and it means that Drow is just freely farming at the moment.
I'm all about like these potential like hero synergies and that sort of stuff. I mean, the main ones that we see are like, you know, your Mars Dark Willow combinations, being able to terrorize people so that they continuously run into the walls and that sort of thing. It's not super strong, but you do have the Dream Coil and the Gust potentially to be able to snap it. That's kind of cool. I want to see if they're able to pull it off at all, though, because, you know, of course, with the Gust, you got to be closer to the target to get that big pushback. And, well, Drow, they don't want to be close to anyone.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's nice to be able to draft a way to break the coil if you've got that puck on your lineup here, but like you're saying, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Drow. It's got the Manta going for next. Even the Aghanim Shard is very, very early queued up. Do you feel like this is going to be one of the better ways to deal with the Bristle?
Not just the Bristle, right? You've also got the Dragon's Blood on the DK. You've got the Cold Embrace that you're going to be able to reduce all of that through from the Hypothermia.
Top lane.
7 stacks, 70% HP
Smoke
regen
up.
reduction.
Instant curse, but the coil's dropped,
Finally.
so you can't run anywhere. As Polo, at least he's able to keep his life, and come on, there you go, bring him down. There we go.
Zap.
Zip zap. He's got Fairy's Trinket as well. That's going to be nice here for the puck. Even the Arcane Rune too. He's really farmed, but he, again, even though Galaxy Racer have this advantage in the kills, Tino, great sidestep of the Lion Earth Spike. Is going to go for a TP up, but Shanks' positioning. He's able to cancel that. He's already got his 8th lens and also a keen optic as well for the Lina. So this is another game where we saw the Shadow Demon previously on Shanks have a lot of farm. This time it's the Lina, and we'll see how impactful that extra cast range can be.
Radiant's top tower is
Gonna go for a smoke here. It would be right underneath an observer ward, and it's not scouted. I mean, we were talking about in the Little Gun SMG series how Little Gun, they're kind of predictable with their observer wards. That is not a super predictable one coming out from Galaxy Racer.
Mid lane, back, he's got the backup, instant jump forward. That's the blink reveal. They're on top of the Drow Ranger. Really nicely target prioritization coming through from Omega, but the Supernova, they haven't been able to bring it down. Mizu, he's got his own blink as well. Ravage drop, clipping 3. They keep the Drow Ranger alive, the ultimate showing up once again. It's almost like a repeat of game 1. Mizu, quite the Ravage use from him.
I was kind of thinking that was a big blunder. Like, they saw a 3-man smoke come. They saw that they were moving towards him. Where else could they possibly be? And they still had the Drow on the front lines, just trusting the fact that, look, she's pretty farmed. She has the Manta style to be able to, cancel out a lot of that early damage. And then a great gust into teamfight combination. Now, though, we talked about it. Very cooldown reliant. That's kind of why I was leaning more towards the Morphling pick as the last pick overall for them. But Drow, kind of in the same boat. Doesn't need to rely on her cooldowns all that much. Still, it's a big window now open for Omega, and they're going to take Roche with them.
Love the awareness, just seeing that the ultimate's on cooldown. Teams of this high caliber are able to sniff out any little weakness or any little power spike that they're able to have. And instantly into the Roche pit they go. That's even without the metamorphoses. So but the Age is going to get picked up. They do give it to Tino, so he's going to have that second life capability. And you also see how Tino's itemizing this game. You're recognizing that he needs to tank up. Like, they have this burst potential with the Puck, with the Lion as well. So needing that Dragon Lance, Sanjin Yasha, he's even going for the BKB as that 3rd item.
bottom tower is under attack.
I'm sure as soon as he saw that Dagon come out to get the last, he was like, shit, I gotta go super defensive.
And they don't have like a hero on their team that can kind of enable you. Like, no, what we saw earlier, the Beastmaster for SMG to enable the Medusa. No real Solar Crest. He is. Oh, nice blink in. Instant Rainbow TPs, but you're not going to have a Phoenix for this fight. And Radiant will have the Metamorphosis, the Ravage, still on cooldown for another 30 seconds. But the Dragonite is going to get bursted. The Dagon able to secure with a kill. It's a 1-for-1, but that is your position 3 for your Phoenix support.
They were able to get through the Cold Embrace that time with the combination of all the magic that they've got, plus the Dagon, but it's important to note that it's not a maxed out Cold Embrace. He's not level 10 yet, so he doesn't have the talent, and he still doesn't have the Holy Locket. So we haven't seen the true power of this Wyvern just yet.
It's so stupid. It's actually crazy how much heal that's able to come through. Like, even a Galaxy Racer will have some bursts. Like, do you think it's enough?
Depends. Like, it just puts so much more focus on being able to take out this Wyvern. I feel like that still has to be game plan number 1. Kill Wyvern first. And as a Wyvern spammer, I hate to say those words because it's the best strat right now. And then it means that you still have all of your arsenal to be able to actually deal with the Terrorblade beyond that, right? Because if you use all of your spells and Dagon just to kill a Cold Embrace target, then what do you got left? You got nothing.
Do see another very close game. This time, though, it's Galaxy Racer, the ones in the advantage here. About 20 minutes in. Do have to keep in mind, though, this is where that second life advantage can really pay off when you're against a lineup that does kind of revolve around some of these team fights. So if they blow it all on the first life, and if Terrorblade has the meta for the second, it could be costly.
Got everything again, though, except the Dream Coil. Only 20 seconds away. Alacrity is going to join his team. And it is available. And just seeing the value of that Dagon to get rid of one of these TV farming illusions.
When do we feel like there's a big spike right now from Radiant? Because even with this Aegis, that they're not looking to kind of use the advantage it looks like at the moment. So what do you feel like they're waiting for?
It's a farming Aegis, you know. They just want to make sure that he's able to secure that BKB. If he can get the Skadi in that time, it would be some fantastic farming. But it's just they realize the Terrorblade's the one that's going to carry them through this game. Eventually, if he gets big enough, you're not really going to care too much about the magic damage because your raw HP is just going to deal with it.
Smoke up, die out. Great ward in the lane as well, so they're going to see the back line. How do they want to start the fight? A lot of information for them, but where do they get the jump? Instantly, a simultaneous jump onto the Dragonite along with the Winter Wyvern, the target you were highlighting. They'll drop the Supernova, but there's no extra control. So, a bit ambitious there with the egg. But hey, you take those 2 kills here for Galaxy Racer.
Didn't have to use the Ravage either. A little unfortunate that they used the Supernova. Still a very long cooldown when compared to something like the Dream Coil, but you know, it's just time for the Drow Ranger. I feel like they're putting a lot of faith considering how late into the draft they picked it to be able to deal with the Terrorblade. Again, we were talking about during the draft the difference between, you know, the green armor versus the base armor. Right now, TB, he's just got all of that base armor right now, and when Drow starts attacking him, that's going to be removed. So we'll see what they're able to do with it once these true team fights start to break out, when that Roche Aegis is reclaimed on the TB.
Smoke up here from Radiant. Mac in a position to potentially force a bait and then have the trap sprung. Well, he's got some boys on the back line. Are they going to take the bait, though? That's the question. Polo, great jump in. If they can bring down the Phoenix, so they've got to keep in mind, the Supernova is not in the arsenal here from Polo Sun, so he gets the dive away. No miss chances. Back Shanks claim that one. So Phoenix is down. It was a smoke for that. They're not going to get any objectives out of it, it looks like.
No, they will continue to secure TB his farm, though. He's finished up his BKB, so even though the Aegis is being reclaimed in about 40 seconds or so, it's a scary prospect to be able to push into. They're all still grouped up around this top area. That's the tower that you want to take. You know, they still aren't aware that the lane is warded, but assuming you take this, 3 minutes till the next Roche respawn, that's the area that you want to be controlling right now.
Back? It's the life of a bristleback. You feel so powerful. You just can almost be anywhere you want. As long as the team is in earshot of being able to get there. Puck
has to be careful here. Okay. Oof. Really got caught out by that instant stun as well.
Taking that T2 tower is going to be really impactful here from Omega, as we do see the Aegis tick out, but they've got the outpost control now, so if a fight breaks out here, they'll be able to buy back and have a life advantage. Hex is out, DK is getting brought incredibly low. Spirit Wrestle, Sunray, all the percent damage, and now they've got the coil on the backline as well. Once again, it's just the Wyvern and the DK to fall, but they're going to drop the Ravage Bristleback. He hasn't been able to retreat with the rest of the team. If they've got the damage to go through the magic immunity, they do. Drow is stacking up at the moment. The Imp Claw for In Your Dream, 3 down on a Mega, and they just lost the Aegis advantage, so they weren't looking to take a fight there. A little bit of miscommunication. It's going to cost them 3 heroes.
They're just keeping on doing it, Galaxy Racer, over and over again, taking the correct team fights at the correct time. Great movement, great target prioritization. It's hard to find too much of a fault out of how they're playing this game. Now the Lincolns realizing that, look, that's how we might lose this team fight. If we get rid of a lot of this burst damage potential that we've got with our puck, also if, you know, that team fight control, being able to lock down the Wyvern isn't too much of a factor. See, he still desperately wants to get that Holy Locket. He's close because of the fact that you can disassemble the Arcane Boots, of course, but it means that he doesn't have any kind of save potential for himself. There's no Glimmer Cape, there's no Blink Dagger, so he can be completely out of a team fight.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is... Are they just not giving him as much emphasis to shove out the side lanes? Because you've got someone like Alina who is very capable at doing so. So should they give a little bit more priority to CML to get that Holy Locket?
I mean, I feel like eventually they're going to give it, but Lena's so close to picking up her Ag Scepter that maybe you don't want to do that just yet.
Radiant. For powerful.
Still confident.
Yeah, gonna take... At least try and take this tier 2 tower. Better pop from Tino. It's got that 9-second BKB in the arsenal. They're going to try and force some reactions early. Mizu with the blink in forward. Ravage still on cooldown for another 40 seconds. But Yokam, a two-man stun. Sam8 able to fall up as well. Instantly on top of the line with the BKB pop. Sunder's out as well. Mizu's going to be careful. They've lost the line. They might even be able to find the Tidehunter as well. But the curse greatly overlaid here. So they're going to be able to target down the Supernova. But they've still lost the Terrorblade. They'll turn to deal with the Bristle as well. In your dream, stand his ground. The Drow Ranger damage starting to stack up. They do end up losing out in the numbers there of that team fight, but getting 2 important kills. Mizu.
The old chat as well from Mizu. Look at what you did to me. Did to this boy. It was an interesting curse. I mean, it was able to get rid of... You didn't even have to pop the BKB on the Drow Ranger. That's most of the time why you would do it. But, you know, again, positioning on point for Galaxy Racer. Notably there, though, Sam H, he wasn't anywhere near the Drow Rangers, so you know that marksmanship was just starting to kick in to get the easy kill onto both the Bristleback and the Terrorblade. All that 31 armor, completely useless against this Drow. DD even bottled beyond that. It's a long Roche respawn, though.
Oh,
Galaxy Racer, they're going to look to just take away the Radiant side of the map.
Well, they'll take away the life of the Dragonite, too. Cold Embrace. Give him a little bit of health back, but that is not enough, as In Your Dream claims the kill, and he didn't even have to pop the double damage for that.
He's feeling confident. Chunking through these towers as well.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
How close is he to that next item, too? Only got one of the ultimate orbs. Even further mitigating some of the sustain that's looking to come through from the Omega lineup.
Seeing some more of these. Oh, that's actually huge for the. They're gonna get the Paladin Sword to the Drow. I guess so, but I feel like on the Tidehunter it could be amazing. He's building into a Satanic on Mizu on his Tidehunter.
I mean, what are we looking at
Reaver
with the basic Dispel? Is there anything that stands out?
Reflection, I guess, a little bit. Plus being able to, you know, regain a lot of your mobility with the goo sprayed onto you. But I mean, you've already got the Kraken Shell that's going to get rid of a lot of that. So I think it's more just about being able to stand in the middle of these team fights, tank up a ton of damage. I mean, he's already got the Halberd for doing that, and just let Drow do a thing. I mean, this is a team that has utmost trust in each other, and it shows.
That it does indeed. I mean, when you're 9,000 ahead, you know, the trust is continuing to build, the chemistry continuing to build. It looks like Galaxy Racer, then from their iteration of this new roster, they're just getting better and better as each series. I mean, you know, the caliber of plays they have there as well. It shows in their gameplay. You know, it's the question is if they can all link it together. And well, so far, their first series against Mystery, they were able to. Their second series, they're doing just that as well. With a 9,000 net worth lead, 27 minutes into this game, they're in a power position as well. You take a look at their vision across the map. They're recognizing that the importance of this game, it's going to come down to this next Roshan, which will be up in 55 seconds. So I feel like we're going to see our next big fight really break out around the pit.
Oh yeah, for sure. And when you think about it, like, which lineup fights better around the pit? It is Galaxy Racers, for sure. You've got the Coil, of course. You've got a lot of vision being provided with the Supernova. Drow doesn't need to stand in the pit. You can be, you know, in a much safer position. And everything that they've got outside of, like, a Winter's Curse, I suppose, on the enemy team just pales in comparison.
Is he... Okay, he's got that Holy Locket. There we go. We've been kind of waiting for CML to see if he's picked that up. He's also got the extra level in the curse, but what do you feel like is the priority here from Omega to start these fights? Because we haven't seen them take too many successful fights so far in this second game. So is there a target that we're looking to focus on for the Radiant lineup?
Honestly, any of them except the Tidehunter are totally fine. You know, they're still pretty squishy in their own right. They don't have a ton of defensive items right now outside of the Lincolns on the puck. Of course, you've got Phoenix, which is looking pretty tanky. We're already finishing up a blade mail for himself, but you know, Lion, kind of squishy. Drow, pretty squishy if you can get onto her. So, yeah, it should look okay. We've got Shanks nearly finishing up his Aghanim Scepter as well, so even with that BKB on the Drow, it's not something that you need to be all too worried about. And with the Titan Sliver as well that Drow's been able to pick up, she ends up passing the Paladin Sword back to Tidehunter. I really like that. He's getting the Satanic, so why not just amplify his regen, his healing, and his lifesteal even more?
Looks like we're ready to kick back into this game, heroes. Unfortunately, they did have to expire the double damage before the Roshan is able to respawn, but I mean, his Terrorblade in fighting shape right now is a bit away from the Skadi, which is unfortunate here from Tino.
Are scanning.
Yeah, it's still a little bit away. I mean, it's one item away, effectively. Who have they caught out here? We hear a pipe being popped really preemptively, and Max kind of caught out here. Tino, that's the real TV.
We'll jump in. They find the Dragonite. Spirit Vessel out. Great two-man Earthspark as well. It's going to stop the protection for the Cold Embrace. They even overlap the Supernova directly on the heads. Tino's feeling incredibly low. Trow just tears him apart. The Ravage finds 4. This might just be a wipe. It's a triple for In Your Dream, and they're able to slowly bring down the Bristleback with the Dagon out. The Hypothermia as well. And Ultra for your Drow. 5 down and dusted, and now they can walk back in and claim Roshan.
How does Mizu keep doing it? Just getting these, like, so many heroes inside of all of these ultimates. He's getting the Vac walls off, he's getting the Ravages, and that Hypothermia. Drow ends up doing 6.7k damage in that fight. And she only used multi-shot once. Like, that was very limited amount of right clicks that the Drow was actually able to do.
Like, she can just stand her ground. This Skadi picked up. Terrorblade's not able to get in a position to right-click anyone. Like, you're getting kited on Tino into oblivion in these fights. You've got Aegis, Cheese, Aghanim Shard. And now in the arsenal of Dire, they give the Aegis to the Drow. The Cheese is holding on the puck. Who do we feel like wants the Ag Shard, though, from the Roche?
Should we give it to the Tide? I kind of like it on Tide. Puck could use it, I suppose. Helps to break the coil as well. We were talking about those cheeky little opportunities.
Yeah, Mizu? Alright.
I mean, you just want to be able to spam out that Anchor Smash, right? Stand on the front lines, don't care what Terrorblade's doing to you. You've already got all of that evasion, and then just keep spamming that Anchor Smash. It even gives them another way to take out these towers, right?
Yep.
That reduced damage onto towers is nuts. He's even talented into it as well. And I believe it's additive. So yeah, 80% tower damage reduction. Your regen does more than what the tower does to you.
And they're in that desperate of a scenario right now where they had to smoke up on Tino to get the Terrorblade outside the base. He's just getting whatever little farm he can towards his Skadi. And it's just, again, fight after fight we see Galaxy Racer just, they're on another level it looks like today over Omega, and can we see some way for Omega to pull this one back?
They need to kill the backlines. That the puck needs to die, like 100%.
It's an issue though, because they don't have the heroes to do that. Like, you got DK to jump, but you do not have any other ways to get on the backline. Maybe ultra late we see a Swift Blink come through from Terrorblade, but he's not at a position where he can even think about going for that. And no, you gotta be cautious of your high ground.
Mr. Observer, I would like you to left click on the tower, please, and show how pitiful the damage is that it's doing right now. It's doing like 37 damage, this tower. 35, my bad.
Start off, BKB pop, Sam H instantly on the backline, but a quick Manta from In Your Dream's gonna be protected, and now Sam H, he's in no man's land. The Skadi going through the magic immunity, they've already lost 2, and Tina's gonna be careful as well. The slows are out, back to safety. Oh, great curse, CML.
Curse.
The timing there. They'll try and disengage, but the egg popped along with the coil. Tino, he needs to try and get the Sunder off. A quick use of the Cold Embrace, but where's the burst coming through? The Ravager's gonna fly with the pushback of the gas. They're firing on 3, that's it. Omega, they call it quits, and Galaxy Racer will knock them out of the TI Southeast Asia Qualifiers.
Oh, all the tips for Sam H. That feels a little like rubbing salt into the wound. I don't know how I feel about that, but in all honesty, even in that last team fight, you play this Dragon Knight, you've got the, I think he had a BKB, but you've got the Blink Dagger, you were on top of the Drow Ranger, and then he just slowly walked away. He slowly walked away from the Drow Ranger, which enabled the marksmanship, and that was just all the damage that they needed to take control of that team fight. Just felt like he wasn't fulfilling his role, and Galaxy Racer, they'll be moving on.
That they will indeed. Incredible series performance from them. That game one, the way they were able to come back, even it out, the team fight. We saw that team fight, kind of trickle into the second game as well. They are just able to execute at a level that Omega weren't able to compete with on this day. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be knocked out of here of the run to the international. Galaxy Racer are going to continue to move on. We'll send this to a break. Where we come back, we'll break this series down.
I hope you really like me. I want it to be you and me. I wanna give it all to you. I can show you if you stick around, yeah. All I need is one night to change your mind. Wait until the morning before you get out of here, yeah. Baby, we need more time to change our lives, yeah. We can be the greatest if you just give us a chance, yeah. Can we just stop fighting one time? Can we just stop fighting one time? Can we just stop fighting one time? Yeah, and have a good life. Can we just stop fighting one time? Can we just stop fighting one time? Can we just stop fighting one time? Yeah, and have a good life.
Welcome back, everybody, to the conclusion of Galaxy Racer Esports versus Omega Esports. Galaxy Racer take it 2-0 dominant. At this point, I can say that it was dominant. They were the better team today, for sure, and by golly, did they have the better offlaner, because poor Sam H getting tipped at the end. What was that all about? I mean, Miracle set the bar pretty high, but why'd they have to do my boy Sam H like that?
I know, right? Like, it always feels a bit bad to feel targeted. I mean, you're already feeling terrible. You came in, you were in the upper bracket, you took it to Fnatic, and now you're bowing out in straight sets, just going out upper bracket, lower bracket, done. And that's not how any team wants to have their TI journey end.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of the Animator, where being in the upper bracket was kind of a curse. You were destined to just drop out in 2 series back to back, but at least in their Fnatic, not for T1. That's true. They bucked the trend for sure. Although they only ended up playing against other upper division teams as well, or first place DPC teams as well. So maybe a little bit tricky there, but yeah, it was at least a good series that Omega had versus Fnatic. So I have hope for them moving forward into whatever the next DPC season will be, but Galaxy Racer were not on my radar before this. Now they are 100% on my radar as contenders to make it as a very, very deep run, if not win the whole thing, because that was one of the more standout offlane performances that I've seen from Southeast Asia in general. I would not have pegged Miracle to be, or Mizu to be that kind of player, but he showed up today in spades.
Yeah, I think
for sure.
Like, it has to be said that Mizu, he's been a core player, at least position 1 and position 2 for his whole career. And he's had 1 tournament in the Loopbet Pro Series, and now he's coming in the qualifiers, and he's showing just the experience that he has. And, we're still kind of maybe wondering if that hero pool might be diverse enough, but boy, oh boy, if you play a series like that's crazy. That's crazy to me. You're just a hell of a player.
And memories from game number 1 with that Meepo Inspector. I mean, I'm giving a lot of credit to Mizu, but that's because we already have a bar set for In Your Dream and Alacrity as cores, and so they were meeting the expectations for sure here in this game number 2 with the Puck and the Drow Ranger. Big fan of the itemization that In Your Dream went for, because I was saying that this is going to be a scary game for a Drow Ranger, but he was fighting early. He got the Shard super early as well with the Hypothermia and then the Scotty to mitigate all of these heals from the Winter Wyvern. Extremely well played by In Your Dream.
Yeah, it was a fantastic piece of gameplay all throughout from Galaxy Racer. I mean, they're one of those teams that I've got potentially going all the way as far as like fourth in this, and potentially even better. You know, we just have to consider like who are the teams that they've played so far. Mystery, probably not one of those ones that we were hoping to see towards the end. Not hoping, but expecting to see towards the end. And then Omega, of course, they looked a bit shaky towards the latter part of the DPC season, so didn't come in with the highest hopes. But coming up next, I think the other series is still going on, Motivate Trust against Signal Ultra, and you would have to think Motivate are favored to win that, and that is going to be a banger of a series.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for that, because you were saying that it's kind of interesting to have different national representation from everyone, and so 496 with the Vietnamese were eliminated, and now Galaxy Racer with Singaporeans and Indonesians, and Alacrity is the Malaysian, and so everyone has a horse to back, if no matter what country you're from in Southeast Asia. And for right now, we will get a chance to speak to one of the Singaporean players with Mizu on the line. Mizu, congratulations on a very, very solid offlane performance against Omega Esports.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a really close game.
Was it though? Because I mean, game number 1 was definitely close. I want to hear about your reactions from game number 1. How did it feel to be playing Darkseer in a game like that, getting those huge vacuums every single time? Did you feel like you were in the zone that game?
I think it was more because like our lineup was like saturated around like being able to cast like this kind of big vacuum, because we have like a Meepo and a Spectre in the front lines, right? Like everything's very chaotic, there's a lot of stuff going on. So like it's like they kind of made it very easy for me to cast my vacuums. I think that's how I see it.
Oh, you're too humble. You're too humble, my friend.
Yeah, but look at him. He can't wipe the smile off of his face. Mizu, I think we've been watching you play this offlane from the past couple of months now, and you've been pretty good on it. The one sort of query that Aries and I were saying was that you've shown a fantastic Darkseer, your Chaos Knight's amazing, your Tide Hunter, again, another solid performance. But is there anything that we haven't seen you play all that much that we might... Are you going to surprise us with anything coming out towards the later stages of the tournament?
I mean, I can't really say too much because like it's the TI qualifiers. I don't want to be like showing a lot of people like what I mean, like telling them what I play or what I do. But yeah, hopefully you'll get to see like more heroes that I'll be playing. Maybe
hopefully, not even revealing anything, not even saying there is or there isn't. Just hopefully.
Reveal a fake one. Be like, yeah, everyone be on the lookout for my offlane techies.
My techies. Yeah.
Yeah, my techies is pretty good.
There we go.
I have like 200 over games of it, so yeah, be careful, guys.
Mizu, what was your mentality heading into the kind of position swap? Like for a lot of your career, you've been playing as a core position 1 and 2, and how were you feeling when you transitioned into that offlane role?
I think it was more of like during the time when we were like together as a team, we were like even back in like T1, right? When we used to be T1, like this team, majority of this team, we have been like constantly on the lookout for offlaner, but we couldn't really like find one that like really suit us and the way we play. So at the end of the day, Alacrity was like really close to us when we were playing in the last GS JXR along with KIXI. So we were kind of like, all right, there's not much roster changes we can make, so I think the best we can do is like I go off lane and in your Dream Go carry, and we have Alacrity play mid. It was like supposed to be like swap between the two, like because they are both mid players originally, but like we were supposed to like try out like who's the better mid or better carry, but in the end we kind of stick with Alacrity mid and in your Dream carry, and I played off lane. I mean they were quite comfortable with me playing the off lane, and then they were like telling me that I should play the off lane. Then I'm like, okay, sure, then I'll just do it.
Yeah, I see why you're playing the offlane right now with a performance like that. It was incredible to watch, and I'm intrigued as well. Like, how many pubs are you actually playing to build that confidence as the position 3?
When I started changing to position 3, like actually I played it for a bit in my old team. Like it was Hoyo with Fearless and the rest. Hoyo like set 0 everybody. Like I was playing offlane a bit. During that time I was already playing a lot of offlanes in my pubs, like because I'm not very familiar with a lot of heroes, right? It's like all those heroes that were in the offlane, like Mars, Centaur, all these kind of heroes. I used to not be able to play it, but like I've been like playing a lot of it ever since I changed my role. Maybe like up to like 15 games a day, like just keep playing and playing and playing, making sure that I'm ready for this. Yeah. So that's basically my preparation coming into this TI qualifiers.
Well, it's doing well for you right now. Last question I have is your name change. What inspired Mizu? Because I only know it as Japanese for water. Is there another backstory behind it?
I'm a weeb, man. That's the only.
So what's the character? What's the anime that it's from?
It's not really like a character. It's more like I like the name of it.
Okay.
Like, cause Mizu means water, but like, there's obviously like character names that has like Mizu in it, and then I just try to like find like in the middle what's a nice name. But mostly I change cause I don't know. I just feel like changing my name occasionally. It's kind of like paparazzi, right? It's like changing name every other tournament, every other season. Yeah, it's kind of like me too.
As an offlaner, this new name is very becoming of you because you are just flowing through these games. It's really impressive to see. And looking forward to how you do versus your next opponent, which will be the winner of Motivate Trust versus Signal Ultra. But congratulations yet again.
Thank you. Hope to do really well in our next series as well.
Good luck.
We hope to see it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, because this is I didn't even realize, but earlier we interviewed Mid1, and SMG is like playing their upcoming series like now, right?
Next.
Next. And so I didn't realize that they have to play like these things back to back. Galaxy Racer are playing their winner of Motivate Trust versus Signal Ultra in like 4 hours, and so no rest for the Wicked. Things are going fast, but at least they got a quick 2-0 here, while Motivate Trust 2, I guess, on the other stream right now, Motivate Trust did take Game 1 over Signal Ultra, and Game 2 is underway right now. But on this stream, you will be having Fnatic versus OB Esports Neon, and it'll be a fresh panel altogether, so hope you guys enjoyed me, Ares, and Danog covering the first half. After this, it's going to be Nat, Gods, and Ponlo, so stick around. We'll be back with more Southeast Asia qualifiers after the break.
to a place where we can hide. You wanna stay there, wanna stay there. You wanna stay there, we can leave the pain behind. Stay, stay, stay. Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you like a wrecking ball? We can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you wanna stay? Hey, we could be okay, but I dream that we can fly. You wanna go back, wanna go back. You wanna go back to a place where we can hide. You wanna stay there, wanna stay there. You wanna stay there, we can leave the pain behind. Stay, stay, stay. Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you like a wrecking ball? We can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting star. Don't you wanna stay? Don't you wanna stay with me? Don't you wanna stay? Don't you wanna break the chain? Like a wrecking ball, we can break them all to a higher ground. We will not be found. We can win the game. We can go insane like a shooting.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, there are 3 fresh new faces here. I'm Nat T, and I'm going to be joined by Ponlo and Gods. Gods, how you feeling over there?
I'm feeling good, Nat. Yeah, it's a fun day to be casting some Dota.
Yeah, have you been watching the 2 previous series that we had on just before?
Yes, few less 3-game series. Been nice. I was, ready for another long 13-hour day, but we got a quick one, so not complaining.
Yeah. I was looking at that. I was like, wow, we had a really long start to the day yesterday, and these guys have gotten off pretty easy with 2 quick series. But Ponlo, how are you feeling? What are you hoping for? Some quick 2-0s, or you want it to take it all the way to game 3?
Oh, I want 3 long games, 60 minutes, 3 games for sure. Like, these are the 2 teams that I'm most hyped to watch because I have like quite a lot of understanding of the teams. Mainly because I'm close to Dev, and Dev played for Neon in the major, and he told me a lot of stuff, whole experience. So yeah, I studied the replays yesterday of the games that Neon played, and I re-looked at the games Fnatic had against Omega, and I think their styles are gonna clash quite. There's gonna be a very distinct style clash because in the 2 games versus Trust yesterday, everyone's gonna think that Neon crushed Trust, right? But Neon actually had the first game was kind of 50-50, and Trust made some errors, and the second game was quite a storm because of a Broodmother pick by Neon. But in both games, there was a very distinct thing that Neon did, which was they prioritized the ancient stacks a lot, and they had 1 hero to be able to abuse it. And once they cleared the stacks, they hit this super strong mid-game timing. And if you remember yesterday, the games that Fnatic played against Omega, Fnatic's early game was very shaky in all 3 games, and in the mid game as well. Like, Fnatic's strength comes from the mid to late game, their decision making, and how they play as a team. So yeah, it's very interesting, I think. Like the styles clashing in this matchup.
Yeah, well, we saw yesterday Fnatic went 2-1 against Omega, whereas OB Neon went 2-0. So, I think just that scoreline in itself, does that, speak to you potentially that OB is looking a little bit stronger than Fnatic in how they play Ponlo?
Yeah, I mean, coming to the qualifiers, I heard as well that Neon were doing really good in scrims, and Fnatic was like getting better. Like at the start, Fnatic was struggling in scrims because of new roster and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
okay.
they gradually got a lot better. I think if if you wanted to like put the odds right based on yesterday's games, I would say Neon have a better chance, maybe like 60-40 compared to Fnatic. But Fnatic is a smart team. They're gonna look at how Neon played yesterday. They're gonna find the distinct things that Neon did, and they're gonna figure out a solution to it. So I'm interested to see what they do. And Neon is doing this thing again where they pick the Timbersaw, they ban the AA and the Nyx to prep the Timbersaw pick, and they pick a Mirana. And this scam Mirana, this CTM Mirana, he likes to do this because he picks an independent offlane so that he can stack the Ancients a lot. In the both games yesterday, the Ancients was
Does
stacked
what
6,
sort of
7
like
times by like 15 minutes by CTM on this Mirana and on this Lion. And in both games, it was a Timbersaw offlane and it was a Broodmother offlane. So I expect to see the same playstyle coming out from Neon. And the question is whether Fnatic can draft something that's able to infiltrate the stacks. Because in the 2 games that Trust played against Neon, Trust could not infiltrate the stacks and they could not stop Neon's timing.
The one thing they do have that could maybe be nice is not so much about infiltrating the stacks. They can actually kill the Timber. If he's left alone, Gyro does have a lot of magic damage, so I feel like they were ready for this Timber and have this idea that Gyrocopter is a hero that can maybe punish the lane, perhaps.
Are they looking to... So are you guys saying that a lot of what they're going to be drafting for OB Neon is really around just getting that Timbersaw online and then having someone else to sort of support that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's Neon's strongest thing right now, but based on the 2 games yesterday, it was a very clear theme. They pick a Sand King mid and they pick a Lash mid, and they use this pause 4 to hover around the mid lane a lot, and they mostly leave the off lane alone on Enryu.
Seeing that Sand King ban coming out from Fnatic, does that mean it's a lot more potential to see the Leshrac from OB Neon?
I like the Leshrac because it gives them some pushing power, but I also think they play well when Yopaj in the mid lane has heroes that have a lot of catch. So the kind of like Ember Spirits, the Pucks, these kind of heroes, I think just suit their playstyle because Timbersaw doesn't have any lockdown to play around, so you really need something out of your mid laner, it feels like.
Yeah.
I see.
Ember's probably a good replacement. Oh, they have an Invoker.
What do you feel about that one, Ponlo?
I mean, I think the safe part about this is that the counters to the Invoker in the lanes are like mainly TA and maybe like Konka, but Chuan's TA and Konka are not his niche heroes. Like they keep picking like this Puck for Chuan on the first phase, right? It's obvious that they want to run Chuan as this sort of more space making and fighting sort of mid laner instead of someone that takes a lot of farm, and they want to funnel all that farm into Raven to carry the game.
Oh, I see. And this line pick coming out, Gods, how important do you think this one is to have as a support?
Just hero with stuns. I think they looked at their first 2 picks and they're like, we have an Ire support, we have a Gyro, we need stuns, and Lion is kind of the best stunning lockdown 4 position. So it's not like a hero that does anything amazing for the game. They just had to pick a good, reliable initiation as well as just lockdown.
Yeah, I feel like the line is so hotly contested lately. We're seeing him either being picked or banned for almost every game that we've had in the Southeast Asia qualifiers so far.
I like this Lion pick because when we look at the Fnatic drafts yesterday, they mostly suffer on their lanes in all 3 games against Omega. And this Lion pick just solidifies the lane, like it can't go that bad. And in the worst case scenario, he can do exactly what CTM did for Neon yesterday. He can stack the Ancients 5-6 times and have the Gyro come and clear it once the Gyro has enough damage with the Flag Cannon now. Because the Flag Cannon, they changed it to have a lot lower cooldown now. So it is quite efficient to max the Flag Cannon and use it to farm the stacks early. But you sort of need enough damage to do it. You need maybe a Yasha before you try to do it.
Does that mean that we're going to see a lot, I guess, a more solid lane phase coming out of Fnatic with the way that their draft is going so far, Ponley?
Yeah, I think we are gonna see quite a different Fnatic today because of how they structured their lanes. The IO Gyro lane, like it's usually people think that IO Gyro is like maybe some people think that it's good against Timbersaw, some people think that it's bad. For me, I think that the IO Gyro, if they play well, the Timbersaw can't really pressure the gyro at all, and the gyro should have a pretty free game. But they can't really shut down the Timbersaw as well. Like the Timbersaw can have about 70% of what the gyro has by like 10 minutes. So yeah, it'll be quite an even laning phase from both sides. I think quite stable.
Forward to it. And God, this clockwork pick that's coming out, going and being paired with the Timber.
Yeah, I think Clockwork's probably going to be playing the support in the safe lane. So we see this kind of, I guess, 5-position Clockwork that just kind of runs at the offlaner, because usually it's this melee offlaner that doesn't like a Clockwork with Battery Assault getting up in your face early on level 1. Gives them a way to also start fights, because I think Mirana, you have the Yarrow, but it's not really a reliable kind of stun or initiation. So getting that out of a Clockwork, not a bad tool to have. But Fnatic will go to the Invoker counter now. So you mentioned, Ponlo, the TA kind of one of the few against the Invoker, and Fnatic are going to pick it for Chuan.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. What I wanted to say was, this is a game 1 of upper bracket series, right? I feel like if you show that you can't pick a TA here, it's kind of a weakness for your future games against other teams, because people are just going to pick an Invoker knowing you don't want to pick TA. So I think it's good that the team is confident enough to just give him the TA and see how it goes. And if this goes well, then they are confident enough to use it again in the future.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a really outstanding performance on the TA, then it's even something that teams might start banning out against them. But do you know how confident Fnatic, or how much of a comfort pick that one is for them?
I think Chen used to be able to play it, like back when he was a mid player, but recently I don't think I've seen him play TA much. I think he has focused more on, even in his interview yesterday after the game, right? After the series, he said that he was focused about how the team wanted to play. He wanted to fulfill the team needs, you know? I feel like he has changed. He has evolved as a mid player to a more space making kind of mid player, and not so much like a carry-ish mid player.
What do you think is needed to round out the end of Fnatic's draft, Gods?
Looking like they're just looking for their offlane. So the Death Hero, they've often been picking his hero pretty late in the draft. They don't know the matchup that he's picking into, so probably see some kind of more tanky frontline offlaner to go pair with a Lion. Slaughter, Mars banned out. Wondering
Probably
what we see.
No Tide as well.
Yeah, no Tide, no Legion. They've targeted a lot of bans at Death here, actually. So slightly more limited hero pool. And yeah, you have to worry, like, what kind of carries can come out that could completely ruin your offlaner's day. So I think this is a pretty tough pick for Fnatic.
If I understand Death at all, I think that what he wants to pick here is Brewmaster.
A brew, you reckon it's going to be?
Yeah, because for Death, the lane matters a lot. Like,
yep.
I feel like he's gonna want to pick something that, because he's blind picking the offlane into carry, right? And the carry is most likely gonna be a range hero because they have a clock +5. So the only offlanes that I see left are like the Brewmaster, the Axe, and that's about it. Oh, Bloodseeker. Oh yeah, that's another Death hero.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say that's not even something that I feel like was on our radar, but the Bloodseeker. How does this one work to tie up the whole draft?
I feel like Death's perspective here is more on the lane. Like to him, there are just a few heroes like Brew, like Bloodseeker, that you blind pick this offlane, and no matter what carry they pick, you can't play Dota. Like your game won't be shut down. And I mean, it's not too bad. At least you have a Rupture for the Timbersaw, and you keep the Timbersaw in place, and your gyro can pump in the damage. It's not the worst pick, but ooh, we have a Scambalulu, Nature's Prophet. That's a treat.
I did not think I would see any Nature's Prophet.
Sorry, it's a Natsumi
carry,
Prophet.
yeah. I was like, wait, who's their carry then? If Skem's playing that, they don't have a carry.
I'm still having flashbacks of the Scam Prophet, man.
Yeah.
The Singapore Major, it was beautiful.
So looking at these two lineups, Gods, which one do you think you're favoring towards?
I'm really liking OB Neon here. I think the one thing Fnatic have going for them is that mid matchup with the TA into the Invoker. I think Nature's Prophet, really good lane, and just a very fast-paced tempo hero that I feel like I look at Fnatic and their ability to make plays and kind of team fight in the mid. They have no team fight, they have no stuns except for the Lion, so I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Jabs here to not die in these fights and get all of his spells off, which is really difficult to do against heroes like Clockwork.
And Ponlo, what about you? Are you sort of similar the way that Gods are seeing it, or do you have your own thoughts?
I mean, I think the late game is pretty safe for Fnatic, but I think getting there is going to be really hard because this stacking ancient thing is CTM's thing. Like, Scam understands this thing so much. I'm sure that Scam Janelle is going to invade and infiltrate the triangle, and with Japoi on the Invoker, either with the Sunstrike, or even if he goes cross-wax, it will be both effective, and they have the Natsumi Prophet ulti as well. Like, it's going to be really hard for Fnatic to secure their triangle, I think. And that's like the whole game plan for them.
Well, let's jump into this game and see if Fnatic can drag it out enough to get to late game.
Thank you, Nat. We are here in our Game 1 winner bracket semifinals. So a win here would put you in the top 3. Not that top 3 gets you much. It's all about winning this qualifier. There's no second place, there's no third place. But staying in the upper bracket would be much more comfier for either of these two teams. And it is going to be Fnatic playing on the Radiant side, OB Neon playing on the Dire side. Early game, Ponlo, what do you think are some of the kind of key things to look at here that both teams are trying to achieve with these lanes?
I think for Neon, the key thing is once CTM on the Mirana feels that his Timbersaw can lane okay, can lane fine against the IO Gyro, the Mirana is going to start to move towards mid, but it's not exactly an easy lane to gank with an Invoker against a TA. The Invoker's already added the Wax, so he's going to play cross-wax Invoker, but still they have no way to remove the refraction charges, so it's a lot more about disabling the stacks that are going to come out from Jab's Lion on the triangle. And Janelle is probably going to join him in doing so as well, because the Prophet should have no issue in laning against the Bloodseeker solo top lane. So I imagine like it's gonna be like Lion and TA on the triangle versus the Clock and the Mirana, and maybe even the Evoker will come.
Yeah, and it feels very different because you highlighted CTM Scam for his play yesterday, stacking Ancients. I don't think we're going to see many stacks. The only hero that farms stacks really is the Timbersaw, and he doesn't farm Ancient stacks particularly well. So it feels like Fnatic, they looked at Fnatic's games and said, okay, Fnatic's really weak in the laning stage and early game. Let's just play an early game strat because, yeah, there is no real... I mean, there's some scaling from a, late game Invoker, even late game Nature's Prophet, but it's not like these heroes power farm and... farm stacks and just accelerate the way traditional carries do.
Yep, Neon is playing a different... They picked the same two heroes at the start, the Mirana Timbersaw, but they're playing a whole different sort of game. But the issue here that I have for Fnatic is Neon understand what Fnatic are trying to do, because that is what Neon were doing yesterday. And Neon were damn good at it. So I'm really worried for if Fnatic is gonna be able to slow down the game like they want to play for the late game, because if they don't manage to get farm on their cores, the triangle, I really don't see how they're gonna match up in terms of the tempo of the game.
And then when it comes to Fnatic, I mean, we talk about OB Neon knowing what Fnatic's trying to do. I feel like it does go both ways though, because this is very much the drafts we saw OB Neon playing at the Singapore Major, and Fnatic, well, Death was the guy playing on the team at the time, so I guess part of me is thinking, like, surely Death knows what to expect a little bit out of OB Neon, right?
For sure, Death himself is quite a Prophet expert, and he also had quite a lot of understanding and discussions with Scam from the Singapore Major when CTM was playing this Prophet carry. But I think we have seen this Natsumi play Nature's Prophet carry before, and it was not quite the same level as CTM's Prophet carry, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I think we're gonna have to see whether it can look as amazing as it did.
Already they're ignoring the creep waves and just going for the heroes here. Honeywell in some trouble as he gets kind of low without getting a battery assault off, so he's looking to wrap around, and they're just trying to fight. Level 1 with this Blightstone. There is just relentless aggression coming from both sides.
Yep, top lane should be pretty easy for Neon. I think it's gonna be like around 6-4, because they don't really have any way to deal with the Treants. They can't really kill it directly unless they use both spells. But that doesn't mean you're gonna win the lane if you just kill the Treants.
So far, Fnatic playing this lane better, it seems. So they've gotten a lot of harass up, already forced a salve from the Clockwork, and haven't had to use much regen themselves. So at least this start has gone well for them. Taking a look at some of these other lanes, early pressure coming out. Raven looking for a level 2 kill on the level 1 Timbersaw, taking advantage of the early level. They just run down Timbersaw.
Yep, DJ on the IO added a level 1 overcharge just to have the attack speed to just hit the Timbersaw. And like I said, a Gyro IO that knows what they're doing they have a pretty free lane against the Timbersaw.
I feel like I've never seen this before. Is this normal for IOs in this lane to go level 1 overcharge instead of the tether?
I think it really depends on whether you feel like you will be threatened. If you feel like the opponent heroes are gonna harass you a lot and hit your carry a lot, you might have to go like a Ring of Regen and Headdress or something like that. And when you go more regen, you don't want to add your overcharge because your damage is low. But in this case, he bought the Bracer on the IO, level 1. That's why he went for the level 1 overcharge.
Well, you can pick at some of the other lanes. We talked about the TA Invoker matchup, and Yopaj has 7 denies. What's going on here?
Skill gap? Okay, it's a warm-up game. It's the first game of the day.
Wait, yeah, warm-up game, wake-up game, whatever. And you mentioned Chuan not known for his TA play. At least it's been maybe some time since he's really been playing this hero, because he did spend a lot of time in that off-lane role.
Yep. I think for Chen, at least for my impression, is that right now he's really emphasizing and focusing on a lot of the team play and team aspects of the game. So I think it's sort of understandable if there are some areas where in his laning where he's not matching up completely. But I think as long as he does fine, it's good enough.
Yep. And yeah, that's the thing. He's going close to even. He's maybe slightly behind, like 60-40-ish right now. So it's not like he's getting crushed in this lane by any means.
Yeah, but
we'll see.
With that being said, like he should be doing a lot better in this matchup.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how things kind of progress for him. Taking a look at some of these other lanes. Timbersaw, you mentioned, going to get left alone early, and this could be something where the Mirana can kind of move around the map. Is eyeing off this middle lane for a gank. Not sure it's an easy kill, as you kind of mentioned earlier. TA, of course, with Refraction, and Mirana may be kind of limited in what she can do. So, real aggression up top, though. Oh, ball's coming out.
There's something I want to talk about, right? Which is look at the map and look at how many sentries Dire have on the map. This is something that I realized in this patch, where sentries are only 50 gold. The early sentries are super valuable in a macro sense, that you can just buy it and use it, and it brings a lot of like impact to your game. This Mirana, knowing that there's no ops around this area, allows him to play around this area and know that he's not being seen. And Janelle also bought a sentry to block the ancient camp. At 2 minutes, he already did it. This is what I mean by Neon understand this ancient stack a lot.
Yeah, so far Jabs has been tied to the top lane, but you have to imagine that he'll be wanting to start stacking those ancients fairly soon. So definitely like what we're seeing. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels like a Mirana, even if you're just arrowing neutral creeps to get some farm and XP, you're still afraid. Like, TA mid has to play more cautiously, worried about that Mirana gank if you don't see Mirana.
Yep, exactly. You can't play, you can't trade as much as a mid laner, and that trading in mid is a big part of laning, of how to pressure our enemy. If you always play with like 100% HP and 80% mana, you're not going to pressure your enemy at all.
And the Dire sentry mid was actually blocking the TA's small camp, so even denying like small bits of farm on Chuan's TA.
Yep,
all the little things.
Teams should really be studying how Neon use their sentries in the early game, because it's really, really clean.
Well, so far, not any kind of crazy aggressive plays, just arrows being thrown at neutral creeps. Meanwhile, Obi Neon just happy with the status quo of these lanes. But at the same time, Fnatic, all three of their cores are getting good farm. Are you feeling like this is favoring either team right now? There's no stacks being made for the Gyrocopter, but the lanes are being basically... Oh, mid lane, hold that thought. Arrow gank coming in. But the backup from DJ is there, so it looks like nobody's going to go down with the help from the IOTP. I mean, I guess, yeah, do you feel like these lanes right now favor either team?
Not really. I feel like the lanes are going... Other than the... I mean, the mid lane train is kind of doing better now. But I feel all the lanes are going as how they should. Maybe Death is getting a little bit too much. But I mean, it's Death Sama, honestly. His laning is one of the best. Death fanboy here, sorry. But I feel like not having stacks is really a huge issue though for Fnatic. Like, Jabs has this ward on his cliff in the triangle, but he hasn't used it to... So the concept of this ward, right, is so that as a Lion, you can go over there and you can stack the camps without being afraid of the clock. Or you can see if the clock is coming to block it and you can stun him before he reaches the camp, so you still get the stack. That's what we see like LGD Innocence do, and that's what I saw CTM do yesterday when he was battling against the clock. but Jeff hasn't stacked the triangle a single time, and I feel like the TA already wants to clear some stuff soon, you know, like a big camp at least. Because he didn't even have a small camp to play with at the start.
Is that just because he feels like he has to keep protecting this Bloodseeker? Like, is the Clockwork Nature's Prophet just going to get a kill if he's left alone? Or maybe we'll find out, because that's exactly what they kind of try and do right now. But no, he's at least fine for now with the level 4 face boots.
Jeps went over to stack the big camp once. They're going on death, but he looks fine.
Yeah.
Maybe
Already
this
has
was the
face
plan.
boots, bringing protection. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this was the plan. We get Dev says Jeps maybe told Dev that he wants to go stack, but Dev said wait for me to get my face boots first before we start to lead. If not, my lane will be really hard. So Fnatic has not deboarded the big camp, the ancient camp though, and that's worrying, I think.
Yeah. That's something they've not even really been going for too many stacks on just yet. And with obviously TA who can farm it early on, and then Gyro who's more than happy to go farm it a bit later. It's a lot of potential farm that they are missing out on.
Oh, the Invoker made his first move. Bottom.
Yeah. Was scouted out. There was an observer in the tree, so I believe they know, but he's going to look to turn around with the Ghost Walk and go back, but someone needs to defend mid. Shrine is just getting free damage on this tower, so yeah. TP going to come in now. It's going to be coming in from the support Clockwork, who leaves Nature's Prophet alone.
Yeah, that's the advantage of having a Nature's Prophet carry. You get to move freely on your supports. And worst come to worst, we can see what Natsume is doing. He's just farming a small camp.
At this point, they should be fairly aware that this Invoker is still trying to make a play, because he has not returned to the mid lane. Clockwork is kind of lurking around, leeching as much XP as possible.
Yeah, very disciplined play coming out from Fnatic safely.
As for OB Neon, very disciplined, safe play. Oh, they found the kill. It's going to be the Yanuel Clockwork. Jabs rotating in, but OB Neon abandoning the top lanes, leaving their support for mid for a little bit, have now brought the Invoker back, perhaps realizing that they're not going to be able to find any kind of a kill down bottom onto the Gyro or the IO.
The broom, guys. Oh, okay, Jabs found it. It's fine.
Like, I'll take this extra damage. No.
Okay, at least Jabs deboarded the ancient camp now, and he double stacked the big camp and the ancient camp, so they're gonna start having stacks to play with. I imagine they're gonna farm it on the TA first, because the Gyro only has a level 1 flag, and he doesn't really have damage to clear it yet.
Yep. We'll see what OB Neon's next move is going to be. It seems like they're just going to leave Timber down bottom. Does seem like Fnatic are trying to at least bring enough heroes down here that if Timber goes for this T1 tower, they can punish it. They have the Lion down here as well, which is kind of the essential hero, I think, if they want to kill him, because that's going to be how you stop his Timber chain away.
Yeah, I kind of like the emphasis that Fnatic are putting on defending this tower, because giving a Timbersaw a bot lane tower at 9 minutes is gonna destroy your map, because the Gyro is gonna be forced to the top side of the map, but that's kind of where the TA wants to be as well. So you kind of have to hold your towers as long as possible, so you get to get enough farm on your heroes, because they are essentially running like 2 +1s with the TA and the Gyro.
And meanwhile, the Clockwork was trying to make a move towards top on the Bloodseeker, but he has a really cool lane ward that actually kind of scouted it out. They put the sentry over where you'd expect the ward, but the ward is actually in his own lane.
Yep, Janelle warding is one of the best in C, in my opinion. And back when he was a pleb in Sterling Dragons, I used to schedule scrims with them just to fight against Janelle, because our team, and Dev was on the team as well with me at that time. I forgot what was our team name, but we literally only scrimmed Janelle's team at the time, because Janelle was just so damn good, and we learned so much from watching him in our replays.
We'll see where his next move is going to be. For now, he's just managed to leech a lot of XP. The position 5 Clockwork already level 5.5, but OB Neon going to make their move down bottom. They rotate the Nature's Prophet, they take a tier 1 tower, and they've forced the Gyrocopter back into his jungle, which is where those stacks really become important, because Raven doesn't really have a lane to farm, but the stacks are starting to pile up. They've got some added stacks at the big camp, and Fnatic making a move towards top. Smoke up on Jabs on the Lion. Looking to try and take a counter tower. They need the TA here if they want to have the damage to take this tower, it feels like.
Yep, but I think touching a tower at this point of the game is going to be a bad idea for Fnatic, because I don't think their heroes are ready yet. But this is at least some pressure. They just need to not get caught out and die on their heroes.
Is there anything they can do to deal with this Timbersaw at this point? He's level 9 with a hood. It feels like he's probably just not even worth ganking anymore.
I mean, they can kill him with, they need probably like 3 or 4 heroes maybe with the Rupture and the Gyrocopter and the Lion as well.
Top lane. Death gonna lose his mana. The hookshot follow-up is there with an arrow as well. They're gonna catch the Bloodseeker and bring him down with the help of the Battery Assault.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, the Timbersaw TP top as well. They want to start playing the top side of the map and contest the jungle. They do not want to let this TA clear these stacks freely. And this is really cool what Neon are doing. It's really
And
smart.
instead they go back to this top lane. They find Jabs behind the tower here. And he's gonna get caught by a Cold Snap plus Urn. Very aggressive early game from OB Neon. Knowing they don't have the farm advantage if they sit back and, you know, play in their jungle. That's something that heroes like Gyro and TA have on them, so they are all about going for these kills.
Yep, but Fnatic is also doing the wise thing of just splitting up their heroes and taking the farm on the elsewhere of the map because they're not ready to fight just yet. The worst thing for Fnatic to do right now is if they tried to fight Neon at the triangle, they would just lose and maybe even lose all the stacks.
Those were the first kills OB Neon have gotten this entire game. It took 12 minutes for them to get on the scoreboard, so it's definitely Fnatic have done a very good job of avoiding these fights, and Raven has been kind of the big winner in this kind of passive game because he is top of the net worth and free farming away with the help of DJ.
Yep, both teams are being really smart about their moves. The Timbersaw actually came over here and cleared all the stacks, so I imagine Neon is really happy with this. Smoke coming out from Fnatic though.
They probably want to play around this mid lane. They need to back up the TA who gets caught in a Tornado EMP. There's the follow-up. Shuan is going to get helped out by DJ's Io. Can he heal him up enough? He's still alive. The Spirit Vessel charge ticking is not going to be enough, and Fnatic have turned this around and taken out the Clockwork. They want more. They're going to get Onru on the Timbersaw, and they want CTM. Skem manages to TP out of there, but a great turnaround.
Yep, it was. I'm not too sure, but they thought that they could kill the TA, but it just needed that little bit more. I'm not sure if they lined up their spells perfectly, but a really crucial heal from DJ.
Yeah. Oh, DJ saves his buddy there, and they're going to get rewarded with an early tier 1 power, so I think the team that wants to kind of maybe sit back and farm a bit more, they're actually the ones who take a tier 1 mid earlier because of that successful team fight.
Yep, now I imagine Fnatic are gonna go back to stacking mode and stack every camp they can because they are sort of strong right now. The Gyro already has a Maelstrom and a Blade of Alacrity. They can clear stacks, and if Neon come in, I think they can fight right now.
Yeah, we saw mid lane, especially if they're able to like bait a fairly tanky hero. Like TA at this point, 1500 health with Refraction, fairly tanky, but here come OB Neon charging forward. They're going to find Death, and it looks like he is going to be the sacrifice. Has a 4-staff, so he's actually just going to be able to get out of there. Great early pickup against the Clockwork initiation. They're relying on this hookshot and arrow combo, and 4-staff is a great way to negate that.
Yep, it's not amazing for its own hero, but it makes a lot of sense for the game, right? Or how the game needs to play out. So Death is Zhao actually told me said something about Death right on an interview in
Lion Jabs gonna get picked off of the bottom rune.
Yeah, I remember Jarnell saying something on an interview at the Singapore Major, and he said about Death that Death is his laning is really good, one, and number two, his item decisions. He puts a lot of thought into what he buys, and he consistently has good item choices. And I think we are seeing that here in the 4-star.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it feels like, you know, there are those players who just kind of usually go for the typical standard meta build and go through the motions. But, yeah, seeing a rush on a 4-staff, even against Clockwork, like, this used to be what a lot of people did, but it has not really been as of late, so...
Yeah, I mean, most
good
players...
thinking coming out from him.
They just opened up their shop, you know, they see what's on the right side of the screen, then they eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah.
And they just buy whatever seems familiar, right? Most of the time, even for myself.
Yeah. I mean, if you played a hero a bunch of times, you know how a certain item is going to improve your game, even if there's maybe a better item that could improve it more. Gank down bottom. Lion is set up for a relocate gank, and they're going to take out that Clockwork. So, nice little pick off, nothing too crazy, and it's a 2k goalie. OB Neon, despite not having the farming lineup so much, are actually doing pretty well in terms of the farm game, and it's pretty much entirely on this Mirana. Mirana has 5k net worth. CTM, he's he's
How
channeling his
did-
inner core.
How did he get 5k net worth? I didn't even realize.
75 last hits. At 15 minutes, how do you get 75 last hits as a support? He's as much as the Invoker.
But I think we are seeing it though, like when CTM chooses to farm on his hero a lot, which is what he's doing this game.
Nice force-up initiation. That's another way you can use that one. Death sends his Lion in for a Hex. Impale the Finger of Death is not going to keep him alive with the mech. It's enough damage and great pickoff. Great initiation with the force staff.
Yeah, it's very creative. I was saying, like, when CTM farms a lot on his hero, I feel like the team in general starts to become quite passive because, as far as I know, CTM controls a lot of the how they play and he short calls a lot and he's very active usually. And I feel like in general, I kind of get the feeling that Neon is a little passive this game after they took the triangle stacks. I don't think they've done after they failed that they botched that initiation on the TA mid, right? They haven't really done anything with this Vessel on Invoker and this Nature's Prophet Witchblade, which are considered
They're looking to change that. They're smoked up. They're looking to perhaps use these item timings a little later than we expected as they head towards the top lane, looking to make a play. They're invised up with a Moonlight Shadow. Jabs has a sentry, but it's too late. Can't get off any spells because of the Cold Snap. They take out the line. They definitely want to go for more here. Onryu in some trouble here with the Rupture. He doesn't get away, but the Cogs could actually protect him here. He's tanking himself up, has the one charges, and now the chase is on. Natsumi's teleported in very aggressively, and he's going to go down because of it. The Deathwing Blast coming just a little bit too late to save his life. Onryu on the Timbersaw doing a hell of a lot of damage here with the Spirit Vessel on the Eye, stopping a lot of his healing. Next up could be Raven. Raven, he wants to turn and fight, and with Chuan with the double damage on TA, there's just too much damage. He wants one or two more right clicks. It's not enough. Didn't have the Meld Strike. He didn't have the mana for it, or he may have taken out that Timber.
Yep, the fight didn't start that well for Fnatic because their Lion died immediately, but luckily for them, Trian had a DD rune bottle, so that DD rune actually gave them a fighting chance in the fight. Natsumi as well with kind of a questionable TP at the back. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't think you ever want to have your Pos 1 carry Nature's Prophet that has a Witchblade Maelstrom just TP to the back line and die in like 5 seconds. I think that's always like bad news.
Yeah, he did 300 damage the entire team fight compared to Gyro TA doing 3k damage, 4.5k damage. So he just teleported in and died, and that's, like you say, your top net worth hero. So for the BKB, that probably works out fine, but he's got to wait for his team to be the ones, like the Timbersaw really, to go in before he goes for a teleport like that.
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes, right, when you get openings, like you kill the opponent Lion, right, suddenly you feel really excited and like really pumped because to you it's like you're not supposed to lose the fight anymore. And then you start to make these over-aggressive decisions. And maybe that's what happened there. I think Natsumi is going to be more careful with the next fight though. I think he understands his blunder there.
Have Neon got the answers for this farm Gyrocopter? Because it feels like Raven's just getting everything he wants this game.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think at this point, Fnatic are getting more and more comfortable with the game. Like the gyro is way too rich at this point of the game, and yeah, they have nothing to scale against the Gyrocopter. I think like the Prophet stands no chance against this Gyrocopter late game, especially because he has an IO.
They don't really have the ideal heroes to jump on top of an IO. So we'll see. It does feel like, yeah, OB Neon need to be considering what their next aggressive moves can be. They've pretty much got all their early game item timings. They've got a full Greaves on the Mirana. The only thing they're maybe missing is this BKB on Natsumi, which he's about 1,000 gold away from.
Yep. Chapo is not really finding the kind of game that he really wants on the Invoker, buying a Vessel first item. He only has... He has 0 kills. Like, your Invoker has 0 kills at 20 minutes. I think you feel really bad right now, and yeah, Neon definitely need to find a way to open up the game by getting a favorable fight somehow.
He has had his name on every single kill with the assists, but yeah, only 6 kills in 20 minutes. That is, I think, not what you'd normally expect out of OB Neon when they're going for this kind of a draft.
Yep, it's definitely not what you're hoping for when you're playing the Invoker. You want to get kills because you're not really farming creeps. He's running around a lot, and he's not getting kills, so his net worth has been suffering. He doesn't even have his Midas yet. It's almost 20 minutes.
Yeah. I guess I'm surprised because I thought this game would go I thought in this game, OB Neon would be the ones going for kills while Fnatic farmed. It feels like it's been the opposite because Fnatic have more kills and OB Neon have more farm. How did that happen?
I think Fnatic has just been really good about who they chose to be the one to get initiated on. We constantly see it was a Bloodseeker with 4 staff they got initiated on. It was a TA mid lane. with refraction and the IO nearby. Like, Fnatic are really smart about not getting caught on their heroes by the initiation. And I think that's why Neon are finding it hard to find the openings, because Fnatic understand what are Neon's initiation sources and what are their damage sources. And they put the right hero to deal with it. They don't just get caught on their gyrocopter or their TA without refraction.
And do you feel this gold lead, we see a 3k gold lead for Neon, is kind of misleading when you see how far in TA and Gyro are?
Yeah, it's definitely, this goal lead is like entirely on the Mirana, and your Mirana is not going to be able to do that much in this game, I think.
On the Mirana, but also, I guess one concern is, you mentioned the Bloodseeker. Death is very under-farmed. Like, he is looking more like a 4th position in terms of farm rather than a core.
Yeah, but in this, like we discussed in the draft, this Bloodseeker last pick is more like, it was just, bottom.
Oh, relocate bottom. They want that Sumi. Can he teleport out in time? They need a disable. They got it, the Impale.
Oh, Natsumi. No.
Instant smoke. I believe Dire may have seen them smoke CTM. Yeah, he pops it, leaps away, but he's already been ruptured. He could be in some trouble himself. He's actually leaped into some freeze. Got himself stuck. He gets hexed up. Lotus Orb is there to back him up. Okay, he almost survived his way through that one. Not sure what the plan there was for OB Neon. I think they saw the smoke and knew they were being ran at, but still lingered around and got picked off.
I really think like something like that cannot happen on your carry prophet. This hero depends so much on the snowball of the game. You can't have careless deaths like this, because it really like falters, your timing really falters, because you don't farm that quick and your item timings are like pretty tight on this hero.
OB Neon want to contest Roshan. It's... Oh, okay. Dire killed Roshan. Radiant got the Aegis. It's snatched by Xuan, but he was kind of the one going for it. He's going to pick up a Clockwork kill to go with it. Nice attempt from OB Neon to steal the Roshan. They do get the gold for it, but not what they were hoping for. This Nature's Prophet BKB just taking a bit long to come online, and I have to go back a bit to what you said. It doesn't really feel like this is a comfort hero for Natsumi the same way it was for CTM at the Singapore Major.
Yeah, personally it looks kind of like a night and day to me, because CTM's Prophet at the Major was something truly magical in my opinion. Like, the entire world was looking at it, and all the other teams, like even Secret tried to run it on Matu, right? And it didn't even look the same. Like Matumbaman, you know, killed one of the best carry players, couldn't even make this Prophet look as good as CTM made it. So I think CTM just made this hero look insane. But Natsumi, not so much, even though they are on the same team.
Neon not going to go down without some fight. They're still slightly ahead in gold, as we've mentioned, a bit misleading, but they're continuously looking to fight. They smoke up, even into the Aegis on TA. They know there's no BKB, so they think their timing is now, and it is. They've got the BKB on the Nature's Prophet. That's the item they've been waiting for so long. They had the Aegis initiation on the Bloodseeker. They're going to cog as well, but actually Bloodseeker still forces us a little bit further away. He gets the Rupture offer as well, and with the IO heals on the Death, Death actually survives his way through it, killing off the Timbersaw. Forcing OB Neon to run away. Nature's Prophet already committing the BKB, has to just TP on home. Terrible fight for OB Neon. I think it looked like Daniel was trying to get the cogs pushed back, but accidentally trapped Bloodseeker inside rather than pushing him back.
Yep, the Tornado on the Invoker actually already clipped the relocate on the IO and cancelled the relocate, but they just barely had enough damage. Didn't have enough damage to kill the Bloodseeker. Again, I think we see Channel is standing still. I think again we're seeing Fnatic, right? Like Fnatic are not trying to start the fights. They just position well on the map, and they know who is in danger, and they just sort of position behind the person. Like Death just positions himself to block the smoke, and he gets initiated on, but the DJ IO is already there, and they have the Force Staff to kite the spells. Like, it's just like textbook good play from Fnatic right now.
Now Raven is 14k net worth, full BKB completed, everything you could hope for on a gyrocopter. TA says, screw it, I don't need BKB, they're kind of ignoring me, and I can just position further back. Picks up a Crystallis instead, so more damage coming out for the TA. 6-0-3, we had some questions about how good his TA was going to be, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, especially because he has an Aegis right now, so he feels that he can get a lot done with this Aegis. That's why he just buys a Crystallis to hit a item timing during the Aegis. Oh, he bottled up a Haste Rune. It's going to be quite important for the next fight.
Is there any kind of a plan B? Like, the Invoker Midas is kind of looking like, you know, that's basically saying this is kind of a plan B, but like, is this plan B, how much of a shot does it give kind of OB Neon, like going late game here?
I think it's very rough on Neon, because the Invoker late game is not like what it used to be. Right now, the strong part about the Invoker is the kata, but it's just countered by like 4-stars. Like all you need is like 2 4-stars on your team, and good enough like players to press the 4-stars before the kata hits. And your late game Invoker is already like hugely nullified ever since they removed the stun on the Deafening Blast 4 years ago.
Well, they look to defend their top tier 2 tower. They TP in the Timbersaw. What's Onryu's plan here? Hook shot in, they're going on the gyro. The Cogs pushback is there with an arrow, and they're going to blow up the gyro. Great play there. DJ couldn't get in to save him. He was on the back lines, but looks like, I think it's Atos maybe cancelled his relocate. Jabs in the trees. Can he TP out? No, sirree. He's down as well. Great defense from OB Neon. They win the fight. The relocate did end up going off, and DJ is going to come back in without any friends. 3 dead. Great play. Bringing down the gyrocopter, not letting the IO keep him alive.
Yep, a small slip up by Fnatic to touch that tower without a clear plan in mind. Like they had the 4-stars to break the chain stun, but they just didn't use it. I'm not sure. But CTM's arrow, like that Cog pushed back into the arrow, like that was picture perfect by Neon.
I feel like after that last engagement, probably his teammates and maybe even himself were like, yeah, when you hookshot in, you cannot go. You have to do the Cogs pushback because often you know clockworks go between. You know, do you just want to trap him or do you want to push him back?
Yeah, especially on the gyrocopter because the gyrocopter is a BKB.
Yeah. Well, 6k gold difference now. A number we've seen kind of consistently grow a little bit, largely because of this Mirana continuing to farm. CTM has a Greaves as well as a Glimmer Cape. I mean, how much of a difference does having a farm Mirana make compared to, you know, the enemy offlaner who's less farm than a support?
I mean, the farm has to mean something, right? And if we click on Mirana, he's going for a Solar Crest and it has a Glimmer and a Guardian Greaves. And it's really about what these items do for his teammates and how strong these teammates actually are with these heroes. The issue I have with this game is that he's gonna buff up his Nature's Prophet, right? But I'm really not sure that this Prophet is gonna be able to man-fight the IO Gyro combination, plus the TA's Mel Strikes. And they also have a Rupture on top of it if they want to. Like, you know, if they had more of a be-all end-all carry, maybe these buffing items would do a lot, but yeah, I'm not so sure.
Well, Nature's Prophet is starting to scale as we'll see both teams look to run into each other. Moonlight Shadow on the Dire. Radiant did smoke into this enemy jungle, but Dire in the neighborhood, they do see them. Yet the Observer Sentry combo, Mirana instantly leaps away. They look to turn and line up an arrow, not going to throw it immediately. Waiting for initiation. Here comes the hook shot from Yanuel on the Clockwork. Gets the hook, does get the Cogs pushback, but not the ideal way to start the fight. Io kind of panic relocates the TA back to safety. Clockwork perhaps overcommitted here. Back in the trees. Death on the Bloodseeker going to get brought down. They chase him all the way in. Buyback from Clock. Timbersaw and Nature's Prophet are going to look to turn and fight. Natsumi pops the BKB, trying to hold his own and fight Raven, but there's no way he wins this one. He goes for the TP, but he doesn't make it out. The BKB TP not going to work against the physical damage.
He almost barely got out. That was so close by Natsumi. He had to TP out like half a second earlier.
Yeah. And something you kind of mentioned, yeah, was if that Gyro gets the BKB off, you cannot, like, Nature's Prophet can't really hold his own and just fight this Gyro.
Yeah, this Prophet has an AC, you know, he has an AC BKB, but he still dies as long as the Gyro and the TA are focused on him. Like, it was already kind of a botched initiation by Fnatic. Like, Jabs missed his stun on the Mirana, and the Mirana managed to leap away. But Neon, maybe that was a bit too keen by Janelle. He hooked into a TA, but his team wasn't really ready to follow up. Yep. And the DJ reload save as well, to save the TA from hook shot.
Oh. Good defensive play from Fnatic, and this has really been the, I feel like, story with Fnatic. They're almost in every game we've seen them so far, the team happy to sit back and wait for their opponents to make moves, and then they just always have a good response, it feels like.
Yep, I feel like Fnatic plays a lot of Dota based on like understanding how the fight needs to happen in the next fight. They don't just simply like turn off their brains and play, you know, and expect things to go well. That's why consistently we see them playing the fights in a good manner.
We'll see some of these tier 3 neutral items come out. Something that OB Neon hadn't quite picked up just yet. I guess Spider Legs, a Quickening Charm, and now an Elven Tunic. Good news is Radiant did not get any kind of Paladin Sword. I think that would be probably the worst neutral item for OB Neon to see their opponents get. Obviously, Fnatic would have loved to get one. Instead, it's the Elven Tunic, which is decent, but probably just not as good, I would say.
Oh, there's a Spider Legs on Neon. Who's gonna get?
I don't really have the best heroes for it, which usually you love getting a spider legs, but for once it's like, actually, wait, is spider legs even that good for them?
So right now, Janelle is firing it out to him on the clock.
Okay.
That's really
Yeah. Wait, that's the thing. It's not good on any of their cores, so the 5 position is getting it. That says a lot. I mean, it's way better than this broom handle. He's happy. But,
Raven already has a Skadi on his gyro. This guy is really huge.
Yeah. Feels like they cannot prioritize him. They're going to have to go for the IO we've kind of touched upon, but go for the supporting cast and then deal with the gyro last. Roshan and Tempest going down. Radiant scans, so they have an idea of what's coming in their way. Death blocks and tanks the arrow for the team as they're going to secure Roshan. The hookshot follow-up. Actually, it's Jabs blocking the hookshot in. I think Yanuel was going for an Aegis steal there, but ends up just giving away his life, unfortunately.
And it's still, for Neon.
Yeah, it's like they've still got a gold lead just purely because of Mirana. It just feels so funny to see because you know gold leads can be misleading, but usually like it feels like Fnatic are so far ahead now with Aegis in their hands, second Roshan in their hands, yet still they're behind on gold.
Yep, like based on the lineups, we understand that Neon has to kill the supports, right? But like if you look at Neon's lineup, who can follow up with the single target damage onto a IO? Like after they hook this IO, as long as the Lion falls
relocate
outside.
bottom. They're going in. They found Natsumi. Jabs with a one-man ganking mission. I don't think they're gonna have the physical damage here. Yeah, they can get vision.
I think
the Hex and Impale both in time, but not enough. And they're gonna go in on mid. The relocate should be coming back in a second here, and Yopaj on the Invoke Rest to just BKB run away, so would be Neon not finding any openings after the relocate happened.
Yeah, I think the relocate was maybe a bit slow because I'm pretty sure if they had a full chain stun from Lion, that they should be able to kill the...
Yeah. Raven's gonna be a little bit careful. They chain stun him well here. The nice double force up to get him away. They want to try and protect this Aegis so it doesn't get wasted here. Ooh, hookshot actually gets blocked by his own teammate. CTM in some trouble here. Has to leap back to the high ground. As Onryu is gonna just be the tanky frontliner.
Yeah, important to note as well that the IO currently has a cheese on DJ. So,
ooh.
Yeah, the next fight is going to be rough for Neon. They don't really have a single target damage aside from the Invoker and the Prophet. Like, even if the clock finds the initiation on the IO, I'm not sure that they can even kill the IO. They don't really have that
very
hard stun.
tanky. Yeah. And he may just cheese to save his own life if they commit too much on him. So, yeah, with the Mech Holy Locket cheese, his healing is getting out of control at this point.
DJ's IO, although he doesn't play that much anymore, but it still looks as formidable as it used to be when he was playing in all the TIs. DJ IO was quite a huge thing.
Yep. Top lane, it'll be Neon seeing what they can find, but probably just gonna be backing off in a second. They're actually TPing down bottom here. DJ just was trying to go for a TP out, but gets found by the hookshot. So there we go. They do show they can kill this IO.
Yep, of course. In such a scrappy situation. The issue is when it comes to a team fight. Like when the formation on Fnatic is like proper, it's gonna be really hard for them to break the formation.
Yeah, that felt like just okay. Really, Obi Neon utilizing the fact they have really good vision top, saw multiple heroes TP, and they're like, okay, this IO's alone. Let's get him.
Yep, Obi Neon actually planted a Tinker Ward top as well, on the left side of the map.
Yep.
Maybe they're anticipating, maybe they can catch out an IO as well there, because the IO usually hides in the trees to stand behind the cores, reload them out.
Is there a point where you feel like this game does, super late game ever start to swing back Obi Neon's way at all? Like if they continue to farm well across four heroes essentially getting farmed?
Not really, especially because this Prophet, I'm now looking at him and he added the cooldown reduction talent instead of the 8 armor, so he's not gonna scale as much as this TA and this Gyrocopter. And like sure, if maybe Yopaj manages to get a Hex and Refresher and BKB and he manages to do some wombo combo that we put on YouTube, maybe they can get a good fight late game, but unless that happens, like late game is still rough on Neon.
you mentioned the Cataclysm being the late game power invoker. Usually it's picked with some kind of setup, like obviously Faceless Void, the obvious one, but even things like a Dragon Knight with a long duration stun. The Clockwork is just not reliable because of the Force Staff, so it feels like there's no good setup for his Cataclysm.
Yep. Maybe the Clockwork will be able to finally get an Aga late game. So if the 4 stars are not close by, he can chain stun the double hook shot. But that's if the 4 stars are not close by.
Lane. Opaj needs to be a little bit careful in enemy parts of the map. It does look like nothing much is going to come of it. Gyro getting closer and closer to being 6-slotted though. Will expire. Fnatic not using these Aegises to like really force any big fight though. Is that the right call here? Do you think there was anything they could have done with the Aegis?
I think they still like, even though they have if they have a Lion Hex, but if they initiate into Neon and they force their Lion and the IO to play at the front line of the fight, right? If they are the ones initiating, the fight is still not like completely safe for them. To me, like I think they much rather have a fight where like the whole early game, right, where Neon are the one initiating into them. I feel then it's so easy for Fnatic to fight. And I mean, to me, they're in no hurry. I think this Gyro still has so much room to grow. He can finish. He can buy the Aga Blessing. He can buy like a Rapier.
I will say from my experience, like as a support player, like when I played Lion and you're like the only stunner initiation, it doesn't feel good because you don't want to be blinking in aggressively because you're just going to die most of the time. So it does feel like Fnatic are limited when it comes to starting fights, because if Lion dies at the start of a fight, they have no lockdown for the rest of the fight.
Yep, and I think this is a point where inexperienced players will make the argument that, you know, I have the initiation, we have the damage, why not we start a fight, right? But experienced players have played this game enough to know how like all their heroes scale, and they sort of measure the risks, right? They do a risk evaluation in their minds about how the next fight needs to look, and unless they see a fight that meets their threshold of what risk they want to take, they just don't, and they just chill and just scale, and they just wait for the next Roche, take the next Aegis, and just play a good clean game.
That's what Fnatic are doing, but at the same time, OB Neon with a lot of good answers to it. They're split pushing both mid and top lane really well. The Nature's Prophet Treants take the tier 2 tower top with the Aghanim Shard. The mid lane they're cutting the mid wave with the Invoker Forward Spirits who used a Meteor as well, so feels like OB Neon, while they're in a tough spot and they are at a disadvantage here, they're making a lot of good moves.
Yeah, they're keeping up in terms of the farm. But this
look at bottom, they're getting high ground.
Yep, he has a shot on the Prophet. Big tree.
Yeah, and the creeps are in the top wave, so they're just gonna get a tier 3 tower here, or get it down to 9 health.
Yeah, I'm sure the calls on Fnatic, at least one of them is considering to buy a travel so that they can consistently go and push lanes, and they can play with the relocate, and the Lion can start to smoke up and get pickoffs. Like they need to start playing the map better. Like because Neon are trying to dodge them right now. Fnatic are stronger in fights. So yeah, maybe Fnatic needs to stop sticking together so much, because they are kind of getting like outfarmed on the map.
OB Neon have to at least feel okay with some of how this game has developed. All 4 core heroes essentially at this point continue to scale. Like Mirana's got an Aeon Disc coming to go with all the farm that she's got. Invoker late game with the Aghanim's Refresher, so even if there's not the best setup for a Cataclysm, double Cataclysm in a chaotic team fight could still just blow somebody up if you're not ready for it.
Yep. To add to my point earlier, like I wanted to say that if they want to split up on the map, I'm talking about Fnatic, to push out the map more effectively, they probably need to get a gem and deward all the wards before they split up, because if not, their core heroes are just going to get picked off on the side lanes. And that's exactly what they did. They bought a gem on Jabs, and they devoured the ops in their triangle. So now Neon have way less information about trying to catch the cores, and Fnatic can start to push out the lanes effectively.
We'll see how OB Neon handle this one. Feels like they've got plenty of vision tools themselves with the Clockwork Rocket Flares, and have found they've just done a good job at avoiding any kind of potential Fnatic aggression. Fnatic, though, are smoked up and seeing what they can find here. Both teams going to be probably playing around this Roshan. The Rosh number 3 with a Refresher Shard. Be big, especially if OB Neon get their hands on it for the Invoker with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep, the issue here, so now here begins the macro play. Is Fnatic gonna just force this, or is Fnatic gonna try to catch this Prophet that's gonna be splitting? This Prophet, all he's gonna do is keep pushing in bot lane to force the pressure onto the bot Rex while they dance around the Rosh pit. Looks like Fnatic's just gonna force it.
Yep, they're in the pit, and this bottom lane kind of pushing, but there's TA traps, so TA traps can actually take out these creep waves. I like this move from Fnatic, recognizing a way to handle the split push.
Yep,
Still
that's
trying
really
to force
smart.
this Roshan.
They are leaving now. They are feeling kind of nervous about this.
Yeah. Lotus Orb on the homing missile will send it back Raven's way. And we'll see if Fnatic leaves this Rosh area. They're going to be careful because they did get Rosh down to about half health, but there's still a couple TA traps down bottom to deal with any kind of split push. So imagine Fnatic's going to just stick around this pit. And you mentioned boots of travel, Chuan has them. So TA goes bottom to push it out and has the boots of travel to rejoin his teammates.
Yep, Nature's Prophet actually has level 25 as well, so this bottom is just gonna be... Yep, he added the TP CD. He doesn't have a CD on his TP anymore.
Yep.
Here he
You
is.
like that more than
bot lane.
the buff treants?
Wait, what?
You like it more than the buff treants? Oh, hold that thought. Never mind. We've got a big Roche fight going on. Timbersaw chaining on through to get some vision of what's going on. Clockwork hooks in, but Roshan is still alive, so perhaps a bit early. But Natsumi goes charging in with the BKB TP. He snatches the Aegis from the Gyrocopter. Here's the Cataclysm raining havoc on everybody. There's only one, though. Nature's Prophet going to die once. Is there a respawn? Doesn't have to say Panic has a BKB when he comes to life, but he doesn't get a chance. He gets instantly impaled. Natsumi is dead. No chance to BKB. And OB Neon haven't found a single kill in this fight. Despite stealing the Roshan, they're in all sorts of trouble. Yopaj on the Invoker gets silenced up. The Nature's Prophet buying back. The Melt Strike on an Invoker. Yopaj goes down. And now Onryu on the Timbersaw, he's in trouble. He's going to Lotus away with a Flicker. That's going to help people alive. Another Timber Chain. Oh, the back door. Nature's Prophet is going to have to BKB TP home. Luckily, BKB because Jabs was in the trees waiting for him. So a sneaky little play will help, kind of salvage things. But great fight for Fnatic.
What a quick reaction by Fnatic to TP bot there. Natsumi, like... I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can BKB on Roche respawn, Aegis respawn. Like, I don't think you would get hit by the Lion Impale. That's a really big deal for them. Now suddenly Fnatic has a really easy win condition. All they need to do is full-man smoke with the Lion and Bloodseeker and look for this Prophet on the side lane. This Prophet can't split push anymore.
Oh. That's trouble. Not sure what happened to the Refresher Shard as well. It disappeared somewhere in the craziness. May have been used by someone.
I'm not sure. I saw that the Gyrocopter was the one that took the cheese and the Bishop Prophet was the one that took the Aegis.
These things go back to the status quo here as mid lane to jump onto Death's Bloodseeker will find a kill. Good move from OB Neon, who for the first time this game really are behind in terms of overall gold, but these things come down to a whole lot more than that now that we're at the kind of 40+ minute mark. You asked for, full 3 long games, at least for game 1. We've got a neck and neck even battle here. It feels like just a great clash happening here, Ponlo.
Yep, and it's like both teams are like playing such high quality Dota, and there's like so much to learn in how they are playing the map, how they are playing the fights. Like, yeah, it's so enjoyable to watch.
We'll see. Now the crazy thing is, there was this big fight over Roshan, but now there's no Aegis in play. Yeah, there's a cheese, but cheese doesn't really change the game plan at all. So probably both teams will go back to what we saw before the Roshan, especially on the OB Neon side, because they committed buyback. So they are the ones who have to play, I think, ultra safe now with buyback on Nature's Prophet down, as well as some of their other heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that Fnatic, once this Bloodseeker is respawned, they're gonna TP and they're gonna smoke. And they're gonna make a play onto this Prophet, which is exactly what they're doing. Going towards the triangle, but unfortunately Natsumi is not there. He's at a pretty safe place called his base.
I hear that Fountain is pretty strong.
Oh wait,
Zero cooldown TP. He's TPing right away.
Okay.
They're pinging and they know he's there. Okay, You know, if they had predicted him TPing there and were already waiting, that would have been such a heads-up play from Fnatic. But, I mean, already it was a heads-up play from Fnatic. They were just bested by Natsumi, who knew it was not a safe place to be.
We've been kind of quiet about this Timbersaw, but this Timbersaw actually already has a Hex.
Yeah, Natsumi top. Nothing to cancel his BKB TP, so they do find him, and TA perhaps are going to start putting some of these traps in the trees here. Another thing that TA could consider, yeah, I mean, has queued up the Ag Scepter. Obviously, against a Nature's Prophet, Ags feels really nice on TA.
Yeah, the Aga on the TA is like one of the strongest Agas in the game, I think. It just allows you to be so mobile on the map, and also in the fights. Like, you can just place a trap like in the fights to the backline, and you can just teleport there. Like, it's really insane.
Top lane, there is a trap in these trees that has not been dewarded, so some intel going Fnatic's ways, as they were standing on top of it. But Fnatic don't really want much to do with it. They're leaving the TA top while the other 4 heroes play around mid, trusting Chuan to not get picked off and to be able to boot to travel in. Nature's Prophet does put him again.
Natsumi. Oh, you are a madman.
He's going for the range. There's no backdoor protection. I'm not sure exactly how or why.
I think Fnatic are just gonna force it. Like, they understand that this Prophet has no buyback for 4 minutes. Like, they should
So
just
force high
the
ground?
fight. Yeah, they should.
Raven just picked up a butterfly, so he's doesn't have buyback for 200 gold. I was about to say, he had so much gold, I thought he'd be fine, but he needs a couple of creeps. So he's got buyback now, so if they want to force it, they can do so. Relocate down bottom. They found the pick. Natsumi, they were waiting for him. Oh, he'd made that play a few too many times, and the TA trap sitting there waiting, giving vision.
Yeah, the TA trap, Twin. So smart. Oh my god, that's just... Isn't that just game? They just walk up high ground now. He has a butterfly, they have 2 cheeses.
Yeah, but DJ can get given a second one if he ends up needing it. But yeah, Raven can just go up 90 plus seconds without a Nature's Prophet. This could spell disaster here. They'll do what they can with an Invoker. You can soul your high ground pretty well. Rupture coming out on Ryu, that's going to limit what the Timbersaw can do. He's going to have to wait for that to wear off, but Bloodseeker with an Acceptor has a second one. He also has a Spell Prism, so Rupture's galore here.
But there is a pretty long cooldown on the spells on Invoker, but at least he has a Spell Prism. The cooldown on the Meteor is another like 35 seconds, so
yeah.
I think I'm going to be able to take this Rex.
I think, yeah, they're going to have to just give this one up and try and cut their losses here, but unfortunately for them, Yopaj gets jumped. Chuan on the TA just goes flying on in. They take out another. And they're just destroying OB Neon's base, taking out the bottom lane. Not a whole lot they can do. They are going to look to try and buy some time here as Raven forces Satanic to heal himself back up. He gets hexed up, but he's more than okay with an Iron Scene behind him. I imagine they're just trying to bait him out a little bit here as the Force Staff will get him back to safety. He is stunned up, and now with the Deafening Blast Meteor, a lot of damage coming out, but the heals are there.
30 seconds, Fnatic, are you gonna go? Looks like they are.
Second lane. They want to force this. Now we're going to go flying through, get sidestepped by all the Fnatic heroes here, and ETM, he's been ruptured, he can't move. His Aeon Disc already been procced here, so they're in trouble as they're going to jump in the Invoker. No buyback. It's looking like it's all over. Raven just charging forward, flacking through everything. The buildings, the heroes, they lose them around an instant buyback. They've only managed to take out a line on their side, and Chuan back at the base, trying to zone the Timbersaw back to his base, and they're going to focus on the objectives, go for the tier 4 towers, go for the throne. Still no Nature's Prophet. Finally he's back, but this could be too little, too late, as without the Clockwork, without the Invoker, I just don't think they have what it takes to stop this Fnatic push. BKB on the Gyrocopter if he needs another Rupture coming in. Death is just a Rupture bot at this point. Natsumi TP's in with a BKB. He's trying to hold his own. He's trying to fight. He wants Schwab, but there's the cheese. He manages to heal him back up, and it's GG. Fnatic take out OB Neon. A fantastic game 1. And they just managed to slightly outmaneuver OB Neon in the end.
Jab's finding the initiation onto the Invoker twice and not letting Yopaj use the BKB both lives. His BKB was not used for the last 2 fights.
Ooh. And, you know, the buyback totally makes sense. There's a big fight around the Roshan, but getting picked off in that bottom lane when he didn't have buyback, obviously you can't really, you know, he'd done that play. That's the problem. He'd done that play too many times where Fnatic game plan for it. They're like, okay, he's going to make this TP here. Let's put a trap and let's be ready for it because that just sealed the game.
yeah, I think like Fnatic used every tool that they had in their draft and in their lineup, right? And we gotta give credit to them for that. Every player playing to what they're supposed to do. Like it's like a well-oiled machine.
Yep. Well, great game one. We're going to bring back in Nat to hear what she has to say as we break down our first game and get ourselves ready for Fnatic Neon game 2.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We just saw Fnatic take game number 1 against OB Esports Neon. Now, it was pretty insane, I've got to say. It was looking quite even for a lot of that. I thought the Nature's Prophet was giving OB a pretty good chance of staying in this one. And then, unfortunately, at the end, he got caught out, and that was Fnatic's chance to make his way back in. But Ponlo, I want to ask, this gyrocopter, right? We saw him be picked up pretty early on in the draft. How did he end up getting so big and almost invincible towards the end of that?
I think that's just what happens when you're insistent on playing the way you want to play. Like Neon didn't really want to address the gyrocopter. They just wanted to play their what they did yesterday. Like they want to pick this independent offlaner. They want to pick a Mirana for CTM. Like Scam doesn't always pick setups. He doesn't need like a Sand King. He doesn't need Ember. He just likes to play a Mirana to me. Like that's what it looks like. He plays this hero so much, but when you want to stick to your guns, you kind of let the opponents stick to their guns as well. And yeah, the Timbersaw lane, like I said, when it's all the players in the matchup are good players, you really see the outcome of the matchup. It's not great for the Timbersaw.
Yeah, and Gods, walk me through as well that TA, when we saw the head-to-head just before, she had no deaths, which is pretty wild. So how did she also become just so insanely difficult to deal with?
Yeah, it felt like OB Neon was too focused on playing their own game that they didn't really counter anything Fnatic was doing when it came to the draft. They just felt like, okay, we can win this early to mid game and snowball, but they had no counter for the gyrocopter. They had no counter for the TA. TA had a great mid matchup, and the last, like I think it was last pick, or they picked at the very end of the draft onto the Nature's Prophet. It gave OB Neon a way to win this game in the early to mid game, but that hero does not match up against TA well. It doesn't match up against Gyro well, and the TA traps, the vision they gave was just really the game changer once we got to the late game.
Yeah, that TA play felt a little bit too 200 IQ over there. But Ponlo, the last question I really want to quickly ask is, did OB Neon really have a chance back into this? Apart from the Nature's Prophet, was there a way that they could have won this game?
Maybe if the Invoker managed to buy a Hex after he bought the BKB Blink and the Aga, and they managed to find initiation where, like I said in the game, where the 4 stars are not exactly ready, because the only person with the mobile 4-star is a Lion. He has a Blink 4-star. So he's the only one that can blink to 4-star someone. The 4-star on the Bloodseeker is only 550 range. It's not that big. So if Neon were able to use the vision they had to get that kind of an initiation with a blink hex into a meteor or kata into a hookshot, like they could have gotten a big kill and maybe they forced a buyback because they pushed so fast with the Prophet and the alacrity from the Invoker on the Prophet. So, but I don't think that they can blame themselves for not being able to play the late game, because I do think Fnatic have a better draft for the late game. I think what Neon need to look at when they go into this next game is about how they actually can make the things that matter a lot to them happen. Like they need to get kills on this Invoker and this Prophet ulti and the Mirana and the Clock. Like Fnatic completely nullified their early game presence. Like, it was rough.
Well, in the short little break that we'll be having coming up, hopefully they can look back at that stuff and maybe they'll be coming into game number 2 with a fresh mind and a fresh plate. But I can't even speak right now. We'll jump off to a break and we'll be back soon.
Stepping out, it's Friday night. How I'm longing for this day. Yes, I'm single, oh, we want to mingle, and my friends are on the way. You got that good, good vibe. I want to spend some time back here with you. Oh, oh, I got that good old times. You want to spend some time back here with me. Oh, oh, and time after time I am wondering who is she to me. I'm gonna tell you right now, 'cause she's the one I'm thinking of. Hey, the only one I'm thinking of. Hey, she's everything I'm dreaming of. Hey, the one that I can live without. Oh, that smile makes me tripping out. I wanna dance with you tonight. Yeah, you close to me, feeling good. I believe I gotta have you in my life. You got that good, good vibe. I want to spend some time back here with you. Oh, I got this good old times. You want to spend some time back here with me. Oh, oh, and time to time I am wondering who is she to me. I'm gonna tell you right now, 'cause she's the one I'm thinking of. Hey, the only one I'm thinking of. Hey, she's everything I'm dreaming of. Hey, the one that I can live without. She's the one I'm thinking of. Hey, the only one I'm thinking of. Hey, she's everything I'm dreaming of. Hey, the one that I can live without. Can live without. Time after time after time, I'm wondering who is she to me. I'm gonna tell you right now, 'cause she's the one I'm thinking of. Hey, the
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that quick break. We're about to jump into game number 2 of OB Neon first versus Fnatic. But before we do, Gods, I want to ask you, what are we hoping to see OB Neon change here? Is it going to be more of the draft or the playstyle coming out from them?
I think the play style, but it's kind of a combination of both. I think they need to go back to putting Natsumi on like a proper hard carry. It's where he shines. And what we've seen from these qualifiers is slower paced games, safe passive games from teams, even when they're ahead. And I think you just need a traditional carry to do that. So I want to see them go away from this kind of super fast pace, Nature's Prophet carry kind of style.
Yeah, I think if you're going to draft that, you just had to get in the mindset of doing it. But it is really hard when so much is on the line, especially for qualifiers like this. But Ponlo, for Fnatic side of it, do you want to see them pretty much doing the exact same thing? Or are you hoping maybe a little bit of a change up, maybe a bit of a flex pick or something like that?
I don't think they really need to change anything. I think as for play, I think they played fantastic today. I think every element of how they played today was like great. And when it comes to the draft, I think because you win game 1, it's really on Neon to adjust, and Fnatic is just gonna react accordingly, I think. Yep.
Alrighty. I wanna, not predictions per se, but I want to bring up some heroes that I would really like to see in this draft, and I want you guys to tell me if there's any possibility at all of seeing it. Firstly, Batrider. Really want to see Batrider. Gods, do you think there's a chance of us seeing this one at all?
Low chance, but there's a chance. It's like a counter pick, but it's pretty low. It's possible.
Why so low?
I think the hero just got nerfed a lot. Like it used to be super good, and then it just farms slower than it used to. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Batrider right now. Maybe Ponlo feels differently.
Specialty though.
True.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, I thought Batrider, he wasn't doing too bad, but if he has recently been nerfed, then just scrap that one off the list. I don't want to see him anymore. The next one though, Nyx Assassin Ponlo. Do you think? Yes, no?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think especially Neon will just first face a Nyx Assassin if it's open. But I think all the games that they didn't pick it was banned in their previous series as well. So for sure the Nyx is very highly prioritized.
Is the Nyx something that would be picked over the line? Let's say both the Nyx Assassin and the Lion get through. Are the teams more likely to try and pick up that Nyx?
The feeling I get is that small teams prioritize the Nyx because the Nyx has a lot of value in the draft in terms of countering a lot of the mid heroes. Instead of a Lion, which is just generally good, but the Lion himself maybe counters a Puck. Like, that's about it. Yeah. Oh, the Nyx.
Oh, well, look, there you go. I was going to say, we jumped straight into the draft, and the Nyx Assassin's already been picked up. The Broodmother has been banned on the side of Fnatic, which really makes a lot of sense. But the Leshrac, we briefly touched on him last draft about potentially being a good option, but he didn't get picked at all. So Ponlo, what sort of setup do you think OB Neon is working for here with the Nyx and the Leshrac?
So Neon actually did this exact draft yesterday. These 2 picks. And I think it's sort of like they pick the Nyx and then they pick the Nyx because it's a good hero, but also because it protects their Lash pick. This Slash is most likely gonna be on the mid lane, I think. I think the Yopach likes it a lot. And the things that they picked in the rest of the draft yesterday against Trust were Lion, Broodmother, and then a last pick, Bristleback. Bristleback is a hero that I think that they could have picked last game to infiltrate the stacks of the T and the Gyro instead of picking this Prophet. Like, maybe that would have given them the early game oomph that they needed, the big brother to go into the stacks. And yeah, maybe we will see a similar kind of draft this game. But there's already no Broodmother because Fnatic first phase banned the Brood. So it's gonna be interesting how Neon round up this draft.
Yeah, and then over on the side of Fnatic, we see the Dragon Knight pick as well, which is quite highly contested too. But I cut you off, Gods, there, so you run free. Whatever team you want to talk about, you just go right ahead.
I'm good. I have no idea what I was going to say, so I got
well, then I'll ask you directly about the Fnatic pick, and also why Dragon Knight is so highly contested as a pick.
Sure. It's flexible. It can go mid lane or off lane. And I think it pairs really well with the AA. You always want to have that good setup. There's a lot of heroes that can pair well with it when you've got that reliable stun. And I think what we've been seeing, a lot of these slower late games, DK scales really well. Suddenly you got these late game DKs, with like Heart of Taras, 5,000 health and stuff. So the hero is just Very tanky, scales well. It just feels like it's good at all stages of the game. It's a safe pick.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Also, I want to point out, Fnatic did ban the Batrider there. Okay, I don't get a lot of wins in Dota.
That's a win.
Pretty
There you
much
go.
never. And so I'm going to take that one as a win. Even though he wasn't picked, he was banned. So put in the win column for me. But that's good to hear. So the Dragon Knight is quite flexible, scales well. So then for them, are they hoping to, you know, maybe put him on the off lane potentially, and then just like build up to a carry as their last pick? Or what do you really think is going to work out for them on Fnatic Gods?
I think even Fnatic may be still a little undecided with the DK. The fact they banned Batrider, you know, a Bat is a mid hero that can kind of crush a Dragon Knight. So to me, it says maybe we're gonna wait and see what they pick. If it turns into a game where sending DK mid can work well for them, they're more than happy to do so still.
And then we see a few more bans coming out from OB, Neon, Ponlo. But what do you think they're going to try and build up to here on their next pick?
Neon, they are most likely gonna pick their support here, but they themselves ban out the Mirana because Fnatic has DK. Oh, this is a new one.
I hear
The
they
Tusk,
played
how
a
do you
lot
feel
at the Singapore major. They seem to be sticking to this aggressive theme. So it didn't work in game 1, but it feels like they do want to go for it again here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think, you know, I do want to see an aggressive lineup, and I do want to see an aggressive game come out from them. I think in their minds, they just have to remember that this is an upper bracket game. As much as it was sucked to go down to lower bracket, they do still have that lifeline. So, you know, at this point, this game is kind of, you know, got to put a little bit more on the line of it. But they also ban out the Templar Assassin, which I really don't blame them after that last game that we just saw. But where else do you think they're going to go, Ponlo, with the Obinian? Don't worry. You pick that Nature's. Give me some
I'll
thoughts
answer
on that
for
one.
you. You're worried,
Oh.
Ponla.
I thought you'd be like, yes, this is the redemption storyline. They're going to pick Nature's again, and they're absolutely going to pop off this time. They're going to revolve around him. They've set it all up perfectly. I thought that's where you're going, but apparently...
What
apparently
if it's
not.
off lane? Off lane Nature's Prophet, Ponlo. You know, lane it with the Tusk or something. Tusk Nature's Prophet is a pretty scary lane.
It is. I'm not so sure about Andrew's Prophet, but maybe I think I'll be more excited to see an offlane Prophet than that carry Prophet again.
Alright, so there is still that flexibility for them to do the offlane, but then we see the Terrorblade coming out of Fnatic, Ponlo. What are they looking to kind of ban out to give this Terrorblade space to come online?
Terrorblade. What are they looking to ban?
Yeah, or pick. Just any thoughts on it, really.
Neon. I mean, it's rough because Neon have the option of flexing the Prophet, so I feel like Fnatic, they're just gonna ban what they think what is Andrew's most comfortable hero that lanes well against the TB. Because on Neon, I don't think you pick a carry to out carry the TB anymore. So in Fnatic's perspective, yeah, like they ban the Darkseer. The only concern is them picking an offlane that's really good against the TB. So yeah.
Gods, where do you think this is potentially going for Fnatic then with that Terrorblade? I'm very interested because I only saw one Terrorblade game so far, and he absolutely just steamrolled. Like the team wasn't looking great, and then all of a sudden Terrorblade came into a fight, and they just won within the next 10 minutes.
Yep, it's a hero. You don't care if your lane's kind of tough, and I actually think TB is a good pick against the Nature's Prophet if it is going to be an offlane hero. So I think if anything, this means Nature's Prophet is going to be safe lane or even mid. But yeah, this TB looks really good here. I think they're just looking for that kind of space-creating mid. Invoker getting banned out. The Quaswex Invoker could be problematic. Some of those Spirit heroes, the Embers, the Pucks, feel like they could be pretty solid. But just a hero to really offer some damage. Like DK TB, like they don't have much damage output until TB gets farmed. So you need a mid that's going to provide some damage output.
I didn't even notice that the Puck hadn't been banned yet. I feel like it's just so... normal to see. Don't worry. As soon as I say it, I was like, that Puck isn't banned. That's insane. Surely someone picks it up. OB Neon's just going to ban it out. They're like, we don't want to run the risk of it being picked. Because it does feel like a bit of a comfort hero for both sides here. They're going to pick up the Tide Hunter. God, do you have a bit of reaction to that one? How come?
I guess I was expecting more DK to go off lane, but this puts DK mid, which is fine. The Tide, I guess they're just trying to. I mean, that's a hero. Nature's Prophet doesn't want to lane against any of these cores. Like this Nature's Prophet pick is kind of countered no matter which lane it goes. It feels like, which is where, yeah, Fnatic have drafted really well. I'm curious to see what Obi Neon go. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, Ponlo. Zeus rounding out the OB Neon draft. Thoughts on that one, and also picking which draft you like more?
I mean, I like the Zeus against the TB. It's like an age-old counter. One of the best mid heroes against TB. It's like Zeus, Tinker, and Lash. But Enryu Lash, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Natsumi Prophet, I think we've just saw that. So even though I like the Zeus pick a lot, I think Fnatic has a much more comfortable draft for them.
Yeah, Fnatic seem to really enjoy that late game sort of gameplay. So I even personally would have to side with Fnatic on this one. But Gods, you as well. Which side are you leaning towards?
I would lean Fnatic. I think they've just looked like the more solid, stable team. Loving the Zeus pick, just fun to see something a bit different, a bit new, and it's a really good Zeus game against the TB, even against like the DK Tide, these tanky heroes where you've got percent-based damage, and heroes that aren't going to really threaten to jump on you and kill you. Maybe later on DK with a blink, but Zeus is pretty good at scouting heroes and stopping those blink daggers.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried for Obi Neon. You know, like you said, we did see that Natsumi already on the Nature's Prophet. I do still like it. I'm worried for them. I just really want to see them play aggressively. I think they have the lineup to do it. I just want them to be in that mentality and that mental space to really execute it quite well. Any thoughts or final thoughts before we head on into the game for you guys?
I hope we get a game 3. You know, I feel like, you know, we've had some 2-0s. This is the upper bracket teams. I think these teams are very evenly matched, so a game 3 would be amazing.
That is true. As we were coming into this series, Ponlo, you even said that you really wanted a game 3. But I guess a lot of it is going to rest on game number 2. So I'll let you guys go as you jump into it.
Thank you, Nat. Excited to be here in game number 2. Excited to be here for the Southeast Asian TI10 qualifiers. $40 million up for grabs at the International later this year, somewhere in the world, as we will see if OB Neon have what it takes to bounce back. From what you know about this team, Ponlo, do you think they're a team that's going to be kind of feeling stressed out or demoralized because they dropped game 1?
I think they are a rather emotional team for sure, based on what Dev told me about how they function when they were playing Singapore Major. But I think it's commendable of like, I think CTM is the one that decides most things, right? He's the drafter. I think it's commendable that he chooses to run with the same kind of draft, because maybe to him, if we were to win this qualifier, it would be with this. If not this, it would be nothing else. So even though Natsumi played pretty poorly last game on the Prophet, but maybe he's gonna be able to fix his issues, and they can bring the aggressiveness that we thought they were gonna bring in game 1.
Okay. Well, they're gonna have a second go at it, playing the aggressive style of Dota that got them so much success at the Singapore Major. We'll see if it has some better luck here. Tusk was a hero they played quite a bit, I feel like, back then as well, so utilizing that tag team perhaps could be a good tool. You're up against 3 melee cores, at least TB melee when he's not in the Metamorphosis, so tag team could be a very handy tool, it feels like, in this game.
Yep, Zhao really excels on these safe heroes. Dev was telling me about how he really enjoyed playing with Janelle when he plays these safe heroes, because he knows exactly where to play on the map and how to play the fights, and he always gives the reassurance to his cause. He will always say something along the lines of like, I just want to follow my boss, guys, this game. I'm gonna follow my boss. Like, that's what Dev told me. I don't know how true is that, but...
It sounds like a reassuring presence to have on the team.
Yep. But Dev TIE Hunter, this is his top 5.
Okay. Well, he's up against a Tusk Nature's Prophet lane. Not the easiest for him, but an early first blood mid Yopaj. What the hell just happened?
Mid gap?
I think I'll observe a code. I was watching my own feed. I was not expecting a kill in the mid lane. That is insane. He just got shocked. That's what producer's saying. So just did the old arc lightning spam.
Oh my lord. I think at one point like Train needs to. I mean maybe he just needs more time, right? He just readjusted back to mid lane. But I think these things can't happen so often, like where he does poorly in the first few levels, like last game as well in his TA versus Invoker matchup.
Yeah. I mean, mid lane is such a kind of like specialty focus. Like mid players are just playing mid every pub. They're so experienced. Top lane, some aggression coming out of stun. One of the AA, as well as TB's Metamorph zoning away the Leshrac. So tough lane so far for Onryu, who's going to get past the south.
So in the top lane, CTM actually blocked big camp, and now he's gonna go body block the small camp as well. So there are no creeps. So as long as Radiant is able to keep the dire creeps outside of tower range, they're gonna have lane equilibrium, and this Lash is gonna be able to farm once the meta is down.
Yeah, it feels like Lesh with a couple of like level 3 and no meta could be in a position where TB can really get pressured here. It's taking some damage though. But that Metamorph will be wearing off soon.
Like what Neon need to do right now is body block these creeps. These top lane creeps, that Radiant creeps. As long as they body block and pull the lane down, it'll be good. CTM is doing it.
There we go. Yep, they're pulling the wave back as much as possible.
Yep,
And
now
TB...
the TB might get pressured by this combo.
Yeah.
It's stun into stun, like it's very potent. Yep.
Double stun. Impale into Split Earth. I'm also keeping an eye on this mid lane as Yopaj almost gets him down again, and it's going to be a kill up top. They kill the AA. TB's still alive, but he's being zoned away from any kind of farm here, and we also caught a glimpse of mid lane where Shuang took a lot of damage, has managed to salve back up, but we've seen what Yopaj's Zeus can do here.
Yep, Chen is he's still losing quite a bit in terms of CS, but I think it's gonna get easier because now he already has level 2 Dragon Blood.
Zeus able to utilize all the runes on the map with the bounty rune as well as the water runes. Lingering around is jabs on the Lion. Not much of a kill opportunity, I feel like, when it's a DK mid, but he is looking to linger around to make sure he's there to help out if needed.
Yep, it's because the TIE Hunter, like, this is like, we've seen this more and more, where the laner, it feels like the laner tells the support, like, yo, I can solo this lane from now on. He has a Ring of Protection on Tide, he has a Chainmail on Tide, he has level 2 Kraken, and he's already like, he doesn't need the Lion here anymore, and he much rather have the solo XP. So the Lion is just trying to make space somewhere else. And we actually see Jabs smoking up alone, without ops, he's just ganking.
He's ganking or securing this room perhaps. I don't think they've got a kill here. There's only 2 heroes. I'm not sure they're going to have the damage, but the Lion going to find a Nyx Assassin nearby. Luckily, DK has a Dragon Tail to help keep him alive as the Tusk is rotated in as well. Looks for the Ice Shard block slightly off the mark. Instead, trapping his Nyx Assassin, so not the outcome Obi Neon were hoping for.
Yep, a pretty good support player all around. Like, all the support players are pretty, what would you call it, woke. They are really adjusting to the game well. They're not just sitting in their lanes and like AFKing, you know. The only support that should be sitting in his lane is the AA, because the AA can't really rotate well, and he's just pulling, which is good because he's gonna get levels.
Even the Lion rotating mid, Yanuel's in the perfect position to scout it out, so... Unfortunately for Zeus, none of his teammates can TP in to refill his bottle, so he's just going to head back to base for a little heal-up trip.
Yep, the Zeus already has 3 null talismans because he got the kill, the first blood.
He's having a fantastic start here. As far as the other lanes go, it feels like things are pretty even. Even the Zeus, you know, DK is at least stabilized and getting some farm and levels here, so it's not like Zeus is destroying this lane. But once he's level 6, that threat of a Wrath of Nature, also as well as Wrath of Nature as well as the Zeus Thunder God's Wrath, you've got this global potential. Yeah, you've got the double Wrath.
Yeah, for sure. The top lane will be super scary for Fnatic because they have 2 stuns in the top lane and they have 2 global outs from the other 2 lanes.
Yeah. And both those cores getting level 6 fairly early because Nature's Prophet has had mostly solo experience down here, so...
Oh, a cool thing that Raven is doing, he's actually queuing up a hood already. I imagine he might buy a raindrop before as well, just so he doesn't die to this level 6 on Zeus and level 6 on Prophet.
Yeah. Definitely showing some understanding of how Obi Neon's draft is intending to work, and you definitely don't want to go for any kind of early, like, first or even second item BKB doesn't feel good on TB, so... Lane, Jabs getting snowballed on top of. Not sure there's going to be any follow-up here. Nature's Prophet does have a TP, but doesn't want to go for it. Not level 6 yet. The Zeus is though, so that double, there we go. They've got the double ultimates now. I'm sure they're making a call here. Nick's looking for a gank up top with the Impale. Leshak could follow this up. He's just out of range for a split earth, but he's got the lightning storm slow. He's still looking for the stun under the tower, but he's not going to go for it. He's kept alive on the TP. Yep. TP on in.
The worrying thing for me is that Death is actually having such a good game. He's like top CS, and a dagger on the Tidehunter early this game is just gonna destroy Neon's draft. Like, look at their heroes. He blinks in to 4 heroes, he presses Ravage, like all of them gonna die.
And all they've got to do for the Titan DK is, like you say, just lock heroes down and frontline for the TB. They've got more than enough damage from a Raven TB once he gets a couple of items.
Yep, they have damage from the Lion Finger as well and the Ice Blast. Like, these heroes on Neon are just gonna drop if Death gets a good Ravage with the blink.
With that all said, it feels like last game, the early game went pretty well for OB Neon, but I'm liking how things have started for them this game even more. They take an early tier 1 tower top, and if they can get this tier 1 tower mid with the Edict and the Nature's Prophet treants, they could completely take over this map.
Yep. Oh,
CTM up top, doesn't get a chance, well I was about to say, he doesn't get a chance to Carapace, but he doesn't even have it skilled yet. He's just level 3, so good pickoff for Fnatic.
Yep, Neon need not only the towers, but Neon also need some like chaotic messy kills with their ults, right? They can't let Fnatic like play the macro game and drag out and push out the waves safely and just farm. Like, if Neon let Fnatic hit their timings on their heroes, with the Blink Daggers and the BKBs, like this game is gonna be really hard for Neon at the later part of the game.
Oh, Zeus will farm up some neutral stacks, get himself some good gold as bottom lane. The rune contest is not gonna go the way that Fnatic were hoping as Zeus finds himself the rune up top. Already, triple null, arcane boots, a lot of farm going the way of this Zeus. He is top net worth. A pretty decent margin considering we're still fairly early on here.
This illusion rune might be quite good to dodge the DK stun in the next fight. I imagine around the mid tower where Neon is gonna try to force the mid tower.
Now they're trying to give this Nick some levels, so he's taking over the mid lane for now, although Yopaj nearby. They go Carapace into the Impale, the snowball in, they actually go on Chuan here, and Yopaj has the ultimates if they want to go for this kill here. Wrath of Nature comes flying in as well, 1 or 2 more right clicks is needed, but the DK is still alive. The Thunderbolt will finish him off as they take out the DK, and that could open up this tier 1 mid tower. 3 points in Diabolic Edict, so Eth is going to have to be the one to pull the creeps off and try and defend this one.
Kind of weird that Natsumi just decided to pot bottom instead of at least summoning the treants for his teammates to push the mid tower. Maybe he just feels like, since the Tidehunter TP in mid, I don't even want to do this anymore.
Force the glyph, so Edict was going to be on cooldown anyways once that glyph came out, so it does seem like OB Neon, similar to last game, even though they've got this aggressive draft, though, making sure they get their farm as well. They don't want to go too all in with the way they play. They want to find that right balance.
EJ.
Picked off, goes down. Is there any kind of revenge kill? Doesn't look like it. TP nearby is just going to TP out. He doesn't want to get caught as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, bit of deja vu here. It's Chuan again, kind of caught alone here. They should have the damage. There's a tier 1 tower, but doesn't look like anybody's TPing in, and Chuan will go down. Another lightning bolt kill secured by the Zeus, who is having a fantastic game so far.
Yeah, I don't think the Dragon Knight should be at part of the map. Like, no one is going to be able to save him. He's getting delayed, like, if he gets caught around the area. And the Pascal as well, like, the Ice Shard is so good against DK because he messes with your pathing. I think Train needs to be more careful about where he chooses to farm. Because if you get too behind on this DK, it's gonna be really hard for you to come back because your hero farms so slow.
Yeah, well, tough start for him. He has got a cloak in the blink. He had a hood queued up earlier, decided he needs something more aggressive, this faster blink. Even the TB decided against the hood, goes for a Dragonlance, recognizing it's his job to deal the damage. So obviously eventually he'll get a BKB, but not looking to waste any of his net worth on too defensive of an item.
Yep, I think what Neon should do right now, the moment they finish the Witchblade, which is happening right now, I think, the Prophet is tipping back. I really think they need to smoke up and make a fight happen, and at least force the Ravage out, maybe lose 1 or 2 supports, force a fight, so that they can push the game forward. Like, they do not want to let Fnatic slow down the game like this.
Yeah.
CTM is going for it right now.
We'll see if can find anything. Fishing. He's going to run into a sentry ward though. Fnatic were ready for this. They're going to see him now. They're pretending they don't here. Very kind of clever heads-up play. Just, you know, acting like everything's normal, everything's okay. This T1 mid tower, oh so important. And Fnatic, they want to defend it. They have a... Ooh, they don't get a chance to pop the hood. The Ice Blast comes flying in. The Leshrac dies before he gets a chance to defend himself. There is going to be a Finger of Death, going to delete the Tusk as well. Death is getting low. They need a bit more damage. They haven't got it. Zeus commits the Thunder God's Wrath. There we go. All right, with the haste and the lightning bolt chase, they do bring down the tide.
That is really
a lot of
good for
ultimate
Neon.
used, but
Yeah.
okay. So even though they lost 2 because they're getting this tower, you think it's well worth it?
Yeah, now they can do whatever they want on the map. Like they can just open up the map because this Ravage is down.
Yep. Well, at the same time, I guess best case for Fnatic, they get a couple kills. Yeah, true. CTM finds AA behind the tower, but not the outcome he was hoping for. Sean was there and just takes the easy pick off. Natsumi's still trying to force this mid T1 tower. Neon have to be careful they don't, you know, throw too much at this tower. They need the Leshrac Edict. They've got it. This will be an easy T1 tower for them. Death is rotated in. Doesn't have the hood for a few seconds, but they don't want to go on a tide.
Fnatic
They
right
kept
now,
that tower alive a long time, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic did as good of a job as they could. And I think
Radiant's bottom tower.
the most important thing in the game right now are the power runes. Like, if Neon managed to get an Arcane rune, a Haste rune, anything of the sort for the Zeus, like that just helps them pick the next fight so much better. Because right now, if the Zeus doesn't have a power rune, he's still like susceptible to die, you know? Like if he gets caught by Ravage or DK stun or Lion stun, Ice Blast, you know? Like these power runes, like Fnatic need to find a way to nullify these power runes.
Yeah. It feels very similar to like a Storm Spirit where a Zeus with a Haste or Arcane rune is just a totally different hero in a team fight.
Yep.
We'll see what Fnatic can do. Having lost that T1 mid tower, we'll see OB Neon probably look to take over this top jungle, I imagine. Do you think they can go for any kind of early tier 2 tower with the Leshrac, or they need to kind of just, you know, slow things down a bit?
I think if there was a time to do it, it would be now when you are sure that the Tide doesn't have dagger. If you do it anytime after 15 minutes, you are never going to be sure anymore. Dev can suddenly, like, he can purposely show that he doesn't have a dagger, but actually he has it. And you might just like die if you try. So if there was a time to push a top tower, like YOLO the top tower, it would be right now, I think.
And similarly, DK also working towards a Blink Dagger, so multiple Blinks could cause a lot of problems. We saw, you know, a hero like Lesh just gets blown up on the front lines there, which wasn't the worst thing because the Leshrac is, you know, is his 3 position, and that's kind of his job, is to soak up those spells and enable Zeus to do all the damage, but...
Yep, I actually think like CTM is he's taking space at bot lane and he's killing them in arcs, but I feel like what he should be doing is playing with the Lesh right now, and they should be forcing the top tower together with
this Lesh is alone.
3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, they snowball in. Yanuel's just looking to save his Leshrac, who for a second looked like, yeah, Henry was in a bit of trouble there, but without a Blink Dagger, I don't think he was actually going to die. Yanuel didn't know that, so he just snowballed in to save him.
Oh, the Zeus actually got a haste rune as well at 14 minutes, so they're gonna be much more inclined to make a move right now on Neon. While this Tide is still 1000 gold away from dagger.
Radiant are scanning.
Spoke up on Fnatic though before, well, Tusk is about to respawn, but perhaps before OB Neon are ready for this one. Want to make a move with this Metamorphosis. TB
Wow,
feeling pretty strong.
This is such a un-Raven-like play. I've never seen him do this before.
Scanning.
Yeah.
He actually went back for the hood as well.
Yeah, interesting. Well, we'll see. Jab's playing around the high ground, playing around some vision. He realizes Yanuel doesn't know he's up here, and actually Jabs will get scattered out. Seeing some... Oh, cancels his TP.
Block the cam. Oh.
Oh, he tried to. He goes for the
Bounty.
deny, but no. It's the bounty. Alright, and Zeus did pop the haste rune, so at least they don't have to worry about that for any kind of upcoming big team fight.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are like really happy with how the game is going. Like even though ideally Fnatic would have taken the bot tower by now, but they're still doing pretty okay in terms of net worth. Like I don't think Neon are gonna get. I don't think Neon are gonna be able to deal with this tight dagger actually. Like the team fight is gonna be really rough.
Yep. they're gonna have these blinks on 2 of these heroes, and then I feel like once Raven just gets, yeah, like 1 item to go with this Hood plus Dragonlance, things get really difficult for Obi Neon.
In real?
Top lane on Ryu. Yeah, he's been playing alone for a lot, and I don't think he was expecting this DK blink. Not sure if it'd been revealed yet, but now they've got the perfect setup for the Ice Blast, and it's surprised to see him playing by himself that far up on the map.
Yep, but it's sort of the only thing that the Leshrac can do, right? As an offlane Lesh, like all you can do is like, I also see like LGD Faith BN. He also does this where he just runs down lanes and he brings 4 heroes to him. And he dies, but at least he's achieving something as his hero. If he is too afraid to die, he's just gonna do nothing, and someone else is gonna die. His DK dagger would have killed Zeus maybe, or he would have killed his Prophet.
And if they went there as 4 or 5, if anything, it feels like Fnatic have the better team fight now because of this, with the Tide Ravage, and now with the Blink Dagger, things get really tough for the mid lane. DK goes in. They've got follow-up. The Nyx successful rotation, but a great Impale jabs! Impale into Ravage, onto 3, on Ryu, gonna get deleted as well. 3 dead, no chance for Obi Neon. They couldn't even use their spells.
Yeah, the last game as well, like I feel like Natsumi just has a different understanding of how he wants to play this Prophet. Like when we watched Singapore Major when CTM was playing the Prophet, the game was so fast on all levels, in every lane. It always felt like something was happening, right? But even though their draft is fast, this game just feels like they're playing so slow.
Yep. We've definitely not felt the kind of intensity and aggression that we were perhaps expecting. 2 games in a row where it's kind of Fnatic making more plays and just responding better anytime an objective or tower is being pushed. Death could be in some trouble here. It's going to be a smoke from Obi Neon down bottom, and Death kind of just walks into it, so he may just tank this one.
Death?
Not the worst. I mean, they don't have Ravage, so they're not looking to fight anyway. So, you know, if it's better him than the Terrorblade.
He just blinks up to the big camp and he tries to farm it, and he's like, oh wait, there's no creeps here. Oh wait, there's 4 heroes.
He did not read the map and understand what Obi Neon were doing. Not that it's going to immediately matter, but perhaps Obi Neon, it's more about these cooldowns. With Metamorphosis and Ravage on cooldown, Obi Neon should be able to take towers. They should be able to take objectives like Roshan if they want to. And we'll see what they can get.
Yep, but the tower that they really can take is the top Dire tier 2. But look at what Chen is doing. He used the chance where they're killing the Tide, and Chen pushed out the top lane all the way. So now Neon can't even do anything with the kill.
Every time CTM on this Nyx goes hunting for kills or tries to set something up, there's sentries everywhere. He's walking past these sentry obs combos that scout him out and give Fnatic all the info they need to know exactly what Neon are doing. On Ryu up top, the perfect setup. They threw the Ice Blast preemptively. They don't have a Finger of Death, but they should have the damage to bring down the Leshrac here. The question is there going to be a turnaround? Chuan, he goes for the TP out, but that's not going to work. So Obi Neon do a good job punishing them for the Leshrac kill.
It's okay, space. We got Ravage soon on Fnatic. The next fight is going to be rough for Neon.
And that's what I was thinking, like, yeah, that was a 2-for-1 trade in Neon's favor, but if anything, I feel like Fnatic is totally okay with it because it is about buying time for these ultimates.
Yep, because these kills don't translate into an objective. Because right now the Tide Ravage is up, Neon can't touch the top tower anymore. They can't touch any of the tier 2 towers. They can't even touch Roche because they don't have a medal, I think. Like their Roche potential is, they can take it, but it's not fast, and the opponent has an AA. Like, if you get AA blasted in Roche pit, you're just all dead.
Yeah, it's scary. As we'll see what the next move is going to be. It doesn't feel like Obi Neon want to make any kind of moves into these ultimates now. Unfortunately for them, even with Ravage Metamorphosis down, they don't take any tier 2 towers, they don't take Roshan, and things starting to look a bit tricky for them. Yopaj on the Zeus is getting closer and closer to an Aghanim Scepter. Do you think this is going to kind of change the state of the game much at all?
Oh yeah, for sure, because Fnatic right now, they don't have any saves, right? So if Neon manage, because CTM has a dagger on the Nyx, if they manage to start on the TB, and they manage to pour all the damage in, the Zeus and the Prophet, they might be able to just snipe the TB. And if you snipe the TB when he's on meta, then you suddenly have like 2 minutes where you can do whatever you want on the map, because there's no meta. Even if there's Ravage, they can't fight.
Alright, well, we'll see how things go. Right now, Obi Neon trying to get some more farm going. Smoke from Fnatic. They have a blink online. If they can get the Hex before the BKB, they've got it. He didn't BKB. And Now the Impale Finger follow-up. The Nimbus was attempted to be used to save him. Jabs may die for this, but he's okay with that outcome as long as his teammates get out of there. But it looks like Fnatic, they want to turn. They go in.
Oh.
Blink Ravage. Oh, Snowball save. What a play from Yanuel. Now we're going to go on Chuan on the DK. A hell of a play from the Tusk as they're going to get the DK. What a save against the Ravage. Can they get more? Zeus Ultimate gives them vision.
Holy shit. John Well.
Wow.
Wow.
Absolutely wow.
In Dev's head right now, he's like, that's my boy, Janel. That's my boy. Dodge my Ravage.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's big, and the good thing about OB Neon's draft is they don't have long cooldowns to play around. They can go for Roshan, they can go for some of these objectives, and yeah, they run right at the Roshan pit.
Yep.
They do this at least okay with, you know, the magic damage from Zeus, the Edict, and everything. Ice Blast is going to scout him out, but
Yep, they have no
Roach is
meta,
dropping
there's
pretty
no
fast.
Ravage. Like, easy.
Yep.
Quite a big blunder by Fnatic, to be honest. Like, this Roche will change everything, because with these Aegis, suddenly Fnatic can't just initiate, you know? They have a save on the Tusk and they have an Aegis. It changes the fight immensely.
yeah. I mean, you say blunder, but at the same time, it felt like it was also just an individual, like, amazing play. Like, going back in there, Fnatic blow up the Leshrac, I feel like that could go really well for them.
Yep, and the TB, I'm not sure Raven has a Quelling Blade, but he got caught by the Sprout and I don't know, he didn't really join the fight even though he was in meta. He wasn't really ready anyway, even if the Ravage had hit. And the Tusker actually has a dagger right now, firing out to him, so we're gonna probably see more of that Janelle Tusker saves.
Things getting heated here in game 2. OB Neon on the brink of being knocked down to the lower bracket. It's another snowball. Dodges the Impale as Natsumi BKBs.
How did he do that?
You gotta take notes.
Oh my
Somebody
god.
check this guy's PC.
He eye
What's
shot
installed?
exactly where the lion was. He saw the lion, and Jabs blinked really quickly as well. He dodged the eye shot damage. But he's still too quick. Janelle Snowball was too quick.
Oh. This guy. Definitely, you know, support players often you're like, ah, you know, they're support. They just call some shots. They don't necessarily have to have the individual skill, but Januel saying that is not at all the case when it comes to his Tusk.
Yep, excellent play. Super humble guy as well. Before the match today, I messaged him and I was like, all the best, bro, but you know, I got a root for death. I'm sorry. Then he's like, and I said they were so good yesterday, and he's like, we are just lucky or something.
Well, your boy Death
My boy that
is, yeah, he's dead. Perhaps picked the wrong side for this game as Yanuel continues to make plays around the map. But we gotta, you say he's humble, we gotta boost up his ego then, make him less humble, you know? He needs some swagger.
someone needs to
make
keep
him
this.
feel cocky.
No, you're so good, ah.
You were talking about last game, you know, we need people making some YouTube highlights, and I feel like if he makes a few more of those plays, Yanuel might be, you know, getting a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, even his place in the Singapore Major, I feel was very worthy of a highlight, but unfortunately, no one did it, I think.
Support. I don't think support player YouTube videos get many views. Hate to break it to you, support players. As we'll see OB Neon just take over this enemy jungle. Not really a whole lot cooking for them.
And right now, the
TB.
Zeus actually has a arcane rune bottle.
Ooh.
Like, these runes are like pretty game changing for the Zeus.
Okay. For Fnatic, TB almost completing Scotty. Is it still going to be more about the BKB timing for him against all this magic damage, or do you think they're going to try fight with Scotty?
I think he'll fight with the Skadi. I think they have enough. He has enough effective HP against the magic damage because of the hood. He has like 2.5k and his magic resistance right now is 40%. So it's quite a bit. I think they have to use their cooldowns, right? If not, like, look at the map. The map is getting choked out by Neon because of this Prophet, Lash, and Zeus still pushing the waves.
BOB Neon coming at them first. We've seen this smoke into enemy triangle play so many times, but Jabs is in the perfect position to scout it out and then blink away. He does just that. Yanuel tries to blink in aggressively to catch him, but they were ready. They had the Observer Ward, and they were in the right position to not get caught by that smoke gank. Both teams understanding exactly what the other is doing so well.
Yep, Natsumi is doing something a little bit different this time. He actually bought a Moonshot on the Prophet as a 4th item. And he's queuing up an Aeon Disc. Kinda different from last game where I think he opted for the South Curious.
Looking to, I mean, I guess recognizing, you know, he has all the physical damage. You know, so you're not lacking for magic damage when it comes to Azu. So he's looking to become a bit more of a glass cannon and do as much as possible with his BKB. They're going to take these outer towers at least, and it seems Fnatic content to let them go. I feel like after the last few fights, they're probably going to be reluctant to initiate in because of how amazing this Tusk has been with that snowball save. Can't really trust just because you get a Blink Dragon Tail or you go for a Blink Ravage that hero is actually going to be able to get bursted down.
Yep, it's also because Neon have the Aegis right now on the Prophet. I think once this Aegis is down, like the angle of the fight for Fnatic will be much clearer. Maybe they need to initiate on the Tusk, or they just need to be wary and have vision of the Tusk. Because they have answers, right? They can instantly hex with the Lion on the Tusk when he blinks in to save and stuff like that. So
a small little thing, but maybe a bit of a mistake. Natsumi on the Nature's Prophet just gets an Aeon Disc, but actually pre-assembles it. So usually you see, you know, just the Vitality booster, and then you assemble it when you get gone on. So, but the carries, they're even building Aeon Disc. You know, this is a meta where you want to blow somebody. I mean, it's also a Fnatic draft. They're all about getting that blink stun, blow somebody up with the Ice Blast, and Aeon Disc, you know, on paper, the perfect item to counter that.
yeah, but I'm not sure. Given how Natsumi has been playing, maybe this is the answer, right? Like the last game we saw Natsumi teleporting to the backline and just dying in like 3 seconds. Maybe this is the answer. At least now he has an Aeon Disc and he can play like that, and he can make space in the fight by being alive and getting the attention so that the Lash and the Zeus can do a lot of magical damage.
We'll see. That age is no longer in play, and both teams continuing to play a bit more of a farm-centric game. It is OB Neon with that slight gold lead. Is it similar to last game where you feel like this is still favors Fnatic, even though they're slightly behind because they have that carry advantage with the Raven TB?
Yeah, for sure. I think they have the out carry matchup, even though Zeus is really good against TB, but I feel like when TB has like 6 slot items, it's a lot more about the team fight. And I feel like Fnatic just has a much better team fight draft compared to Neon. Like, the Zeus will be able to do a lot of damage to the TB, sure. But if you do not have the team fight to actually kill the TB, he's just gonna like BKB and Sunder and Satanic the HP back eventually, right?
That's going to become a bigger problem as this game goes on. They've got some control for him to try to stop that Sunder, but... Oh, Lion picked off. This pesky Lion. Jabs was kind of the MVP of last game with finding some of the pickoffs. And even this game, he's been constantly playing around trees and being really annoying to deal with.
Yep, kind of a misuse of a BKB though, I think, because Natsumi actually has a Mindbreaker, the silence neutral item, and he silenced the Lion already, but he still used his BKB preemptively.
I guess already down to 6 seconds, so maybe he's just thinking it is not a big deal.
Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe it was already 6 seconds. I wasn't looking.
Both teams playing. Is this, I guess, playing around next Roshan? Do you think if you're OB Neon, it seems like they're not looking to make any crazy aggressive plays?
Yeah, for sure, but the issue is, if you wait for the next Rosh, how sure are you that Fnatic isn't just gonna be able to team fight you at the Rosh? Like, I feel like Fnatic, when they're grouped up, like they're not gonna lose to you. So Neon need to create an opportunity to take the Rosh. They can't just simply do it, I think.
Yeah, and there's a TB who now has a BKB Spider Legs as well for some added mobility. It does feel like Fnatic have everything they could hope for here. They've just got to respect that Tusk save. Tusk goes in with a Blink Warriors Punch. They go in on Chuan's DK. Can they blow him up? He gets the BKB off. There's also a Blink. Look, he cancels the Ravage. Okay, still has it when they come out of the Snowball. Now he goes for it. Catches out the Leshrac on the front line, who does not have a BKB. That's a dead Lesh and Tusk. No save for you as the Nyx Assassin runs away.
Once bitten, twice shy. He cancelled the Ravage. It's up to him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not letting you get another one on me.
I'm not gonna let you put me in the YouTube highlight.
Not today, my friend. As OB Neon lose a couple, but Ultimates go on cooldown. So this is something, they still just lose 2 heroes who are kind of low level. Leshrac is a core, but, isn't ridiculously farmed. So they're going to be having an opportunity to go for this Roshan, which is going to respawn now with Ravage and Meta on cooldown.
Really unfortunate timing, actually. This Roche spawn is quite bad for Fnatic. Yeah, I think Neon should just force it, like, right now.
Yeah, I don't... Fnatic may just do the same as last time and just ignore it and let it go. We'll have to see what the call's going to be. But yeah, without Metamorph Ravage, like, even things like Finger of Death, if you're going to blow someone up with an Ice Blast, it feels like you need at least 1 or 2 of these spells.
Yep, Def
And
is
in a rush they go.
Def is buying a refresher, but he's still like about 900 gold away, I think. So yeah, they are not going to be able to contest the Roche.
Definitely feels like, yeah. Oh, okay, they find a pick. Lion was going for a sneaky little play there, I believe, trying to, snipe an Aegis or something. Flew too close to the sun and, well, gets picked off. Still, it's, we saw what happened last time with this Roshan. It wasn't like the big game changer that opened things up entirely. So we'll see where OB Neon go with this. Where did the Ag shard end up? It looks like Nature's Prophet got it, I think. Yeah.
Yes?
Uh-oh. Now they got the ability to bring him down. They have the rotation from the Tusk here. Tag Team Warriors Punch. There's a lot of damage coming in. I think they're just going to let... Similar to last time, he's like, Ravage is on cooldown. I can just, run out and feed a bit. But Ravage was actually coming up in 20 seconds, so he's dead for a bit longer.
Yep, but Def showed the perseverance, so Neon are gonna expect the refresher to come up pretty soon. It's about 700 gold away. Like that's gonna be a big deal. But Dev did a weird thing where he maxed out the Ravage, so I'm not sure he's gonna have enough mana to play the fights. One Ravage is 325 mana, and his mana pool is only 800.
He's got Arcane Boots queued up after the refresher. He already knows and sees the problem. Because he's got Phase Boots, but he may just sell the Phase Boots for Arcane Boots or go double boots, whatever it may be.
You know what? He can take the ceremonial robe that DJ is currently holding. At least it gives him 350 mana.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yep. It will change the way he can play the fight. Because even if he holds like mangoes and stuff, like he won't be able to use his Gush and his other spells, I think.
Yeah. And even the aura from it is really, he does just that. Yeah, great call. He takes the ceremonial robe. The Cloak of Flames was so nice for the magic resistance as well as the aura, the passive. But yeah, this mana is going to be much needed to go with the refresher.
Yep, I can read Dev's mind when he's dead. He's looking around, he's clicking on stuff. It's like, hey DJ, give me that. The DK is an Aga though. We have seen what the late game DK can do, right, from yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a joke, this DK. And I think he's gonna be a huge issue. Like, look at Neon's heroes, right? Who can kill the DK when the DK is at the back? Like, hitting this Zeus or something, hitting this Tusk.
That is a good question. You get, the increased magic resistance from the Ag Scepter as well, so...
Yeah, he's not gonna just melt to this Zeus anymore because of the magic resistance. I think this DK is actually gonna be the most important thing they have to deal with on Neon. And we heard that from Fnatic themselves yesterday, right? Like when Chuyen came in for the interview, when we asked him about the second game that they lost against Omega, he felt that the biggest issue they had was this DK. Like they didn't address this DK that was on their backline, hitting their supports and their backline heroes. And this game, Chuyen is doing exactly just that, I think.
Yeah, he can just blink on the supports similarly and just, they're not going to kill him. Tusk, Nyx, these are not heroes that have any damage output, so it's all going to be up to Natsumi's Nature's Prophet to scale, and he's got, Daedalus, Moonshard, Mjolnir, this is all the, damage items you could hope for on a Nature's Prophet. Here comes the smoke move from OB Neon. Nature's Prophet has the 0-second cooldown TP, blink in from Chuan on the DK, goes for the blink Dragon Tail, there's going to be a snowball save. As Natsumi on the front lines has the Aegis, he's looking to hold on to. Actually pops his BKB now. They throw out the Finger of Death. The Ravage comes as the Zeus ultimate will finish off the Tide. Lion surviving on the Sliver of Health does finally get picked off as CTM trying to get Raven. Has a Sunder. Raven's looking for it. Can also blink out back to safety, which will do just that. CTM didn't want to get too close and give him a Sunder target.
That was not an ideal position of a fight for Death at all. Like he had to Ravage because he was gonna die, but he only Ravaged a single Tusk.
Something a big gold swing as an 11k gold lead. Zeus has a refresher, by the way, that he popped for the double ultimate there. And yeah, Nature's Prophet doing a lot of damage as well with the BKB plus damage items that he's gone for.
Yep. Like, even though I talked a lot about how Fnatic's team fight is so strong, like, they still have to get that kind of a team fight. If the fights are so scrappy, like, Neon starts on this Tidehunter and the Tidehunter is not able to get the blink off, like, these fights, this Zeus is doing so much damage if they can't get to him.
And now Ultimates are on cooldown. Ravage can be popped with the Refresher Orb, so we may see Death forced to use that Refresher Orb now. No double Ravage just for the single. But at the same time, OB Neon with the Tide respawning, I think they know with that Refresher, they've got to be a little bit careful. They're playing this very slow, very safe.
This Prophet Aegis is expiring in like 10 seconds, I think.
Yeah, are they going to go for the jump with the respawn? Blink, Dragon Tail, Natsumi has the Aeon Disc. That's going to pop here.
Natsumi?
Does feel like they need to get out. Yeah, they cannot afford to get caught here, and yeah, it looks like he knows what's up. Aegis expires.
I feel like if Fnatic were like, they definitely could have punished that, I think. Like, his Aeon Disc was down, like, all they needed was a Hex, and like, my god, that was too close for me. Too close for comfort.
Respecting Yanuel, we keep talking about him, but the Tusk perhaps just worried that a Blink Snowball save. Nature's Prophet didn't have Aeon Disc, but he did have BKB, so if he gets Snowball save, then he can BKB and turn and fight, perhaps.
Yep. I think for Fnatic right now, like, the ideal fight for them is if they have vision and they manage to start onto this Tusk and this Nyx Assassin. Like, once you stop these two heroes from using their daggers and they're like kind of immobilized in the fights and they can't use their spells properly, then the calls on Neon are gonna find it hard to teamfight, I think.
I guess the one thing I feel like they still didn't have is as much of a way to deal with this Zeus. Like, Zeus is just sitting back, spamming all his spells. He's gonna have an Octarine core soon as well. His damage at the end of this game, I feel like, is going to be pretty insane.
Yep. But like, as long as they somehow get a hold of this Tusker in the fight, they are going to be so much more confident about jumping on this Zeus, right?
Yeah.
Like, on your Lion, on your Tide, on your DK, like, any of you can, the moment you see the Zeus, you can look for initiation.
And that Zeus gets a Timeless Relic. The debuff duration, not that crazy good, but the spell damage increase, fantastic.
Of course, you play Zeus and you get Timeless Relic.
Playing around this high ground, Chuan goes blinking in. There's the Axe DK charging forward. The Snowball is there to try and keep him alive, and the Zeus just deletes the Lion on the backlines. Raven also almost died. The double Nimbus Thunder God's Wrath, they're just destroying them, as luckily the rest of Fnatic able to get out of there, but that was insane. This Zeus just deletes Lion. He needs the fluffy hats. Where are the fluffy hats?
I'm not sure the fluffy hat's gonna help him anymore.
I don't think so. He's only got 1100 health against a level 23 Zeus with double Thunder God's Wrath and a Timeless Relic.
I think he just like, oh wait.
I think it was, nope. Snowball on in. They want to go on this side. He's got Refresher in 3 seconds, but they're going to back off. They perhaps feel like they've overcommitted here. TB with the Metapore. If they refresh the Ravage, they blink in. They Ravage on 4. Great setup. Natsumi getting low. He tries to self-sprout. Can he TP out? No, sirree. TB doing some good damage. Nice Ice Blast onto a couple here. As Tusk forced to retreat here with the Ice Blast on him. Jabs goes blinking with an Impaled Finger. That's going to take out the Lash. The Zeus. And now they want more. Yanuel on the Tusk, looking to run away. On Ryu going to TP out in the trees, and it's going to be the Nyx Assassin, CTM, who has to pay the price. Carapace is up. He's not dead yet. He may have a blink out, but nope. The Impaled Jabs is there waiting for him. And Fnatic have held the high ground and punished a 4-man Snowball deep into their base that I don't think OB Neon really intended.
Tusker Airlines. Brace yourselves. Like, Jab's got a really good catch onto the Zeus there. Like, he just blinked out into 3 heroes, he hacks the Zeus, he stunned the rest, and the TB as well. The TB has a blink. Raven bought a blink on the TB because he knows he has to be the one following up the damage onto this Lion. It's tough. But yeah, I think the Lion actually just died purely to 2 Wraths. I've never actually seen that before.
Yeah.
2 Wraths.
I think it was 2 Wraths plus a Nimbus as well that got dropped on top of him. With like basically 2 Wraths plus a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, that was so sad. God.
What are you doing? I guess the Ninja Gear with the smoke will protect you a bit, right?
Yeah, for sure. But if you are the one initiating, then you can kiss your life goodbye.
Yeah. He is gonna want to stay hidden. That is for sure.
Oh, he got an Aga. At least he has some stats now, right? He has 1.3k now. HP on the Lion.
Okay.
Got the Aga Blessing. Nice, supporter getting the Aga Blessing for once. Only on Fnatic.
Yeah, how did they, I remember what? Someone had an axe and they sold it so they could consume.
Omega, I think it was CML. Yesterday. The poor Lion.
Abs just fucking out the finger of death for some creeps and see what the two teams
Oi!
next.
Gone!
Oh.
Again!
He's got to. I'm about to say he needs to. I don't think the Glimmer Cape is going to help you because you die too fast. So he goes for an Aeon Disc, and they also get DJ. They just killed both supports. All right, that is one way to go about it, and we'll see if they go for a high ground play here. Lion does have buyback, but yeah, this line is just paper. I guess the refresher on Zeus is down. That's the one, positive for Fnatic here is if they take a fight, they haven't got to worry about the double ultimate. Or even really a single ultimate for 60 seconds.
Yep. Oh.
Blink in, Dragon Tail, the Ravage to follow it up, catches everyone. There was no snowball in time. There's another Ravage if Death wants to go for it, but instead he force-ups away with the BKB being forced from Natsumi. On Ryu, actually gets hit by a Thunderbolt. He tried to blink in and Dragon Tail, but he got instantly stunned. Chuan in trouble, but has the Aegis to fall back on. He's trying to force this one as on Ryu, just going to die to take out the DK Aegis. Yanuel wanted to try and save him with a snowball, but didn't have the ability to do so as he's going to have his Aeon Disc get popped. He's surely going to go down here. CTM on the Nyx just has to run and get the hell out of there. Doesn't want to give away this gem. Whew. Fnatic are bouncing back. They were down like 20k gold and now they've cut that lead significantly.
Yep, and I mean, at the end of the day, you only lost the Lash and the Tusk, right? So now when they revive, you just go fight. There's no meta, but at least for Raven right now, the Raven has a Aga Blessing on his TB. So he has a mini meta, but yeah, his main meta is gonna be down for the next 2 minutes. Neon needs to capitalize on this.
The seeds of fortune.
Well, we'll see whether or not they've got the ability to do so once these heroes respawn. Do something for some spider legs, so he's kind of switching between that and the Timeless Relic a bit. As Natsumi just constantly keeping these lanes pushed out. It's so hard, even when Fnatic get a couple of kills or win a fight, it just feels like they've got to address lanes all the time when you're playing against a Nature's Prophet.
Yep, they struggle to deal with the lanes because Neon have so much kill potential on the side lanes with their heroes. Oh, poor chaps.
No.
I was gonna say, I have so much sympathy for support players at the late game that just die in 2 seconds. I feel it.
Yeah. I mean, he's wishing, yeah, he has this. He's got a Fluffy hat queued up. There we go.
Fluffy hat at 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll see what he can do. He's dropped his neutral item. What's he up to? He's not playing around with the ninja gear anymore? I guess he's just looking to tank up as much as possible. Maybe he wants something that's going to give him a bit more survivability, but either way, tough game for the poor Lion.
Maybe
TM doesn't get the Carapace off. Okay, gets the Carapace on the Dragon Tail, not on the Gush. Gets the Aeon Disc proc, but they instantly nullify it. Great pickup from the DK. As on Ryu could be the next target they want to go for. He's still got an Aeon Disc. He's got a Mind Thorn Horn as well, which is going to pop. Natsumi jumps in forward. He gets stunned up, has the BKB to fall back on if needed. They find the Tusk, who is A-OK here as they go chasing for more. Natsumi looks to teleport forward. Does so once, does so twice. He TPs into 4 heroes, pops the BKB. Crazy TP, but he's fine. Death is just going to get deleted by the right-click damage. Natsumi absolutely tearing him up as the Titan's going to be forced to buy back the TP. Trying to hold the high ground. Great Ravage. Going to catch Natsumi here as well. The second Ravage as well. The damage is just too much. Fnatic are just shredding these heroes. TB, Raven. Can he do more? The snowball save keeps him alive a little bit longer. Onryu still going to be okay though. The Leshrac has a buyback as well. The Nature's Prophet could come back into this one. They're buying back everyone. No DK, no time, no buyback, and they've got no Ravage. The Finger of Death is going to look for a kill here. Jabs is gone. Yopaz just sitting back doing too much here. This is not good for Fnatic. They're 2 versus 5.
He died without buyback on the back
Raven.
line.
Oh, they know roughly where Raven is. He goes for the blink to the high ground, the TP. Have they got anything to cancel this with? He gets home.
Oh, but this is... Oh. Oh no.
What? Oh, the DK's buyback still on cooldown. I thought DK had the money, but the problem is the cooldown, and now to the high ground we go. Neon have to be careful they don't die here, but I don't know how they get killed. The TB
There is a
needs
mini
a
meta on
refresher.
the TB. He has a mini meta, so
He's got
Vega is
refresher.
last.
Got refresher now. I don't know if he sold something. He's ready with a metamorph. He's going for the backlines here. He wants
Double
this
fear.
Zeus, maybe? Oh, what's the play? He goes out the fear. He hits the Zeus. Zeus on the backlines. Meanwhile, the throw. They're going to look to kill one. Zeus in trouble. Zeus is dead. Does a buyback. Not the best target, perhaps, for Raven. He goes for another. Yep, second fear. Can he do enough damage here? The Aeon Disc is causing him problems, and Raven in the middle of 4 heroes is going to get bursted. And that should seal the game as OB Neon bounce back, take game 2, and will force what we wanted. We got a game 3, Pon, though.
Very nice, very nice.
Whew.
Neon, they made it work. They went back to the same draft, to the same playstyle, and they made it work late game against everything that I said about how they couldn't win late game. And they did it. They played the fight so well.
Having the save and this Zeus just pummeling through heroes, absolutely crazy game. Neon have their way of playing Dota, and it works for them. They don't pick that traditional late game carry. I mean, Nature's Prophet, when you get these kind of items, we saw him like 5-shotting the Tidehunter, and beautiful game of Dota. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to hear a bit more upon those thoughts, as well as Nats when we bring her back in, as we head towards a game number 3. Stick around, guys. More Dota coming your way.
Ponlo gods, you guys wanted it to go to game 3, and OB Neon are like, you know what? If that's what the casters want, that's what we're going to give them. We saw our OB Neon take game number 2 there from Fnatic, so that does make them 1-for-1 apiece. Now, Ponlo, why did this draft and this like aggressive early game lineup work for OB Neon this time compared to the first time we just saw them try and execute it?
I think this time around, they definitely understood their lineup more, and especially the Tusk and the Lash. We could see them playing the map and forcing the issues so that the Prophet and the Zeus were able to hit their critical point of farm, right? Like this Zeus had 2 deaths, this Prophet had 3 deaths. This Lash and Tusk, both of them had 7 deaths. Like this Lash and Tusk were dying to the Ravage and the meta, but eventually like it didn't matter because the game plan of OB Neon is to get like their Zeus and Prophet super huge, and with the cooldowns on the Tide and the Terrorblade, they got the objectives like the Roche and the towers.
And last game, they couldn't kill the Fnatic supports. You had this Io who was just causing all kinds of problems as well as Jab's line. This time around, you just chuck a Zeus ultimate, you see the supports, you chuck another, that support's dead. We saw Jabs just die again and again to the double Zeus ultimate.
Yeah, it did feel like one of those awful games to be a support on the side of Fnatic. And as we flick through some of the statistics here as well, one thing that really stands out for a lot of these head-to-head players is not just the deaths, but also the hero damage. The overall hero damage coming out from Fnatic was just so minimal in comparison to OB Neon, who at this point, I'm like, how do you even get that much hero damage on a team? But Ponla, also walk me through how likely was it that Fnatic could have come back there at the end, because we saw that OB Neon failed 2 high ground pushes. So how likely was it that Fnatic could have come back?
I mean, I personally feel like I said it in the game as well. Like, even though Neon won, I feel that Fnatic had a better draft for the late game, even though they had this Zeus to counter the TB. Just because Fnatic have so many stunts and they have so much team fight, and they have this AA, like AA against any carry that isn't TB. It's like the carry can never man fight because you have an AA blast. So theoretically, I feel like Fnatic should have won the late game, but it almost feels like Fnatic could never get that sort of fight that they wanted, where they start on the supports and Dev gets this Ravage on the core heroes. Like, it always felt like he had to Ravage this like pesky Tuska, pesky Nyx Assassin, and Leshrac at the front. And the Zeus and the Prophet, it almost felt like they just didn't join the fights. They just like threw some shit from like 2 miles away, and then they just disengage. Like, they just force out the meta and the Ravage, and then they just disengage like every single time.
Yeah, imagine if they could like replay it. Like, Jabs would probably not go for items like that Aether Lens. Like, I think he needed those defensive items earlier, and I think they were not expecting that kind of playstyle coming out from the Zeus especially.
Yeah, it felt like OB Neon had a lot of that poke and sustain, like they were just living through ultimate after ultimate after ultimate, and then the poor Fnatic sides were just getting it picked off. Even though the Terrorblade was pretty close to coming, online. I mean, he was doing a whole lot for the team there near the end, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. But what are we looking forward to seeing, change-wise coming out of Fnatic Gods? Anything particularly you think that they need to do differently?
I don't think they have to do anything. Like, Fnatic's placed, like, they still played an overall solid game. I think, Fnatic's at their best when they're the ones sitting back and playing kind of reactionary Dota. Like, they want to have that Raven hard carry. They want their opponents to come at them, and then they make the kind of counter plays. So, to me, it's just about Fnatic maybe playing better, and if anything, it was just getting caught by surprise by like the Zeus pick and some of the unexpected stuff on the OB Neon side. Maybe they banned the Tusk. That was a problem hero, but overall, I think Fnatic, they lost this game, but their playstyle works for them. I don't want them to change it.
Well, hopefully they'll take this short break that we have before game number 3 to kind of think things through and, come back a little bit stronger, but we'll see you guys soon.
You got no chance in this life. No chance. No chance. No chance. I haven't seen you in a while. I never thought you'd be so wild. Things are moving way too fast. Why don't we slow down? Yeah, moving just like we used to. Baby, it's time to let loose now. Step back, deep breaths now before things get out of control. I hope you really like me. I want it to be you and me. I wanna give it all to you. I can show you if you stick around, yeah. All I need is one night to change your mind. Wait until the morning before you get out of here, yeah. Baby, we need more time to change our lives, yeah. We could be the greatest if you just give us a chance, yeah. You always been on my mind ever since I left your side. Yeah, I regret it oh so much. I hope you forgive me, yeah. Don't even care what they saying. We got this bond, so let's face it. Looking different now, so maybe this time things will work. I hope you really like me. I want it to be you and me. I wanna give it all to you. I can show you if you stick around, yeah. All I need is one night to change your mind. Wait until the morning before you get out of here.
Welcome back to game number 3 of Fnatic versus OB Neon. It's shaping up to be quite an interesting series, especially with, the two different play styles that Ponlo talked to us about beforehand. But Ponlo, I had to ask, with OB Neon, what are you wanting to see from them again, and what are you hoping to see from them differently in this game number 3?
I think it really depends on what Fnatic chooses to ban, because if Fnatic give Neon all the heroes that they want again, I'm pretty sure Neon is just gonna play fast again. Because that's like Neon's bread and butter. That's all they want to do in Dota. They want to play super fast. But the issue is I don't think that they're gonna get such a good pick in the mid lane anymore against the carry that Fnatic is gonna pick. So yeah, Neon's gonna have to pull something out of the hat to counter Raven.
What are you hoping to see banned from Fnatic then to not give OB Neon such a comfortable lineup?
I was thinking that they could ban the... What was it? Sorry, let me check.
Leshrac or Nature's Prophet.
The Prophet, maybe you ban it on the second phase, but I don't think you ban it on the first phase. Maybe you can ban the Nyx, maybe the Lash, but I don't think you ban Prophet on the first phase.
Well, I would be surprised if they don't ban Prophet at some stage, because, that's 2 games in a row that OB Neon have picked it. So it's clearly something that they're quite comfortable or confident on. But we're not going to see a Nyx ban at all. We are going to see OB Neon pick up that Nyx assassin one more time. And then you've got the standard Broodmother and Viper ban coming out from Fnatic, which I think we've seen all the time. I do want to ask though, why is Phoenix so highly contested? I think we see her either picked or banned almost consistently, gods.
Yeah, it seems to be a SCA meta thing with a lot of teams. Fnatic had a couple games already where they actually ran the Phoenix with the Wyvern as a support duo. These healing supports, if you ban out AA and suddenly you have the strong heals from either Sunray or Cold Embrace, when your supports can win you a team fight and win you games, that's just a really powerful tool to have. Especially what we're seeing is slow games that are going to late game, and that's where heroes like Wyvern and Phoenix are especially good because they are late game supports.
I see, and so Obi Neon just wants to shut that down early with banning the Wyvern and the
Yeah.
Phoenix. Ponlo, the Lesh, you know, we saw it on Obi Neon, and now Fnatic have picked it up. Is that something they're comfortable on, or is it just they saw it work so well in game 2 they want to work it into their lineup?
I mean, Death's Strike is. I mean, we saw it in Singapore Major. Death Prophet and Death Strike was like his 2 best heroes in the Major. But I'm not sure that. Actually, I'm pretty sure that Death is gonna play it because most mid players wouldn't want to pick a Lash after seeing a Nyx. You don't want to play a mid Lash into a Nyx. It feels really bad. But the offlane Lash you feel okay because you itemize in a manner like you buy the Hood, you buy the Greaves, and you kind of counteract what the Nyx wants to do. The Nyx wants to play the map and play pick off. And what you do on offlane Lash is like you buy these tanky items, you group up and you take towers and you close the map. So conceptually, the Posh Lash is good against the Nyx, but Obi Neon picked the AA and that is really good against the Lash. What the Lash wants to do.
Okay, so we could still see the Lesh potentially go mid, but you are more confident in it going in that off lane.
Yeah, I think I'm quite confident.
And I mean, the Nyx and the AA seem to be pretty, you know, standard support picks for now. The Invoker ban coming out from Fnatic, as well as the Clock ban coming out from Obi Neon. Gods, what do you want to see coming out of Obi Neon in terms of trying to do that early game aggression lineup again with the Nyx and the AA?
Yeah, I mean, the big one was the Nature's Prophet. If they want, I'm going to be curious to see if Fnatic leave it in the pool, because I feel like Nyx AA reveals very little about your overall draft because you're just picking 2 supports. Very rarely are we actually seeing teams pick up both supports in the first phase. Usually it's a support with a core hero. But yeah, if they want to play aggressive, the Nature's Prophet's the obvious one. The Invoker gets banned out. Sand King is, to me, another hero. Yopaj is an amazing mid Sand King. I know some of the other panelists not a big fan of the hero in general, but I think that's the kind of hero that can catch Fnatic by surprise if they're not careful.
What would you want to see instead of a Nature's Prophet, Onlo? Because, you know, you weren't overly too confident with it coming into game 2. It did kind of show it off. Let's say it does get banned. What would you want to see instead?
Natsumi. Like, the weird thing about Neon is that I feel like the other 3 players, like Scam, Januel, and Yopaj, like I feel these 3 players enjoy playing fast a lot. Like, Yopaj likes to play Sand King mid, Earth Spirit mid, you know? But I feel like Natsumi actually likes to play late game a lot. Like we saw his we saw him playing these hard pause ones like the Life Stealer, the PL, and he can play all these hard pause ones like as good as all the other top carries in C, you know, the Gabbies, the 23 Savage, the Ravens. So other than the Prophet, I'm not sure if there is another hero that can replace that sort of tempo. I think if they don't get the Prophet, they might just default into a late game style to fit what Natsumi does best.
Yeah, I mean, they might just do the gamble and see if they can outplay Fnatic in the late game. But Fnatic, and then that might be the way they have to go because Fnatic are not going to let that Nature's Prophet through. It is going to be that ban coming out from them. I honestly cannot blame them. I wouldn't want to come up against it for a 3rd game in a row as well. So we're just waiting on seeing what Fnatic is going to be picking.
Fnatic are probably going to pick like a melee pause fall right now. I'm not really sure what's in the pool. To lane with the Lash. Ooh, they go with an Abaddon into AA?
Yeah, that's curious. And also, Abaddon not really a 4 position. That's more likely going to be the 5. I guess it could still play in the offlane with the Lash, but definitely not a hero I was straight up expecting from Fnatic.
What could they utilize the Abaddon to try and play into, right? Let's say he does go pos 5, and then with the Lion and the Lesh as well. Where does that sort of leave them option-wise?
I think the 2 big things with Abaddon is 1, the shield to purge off stuns, and 2, the ability to secure your carry's farm. Because you just run at the enemy and you kind of feed away your life, tank smoke ganks. Like when your carry's farming the Ancients, you stand on top of that that hill and basically protect him from any kind of smoke play. So to me, it says Fnatic is going to be picking up another big hard carry for late game. Potentially with this pick, I think they might want to save their last pick for their mid lane. But yeah, Abaddon is just great at enabling your carry.
Ponlo, talk to me about this Death Prophet as well. Where do you think that one's going to be going for Obi Neon?
Death Prophet, huh? I mean, I
Do you
think
like
it's
the
likely.
pick?
It's likely gonna be an offlane, I think, because they kind of need a range hero to pair with the Nyx on the offlane. I mean, that's usually the standard, but of course they can also pick a melee hero. It doesn't really matter. It's a Abaddon anyway. It's not a big deal. But this DP, like, I'm wondering what kind of carry they're gonna pick, and the only one I'm really seeing is Luna, but Luna is kind of bad against TB, so I'm not so sure. Maybe Juggernaut?
So this this Terrorblade's obviously limiting quite a few options for OB Neon, and I'm gonna say Fnatic has gone with it because it worked out pretty well for them last game. Whilst they didn't, win the game out, he was ridiculously strong and definitely something that they wanted to play around. Gods, I want to also know a little bit more, like, what bands do you think are going to be coming out from Fnatic?
I guess it depends what you can get here a bit. Because there's still that question mark: is Death Prophet going to be mid or off lane? I think Neon's deciding right now is there carry or mid more, because they're going to pick twice in a row here, so they want to figure out do they want to pick a TB count. If they want something like a Zeus again, they're going to go for the PL. So they pick a carry that counters the TB. There is illusion clear with the Leshrac. So Fnatic have kind of an answer to the PL, but the problem is this Leshrac, as Ponlo said, is in this position where, as an offlaner, you're going for the team items, the survivability, the Hood, the Greaves, and if you want to blow up this Lesh with Nyx AA, you definitely can. So I don't really feel like you can rely on the Lesh to deal with the PL illusions.
The Conquer ban is coming out as well. I also, Ponlo, you had a bit of a reaction to the PL. Are you not a fan of the PL pick coming through here?
I just feel like their heroes want to do different things, right? Like, I suggested the Luna, I suggested the Juggernaut, because I feel like it sort of matches the tempo of what Neon want to do. But this is like what I said. Like, I feel like 3 of their players want to play fast, and then your carry player wants to play slow. And then you end up with this draft that's like lopsided. So right now, the question is really going to be, is Fnatic going to put this Lash as a mid lane so that he can eventually counter the PL? But he has to play into this Nyx AA. And there is a solid chance of that happening, I think.
Is there a space where, they pick another sort of early game aggressive hero here as their last pick, and they sort of just, like, as the 4, kind of really be applying a lot of pressure in order to give the PL space? So, like, try and play both sides of it, be aggressive early, but also if it doesn't go too well, then they have the PL to fall back on. Is that a possibility?
I feel like at a lower level of Dota, like, a lot of teams do that, because it's like you're almost like, let's just 4v5 and we win, and then at least I have an insurance plan. But I feel like at this level of Dota, that doesn't really happen anymore. Like, if your draft looks lopsided, your opponent is just gonna abuse it, either by being really fast or being really slow. So they pick up an Ember.
Yeah, we also saw the Fnatic team ban out Zeus and Storm Spirit, so they've gone with the Ember Spirit. What do you think is that more comfort, or are they trying to counter someone on Fnatic here, trying to, like, pick something to limit their last pick options?
I think it's just about there's no more mid heroes that are good against TB, because Fnatic banned out the Storm and the Zeus. Like I said before, like, Neon's not gonna get a last pick Zeus against this TB anymore.
Legion? What?
It's
God, is that something that you would expect?
I mean, with Death, it's his signature hero, as Ponlo will say. It's a save as well. They have double save with Legion as well as a Bat, and I feel like this really sets up... This makes this mid-lesh possible, because that's their way of dealing with a PL, but then you're like, okay, how do you play mid-lesh in a Nyx AA? Well, you have a Legion, you have an Abaddon who can shield him, so I like it a lot. I think it's a really good pick for Fnatic.
I'm definitely leaning towards Fnatic's draft here. I really like it. I'm liking the look of it. I'm also maybe a little bit biased to Legion. I think she's a really good hero out here, so I do hope he has an outstanding performance on her. But Gods, which draft? Which side are you going to be picking for this one?
I would lean Fnatic a little bit, but at the same time, like, it's like 55-45. I feel like it's so close between these two teams. Yopaj has just been playing so well this entire series, so I feel like if the 4 Neon players can do a lot while Natsumi comes online early with, like, a fast defusal, this game could potentially still go Neon's way.
Yeah, it seems quite even and something that's going to be coming down to the players. But Ponlo, quickly, what are your thoughts on these two drafts and which side are you picking?
I think Fnatic's gonna stomp them.
Stomp, you reckon?
Yeah.
You just, no doubt in your mind, you're like, I absolutely love that lineup. It's, you know, OB Neon's lineup isn't something they're comfortable on, and so you just think Fnatic's gonna stomp them. But I guess there's only one way to find out, and that is to get in the game. Good luck to both of you, and I look forward to who comes out as the winner.
Alrighty, well, we're going to find that out here as we have the beloved Game 3. We hadn't had any yet today. We had several yesterday, but it's only fitting that these two teams, both in the upper bracket, both maybe not favorites to win the SEA region. I think a lot more people were kind of tipping either TNC, even some people had Motivate Trust as a likely team to come out, but pretty much everyone would have had Fnatic as well as Neon in their top 4 or top 5 teams in the Southeast Asia region. So a clash going to Game 3 is definitely going to deliver the hype. You said you think Fnatic's going to stomp it. Is that just a draft thing, a gut thing? Is that just a fanboying Death Legion thing? What's that about?
Probably like 50% fanboying Death. I mean, it doesn't really matter what hero he plays. I'll favor them anyway. Yeah. So you can ignore 50% of it. But oh wait, they just almost resumed without Ember. I think like I just don't really see the connection in Neon's draft, and I think a lot of it is gonna depend on Yopaj styling on Chen mid and getting a lead, like getting a kill and snowballing on this Ember. Because if he snowballs on Ember, like if he wins his lane like the last 2 games, I think he can definitely like mess Fnatic up like the side lanes. But as long as Chen, you know, does better this time, I think I don't think Neon really have any tools to play the game. Like they're gonna be able to take 1 tower, sure, top lane, and then with the DP ulti. But after that, I'm not so sure their lineup.
I'm enjoying some of the old chat. That's asking them to stop bullying him, and then he's there. OB Neon's like, "How can we bully you? You've got a Lion LC lane." And then Jabs is like, "Yopaj, please stop bullying me." After last game.
Yeah.
A lot of friendship.
Especially has a lot of friendship, yeah, with the Neon players. He always talks to me about the Neon players, about how much he enjoyed playing in the Singapore Major with them.
I mean, getting top 6 at a Valve Major against some of the best teams in the world was a huge accomplishment for obviously OB Neon as well as individual players and stand-in at the time Death. So they're looking to do some repeat of that. Wow, an early D ward. Looks like the Radiant team got a ward up first, so they knew there was a ward there, and then they're gonna deny their own ward, perhaps bait Fnatic into wasting a sentry. That could be the play here.
Yep, I've seen CTM plays this ward like in every game, right? He always has this ward or the one behind him, on the one on the left of the Roshan on the cliff. Like he consistently always has an ops.
Yeah, you mentioned the one on the left side is more about being able to stack your Ancients and protect yourself. But Nyx is not really a hero that's going to be stacking as much as a range support.
Yep.
Well, here we go. Things will break out over some of these runes. Both teams sending a couple of heroes to either rune, and it looks like Jabs is actually going to be able to sneak a rune to give Fnatic a small edge. Nothing really.
Chen on the mid lane, he's like, guys, I need every ounce of help I can get. I'm gonna block my lane. I'm not coming for bounty runes. You guys, good luck.
And we have seen Yopaj. Yeah, Yopaj has overall had the better of this mid lane matchup. Obviously, last game got a solo kill at level 1 on the Zeus versus DK matchup, but even game 1, playing the Invoker into TA, it felt like Yopaj mechanically has been the more sound laner at least.
Yep, for the first few levels for sure. After that, I feel like Chen at least Chen he's a good mid player. He understands how to get back into the game, so he didn't have issues getting into the game. It's more like just the first few waves where he looks like he struggles a bit against Yopaj.
Both teams just trading some blows early on. Again, we've got that Raven hard carry TB. He is playing into the PL, but overall, would you say this is a pretty good game to have a TB on your side?
Yeah, I mean, PL is good against TB, but TB is good against AA because you can Sunder through the Ice Blast. And I mean, at the end of the day, you have 2 saves. Like, this is definitely a game the TB can play like late game, like out carry this PL, I think.
Well, mid lane, a lot of harassment on Yopaj, but he's already off to a great start with 7 last hits and 4 denies onto this Lash track. Something that Chuan has to be careful of.
This bottom lane is not gonna be fun for Natsumi at all. LC is definitely one of the best heroes against PL in the lane.
Yeah, and that's where this last big Legion, yeah, playing against the PL and having a really good lane. AA, not a hero that's going to be able to secure this lane, could be tricky for him. We do see AA, actually Natsumi rotate, Japs gets frozen by the cold feet, so he's waiting for another second before an Impale comes up, and he's going to have it to get the kill on Natsumi. That's first blood, and they're not done. The power of this Lion LC lane being shown off here as Death's Master Tier. And Jabs is going to go for a feed on the tier 2 tower. He may find, okay, the courier is being micro, but yeah, he's just going to deny himself. AA trying to get in range for XP, but he's too far away.
Yep, Death is just the kind of off lane that in every team that he plays in, he kind of always asks whether he can have the last pick, because that's his strength. You know, this is his specialty. To get the last pick and in a favorable matchup.
And it was good because it wasn't like the plan from the start was always to give him the last pick. When they picked the Lesh track, it was like, you could play this with the Nyx, or if we can run it mid against the PL, we will. So they at least left the option open for him to have that counter pick, as we saw earlier, like when he played the Slardar into the Lifestealer. So Fnatic are happy to kind of set him up for success.
Yep, definitely. Like, teams need to learn from how these teams draft and how they leave the options open for these players to shine.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it's a decent TB game. It sounded like it's, you know, playing PL into Lesh track as well as Legion Commander, maybe making this not the best PL game though.
Exactly. Like, the strong part about the PL against the TB is that the TB doesn't really know which is a real PL. It's hard for the TB to hit the PL. But because of the LC and the Lash, like, I think the PL illusions might it might be hard for Natsumi to have his illusions alive during the fight. So the TB is just gonna hit the real PL, and like the Skadi and with like some Daedalus or something, like this PL is not gonna be able to man fight the TB.
We're seeing some continued aggression coming out onto Natsumi as back at these other lanes, just looking to secure the TB's farm as best as possible. It's been a complete constant harass battle in this mid lane as Yopaj has to chew through all of these bottle charges and will be looking for a 4-minute water rune, and he's managing to win this lane. 5 last hit advantage, a couple deny advantage as well, so doing well, but Chuan at least getting his own. It's not really the kind of difference in CS that's going to have a big impact on this game.
Yep, really interesting that none of the supports came for the runes, considering how important the water runes are for this matchup. Really surprised that the Nyx didn't choose to come, because I mean the DP should do pretty okay against the Abaddon, and TB don't really have any kill potential on the DP.
Yeah, I saw the Abaddon went for the enemy bounty rune, but I guess, yeah, going for that rather than the water runes, but trying to make sure the TB has an okay time. And it does feel like, you know, both teams are going to slow things down, play that kind of more farm game. Any big moves that you're kind of expecting early on? Obviously, mid heroes like an Ember, level 6, can make rotations. Is that going to be part of the game plan for OB Neon here?
Yeah, for sure. I think the lane to move to would be top lane, because bottom lane is kind of too strong for the Ember to move. Like, the LC is not really afraid of the Ember. Yeah. I think the Ember needs to move to the top lane when he's ready to go into the TB and the Abaddon, and then use the EXO. He's gonna get the EXO at I think around 8 minutes. So the Ember can choose to rotate there around that time, 8 to 9 minutes, to help the DP get the top tower. But
and no points in the steering chains yet, but
the key for Neon is that they don't let the Lash touch their tower while they are doing such a thing.
Got it. Yeah, and he's going for the maxi field down the bottom. They go charging in. They want this Yanuel AA, and they'll get him. Some damage on a Natsumi as well with the not just Orb of Venom, but full-on Orb of Corrosion. Legion Commander making their life miserable as he really pressures this lane.
I don't think this lane is laneable anymore. I think after this wave, this Natsumi is gonna look for something else to do. Like, this looks pretty hard. Like 6 minutes, he only has 17 CS. It's rough.
By the way, Jabs TP'd mid. This just looks like a play to secure the 6-minute rune, knowing that Yopaj is going to be looking to rotate. He makes sure he's in the right position. As
Very smart
Rune
play by
will
Jabs.
spawn bottom. Yeah.
Understanding that his LC is really strong enough to stand alone, and using his time and resources elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, TPs aren't cheap these days. That's 100 gold.
Oh, Trent
He's
got a haste
committed
rune though.
just to secure a rune. Okay. And he's
Disco
rotating.
Pony is coming.
Oh, level 6 Lesh. That's definitely an AA kill. The question is, can he get more than that? TP coming in from the Nyx. AA going to go down, and I imagine Lesh is just going to have to run the hell out of there. Nyx perhaps not realizing right away there was a hasted Lesh. Wastes his TP to come down to this bottom lane.
Yep, and this just opens up the Abaddon to move away from top lane because the Nyx TP bot. So now DJ can go, you know, make some stacks. He can actually double stack because of the miscall, I think. So, or he can just stand behind the mid lane and nullify the Ember's kill threat. But the Ember is actually going top.
Yeah, that's the lane you want him to go for. He's held onto a skill point, so if he wants, he can level up the Searing Chains. But Raven, recognizing that, you know, top lane not the safest place to be, is gonna make his way into the jungle. This is a level 5 TP, so you're more than happy to start jungling now that you've got the treads, quelling blade, couple slippers. You've got what you need to be a jungler now.
Yep, I imagine the PL as well is gonna join the jungle clan really soon. I don't think Natsumi is happy. 22 CS at 7 minutes. That is very sad.
It's also the 7-minute mark. I feel like so many of these carries time their rotation to the jungle to get those neutral items because they make such a big difference to your game. Especially tier 1 neutral items just all seem OP.
Possess Mask.
Yeah.
That thing is...
Yep. Well, we'll see what they get. PL gets an early Ocean Heart, Ironwood Tree, so just some stat items, nothing too crazy. And we'll see if the moves from Obi Neon are going to be coming out soon. That Death Prophet Exorcism does come online now, so 7 minutes in, they have that ability to perhaps start considering going for that off-lane tower where DJ is currently camped out trying to protect it. As mid lane, actually, Onryu TP's mid instead. Death Prophet going for the mid tower. Jab's committed the Impale, so he may just get chased down here. The Hex slow is not going to be enough because Yopaz shows up with the Searing Chains, and Jabs will go down. With the Exorcism, they can do some good damage to this tier 1. Meanwhile, bottom, Lesh did take a very quick tier 1 with the level 4 Diabolic Edict, so it may be a bit of a tower trade, but the tier 1 mid, the much more important one, and Fnatic, knowing this, want to defend it.
Yep, it's still a favorable trade for Fnatic, I think. Even though they lost mid tower half HP, because Neon are not gonna be able to come and touch this tower again, I think. Like, even though it's half HP, I think they are well equipped to be able to fight on Fnatic. So taking the bot tower and opening up the map for the TB to farm at the bot lane soon is really important for them.
Yeah, the response was not really proportionate from the OB Neon side. Just getting that tier 1 mid down to half health, and it feels like Fnatic are just having their way, getting aggressive wards down. Natsumi's going to TP out of this bottom lane, recognizing that this is, having lost the tower, you just can't play. Even in the jungle, he can't play. He has to go top.
That is a really bad TP, I think. Like, now this DP is so sad. What is this DP gonna do? He has no EXO, they can't force top tower.
Is there... Yeah, any World Fnatic may just go for that tier 1 mid with the Edict if they want to now as well. They know there's no Exorcism. OB Neon trying to drag creep waves away from this tower as Leshrac is nearby, just going to hide in the trees with the Edict. It looks like, yeah, Radiant... Okay, Radiant Glyph is up, so they can keep this alive a little bit longer, but it is going to die fast to Edict.
Fnatic is just doing everything that they're supposed to do.
Yep. Showing how this Lesh can play a tempo game. And we've seen the last game from OB Neon. This time it's in the Fnatic hands, and they're doing a great job with it. Really limiting OB Neon's options as far as playing the map. OB Neon do get that top tier 1 tower, so they do finally take the offlane tower, but losing mid lane, not an equal trade at all.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good that they managed to take a top tower. I personally didn't think that they were going to be able to do it, but I was wrong. So it ended up being a very good move by the PL.
And then straight down the bottom lane. CTM, I don't think he was ready for this move to happen so fast. The Split Earth does get Carapace. CTM then gets jeweled, so he won't get a chance to use the Impale. So he goes down, and this tier 2 tower could get pressured. Another glyph may be forced here. Just to stop the Edict damage and to clear out some creeps, but if Fnatic take this tier 2 tower this early on, they got another creep wave coming. they're gonna perhaps give up this mid tier 1 tower to take bottom lane. We're gonna have to see if that's the call for Fnatic, because OB Neon not addressing bottom at all.
Yep, I think it's a good trade actually for Fnatic. Like this bot tower opens up the outpost. Oh, but Neon look like they're defending though.
Yeah, they realize they can't just let this one go. There's a kill as Jabs finds Omrio at the mid lane. OB Neon do manage to defend bottom, but they have to rotate a lot of heroes here. Death actually just running into 3 heroes. I think he thought it was Yopaj alone. Turns out it was the whole party.
Oh no. That was so close to being like fine. Yeah, Death definitely overestimated himself there.
Gives away a kill as PL is taking over the enemy jungle to get his farm, working on a fast defusal. So does this feel like a game where Natsumi's going to have to fight early, or is he going to be trying to farm more for the late game?
I don't. If he doesn't fight early, I don't think there's going to be a late game to speak of.
Okay.
Like he's going for the diffuser play. I think he knows, he understands that somehow they have to win a fight. I mean, and it's completely possible. If Fnatic just make one mistake with the meta and they lose one fight, like Neon can just take Roche, they can just take towers because they have objective damage.
Well, let's see if they can find that one fight. The setup does exist. That's what the Ember Spirit was picked for. Gives them a way to find these pickoffs, to start some fights. Nyx Assassin there as well, so
And
we'll see what they can do.
Third time's the charm. Oh man!
Denied.
Come on! Give the guy a break.
Yes, strategically the tower is still down, but gold-wise, you know, OB Neon can really use whatever they can find right now.
Ooh, tasty haste, yummy haste rune for the Ember bot. This is going to be quite important for the next fight.
Yeah. He's gone back for that Orb of Corrosion himself, so looking to boost up some of that early game damage and be able to burst down heroes like the Leshrac a bit better. Looks like OB Neon prioritizing some of these support levels. AA still not level 6, so going to be given the lane down bottom. We'll see whether or not... Do you think either of these teams looking to make a move? We see Fnatic going for a smoke here. They scan out OB Neon too. OB Neon themselves are smoked up. Both teams feeling like this is the time to make a play. Death is the bait of the bottom lane, but instead OB Neon, they find the jump. They find some of these supports here. They get Jabs, but he gets shielded up right away. As we'll see things settle down. Both teams backing off. I believe we're having some stream issues, maybe. I'm not sure what's going on here. All right, well, we'll be coming back in. I don't know if you guys on the stream can hear me, but game feed coming back in soon. All right, well, you guys can hear us. Oh no, what's going on? This is welcome to you're getting the full caster experience. You get to do a radio cast now, where you tell people what's going on without them seeing the game.
All right.
So it's
all right, guys.
It's a rite of
visualize
passage
with me, all right?
Yeah.
Visualize with me, okay? Like, okay, look at your map, guys. Ember's farming bottom. He's pushing it out. Death LC is running away. So now on the AA, he's standing mid lane with Enryu. They're pushing out the mid wave. Chen is pushing out the mid wave for Fnatic as well. And everyone's just farming, honestly. Nothing is happening. Don't worry, you guys are not missing anything.
It's funny because it's been the theme of a lot of these games where so much is at stake with TI qualifiers. It felt like every OB Neon game in DPC leagues, there was like, 20 kills at 15 minutes. These games, 15 minutes in, 5 to 10 kills.
Exactly, but it's really nice to see, right? Because, I mean, as a C player myself, over the years, all the other analysts and casters have been talking about how C players really lack discipline, and C players late game decision making is really bad. But I feel like with these TI qualifiers, we have seen how much C players have improved in this department. They are playing so much more disciplined. But I mean, it's also cost $40 million is on the line. But at least we see some improvement in players like generally, right?
So just a reminder, guys, we will be working to get up the game feed for you momentarily. As the game stands, not a whole lot of action. Both teams just trying to, farm up for some of their item timings. Fnatic do have a small gold lead. They are going to be going for one play down the bottom lane. Death on the Legion. He's often been on the receiving end of some of these ganks. Is going to get found by Nyx, but they missed the Impale. Dodges the stun. Ooh, lot being committed there, and no kill for OB Neon. They're going to try to take this bottom tier 1 tower while they can. Right now, visualize 3-4 OB Neon heroes pushing the bottom tier 1. Fnatic have death there, throwing out the overwhelming odds to try and delay it. We'll have to see if they go for the defenses. We do come back in, and you guys can see for yourself exactly where things are at. But that's the exorcism down. That's a big ultimate being committed. No kill and no tower.
Natsumi actually went back for a hood on the PL after the diffuser, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's against a Lash. It's pretty common. I really think like Neon need to like speed up this game. The moment their IXO is up, they need to make a smoke. Oh, Fnatic though.
Oh, yeah, they're the ones making a smoke because they know there's no exorcism. They rotate in. Jazz is a blink dagger, so he gets the Hex into the Impale with a finger. Can they blow up Yopaj here? The Ice Blast is going to be flying on in from the Radiant side, but Ember goes down with the Split Earth Chain Stun. And now they get a Jewel at. That's on Ryu, on the Death Prophet, and he's got no backup whatsoever. That's going to be an extra +1 kill. Fnatic find two core heroes.
So clean. Raven is already pushing the bot lane before the move even happened. Now they get a kill. 2 kills, 2 core kills into a tier 2 tower bot. That's like the best thing that could have happened for Fnatic.
Cliff will come out to deal with some creeps here, but it looks like Fnatic are just going to tank the tower damage with the Edict and Metamorphosis. That's a tier 2 tower, which can lead to an outpost. This game could slip away quickly from OB Neon if they're not careful.
Yep, right now what needs to happen on the map is the TB, probably when his meta is down, he's going to play around the bot side of the map and keep sending illusions to farm the bottom side. Because Fnatic, what they want to do is play the top side of the map and threaten the Rosh, I think.
CTM's Nyx does a great job scouting out a couple of heroes behind that tier 2 tower in the Vendetta. Before he's going to back off. He's going to be careful. Fnatic have been... It feels like they've been really on top of the Sentry Ward game. I think this is what, the second or third game they played against this Nyx? They're always littering the map with sentries.
Yep. The Fnatic supports, like, even throughout yesterday and today's games, like, I feel like it's so distinct. They are smart with their sentries and their ops. Everything is done with so much intent, I feel.
How tough is this game going to be for the PL, do you feel? Like, he's farming and only a little bit behind the TB, but his teammates are not really keeping up as well as he is. Is this a game you can see PL just kind of solo carrying if it goes long enough?
I feel like as long as Def saves his overwhelming odds for the PL in the fights, I don't think the PL is going to be able to do that much. Because the illusions just all die too quickly. And like in the late game, right? Like when Lion has level 25, he has AoE Hex. So I mean, I doubt we're gonna get to that point.
We'll see if, yeah, just how late this game goes. Fnatic with an early lead are perhaps going to be looking to take some of those objectives like Roshan themselves, with perhaps their next rotations or smoke ganks, for example. But most of their key early game items, it feels like, on their core heroes. So, what OB Neon have to say about that? Because yeah, right now PL's just been camping out this top jungle. Do you think he needs to be making a move or joining up with his team sometime soon?
I think he's looking to finish the Manta before he fights because it's quite a huge power spike for him. And it also gives him another source of illusions, right? Like if the LC uses overwhelming odds on all his illusions, then he has a Manta to suddenly make more illusions. So I think they're gonna wait for the Manta before they really try to make a big fight happen.
Makes sense. As Fnatic smoke up, rotate toward the Roshan pit. CTM doing such a good job. He just scouted like that entire move. He first saw them in the bottom Radiant jungle, and he followed the smoke, and he managed to pop it. Doesn't get caught by the dust. Basically keeps his entire team alive from this smoke gank.
Yep. These support players are... Their edge over other players is that they're really intelligent about the game, and we can see these are the evidence.
Ooh, PL going on in, looking to burn the Abaddon's mana. There's the overwhelming odds, and the PL gets caught by the Blink Jewel. He was not ready for the Blink Dagger. The fresh pickup catches him by surprise. He's got no buyback. We're looking for the Exorcism to try and punish this one. Death is on the run. He's got an Abaddon to kind of help him out there with the shields and the heals. There's a Yule Scepter into a Split Earth stun on Ryu. Needs to try to take his way through this one. I don't think he's going to be able to do so. That's 2 dead. Fnatic with the Raven Metamorph as well, looking to just keep OB Neon away. They've killed 4 now with the supports falling as well. That could easily set up a Roshan as they just walk on in. PL just got deleted. The overwhelming odds in the Blink Jewel just annihilated him.
Yep. Even though there's a low, in general, there's a low probability of an LC catching out a PL with a duel, because the PL is just generally quite evasive. But the moment you get something like that, and I can't even entirely blame Natsumi, right? I don't think it's like, it's just, just something that sometimes it just happens, and this is the kind of game that it loses you the game when something like that happens.
Yeah, this feels like OB Neon well and truly on the back foot. Both game 1 and game 2, it felt like, you know, the first 30 minutes or so was neck and neck, neither team pulling away. But right now, Fnatic, not just with like this ages advantage, but it just feels like all their timings and the way their draft matches up against OB Neon, it doesn't feel like there is any easy answers for Neon here.
Yep, and this is like, this goes back to the thing I was talking about in the draft, where Neon's draft is lopsided, you know? Like, some of their heroes want to play fast, PL wants to play slow. The DP and the Ember, look, they have a total of 3 kills. This is Neon Esports. 20 minutes, 3 kills. It's not their MO, you know? This is not their strongest strategy.
It's definitely been something we've seen this whole series. Even game 1 and 2, where they kind of played fast. Like, they had these heroes that were looking to fight and take objectives, but even those games, they were getting very few kills compared to their normal past games, so... Definitely maybe something Fnatic game planned for and knew how to kind of address. Oh, jabs, Blink, 2-hero Impale. Ice Blast not going to do anything at all as the Blink Jewel was there to secure some bonus damage. Death has the Ag Shard now as well.
Yep, I'm not really sure what Neon can do at this point. Like, they really had to snowball off the lanes, especially their Ember on mid, somehow, with a power rune and like make sick rotations, but as you can see, like, 20 minutes, Yopach, his score is 1-1-1. Like, it's not really his fault. It's more like Fnatic are not messing up. They are not giving free kills to this Ember to snowball. Like, they haven't even used the Ice Blast to get like any kills, I think. Like, times are rough for Neon.
Yeah, you mentioned the OB Neon MO, and Fnatic, knowing it just as well as everyone, have game planned and basically shut down any openings for OB Neon in basically all 3 of these games to snowball off of a bunch of kills. They forced them to play these late game scenarios, and in this game Fnatic just crushed things so hard that they are in a position to go high ground. They lose Lesh. That's a very easy quick ages. Ice Blast there on the respawn. Have they got the damage to kill Schwan? He gets helped out by the press the attack. I think he was expecting maybe Death to bail him out on the first life, but
that definitely messed up his position there. Got double stunned by the Nyx.
They'll defend their high ground and force Fnatic to back off. Kind of waste their Aegis in some ways. I mean, it doesn't really change the state of the game too much. It just means Fnatic are going to have to go back and slow things down. But they blink it. I say slow things down. They've got other ideas in mind. On Ryu gets bursted and blown up. Ab's blinking in, maybe in some trouble here. Death has to press the attack in a couple of seconds, and the saves all over the place. The shields, the press the attack. They've just got all the answers to any aggression coming out from OB Neon, who's still stuck on that 3-kill mark. As they blink in again, Death goes in with the self-press the attack. Didn't have a duel, but it doesn't matter. They just take out the Nyx. As Death Prophet forced to buy back, and Fnatic just having their way.
Raven also has a Talisman of Evasion. He bought that component first against the PL, which is pretty smart.
Quan charges in, 2-hero split out into an Impale. Can they bring down Omryu? That's going to be a dieback if he can't keep himself alive. They almost lose Jabs here, who manages to just get back to safety with the Glimmer Cape. Quan getting low, yep.
This saves.
The saves. What do you, that's with an Ice Blast. It still doesn't matter.
Jabs not fighting against a Zeus, survives on 10% HP all the time every game. Winter Wyvern, Lion. Just ban the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but they did. That was the game, well, at least the game plan at the end of the draft. They could have picked Zeus instead of PL. It was one of those things I remember in the draft thinking, okay, if they want to get Zeus again against TB, they have to pick it now. There's no way where Fnatic going to give them a last pick Zeus once again. Instead, they felt like PL was going to be the answer, but so far it has not worked for them.
Like they picked the Zeus, the PL, because they wanted to save their DP flex pick, right? They didn't want to show their mid lane. They last pick Ember. If they pick a Zeus there, that means they are showing the DP as a pos tree. So
Yeah.
maybe they just valued the other flex picks on mid and the off lane. So
And you are going for some warding. Fnatic, they had eyes.
like maybe for Neon, if they because they picked the PL on the 4th pick, because of that, then they still have the option to put the DP on the mid or off lane. And maybe for their last pick, they could have gotten some game-changing hero that would have made everything good, like sort of like the Zeus last game, right? But they just didn't have any. They just didn't have any special pick to like change the tide of the draft, and they picked the Ember, which is like it's all right, but like we're watching this game, if he's not like really enabled by his team to take fights, he doesn't he can't win the game by himself, even though Yopaj has been playing like excellent.
And it does really feel like a big picture strategy thing. Like, it feels like every individual player on OB Neon, this game and this entire series has really delivered some fantastic Dota and made the right plays, but draft-wise, strategy-wise, things not clicking here. And Fnatic find themselves in a position where, with complete map control, good vision as well, they are ready to take another fight fairly soon, I imagine, as soon as this Metamorphosis is back up. They've got a Butterfly as well on Raven, and it does really feel like he is this unkillable PB boss now in this upcoming fight.
Yep, they have absolutely no way to deal with him right now with the BKB. Only the Ice Blast, but I mean, if the TB is full HP and hit him with Ice Blast, like, there's nothing to be done.
Yeah. And you mentioned, of course, you can Sunder through it. You've got the press the attack to save him if he gets, stunned or gone on. I mean, there is only the one stun anyways with the Nyx Impale.
Yep, so I think right now the game is pretty simple for Fnatic. We want to choke out the map and we want to take the Rosh. Cut all the 3 lanes, take the Rosh because Neon can't fight. Get the Aegis on the TB, hit high ground.
Maybe also going to find some pickoffs along the way. Stopping any kind of shenanigans. They know OB Neon's going to be looking to avoid any team fight outside of their base, so any pickups you can get when you have a Legion Commander feel great, because he's up to 80 bonus damage. Usually dual damage is not a big part of what Legion Commander does in competitive Dota, but when you get enough of it, it can make a difference.
Yep, the Lion as well. The Lion has 5 finger kills.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that good at math, boss. Can you do the math? 40 damage per kill, 725 base.
You hover over it. Don't worry, I didn't do the math. It tells you.
Oh really?
Yep, the tooltip. Here we go, high ground we go. Without a Nyx, they feel like they can just breach, and it looks like they're more than right here with this TB Metamorphosis. The press the attack from Death. Death is just positioning behind the TB. And this is going to be a free melee Rax. It looks like Ice Blast is going to land. Raven going to be forced back here. He's got the Sunder though if he wants to turn and look for a target. He may just leave Xuan to try and go for the Rax with the Edict here, and it looks like he is going to just run on in. No answer coming as Fnatic get themselves a free melee Rax. They just need to get out here. Xuan gets press the attack once again, looking for a Carapace is the Nyx, but the Impale doesn't land here. Charging forward is Yopaj. He's got a BKB on the Ember Spirit. He's trying to do enough damage, but who's he even going to be able to go for here? The Exorcism coming in. Death in some trouble. That's the save. If they can get Death, it'd be huge, but he gets the press the attack up on himself. He's going to turn, look to fight, doesn't get a duel up. He actually dies way too fast. Xuan in trouble as well. The Leshrac dead. And OB Neon holding their high ground. The PL with all the illusions, trying to juke and jive. Doesn't have to worry about a Leshrac anymore, and they're actually not just holding, but getting kills here. TB does get away, but they get 3 kills and keep themselves alive. OB Neon with a sign of life.
Yeah, the meta ran out and TB had to run away from the fight. I was really surprised that Fnatic just decided to go for the mid-Rex like that without taking the Rosh first, but I can respect it because Neon's lineup doesn't really do the Rosh quickly, so even if, let's say you commit your meta and BKB for the mid-Rex, right, and you get out, you're not that afraid that Neon are just gonna walk into Rosh and take it. So I can respect that Fnatic took the initiative to go for the mid-Rex because they understood their timing. They have this Butterfly against PL. Before the PL gets MKB, like this PL doesn't really do anything to the TB.
And they probably feel like, between TB having BKB as well as the Shard on Legion, they have so much, and the Abaddon, they have all this save and all this defensive tools.
Yep.
Which for the most part was true.
Yeah, a team that wanted to play it safe would have just waited for the Rosh. But I like it. I like that they went for the mid-Rex, even though it didn't end perfectly.
wasn't a disaster, that's for sure. They got the melee racks. They do lose a couple, including 2 of their cores, but TB not one of those heroes to go down. So definitely helps out OB Neon a lot. Just the getting the experience. Some of these heroes like the PL about to level 20, Ember level 20 as well. So we're gonna see Yopaj picking up an Aghanim Scepter and 50 gold. So some nice item pickups in key levels on the OB Neon side may set them up to potentially contest Roshan, which is just respawning, and I think AA, yeah, his Ice Vortex should scout this out, so they know that this Roche is up now.
This is the second Roche with the cheese and the shard. OB Neon, if they let this go, they basically lost the game, so they are gonna do everything that they can to contest this Roche, I think.
Nick's kind of running in. I guess trying to figure out if there's any sentries or anything, but that's a very bold play from him. If they see him, which they don't currently, a Blink Jewel would just be the death of him.
Yep. The PL actually bought a Reaver. He's not saving for buyback. I can respect that. I think this is most likely going to be the last fight around the Roche pit.
Yeah. Has the
And
Ag Shot upgrade for the Spirit Lance?
He really needs that HP in the fights. If not, these spells are just going to kill all of his illusions so quickly.
Yeah, it feels like when you're in these positions where you're down, 10, 15, 20k gold, and you can't be saving for buyback, or suddenly you're,
Yep.
down even more.
Yep, no point saving for buyback if you're just gonna lose the fight. Gotta do everything you can to win this next fight.
Yeah. Even some of these other heroes like Ember have the same idea. He just fully commits and buys the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, the Ember actually needs buyback. He needs 1k gold for buyback, but his buyback will actually matter so much because he can actually rejoin the fight compared to the PL's buyback, which is kinda shit because he can't really TP to the outpost or anything to join back the Roche fight. So yeah, if Yopaj actually manages to let's say Fnatic don't go for the Roche right now, right? And Yopaj manages to get 1k gold somewhere, like I think he can actually change the fight. His buyback.
Well, they're gonna reconnect back in. Some ping issues. SEA Dota things. Nothing out of the ordinary. And we'll see. How is this Nyx Ags gonna change the game too much? Do you feel CTM's about halfway there?
I think it's not fundamentally gonna change the fight, but something good could happen from it. Like if he manages to stun the LC and the Abaddon at a very awkward timing where the TB doesn't press BKB because the TB is expecting the save, and then he just gets bursted down or something like that. That's where it could make a difference. But fundamentally, I feel like if Fnatic is ready for it, I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference.
Nice plus. Scouts out the Roshan pit, sees nothing's up. It's Fnatic who is smoked around this top lane, looking for an initiation. Ember in the trees, has to be careful here. Death may have his smoke get popped if he walks too close, and it looks like Fnatic going to back off and maybe go for Roche instead. Ice Blast will be back in 15, but there is a small window where they don't have to worry about it. It looks like Fnatic are just going to... Wow, they kill Roche so fast.
But this is going to be Aegis on the Leshrac and Cheese on the TB, I imagine.
And Shard on...
Yep. Oh!
On
Yopaj! Oh! He almost stole the cheese.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, he opened up the item slots to go for that play.
Yep.
That would have been big. Any item he could got there could be really nice for him in this team.
Yep. So the Leshrac has the Aegis and has the Aghanim Shard from the Roche, and the Terrorblade has the cheese. I imagine Fnatic's just gonna walk bottom now, take the second lane of Rex.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
I mean, how hard do OB Neon need to defend? At some point, do they just say, let's just delay them and give up a Rax? Or do they need to do whatever they can to initiate and take a fight, do you feel?
I mean, the PL has hard in 100 gold, so that's the only thing they're waiting on, I think. There's nothing else that they're waiting on, so if you're gonna give up the Rex, Fnatic's just gonna go for the next one as well, so you might as well defend the bot Rex and try. The only item progression that Neon has on all of their heroes right now is the Nyx Assassin. He could have Aga in 1.1k gold, but that's like too far. He's like trying to hit some creeps right now in the triangle. 1.1k is way too much.
Yeah. There's
I think
not
I'm coming
really
right now.
anything he can sell either. So I mean, he's got like his, you know, his wand, some fluffy hats, but that's not going to really get you any closer to that Ag Scepter anytime soon. So he probably does want to buy that point booster while he's near the secret shop if possible. But yeah.
Let me do the calculation. So Cherokee Boots, he's gonna get 410 gold, about 410. One is gonna get 220, so that is 630. 630 fluffy hats.
125 each, right?
125. So 630 plus 125 is.
Well, he's got 2 fluffy hats.
Oh yeah, it's 250. So that's what, 700 or something. Wait, 610 plus 250. I mean, almost. Just a little bit more.
His inventory will be Aghanim Scepter and nothing else. No boots and nothing.
Maybe he sells the dust too.
Yep. Don't need detection. Don't worry. There's no Ricky in the game.
Yep. Tells AA, you buy all, please. I Aga now.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's pretty legit, right? If you think that is the last fight, just sell your boots, just sell it.
Oh yeah. Oh, if they're going high, I guess they probably don't think it's necessarily the last fight. They may just decide to let Fnatic siege and take this lane of Rax, or do whatever they can to try and delay it. But we'll wait and find out what the plan is going to be, because here come Fnatic looking to put the nail in the coffin for OB Neon and their hopes of staying in the winner bracket. This is not elimination, but this is definitely the place you want to be as far as making a TI. You're going to feel a whole lot more comfortable in the upper bracket as Xuan is trying to see Chaigra. He's just taking constant chip damage, the slider fist spam.
There's a bounty rune, Scam. Take the bounty rune, it's 33 minutes. Ooh. Oh no, don't show top. He needs 300 gold.
He's doing what he can, he's hitting creeps. He's like, forget bounty runes, I want creeps. Don't worry, he's 100 gold away now. He's gonna get there. Yep. Xuan goes to the high ground again with another edict. They pop the glyph, they're still buying time. The Nyx is gonna have it. He's gonna be TPing back momentarily to get that Ag Scepter for the high ground defense. They've got no more glyph now to play around. It's now or never if you're going to defend this bottom Rax. Tier 3 tower gonna go down, and now the next focus is going to be this melee barracks. Xuan's edict coming back up in a couple of seconds, and it looks like OB Neon not really finding the way to start this fight off. They blink him with jabs. He gets instantly stunned up though. He's got to be careful, but they're going to go in on the Death Prophet, who doesn't even get a chance to exorcism. Yanuel in the backlines gets taken out by the BKB Legion commander as well. They've lost 2 and the Rax. It was like too little too late. OB Neon tried to delay for as long as they could to get Nyx Ags, but in the end, it changed absolutely nothing.
Yep. Maybe he should have sold the boots.
And having this BKB on Legion, it just meant Death could just blink in and jewel and just get an insta-free kill.
Yep, the only thing that deals with the BKB, like at this point, this EXO is just, because there's no sort of like minus armor or anything, this EXO is not that scary, and this DP dies so easily. So as long as the DP EXO is not doing much, because you have so many spells to clear the PL illusions, the only real thing that, like, your BKBs are just so strong, right? Like every game, the value of BKBs and the value of these items change based on the heroes. And in this game, this triple BKB on Fnatic is just too strong. In this 7 or 8 seconds, it's impossible for Neon to fight.
We'll see. Perhaps the last round this top lane. CTM is set up with the Ag Scepter, and they can delay this. They've only got a minute left on this Aegis, so I imagine the discussion is around the, what exact second will this Aegis be expiring? Can we find a play, some kind of miracle play to kill this TB? Oh, sorry, Aegis, there is no more Aegis. Oh, sorry, the Aegis is not on the TB, on the Leshrac, so kill this Leshrac as the Aegis expires.
Pretty surprised that they are not just like going to the tower right now while they have Aegis. I think the Aegis is expiring in like 50 seconds.
The BKB was being delivered, so Lesh just gets a BKB delivery, but yeah, time has kind of run out. Death is looking for another Blink Jewel initiation on the high ground, perhaps. Do they have any way to get vision? DJ drops a ward, and instantly they Blink Jewel. BKB popped as well. Nyx Assassin, yeah, he's pretty tanky. He is still going to go down. They still got the damage. Omryu with the BKB Exorcism trying to scare off Fnatic. Not the target I think Fnatic were looking for, so they're going to be pushed back. Omryu, he chased too far. His BKB wore off. He's melting. He has to defend the Leos, but Xuan's there with the Split Earth waiting for him. Ember Spirit goes in with the Remnants. Not enough damage coming in. The Death Prophet dead without buyback. PL being forced to just doppelganger away. Full on retreat. OB Neon. PL gets caught with the Yule Scepter. The Aegis does expire, but I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. Raven on the high ground with the cheese. Getting low, but has the oppressive attack to back him up. He's going to just take out the tier 3 tower. Now gets to work on the racks. Is there anything to defend the melee racks? Does not look like it. As OB Neon going to be facing Mega Creeps, and not sure they have a whole lot else to throw at Fnatic to turn this game around.
Yep, the Nyx is looking for sort of an angle, but it's just so hard. They have 2 saves.
They get a Lion kill. Just to support though. Now, if Fnatic wanted to, they could have maybe tried to save him with the Abaddon and the Legion press the attack, but they know the position they're in, which is we just got Mega Creeps, and if we want, we can wait another, what, 3 minutes for Roshan or however long it takes, and just go for Rosh number 3.
Yep, they're camping this high ground ward though. Look like they're posturing.
B-Ward as well, but here come OB Neon. I think they know now's the time to take a fight. Yopaj just goes jumping in with a Fire Remnant. They look for a Blink Jewel, but actually Death's going to get even after the Sleight of Fist, so Yopaj in trouble. He goes down with buyback. Does he throw it out right away? Xuan in some trouble on the Leshrac here. Has the BKB to try and get himself out. Spider legs over the hill. He will get back to safety, but the chase is still on. Ember holding the buyback. Doesn't want to throw too much into this, as they're already in such a dire position that I feel like they just have to cut their losses.
Yeah, Death managing to find the duel onto the Ember even after the slide. I'm not sure, maybe Yopaj didn't have any spirits anymore.
Yeah,
but if he had spirits, that was definitely a slight misplay by him.
I think he used most of them aggressively to try to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Everyone's kind of desperate when you're down like this.
That really sums up this game right now, is just desperation. There's just so little OB Neon have as far as options go. And Fnatic, they could wait for that Rosh, but they also say, well, I think we're good to go. We got Metamorphosis back up. We've got a Leshrac with Edict, and Ember's dead. He may be forced to buy back here as Tier 4 tower is melting quickly. Ember gonna buy back. We'll see what Fnatic do. Do they stick around?
I think they should back.
Oh, Japs has other ideas. He sets things up. Goes in with the Hex on the Nyx. The Jewel is there with the BKB, and that's a dead Nyx Assassin. Does that buyback. Nemo on the backlines. They've lost Lion. Jabs gets focused, and DJ's going to be a little bit careful. Has got the borrowed time still, so he's going to be able to kind of rely on this second life here as the Exorcism gets negated with the death of the Death Prophet. PB just looking mighty uncounted here on the front lines. Press the attack to help bail him out a little bit. And OB Neon feeling like there's just not a whole lot they can do anymore.
Dude, Raven is 11, 0, and 10. This guy, last game he died like what, once? This game he has 0 deaths.
Yeah.
PBs.
I think game 1 he had 0 deaths as well.
Yeah, guys, just ban it. I think this TV is.
Just ban it. Simple. Come on, OB Neon. No, it's so tough. Yeah, the position they're in now is, you know, pick your poison. They thought they maybe had an answer with the PL, but Fnatic have just put themselves in an almost unlosable situation. They charge him with the Lesh. The press the attack save is there. No BKB. Let's just be a little bit careful for 5 more seconds. They've got the Jewel once again. Death up to plus 220 damage. Are you kidding me? This guy playing the carry Legion in the off lane. The CTM and the Nyx just sitting there around the entire enemy team. I imagine they can deal with this Nyx. Maybe not. He's gonna zone him away. They lost the Ember, who doesn't have buyback.
I think they just have no detection or something. Yeah, they
okay,
have no detection.
I was wondering. I think the Lion had the gem and died. So that, yeah, the Lion died with gem, and as a result, yeah, Nyx. I think he stole. Oh, he has a gem. I don't know where the second one is anymore.
That was pretty funny. All of them are surrounding him like, guys, where is he?
Yeah. Smart play from CTM, recognizing that nobody had detection. He could just stand in the middle of 5 heroes.
Is Fnatic gonna wait for the Rosh? Let's just go ahead. Oh, the Roche is actually up.
Roche is up. Yeah, it's like they don't even have to. That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, they'll wait for Roche, but oh wait, just no wait needed. Kind of, maybe if they're not going for Roche, that really says something about how confident they are they've won this game because, or they just want to go while Ember's dead. If they go for Roche, they may give time for Ember's respawn.
Yeah, I think
they're
Ember
going to charge
is
in.
more important than the Roche.
Leshrac running in, the TP with Metamorphosis. If they want, they can just focus the buildings. They get the Blink Jewel. Onryu gets deleted. Next in line is going to be the Nyx, and they've got nothing to defend the base. Obi Neon tap out, and Fnatic, another 3-game win. We saw it yesterday. We see it again today.
Yep, but Fnatic doing much better today compared to yesterday, right? Like, today their lanes and everything, it just felt like everything went according to plan. Like, maybe in the second game they didn't get the fights that they wanted to get, but yeah, that's about it.
All right. I am curious to hear. I mean, having seen Fnatic, I mean, do you think they're one of the top contenders or even favorites now to win the Southeast Asia region? They're in the top 3. Obviously, all that matters is winning, but they are going to be in that winner bracket final. How good of a shot do you give them?
Yeah, for sure. I think them and JXR are my picks. I like the way Fnatic and JXR are playing. But Boom and TNC are obviously pretty strong as well. The others look a bit like they're lacking behind.
Sounds like you're picking the team with Singaporean players, Ponlo.
I think we need to go to a break.
We'll hear more about that later as we head to a break, and we'll bring back Nat in and hopefully get to talk to one of the Fnatic guys. We'll see you then.
What an absolute banger of a series, I have to say. I cannot believe, one, we went to 3 games, but then the way that game 3 actually unfolded, we saw Fnatic end up taking the game number 3, so they'll be continuing on in that upper bracket run, whilst unfortunately OB Neon will be falling down to the lower bracket. So they do still have another chance to make it through, but it's just not as secure as staying there in the upper bracket. Ponlo, I want to ask you, you called this, right? You said that this was going to be a stomp, and you were right. They were really, really strong early game. I even made a note here, and as I was making it, I said, Fnatic is pretty good at knowing limits, and as I said that, they got killed off a few times, so that was a bit of a mistake note on my behalf, which was quite funny. But why do you think Fnatic did end up getting that stomp of a game?
I think Fnatic just have a very strong identity of how they want to draft. I know that because I know they have been screaming and training a lot for the past 1 month, and they have been having a lot of discussions about how they want to draft and stuff like that. And Dev tells me that he's been able to he's been able to had an open communication with the drafter, which is now I believe Japs is the one drafting mainly, 80% of
Okay.
the responsibility, I think. But don't quote me on that. I don't know. But yeah, I think we have games like this where we see them last picking a hero for Death and he performs. We see Raven playing this TB consistently well. Like so many games, he's just so insane. And like I feel like the answer to this TB against a team like Fnatic is not so simple. You can't just pick a PL and expect Fnatic to just lose because of this PL versus TB matchup. You need like something more than that strategically. Or you have to just ban the TB, I think, second phase. Like Raven's TB is just too damn good, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw then statistics wise that Fnatic had a net worth of 110,000 roughly, and poor old OB Neon only had 75, 76 ish thousand. So, gods, with this head to head, the Phantom Lancer was picked up. Ponlo wasn't too keen on it, especially, compared to the Terrorblade. Is there anything that the Phantom Lancer could have done to kind of try and win that game back for OB Neon?
It was just so tough when the last pick Legion came out. I felt like his game was just going to be really impossible regardless. Maybe he could have tried to fight a bit earlier, but even that, it's way easier said than done. I think there was just too much pressure to make plays happen, and OB Neon didn't have the right heroes for it.
I honestly would not want to be in their position. That's for sure. Are there any other sort of plays or heroes that really stood out to you, Ponlo, in that game?
I think Chen played a pretty good game on the Lash. Like I know I criticized him quite a bit in the previous games, but I feel like this game, his item build on the Lash, he went for the arcane boots, and then he just went for the, even though he has 2 saves, right? He just went for the hood, second item. Like and they just did all the right things. They took all the towers that they were supposed to take. And I think Chen in general just played a really good game of Lash this game.
So we do see OB Neon going down into the lower bracket. What do you think is going to be their key takeaway from this matchup, Ponlo?
I think for sure they have to, at least to me, like if I were Neon's coach, I would really try to address like what is the actual kind of Dota we want to play on this team, right? It can't be like we draft a fast-paced lineup, and then if we get the profit, we win. And then if we don't get the profit, we have to pick like a hard carry. I feel like teams like Fnatic are just gonna punish that. And sure, it can work against weaker teams in the low bracket, but eventually you're gonna fight the strong teams. And I feel like your draft has to be more catered to the same goal. Like this game, this Death Prophet offlane, it felt like it was on an island. Like all the Death Prophet could do was take 2 towers, and that's it. Like every other fight after that, he just like got duel, and TB just kills the Death Prophet in 3 seconds. The Death Prophet can't do anything, and it's a rough spot to put, especially a new player like Enryu on.
Well, we are going to be joined by Death from Fnatic for a little bit of a players interview. Death, congratulations on winning out this series. How are you feeling, I guess, after having such a pretty good game?
I feel fine. Like, I think we're just glad to win, Yeah.
How was the mentality coming into the second, after the second game? Because, OB Neon had a pretty amazing performance on that game too. So was it really hard to bounce off of that and really recollect yourself for game 3?
We definitely took some time to discuss like what went wrong, and I think game 2 was like definitely a little rough for us. But I think we just try to tell ourselves that like the next game will just be different and we're gonna play better. So yeah.
All paid off for you guys. Gods, do you have any questions you would like to ask Death?
Yeah, I actually had a couple. Firstly, I know I hear you're good friends with Ponlo. We've been working. Do you have any good embarrassing stories about Ponlo? Can you share anything?
Embarrassing stories. Can't really think of any at the moment.
He's hiding. Okay. Anyway, the other thing I'm curious to ask, Dota wise, we can come back to that. Don't worry. I'm not going to let you off without an answer. You obviously stood in for OB Neon at the Singapore Major. Got top 6 there. Did your time playing with them help you prepare for going up against OB Neon in this series today? Like, do you feel like you know that team really well, having played with them, or is this just a totally different Neon team?
I mean, I think they're how do I say this? Like, I think they're mostly the same. I mean, like at the major when they played with me, I think it's like we played on like a different level of like fast Dota, you know. But it's like even now, like they're still kind of like playing the same like that. They're trying to play the same like fast Dota, but just like with a normal carry. And yeah, of course, like after playing with them, like I know what to expect, you know, like even in the game too, you know, when they're like constantly like running at us, you know. But you know, it's like I love and respect that Dota, you know. Yeah.
Ponlo, do you have any questions? Actually, I don't even know why I'm asking. Ponlo, just take it away. As many
Yeah.
questions as you want to
All
ask
right.
him.
I will stay away from the games. Dev. So 6 months ago we playing together and we are on the same level, and then 6 months later I've become a caster and you are playing on Fnatic. You got any advice for me?
Just get good.
Okay. I think we need to go to the break.
I do want to quickly ask you one last question, Death, before we do say goodbye to you. It's just, how is the general prep and build up for the team over at Fnatic coming into the qualifiers? How much pressure are you guys placing on yourself?
I'm not sure about them, but I think for me it's like I think the pressure is a bit different because I think Fnatic has never missed a TI in I think like quite a few years, or I'm not sure if they even missed one. So it's like, you know, like me joining them, and it's like I'm trying to just like play my best and not let them down, you know. So yeah.
Well, I assure you, you have been putting on a stellar performance. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the win for the series.
Thank you.
Before we head off to the break, I would like to give one of our sponsors a shout out. That's HyperX. Our friends over at HyperX are running a special promo on their line of HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models during TI10 qualifiers. All HyperX Alloy Origins keyboard models feature HyperX mechanical switches, fully customizable RGB lighting, and aircraft-grade aluminium body, which I did not know that, by the way. But they're available in full 10 keyless and 60% keyboard types. You can either click on the HyperX banner below, or you can go over to bts.gg/SEA HyperX. Guys, do you have any final thoughts that you want to say about this series before we do dock off?
Get good, Ponlo.
Well, look, we'll jump to a break before we come into another series, and hopefully in that break, Ponlo can get good. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to jump into our last series of the day. But before we do, I want to have a quick look through some of the results from this stream and also our stream B of the Southeast Asia qualifiers. If they can come up and we can talk about them, because I do know there has been a pretty incredible upset that just happened over on stream B. And I don't want to spoil anything until we see it. So we have Team SMG at the start of the day winning against Lil Gun. Then we had Galaxy Racer winning against Smart Omega. We just had Fnatic taking on Obi Neon. And then we're gonna get into the TNC and Boom Esports game. We also had the Execration taking 496 Gaming. Motivated Trust taking Signal. And then we have Team SMG taking out Execration, if that's correct.
Wait, no, Execration upset. I think Execration won
so
that
that
one.
one's the one that just rounded out.
Yeah, so
Speaking of the TNC and Boom game, that's the one we're about to jump into. I want you, Ponlo, to talk me through these teams. Explain to me in as much depth and knowledge as you can, a little bit of information about their game styles and the players that we're going to be seeing matching up against each other today.
For Boom, I watched the series they had against Execration yesterday, and they did something unorthodox in the second game, but it's like a Boom specific thing. They did a TA mid on Mikoto, and they also picked the Medusa for Dreamercell on the carry. Like, I don't think any other team does that, and they actually made it look super hard to deal with, and Execration lost the game pretty handily. The other thing that Boom did, which was kind of special, was they picked a carry Ricky. The only other team that does this, I think, is 496. They picked carry Ricky for Drew today. And the interesting thing about how Dreamercell played this carry Ricky, they had carry Ricky and Wind Ranger on mid, Mikoto. And their opponent had a PL. Execration had a PL carry, but neither of them dealt with the PL. They did not build a battle fury on the Ricky to deal with the PL, but they still managed to play the late game fights really, really well. And their late game execution was so good. And FBZ in particular on the Mars, he played Mars phenomenally. Like, his Mars was perfect. His item decision, he bought this overwhelming blink. It was super insane. He had overwhelming blink, satanic BKB at 30 minutes. It was super clean by Boom. I even myself, I was super surprised with how Boom managed to turn up, because I thought Boom was one of the teams that would struggle, but they've done a lot better than I expected. When it comes to TNC, I think at the start of the qualifier they had a few rough games against SMG, the second game in particular, where they had a lead early. They had this Void, carry Void, offlane Viper, and DK mid draft, and they had a lead early, but they kind of took one really bad fight against mid one's Medusa, and they just struggled from there because they lost the Roche, and mid one got Aegis on the Medusa, and he just started to steamroll the game, and TNC dropped a map to SMG, which I think most people were not expecting, even myself. But then in the third game, TNC, they played their standard Dota. To me, it felt like Mushi took out the cane, because Mushi is coaching TNC now. And after what happened in the second game, I think Mushi was like, guys, enough is enough. This is $40 million we're talking about, They picked their standard, their Puck, their Armel Puck, the TB, Gabby TB. And I heard that Armel Puck, I didn't watch the game, but I heard that Armel Puck popped off that game. And a lot of people are saying, this Armel, don't give him Puck anymore. He played a Puck into a Lion, and he was still owning in the game.
No, definitely. It was a pretty insane game, that third one. It felt like they put their try-hard pants on and they just absolutely went for it, which was amazing to watch. Now, both of these teams do have a pretty similar playstyle. I know both of them like to go for the late game. Gods, do you think this is going to be more than down to a draft sort of thing, or an execution between the two teams?
I would say execution as well as the two mid laners. I mean, you mentioned Armel's Puck, but also on the other side, we've got Makoto, who to me is one of the star mid players of the Southeast Asia region. I think that matchup is just going to be so interesting to watch. Some of the heroes they can play as we see some of the draft. And I think heroes, you really want to be able to also shut down the enemy mids. Heroes like Lion are great for stopping some of those elusive heroes like a Puck. So already some very interesting picks coming out, including the Brood.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Brood has gotten through. You know, TNC played that one yesterday and they looked really, really good on her. So I am a bit surprised at that one getting let through, but I'm definitely not surprised at TNC taking that opportunity and picking it as fast as they could. Ponlo, with the Marana and the Lion, what sort of flexibility are we looking to come out from Boom here?
I feel like the Lion, a reason why they picked the Lion was because they want to sort of deny Amel's Puck, but they don't really want to ban it, so they pre-picked the Lion because Lion is still generally a good hero. I'm not entirely sure, but the issue here is that I'm not sure exactly what they're gonna pick against this Brood. Even myself, I'm not 100% clear of how to deal against this Brood Mother. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait to see.
Yeah, then let's talk about the bans a little bit more. So we just saw the Puck one come out there, but I'm also intrigued by the Ricky and the DK ban. The Dragon Knight one makes a little bit more sense. We see TNC try and prioritize him a lot, but with the Ricky one, why do you think they've gone for that ban?
I have no idea actually. Like,
Yeah.
TNC hasn't played it, right? And
No,
the
it's
team
Boom that we've seen play it.
yeah, exactly. Like Boom is the one that played the hero, so maybe in their hearts they just think that it's one of the best heroes right now. And
Okay.
yeah,
They're not willing to
I'm not
play
sure.
it, so they're like, let's get rid of it because we don't even want to risk that chance. And then over on the TNC side, we see Timbersaw, Nyx, Mars, and Tidehunter ban. Gods, walk me through some of those ones, and the Conqueror as well being added there, which is a little bit more self-explanatory.
I mean, the first two bans, Timber Nyx, is just meta heroes. I mean, Nyx is like one of the best kind of supports right now. Just does a lot. Timber forces you to address the hero. And then these next three bans are just the Brood counters. I mean, I guess to answer your question, Paul, know what heroes do with Brood. I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like kind of unclear what the best Brood counters are. TNC think these three heroes are the best. They're all the heroes that can clear Spiderlings easily and heroes that can match up well against the Brood in like a one-on-one laning matchup.
The Conqueror is a little bit similar maybe to that, Ricky, or like, you know, the Conqueror, both of them play it, and so maybe if they're not willing to put it in their draft, they're like, we don't want to hand it over to Boom Esports either, who ban out TA and then are going to pick up Axe. Onlo, are you surprised by that one?
I mean, I was looking at their drafts yesterday and they picked this Axe and they tried it on Dreamer Cell and they lost with it. And now they see a Brood. I imagine they want to put the Axe at the Brood lane.
Yep.
So I get the idea, but I mean personally I'm just not a huge believer of the Axe.
Oh yeah, I mean I think Axe was picked like 5 or 6 times yesterday and lost every single game. Axe
I was going to say that. Axe did lose every game that he was picked.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
I believe Axe only won one game and it was today when Execration picked it for Nico. That was the only game that Axe won.
And in
Not
all
a
the
good
qualifiers, this hero, it's just getting trashed. Every single region, it's been terrible. Like, it's been picked. It's one of the most picked heroes. It's 4th in the most picked heroes, and it just keeps on losing.
It's so insane. But sorry to cut you off there. But speaking of most picked heroes, we're seeing Hoodwink here, and I'm really excited. She's got to be one of the most picked in all of the other regions. And me personally, this is the first time I'm seeing her in Southeast Asia. So Ponlo, why have they gone for this one? Give me some reasoning behind it, or is it just she's one of those meta heroes?
I think it's because with a Brood Mother, you tend to want to split up the map and you want to play all 3 lanes and you want to split the opponents up because Brood is strong when the opponents are split up. Brood is weak when the opponents are together because you can land your spells together and clear the brooding, the spiders. So I think Hoodwink is just one of those supports that are better at playing at the side lanes and like initiating from fog with the bushwhack and the ulti. And yeah, I think for TNC, they're just imagining their draft to be sort of like very scrappy and all over the place, you know?
Yeah, and then this Invoker being picked up as well on the side of Boom. Where do we think that one's going to be placed, Gods?
Probably just going to be the Makoto mid hero. I don't think any teams are doing any kind of off lane or support Invoker these days. So,
Pretty stock standard.
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a Makoto like go-to, but it is something he can play well. I guess a little worried because he doesn't know his lane matchup yet. So I feel like if TNC want, they can. Okay, the TA is banned, so the obvious counters ban the TA and the Kunkka. So in a lot of ways, it's a pretty good Invoker game because they can't just counterpick you mid.
I see. So it's like they're just looking at these bands that have already come out, even if they don't know the matchup, they think it's pretty good and they don't want to risk it being banned out in the next phase. I totally get that. But here we see the Terrorblade, which has had really dominant performances so far. So Ponlo, walk me through that one.
I'm not that sold on this TB pick, honestly. Like,
Oh, really?
Look at the Boom heroes, right? They're not bad against TB. Invoker's pretty good against TB. Lion is good against TB because the Lion stops the TB from farming the lanes very efficiently because he has the mana burn for the illusions. He can just keep stopping you. And I mean, on TNC, you are playing with a Brood Mother and a Hoodwing and a Phoenix. Like, sure, the Phoenix works well with the TB, but the other two heroes, I don't feel like there's any real synergy. Like, they're just gonna farm until you have like Skadi to be able to fight. Before that, I don't think you can fight with this TB, and that is kind of worrying because Boom can just accelerate this game as long as the Brood lane, the X lane goes well and the Brood is poor. Like, I can see Boom just like steamrolling this game, and this TB might just die to smokes again and again with the finger and the sun strikes or whatever.
Right, so if they can execute their lineup quite well, the Terrorblade's just never going to have a chance. On TNC's side, what are we hoping to see round out their draft, Ponlo?
They definitely need something that's able to at least win the mid lane a bit against the Invoker. I think when your opponent shows an Invoker mid, you want to have something that at least does well against the Invoker, but also something that provides them some sort of team fight and damage, because right now Brood is going to play on an island himself. You really need that mid hero to tie up this draft with the Hoodwing and the Phoenix, so that this Hoodwing and this Phoenix don't feel like useless heroes, while the Brood Mother is farming, the Terrorblade is farming. You want that mid hero to be able to bring some tempo to the game.
Yeah, we don't want to see our supports just getting dunked on over and over again. That would not be good. And Gods, for the Boom side, what do you want to see round out their draft?
What are the big carries left? I guess the Medusa's still in the pool against the TB. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they want to go for.
I doubt that they're gonna play a carry, right? I think they'll just put the X as a carry at this point, since it's a Brood lane. And they will just pick like a off lane, and maybe they play the Invoker as a cross exort and farm a lot on the hero.
True.
Are we looking for like a melee or ranged here?
Probably melee. Maybe something like
Could we go like the
Beastmaster? I don't know.
Okay. Alright, I was like maybe the Juggernaut or something like that. I'm just throwing things out there.
I mean, I might be wrong. Maybe Boom will just pick a new carry, but so far, I think it might be better for them to pick something like a Beastmaster offlane to like really speed up the tempo of the game. And they have this vision, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Hawk, they have Sunstrike, they have X Dagger, Manta. They have so much kill potential on the entire map. Like, to me, that's the hero that I'm looking at. And FBZ plays the hero as well. So yeah, but anything that sort of speeds up the tempo of their game is gonna be good, I think. Personally, I don't really feel like they need a carry right now.
We'll see TNC slowly tick down their clock as they're thinking about what they want to pick on their side. Is a melee range? You don't think it's going to have too much impact here? It's all about just trying to give that space to the Terror and the Brood still.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think they also, I mean, I know, Ponlo, you mentioned they need something to fight with the Phoenix and Hoodwink and do damage. They also just need stuns. Like, they have no real lockdown or control. Just the Hoodwink with the Bushwhack is all they've really got to play around. TP's not going to deal damage if heroes aren't standing still. Phoenix Egg, you need protected, so they get a Void Spirit. Interesting.
I like it. I personally like the Void Spirit. I think he's a pretty awesome hero. Do you think this is gonna enable the Terror Blade and the Brood, Ponlo? Do you think it's gonna do what it needs to be able to execute this draft?
I think it was just the only thing left that they could have picked.
Okay.
I don't think that this puts them ahead of the draft. I think they're quite behind, honestly, to me. I might be wrong. TNC might play a different style of Dota that I don't understand. And so yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see.
Could it be that, Void's a comfort, and because there just wasn't a lot left, they've gone for something that's a really big comfort pick, Gods?
Yeah, I think for sure. Often you're in a game one, sometimes you just want to go into kind of your comfort zone. You don't want to necessarily go too out of the box. They've already got the Brood cheese pick, so I think really TNC's just looking at this game like, okay, we're going to Brood cheese pick. Let's hope that's enough for us, and then just pick everyone else on something that's kind of standard for them.
And I mean, that's a really good way, you kind of have this win condition that you want, and to be able to ensure that you can get that win condition, you just have to make sure everyone else is comfortable in how they're going to be playing their game of Dota. Over on the side of Boom, we see the Pangolier finish off their draft. So Ponlo, do you like that one? Is that something that you think is really going to work for them?
Yeah, I think it's excellent. I think it scales perfectly against the TB as long as you can match the item timing and the TB doesn't have this overwhelming damage to kill you while you're in your role. Like this Pango is gonna do so much damage at the later part of the game. And it's also sort of an answer against the Brute as well. I think Boom has a really solid draft.
5 seconds.
What sort of game plan or game style is Boom going for then? Do you still want them to be really early aggression and try not to push it too late?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what Mikoto will go for, but I personally think that he should go for Exort, and I think they will just do well in their bottom lane, mainly their bottom lane against the Brute because you counterpick the X into a Brute, right? Your X is gonna free farm. I hope they get some like large cam and medium cam stacks so that this X can really accelerate, and maybe Hyde on the Mirana top lane. Hyde can stack the camps as well because the Phoenix can't really pressure the Pangolier that much. Maybe you just need to buy a bit of regen for the Pango as a Mirana and stack the ancient camps. Stack it so much that Dreamcell will carry this game at 25 minutes.
Well, look, as much as I like Brood and Void and even Hoodwink, somehow you sold me, and I'm going to say that I really like the look of Boom Esports draft, and I'm going to say that they'll be taking game 1. But what do you reckon, Gods, who's going to be taking game 1?
I like what you guys. You know, I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going with TNC. They're the team I'm going to stick with my compendium prediction. That's my logic, you know.
Oh wait,
I have to
did you do
double down?
Did you do TNC as well for your compendium?
Yes.
I did too,
as well.
and everyone made fun of me. I'm not joking. Everyone was like, "You gotta pick TNC," and I'm like, "Yeah," as if you wouldn't. And everyone's like, "No way, they don't have a chance." But look, I'll let you guys go and jump into game number 1, and hopefully TNC can prove all those haters wrong.
Alrighty, we'll see if TNC have the tools to do it here. Definitely looking like maybe a slight draft advantage going Boom's way, as we'll see early moves coming out. Yeah, I mean, TNC, they're still in the upper bracket. Definitely draft-wise, they're doing something a bit out of the box here. Obviously, Brood, not at all out of the box. No individual here out of the box, but the way things came together, it does feel like Boom have managed to get some good counter picks in Ponlo. How does TNC make this draft work? I mean, we're talking about, like, you know, doom and gloom. What makes TNC, what's going to set TNC up to win this game?
I think the biggest thing for TNC is if Armel manages to get a power rune. I feel like I say this every game. If Armel gets a power rune and he manages to kill this X at the bottom lane with the Brute, like one kill, right? One kill on the X and the tower is gone. Brute Mother will kill the tower, like, as long as the X is not there. So I think that's going to be what TNC is going to be angling for, because top lane is going to be pretty hard for the Void Spirit to rotate into because the support is a Phoenix. You don't really have any disables.
Alrighty. We'll see when those supports start rotating power runes come into play, as we have both teams going for some early 5-man moves. There was a smoke out from Boom. They got scouted by a dire ward, and it does look like lanes are going to be going as you would expect. No crazy switch-ups happening here whatsoever, at least so far. I mean, you mentioned the Axe against the Brood a bit with the laning stage. Is there any way a Brood with a Hoodwink support can win this lane, or is Axe just too much of a counter pick?
I think in the lane itself, Axe is too much of a counter pick, but the Brood Mother might be able to cut the waves after 5 minutes when the creeps are, you know, the cutting is disabled, because right now the Dota patch is such that you can't cut the creeps properly until after 5 minutes. So yeah, I think after 5 minutes, when the Brute, maybe after the Brute has level 6, then that's where he can really come back in farm if he farms the jungle, as well as the lane creeps.
Terrorblade gonna tank an arrow there to try it. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he kept the rage creep alive a little bit longer. As we'll take a look at this bottom lane where it is the Brood lane. Not necessarily a whole lot of kill threat from the Lion Axe, at least I wouldn't expect. Maybe with the Battle Hunger Impale they can do some good damage, but it could be a lane where at least Brood doesn't get fully out of lane too fast.
Yeah, Brood Wing is still considered one of the better supports in general in lane. And Brood really needs that solid lane support, because the Brood Mother really suffers in the first few levels before she gets like her more points in her E, where she starts to be able to go on the enemy.
We'll see how things develop there in these lanes. As far as taking a look at some of our other lanes, we've got the Armel Void Spirit in the mid lane up against the Mikoto Invoker. Do you think how high do you rate Mikoto's Invoker? Is it something you think he's really proficient on?
Not really, personally, but to be honest, I don't think I'm a Mikoto expert. I'm not a Mikoto expert. I'm only a dev expert. Which is why I sort of like say that maybe I prefer Mikoto to play Sword. So it's more towards his playstyle of farming and just Sunstrike for kills. But he's actually opted to go for Crosswax.
Yeah, I feel like the heroes I always think of with him is like his Wind Ranger in the past, his Monkey King mid, his TA.
His Ember, yep.
We'll see how he handles the Invoker. It's gonna, like you say, be Crosswax, probably see that early earn, just that space creating. Let's, you know, just run around, I mean, you kind of say make space for an Axe. Axe is not your traditional hard carry, but we have seen this Axe do a lot when you do get that ability to snowball and pull ahead.
Yep. It's gonna be interesting to me if whether Boom makes stacks or not for this Axe, because like the thing I really pulled away from watching LGD run the Axe on Ame was that they knew how to accelerate him, and they didn't just treat him like a standard carry that just hits creeps in his lane, you know?
Yeah. And you mentioned Hyde, that's the Mirana's job to make those stacks mostly?
Yep, and the Lion as well. Like the Lion can also, once he has mana, he has the mana drain, he can stack in the Radiant main jungle, the camp on the left of the outpost, and the camp above the outpost. I believe he can double stack that as long as he uses mana drain. So, yeah.
We'll see how that works out for him. Bottom river, Mikoto denies the water room, but gets caught by a Ether Remnant, so he's going to be forced back. Will be okay, he's not going down, and does have the points in quad, so has a decent amount of HP regen. They should be okay here. Feels like this bottom lane's about to get very difficult as soon as Dreamer Cell gets the Vanguard up, which he's only 400 gold away from. They're just going to be tickling him at that point.
Yep. Yes, cute. Making stacks. His Axe is already untouchable in the bottom lane. Like the Hook Wing's purpose in the bottom lane is not to shut down the Axe or do anything to the Axe. Hook Wing's purpose is...
Ooh, Arrow goes flying through with the Tornado. Unfortunately, very hard combo with the Tornado and the Arrow. And they just couldn't quite land it properly, as Mikoto doesn't have much mana to play around with as well.
Yep, I think TNC is just testing out whether they are able to first face this Brood. Because if TNC win this game, it's gonna have such a psychological advantage against all the teams that they're gonna face. Because you have to first face ban a Brood. Because this team, they dare to first face a Brood Mother.
And they ban, obviously there's many heroes you can pick into the Brood. The Axe is obviously one of the common ones, but there were 3 others that they banned out. So basically this is them saying they feel like they can obviously Brood into those counters.
Yep. I think their philosophy of the Brood, from what I see right now, is that, or the only way I can explain it is that you pick the Brood, but you don't make the game about the Brood. You make the game about the other heroes. And I believe in that, but I guess my issue with this game is that I don't really see the other heroes making too much sense together. Like, the Phoenix sort of feels like the Phoenix fits with the TB, and the Hookwing fits with the Void Spirit, but as a 4-man unit, they don't really fit in together. Like, just a little bit weird to me.
Box being exposed. He didn't buy the TNC supporter pack. Gabby also rocking the I think that's the SMG one. Not sure.
Yeah,
exactly
he wants the steady bomb PP.
Have you got a favorite voice line, or what's your go-to?
My favorite one is the Motivate Trust one, where Fearless goes, "You think you good, ah?" I love that one.
That's good. That's real good. Yeah.
You think you good, ah?
I'm glad we got some Arteezy sprays, even here in Southeast Asia. I mean, all over the world, obviously, Arteezy a household name. As we'll see, Axe well and truly a problem, as he has the money for the Vanguard if he wants to go and buy it. So, and now, yeah, you kind of mentioned it. KezQ can go back to the jungle, make some stacks if he wants, or help out the mid lane. His game is completely open and free now. As we'll see Gabby perhaps in some trouble up top. They've got the arrow and they're going to land it with a nice placement. FBZ
Beautiful
backing him
arrow.
up too. Yeah. I definitely the man to watch right now. Hasn't been doing any stacking, but he's having a big impact elsewhere on the game.
Yep, the lane was not going that well for them. As you can see, in the CS, the TV is doing really well compared to the Pangolier. But yeah, that kill just like evens the lane out. It was really good.
All right. TNC, you said the one thing they need is power runes, and they've got the first one. Arcane rune for Armel. See how soon you can look to start making some plays.
He gotta wait for his boots before he starts to rotate to the other lanes. So maybe he will just use his rune to kill the mid lane.
Yep. They can rotate heroes towards him. I mean, Hoodwink not bad. You've got Bushwhack, but I guess Phoenix could rotate in with a dive for some slow and with Fire Spirits. But yeah, they don't really have the best heroes to make those rotations. It's just the supports, because both Brood is going to be playing it by himself, and then TB is just going to be looking to farm.
Yep, they definitely need the Invoker to try to go on the Void Spirit before they are able to kill the Invoker. If the Invoker is just sitting back and farming, I don't think they're going to be able to just go on him from full HP.
Oh, and I think Boom recognized that this mid lane is the one lane that's vulnerable, because both their supports are just sitting in the trees, playing around this lane, and they're spotted by Observer Wards, but they're just here to make sure that Invoker doesn't get gone on. Or if he does, they can turn it around. Tornado EMP mid, that's perhaps what they were waiting for.
Whoa.
They get the Impale follow-up. The arrow... Oh, there we go. They get the kill.
Wow. Boom has been executing so well the past 2 days. Like, these things are not easy to hit.
Perfectly played. Yeah, the last few
believe,
times they went for that.
The Invoker even like last hit the range crit, right, so that the arrow will hit, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was clean. And the stacks as well, like, look at the Mirana, like, he's making the stacks. The Lion as well is making the stacks. Oh man, this axe is gonna be big.
Yeah, and I'm sure they want to fall back and grab some of those neutron soon, but the axe, you mentioned he's going to be big. He may be first getting picked off here. That's a rotation from Malmel. But yeah, he's A-okay. Kodo TP's down here and actually earns him up to keep him nice and healthy, so... Axe may just want to head back to the jungle. There's so much farm and stacks waiting for him.
Armel did what he could. I called it, like, he needs to have the Arcane Rune and he needs to wait for his boots. He got his boots, he TV'd bot, but unfortunately they just lack a little bit of damage.
Mid lane, there's going to be another Tornado EMP coming in on Armel. Once again, he'll dodge it using the Dissimulate. That's what we saw the first few times before the arrow came into play.
Stacks. Stack, nice.
7, yep, I'm sure every time it approaches that around 50-second mark he's asking.
Oh, this Lion illusion. Stopping the stack.
They're going to get one stack off, but still, yeah, it's a problem on the more so on the other side with how many stacks are on. Top lane, they are diving, looking for this Tim's kill. The arrow will give vision even if it doesn't land, so Boom get themselves another kill. They're just crushing this early game. Everything I think we're worried about with the drafts is kind of happening. This Brood is being completely negated, hasn't really been able to have a good time down bottom. Maybe he's going to start pressuring the tower and avoid... I guess the one thing with Axe is if he goes back to the jungle, he's going to be giving up this lane and tower.
Yep, definitely, and I don't think anyone on Boom really want to come down here. Maybe the Pangolier can come down here, but I think they understand that this bottom lane is TNC's only move. Like, if you bring a Pango bot, TNC is going to bring 4 heroes to come and kill this Pangolier. So maybe what Boom wants to do here is actually to bait the Axe bottom. The Axe just stays bot because they know that bottom lane is the only lane TNC can move to with the Void Spirit and the Hoodwink.
Those stacks will still be there 2 or 3 minutes from now. He doesn't have to farm them now.
Yep, there's no threat of it getting stolen as well.
Rolling Thunder top, FBZ tries to escape, but Armel was there with the pull. Another power rune. He had the haste rune, so Armel making the plays.
Yeah, Boom gotta be a little bit more disciplined with the power runes. These power runes are giving TNC a lifeline in this game.
Alright, we'll see. Axe actually looking to invade the enemy jungle for a second. He goes in to peek at how many Ancients and stuff are there, but decides he'd better not, as it looks like he is headed to his own Ancients now, looking to start that power farming. And it seems like the call is just, let's just give up bottom tier 1 tower. We don't really, like, the game plan doesn't change necessarily.
I think communication got a bit of breakdown. The Brood Mother is taking the stacks at the Lion mid. Because the Axe didn't clear the stacks bottom. I think the Axe should have cleared these stacks before he left.
There's even another triple stack further up that the Brood might go find later on.
Yep, maybe the Pangolier is gonna try to clear it soon.
Axe had bigger ideas, you know. He's like, I'm only Ancients, he says. Only care Ancients.
No, but this is exactly what happened in their previous game as well, where Dreamercell played Axe, right? He only farmed the Ancients, and I talked about it when after they lost. Yeah. I felt that he actually had to farm a lot more than just the Ancient stack. He had to farm a lot of other stacks as well. But it looks like this game is gonna happen again, where he just only farms Ancient stacks. But his net worth at least is looking pretty solid, much better than the last time.
Brood finds some of those stacks. He's trying to kill this line in the mid lane. Forces out an Impale, but with the Void Spirit backup, Bok doing a great job collapsing on this mid lane. Has the web charges to make these rotations, and did scout out that stack in the neutral as well, so good moves from the Brood. Well, Axe is actually playing in the top lane now. Are you feeling like, you know, the way Boom are playing or setting up this Axe, is it going the right direction now? Or, I mean, he's the top net worth, obviously, but is this where you want your Axe to be at 12 minutes in?
I think it's not ideal because he didn't take the other stacks, and the Brood actually, look at the Brood's net worth, right? The Brood was doing pretty poorly at the start, but now he's like all back. He's richer than Invoker and the Pangolier.
Well, it was a Rolling Thunder bottom. It bounced around some walls, didn't really amount to a whole lot, as it seemed like Boom were attempting to push TNC out of this bottom lane, but they're unsuccessful in doing so. And once again, Armel has another rune. He's got a double damage this time. He's slowly starting to help TNC claw their way back in. They were down 2,000 gold at like 6 or 7 minutes into this game. It felt like the lanes had gone really poorly, but suddenly TNC over the last 5 minutes have pulled themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it really felt like while this Axe was clearing the Ancients and going top lane to farm, the rest of the Boom heroes just didn't really achieve anything. They didn't even really farm anything. I'm not sure. The FBZ is quite poor on the Pangolier. Even though he's sat at bottom lane for a while. He's in mid lane now. But yeah, Boom is trying to open up this top tower because it's gonna open up a lot of the space to farm for the Axe after he has the Manta.
That Manta, yeah, online fairly soon. Can he see his team take this top tier 1 tower? Makoto, fairly quiet game for the Invoker, other than that one kill mid on the Void Spirit, where his supports rotated. We feel like hasn't really seen him able to make plays around the map. Is that just because he's been farming, or is he just not finding any good openings?
I honestly think maybe a part of it is just this being TI qualifiers, you know. Like usually we see all these invokers, they get so much shit done, you know. Like when they play Crosswax, they get so many kills all over the place because people play so carelessly. But it really does feel like in these TI qualifiers, all these Crosswax invokers haven't been finding the same kind of success they used to have. I think
I feel like
being tighter.
Yeah, this is I think the 4th best of 3 I've cast, and they've all been the upper bracket teams. Teams like Fnatic, TNC, Boom, and all these games at like 15 minutes in, they have like 5 kills. It's a very common theme.
Yep.
As mid lane, Dreamercell will TP in, but the tower's already gone down. Phoenix is going to just dive out of there. As the Rolling Thunder being at least pump fake, he is going to go for this one. There's going to be a Dissimulate, gets him to the low ground. Armel also has a Void Step. Uses the Astral Step to get back to safety. So, I mean, even that's like back-to-back Rolling Thunders just being used to I mean, he's not planning on using it to zone them away. He's trying to go for kills, but TNC just completely disengaged.
Yeah, Boom have the stronger abilities right now, but they're not really getting the fights that they want.
Tim's in the top lane. They go fishing with a Sunstrike after the Tornado EMP combo, but it's not gonna work. No kills going the way for either team, and they are trying. They are making these moves.
Yeah, I really like that they gave Armel the bottom lane to farm, because as a Void Spirit, you can really start to lag behind in terms of farm if the Brood Mother is the one taking all the space, you know? Like the Brood Mother, if the Brood Mother takes all the farm bot, Void Spirit, you feel really bad if you have to hit jungle at this point of the game. So yeah, it's really nice for Armel.
And Brood is a hero that can, as we've seen, jungle just fine. I was farming jungle stacks and everything, so...
Yep.
See, top lane, FBZ could be in some trouble. Armel rotated up here, and then they have the Bushwhack Sharpshooter instantly killed. Kezcute could be next. This is an Arcane Rune Void Spirit. He does lose it with the Tornado Dispel. Jumps forward out of the EMP. They could just be going for more here. They've got the Sunray on Kezcute's line. He's going down, and Mikoto says, get me out of here. He just TP's back to base as TNC clear out this top side of the map. They get rid of Boom, get 2 kills.
Yeah, and throughout that whole ordeal, the other TNC heroes, the Broodmother and the TB, they are not even interested to come. They just farm. This is what I mean during the draft. Like, TNC's draft identity is that they want to play 3 lanes all the time. And they just want to split you up. Like, Boom has all this teamfight and like spells, but they have to use it together to kill people. And if you're split out all the time, it's really hard to land those spells together.
Feels like Axe is the only one whose game is going according to plan, which is get lots of farm. It feels like the Invoker has no plays to make. Pengo's being forced to deal with the Brood lane because the Axe wants to farm the jungle. So Pengo's just not being able to make any plays either.
Yep, I feel like this goes back to do these teams really know how to run this Axe? Because every time this Axe is picked, it does feel a bit weird, you know? It doesn't look like what LGD did at all.
Yeah. The hero has been an absolute disaster in TI10 qualifiers. 28% win rate in 46 games. It is a shocker.
Yep.
And things continue to not look good for I mean, it's top net worth, but Boom need to start winning some fights, making something work here. They're down 2k gold, they're smoked up, trying to find an opening here. Boomy, the perfect hero perhaps in the front lines, but it's going to be a blink call into an arrow just to support. If TNC can cut their losses, they may be okay with this. Good fast fingers from Dreamer Cell to get the blink call before Phoenix could dive away.
Yep, now that the Axe has a dagger, at least they're going to have a lot more threat on the map. And maybe TNC can't farm that freely on the map anymore.
By the way, one play we haven't talked about, Gabby, TB, just free farming away. I mean, sure, Axe has been free farming, but surely, I mean, you know, TB, traditional carry. This hero should out-carry an Axe, right?
Yep, for sure. Like this, even though the Helix is pure damage, and in theory it's good against TB's high armor, but it gets to a point where if you don't win the fight on the jump as the Axe, this TB that has a Skadi is just gonna not let you exit the fight, and you will just die to this Skadi slow plus Daedalus damage. And
even,
you know,
I imagine a Satanic at some point too.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Yules into the step. They get the Bushwhack Sharpshooter. That kill threat potential, that combo is just destroying them. And with the Yule Scepter, they can just set up this Hoodwink for these kills whenever they want.
Yeah, Boom really needs to. I think Boom really needs to like start to think about how they're gonna approach these fights, because their lineup is the one that's supposed to be strong right now. Like, if they keep delaying this game, like, I'm not sure what are they waiting for, like the Kata maybe on the Invoker, but it's gonna be countered by 1 4-star. So as long as TNC buys a 4-star on their team, on their supports, the core shouldn't die to the Cataclysm anymore.
Yeah, it's been a game where TNC have been the ones in complete utter control here in the mid game. Not even necessarily going around for there hasn't been a team fight yet. I don't think we've seen a single Supernova. It's just pickoffs using Void Spirit Hoodwink. You can see why Hoodwink is one of the most picked heroes. That's a hero that, okay, 50% win rate, not amazing, but not bad. It's just solid. It's always good. It's reliable, and it's being first picked in most of these other regions. So bring a lot, and they're going to find another catch. Yule's Scepter into the pool. Mikoto's Invoker could be in some trouble. The damage follow-up is there, and with the Supernova, Mirana's blinking in, leaping in with the Axe. They're going to bring down the Supernova egg, and Mikoto actually survived. He's going to turn through a Tornado. Great turnaround coming in as Armel gets low in the Void Spirit. Can he get out of this one? He's slowed down by the Battle Hunger. The chase is on, and they get the dunk. Dreamer Cell able to show up just in time to help Mikoto out, keep him alive, and that's the kind of fight that Boom were looking for. It wasn't one they started, but it turned out well.
Yeah, but at the same time, Gabby, TB, he took the bottom lane tower and the outpost. So now the map is going to be really tough for Boom to play. This bottom side of the map is going to be rather unplayable for them.
It feels like, yeah, the outcome was good, but it wasn't something orchestrated by Boom. If anything, it was just TNC going for a kill that they thought they had enough damage for, but turns out they didn't. Invoker, obviously, can be very hard to kill when he's got the defensive tools, the tornadoes, the EMPs, the cold snaps. So.
Yep. And it's also like the other players on TNC being useful, right? When your teammates are going for a play, you don't just hide in your own jungle and farm. You know, you do something useful. You go hit a tower, you take the outpost, you control the map for your team, push in the waves, pressure the enemy.
Well, see how things will go from here. 6 kills to 5, very even in terms of gold. TB continuing to free farm, has hit his early to mid game kind of core items. The Skadi, the big one you kind of mentioned, once he gets that, he's going to be so tanky and there's no real running away from him. Heroes like Axe, even the Pengo. You want a Rolling Thunder, and if this TB gets BKB off and meta, he's just going to right click and kill your Rolling Thunder.
Yep, I mentioned that the Pangolier was a good pick against the TB, but with this net worth, this Pangolier is just going to die.
The smoke on in. They're going to invade these Ancients. It's just Axe illusions, though. Armel accidentally jumps them, perhaps not realizing that they were fake. Boom themselves has backed off, recognizing that TNC are up to something, so maybe considering a play of their own. Well, does look like we are heading for another late game scenario. We're 20 minutes in and neither... Ooh, okay. Late game without a brood for a moment. Nice initiation with the Sunstrike follow-up, and that's something I feel like, okay, they've had this blink for a bit, they immediately got a support kill. I feel like they've got so much kill potential with a blink call and the Sunstrike.
Yeah, they do, and I've seen this from quite a few teams. I'm not sure why the trend is to play such a slow game when you even when you have fast heroes. Like, I think they should just like 3-man smoke and like use the moonlight and get pickoffs and close the map, cut the waves, put the deep vision, you know. But how these teams have been playing is like, it really does feel like the $40 million pressure, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake, but I feel like there's also so many examples of teams who go against this style where you see fan success. I mean, obviously, last 2 TIs, one by OG, and that was very much like a, we don't care if we're down 10, 15k gold, let's run at them, let's fight, we're not going to play safe and sit back. It was much more aggressive style. Even TNC, I feel like, when they had success at TI, it was usually a much more aggressive style, but perhaps with some of the newer, less experienced players, they are reverting to this more passive style of gameplay.
Yep, even at the Animajor, the WePlay Animajor, TNC also played really slowly, and they kept picking like some Viper post tree. That you would think that a Viper post tree will win his lane and snowball the game. But what they did with the Viper was, they lost the lane, and then they just farmed, and they just held the game for 45 minutes, and then Bok at 50 minutes with the Viper as a push tree. It just scaled with the carry.
This could be the big team fight. Smoke up, Moonlight Shadow in, Boom want to go on this one, but do TNC know? They're still lingering around. Dream Missile needs the vision. Armel goes for a smoke of his own. They go for the blink hole in, but they're not going to find it. The X-Crate, the Cataclysm follow-up is there. The Snowball coming on down as well. The Brute gets caught up in a tornado going through everyone. The Supernova coming out. Can they kill it? Hive wants to commit. Mirana wants this egg. He's going to get it right before he dies. Perhaps saving this fight, and with the TB dead, this is looking terrible for TNC. 2 kills apiece as Armel looking to maybe salvage things. They get the Dust of Mikoto, so TNC actually making this one turn out okay. They're going to lose one more, though. The Void Spirit being taken out by Dream Missile's Axe, and it's a 3-for-3 bloodbath in the top lane. That's the team fight we've been waiting for.
I'm pretty sure Gabby just put off an insane play. He had a bottle illusion rune, and he bottle illusion the call, and he wasn't caught by the call.
Oh, that's that's the thing. I saw a blink call, but then I was like, I don't think anybody got caught by it.
Yeah, I think so. But I think he didn't press his BKB or something, and he was still stunned, like through a hex or the Rolling Thunder or something. But yeah, like even with such an insane play, the fights are still difficult for TNC. Like the amount of burst and the amount of control that Boom has is frightening.
And you can see, very easily could have gone more TNC's way if that egg did manage to pop. I think Mirana, it was like, her last dying breath was like, I'm gonna get this egg.
Yeah, that's Hyde's only purpose this game. He went for the max leap. He bought power threats, he's buying a BKB on the Mirana. He just wants to kill the egg.
Yeah, BKB Mirana as a support, that is something I feel like I've never seen. And I feel like he's gonna go for that leap attack speed if this is the build.
Yep, for sure.
Got one goal.
Yeah, this is a this was a build I think pioneered about a year ago, but I'm not sure if was it from other regions. The first support that I've seen that did it was either Hyde or Zephyr that did this. They just buy power traps into BKB. Sometimes they don't max the leap because you kind of get a leap, you max the leap too early and your arrow is kind of weak. You're still kind of far from the talent, so and maybe he feels like he doesn't really need the arrow because his team has so much damage, so much burst that he can just play for the egg.
We'll see what TNC's approach is going to be. I was about to say, it feels like one of the problems for TNC is not having any save against, if Axe gets a blink call off to start a fight, how do you save that hero? And it looks like one of the answers, at least they're considering, Boomy has got an Axe queued up on Phoenix.
Yep, and Teams also has the 4-staff already on the wing against the Kata. But even if you 4-staff the Kata, he still can die if he's chain stunned by the Pangolier.
Yeah.
So the Aga on the Phoenix might be quite big. But that's why the Mirana BKB is going to be so good, because you might be able to kill 2 heroes in a.
Into Roche. There's still Metamorph. TP died without using his Metamorphosis.
This is...
So, Roche is so low. And Spiderlings are going to scout it out. TNC may just be saying thank you, Boom, if they can win this fight or secure themselves Roche. The Spiderlings no longer in a web. Need to be a little bit careful with those. The Pango able to very easily clear them up. Arrows flying through for vision. And Boom had that high ground ward above the Roshan pit, which is going to help them out here. They get the Tornado on the Brood. Rolling Thunder on through. They want to take out the Brood first. Not sure it's a bit. Sagan rolling. He bounces. He catches out 3. FBZ. Has he got any follow-up? It looks like he's on an island, though. So Rolling Thunder is now on cooldown, and this is a Roche fight without Rolling Thunder. Suddenly TNC's thinking, maybe we can go into the pit.
Where are his
We
friends?
don't have to worry. Yep.
No one committed.
Arrow. Oh! Oh no! The arrow! It caught him mid-dive. Blink Cole coming on in. Gab with the Manta, he's going down, he doesn't get saved. He couldn't get the Sunder off. Now the Bruce is forced to run for the high ground. And it's TNC who lose 3. Armor goes down to the Finger of Death. Boom. Somehow win the fight. That arrow, I don't know what Phoenix was diving on through the Roshan pit for, but what bad luck for him.
It might have been on Gabby for not pressing his BKB, I'm not sure. Because if you press BKB, your hook wing can't 4-staff you. But so the kata hit the TB and he didn't get the Sunder in time, even though he was BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh.
Those
Such
are the fights
an
that,
important fight.
Yeah, those are the fights that you look back on and you're like, Dota is really a game of like seconds, milliseconds even.
Oh, and that's the thing. There's probably like 2 or 3 things on either side that could have gone differently, or that players will be saying, oh, we should have done that or could have done that. Next time, let's do this, but Dota can be just so complex. As what's pick off? Dreamercell getting another kill. His axe is really starting to take off.
Yep, and
Feels
for
like
now
more
he is
and
pretty
more.
strong.
Yeah, more and more we're seeing this axe, like, we think of this as this early mid-game carry, but it feels like these axes are scaling really well into this, like, 30 to 40 minute late game stage as well. Oh, catches out Tim's with a blink hole in the trees. Dreamercell,
Sunstrike the base.
Didn't have the mana for the Culling Blade, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think for X, it's one of those heroes that if you are on even net worth, you are with the enemy, you are kind of weak. But if you're ahead, like he is right now, he's so strong. He can kill any of the heroes with one call. And also because he has a Sunstrike.
Yep. Mindbreaker, nice item to have with the extra attack speed too, so. See where things go from here for Boom. They're the ones...
I was gonna say, like, this Aegis on this X just changes the game for Boom right now, because this X can just really jump into the fight. He's not worried at all. Like, even if he use the egg, even if Armel catches him out before he presses BKB or whatever, something like that, TB uses meta to start hitting him. He has the Aegis, like, he can just reset. TNC don't have that many stuns.
Is there a timing or something TNC is looking for at this point? Item-wise or level-wise, or just waiting for an Aegis to expire? What are they looking for to turn this game in their favor?
Oh, Gabby actually has a bottled DD rune, and he's 400 gold away from the Skadi. So I think once they get that Skadi, maybe they will try to fight with this DD rune. I think that is smarter. Letting this DD rune expire is it's gonna be worse. I think you have to sort of look for a good fight right now, because Boom are gonna force the issue with this Aegis for sure.
The fight even into the Aegis, you think they should force a fight?
While this DD rune is up, I think it's wiser to fight. If you do not have this DD rune, I don't think you can win the fight.
Alright.
And they are doing just that.
Yeah, they smoke up with 4. Root nearby, very close to a completed Aghanim Scepter, but won't gotta get it before a fight breaks out, I don't believe. They're smoking down mid, they're not really headed towards where Boom is on the map. It doesn't look
courier.
like... Yeah, there's some there's some couriers to kill, but... Actually, no, they're gonna run in, they find Kescute. Armel gets the solo kill initiation, and now the rest of the team smoked up may be able to find a way to jump in. Armel is just going in head first. Blink called though. Armel could be in some trouble. He may have overcommitted. There's the force off. He dodges the Sunstrike. The force off saves his life. Dreamer Cell has to wait for another call now with the Sun Ray coming out from the Phoenix Sun. Can they bring it down in time? Heidi dies. He doesn't get it. They DDTB. It saves the egg. TB, he didn't get the BKB off, but he's still doing okay. He's still got the double damage. He's just wrecking through them. He's trying to get FBZ, who's just rolling thunder to get the hell out of there. Gets the swashbuckle to the low ground.
The skin, the cosmetic, they can't see it. They don't know that he's DD. Look, he's so blue.
Sunstrike, fishing, not gonna find it. And it looks like they are gonna try and hunt down and chase down Makoto. Just going to the Ghost Walk to get the hell out of there. And yeah, like you said, they couldn't even tell he was double damaged, I think.
Yeah. Man.
That fight was just 2 supports dying, by the way. It felt like a whole lot more.
I just there's no more Aegis, so.
Yeah. And they came so close to killing. Pengo there just had so much damage mitigation. I thought DDTB with Metamorph hitting you in your Rolling Thunder, he would melt, but he managed to mostly tank his way through it.
Yep, the Pangolier is actually catching up a lot in terms of farm. He's actually richer than the Invoker already, and Invoker is a Midas. So it's pretty impressive by FBZ. He had a rough early game, he bought the Travels, he understood that he needed to scale in this game. He took a lot of farm in the lanes. Yeah, now he's back. He's gonna do a lot in the late game against the TB.
That has all the items that impact this game, even the Orb of Corrosion neutral item, fantastic on a Pengo. Getting close to 400 CS as well. Obviously a lot of those spiderlings, but still impressive. And yeah, TNC just not finding the farm on some of these heroes. I mean, I mentioned that a potential Axe Phoenix would give them some save, but Phoenix has no way to farm that right now. Just trying to finish a Holy Locket. Does feel like some of these TNC heroes are falling off. I mean, do you think there's a place for heroes like the Brood if this game keeps dragging out?
Not really. The only Brood build that I've seen.
It sure looks like it.
Like I was saying, the only Brood build that I've seen that manages to scale well in the late game is the EV Dagon build, where you really put your net worth into something very direct impact. Because on Brood you sort of farm a lot, but in the late game you struggle to do a lot. So, but I don't think it looks like he's not going for that build this game. He went for the Aghanims, and now he's playing the Aga Shard. Yeah. So he's taking a different approach. I'm not sure. I think he's like completely fallen off at this point.
Yeah, you can cover the map in webs, but it's only going to do so much.
Yeah, I actually don't really see the point of this Aga. I think it's he's doubling down instead of changing the direction of his hero.
Well, it feels like all the pressure then is going to be on Gabby. His Terrorblade in these team fights coming up, working towards a Daedalus. His damage output is going to really skyrocket with that, but play carefully without the buyback.
Yeah, but
Boom.
I imagine Boom is still gonna be, you know, they're gonna give TNC the respect they deserve. Like Gabby TB, you know, is one of the best TBs in C. It's not something to be scoffed at.
Yep. I imagine, you know, eyes towards Roshan always at this stage of the game. We'll be respawning sometime in the next 30 seconds to 3 minutes. I imagine we'll see Boom being the ones who have better control around that Roche area. And they've got multiple Aeon discs now with Pengo, as well as the Lion about to complete one as well. So they've got a lot of kind of defensive tools to prevent themselves getting bursted down. Particularly we've seen from the Voice where he just jumps in and tries to delete these supports.
Yeah, Armel also has a Aeon Disc on the Void Spirit, and he actually hasn't locked it yet. So he might be able to pull off a sick play with the Aeon Disc in the fight against the Lion.
Gets like stunned or cold and then sees a Cataclysm coming down. He can
he can just dodge the kata damage entirely.
All right, well, we'll see. It feels like TNC, they need to make some of those kind of clutch plays if they want to win a team fight. It does feel like they are being at least outgunned a bit in terms of their, basically how strong their heroes are in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. It's starting to become more and more of a Gabby show. Like, we're just waiting on our TB and seeing whether our TB will be able to carry this game. Which he definitely could. Like, they don't really have... They don't outscale the TB, I don't think. They match him pretty well because of the Pangolier, mainly. Because you just can disarm all the illusions so well. But...
Tango, what's he getting an Atos for?
Oh, he's getting it.
Hold on. Armel going for the outpost, gets Blink Cold, arrow to follow up, but there's the Aeon Disassemble. That's going to bail him out. He gets hit by the Impale as he comes down, but boom, going to disengage. Yeah, I just saw that Iron Pickup was like, what? Oh, of course, Blipnir. Yeah, okay. I'm always like, why does he need an Atos? But yeah, I always forget about this item because no one buys it usually.
I mean, I've never seen it. I've never seen this item being picked up on a Pangolier like this before. But it looks very logical. It looks good.
Having, both the damage up and the lightning as well as like an ensnare against heroes like Root could be potentially very useful.
Yep, against the Void Spirit as well.
Yep. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Even, the Void Spirit, the supports, these are kind of heroes that could be alone and just having that lockdown and catch can help for it. Here we go, Roche number 2. With Cheese and Aghanim Shard. Both teams tossing around the vision. Blink call on 3. Cataclysm follow up. They delete Void Spirit and Phoenix instantly dead. Aeon Disc was still on cooldown. And that is not what TNC want to see. That's going to be a free Roche.
Aeon Disc on the Void Spirit was on cooldown. Dreamer Cell knew. And he jumped there. Then those 2 heroes were going to die. A really good vision surrounding the Roche hit there. Maybe a slightly misplay by TNC.
Yeah, the Radiant Ward, they've just kept their vision alive and Axe finding the opening to go in.
Lactose intolerant. Nobody wants to take the cheese.
Where did it end up?
SQ likes the cheese. Oh, wait, no, never mind. No cheese for him.
Don't worry, they're letting it age. It's like a fine wine.
True. Well, when it gets to the 4th Roshan, it's gonna compound into like smelly cheese.
Pinkier the cheese, more expensive it is generally, actually. But here we go. They're going high ground. Mikoto TP's in with the boots of travel, and they're just looking to break the base here. No cheese, no problem. As TNC are gonna have to think about how they want to approach this one. They've got Void Spirit back soon, so. Backing off. At some point, usually at some point you realize, like, wait, who picked up the cheese? Nobody's got cheese? Okay, where, is it still in the pit?
Yep.
That's cute. It's also kind of hidden on the webs. Like, I even hovered over. Like, you don't see the cheese because of the webs when you hover over that easily, at least. It's deceptive. Trying to cut him some slack.
Bulk hiding the cheese. Very smart.
Exactly, tactical. He knew they'd get Roche, and he's like, okay, these webs will mess him up. But things are looking really tough. Pengo level 25 has all the items in the world. It's just feels like they can deal with the TV because of how many farm cores they have. They're gonna look to perhaps take over this dire triangle. That's where they've been trying to farm on the TNC side. Dream Missile blinks in with the call. Catches the Gabby TB, the Cataclysm follow-up. It's not going to do enough damage to initially get the kill here. Void Spirit, meanwhile, on the side, forced to run away. TB's just running forward. Gabby can't find a target in his Metamorphosis. BKB needs to be careful. Trying to get away, but the right click's coming up from the TB. They're going to chase him down with the Daedalus Kree. He still dies. Even with the leaps away, that's not going to disjoint those attacks, so... could set up TNC for a better fight, but it's not like they have a Supernova anyways to punish the lack of Mirana.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like this TB, he's super strong, but he doesn't have enough disables on his team. He can't actually do effective damage.
Yep.
Like they kill Mirana, sure, but I'm sure they were hoping for a lot more than that with Meta pop. Now that Meta is gonna be down soon, Boom is gonna be able to take any fight they want.
And they're gonna get a free uncontested tier 2 tower as they may be considering pushing for even more here. They don't have the Mirana. This is like basically like 4v5 kind of situation. Grimacel's gonna grab the creep wave top so they don't have to worry about the split push as much. Just being efficient. And Invoker has got the refresher to go with the Aghanim Scepter, so a lot of damage output coming from Makoto here in the late game.
Oh, Gabby. Yeah. Call?
Okay, BKB
No call?
TP.
Oh.
No, yeah, Axe up top.
I think that Boom needs to choke out the map a little bit better. Right now, the Axe needs to cut the top wave. And because they have Aegis on the Pangolier, he can freely sit in the mid lane. They can cut the bottom wave as well. Like, and the Lion can mana drain the TB illusions. Like, they're letting the map slip a bit too much, I think, on the Boom right now.
Oh, jump in. They've caught a Hoodwink. Very quick and easy kill. You mentioned just choking out the map, they're just going to get as much vision up as around the Dire base. Try and keep TNC inside. Armel has made his way out towards the bottom lane, but it feels like he's going to be forced back to defend very soon.
Meta is still cooldown for another 30 seconds.
BZ gets the Alacrity on the Pengo of all heroes. Does have his Aeon disproc. Perhaps unintentionally, so he's going to be a little bit careful. He gets pulled back in. Does have the Aegis to play around though, so he should still be okay. Arago's flying through, not going to catch anyone, and FBZ getting lower and lower with the Sunray damage. Not enough to kill him off, and with the roll-up, FBZ does keep himself alive, has a salve to help him regen back up as well, and they're just looking to chip away at this melee Rax. Slow and steady.
20 seconds on Aegis, 15 seconds.
Okay, and I think Boom backing off, recognizing perhaps that exact timer that they've got to worry about. So things settle down, and that means TNC feel like, okay, Aegis down, maybe we can make a move out together.
Alright, Aegis down, maybe we go take the cheese now, guys, or what? It's getting smelly.
That's there for next rows, then you get the double cheese. That's the real power spike.
Hey, right.
I can't believe how many games. I feel like usually when I'm casting Dota, like you'll get one game every like couple of months with tier 5 items. I feel like we've had 2 or 3 already just in SDA TI qualifiers, and we're 42 minutes in. We shouldn't count our eggs just yet, but it does feel like we're headed there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think TNC is gonna lose this game just yet. I think they understand how their lineup works. I think they understand what fights they need to take. They need Boom to jump into them, and they need to somehow survive and let this TB deal insane amount of damage.
Boom may just humor them. They smoke up. They're looking for that jump. They need to make sure they get that initial kill. Tims gets caught by the blink. So does the Brood! And then the 2-hero Earth Spike to follow it up. Brood in all sorts of trouble, gets fingered as well. Brood still barely alive, but will end up going down. They're going to double buy back. The Rolling Thunder coming in from FBZ. Armel, he's stuck on a cliff. Has got an Astral Step if he wants to get down to the low ground. Aeon just is propped, and Gabby trying to just burst down this FBZ Pango and will be successful. So the chase is on. They want more. Armel has a Yule Scepter if he can get close enough, but no Astral Steps to chase with. Ock doesn't want to chase too far because he'll end up on his own, and Gabby did not have the same mobility to chase these heroes down, so...
You're completely fine if you're Boom there.
Yeah. They had to use multiple buybacks.
And they had to use the meta, so... Yeah, after this meta is down, Boom can, again, do whatever they want on the map, but... Wow, like Dreamercell's Axe, like, he was not getting this sort of calls in the other game where he played Axe and he lost.
Pit. Tims is in the pit. He got the cheese.
Oh,
he found
sniff,
it.
Sniff. Oh, yuck, he says, but it's great. Tims is so serious, dude. He doesn't even make a voice line or like a chat wheel or anything. He's just like, geez, guys.
Yeah. That almost feels like, something you should let your opponents know about because it could be a bit demoralizing. Like, hey, by the way. Or maybe you're hoping to surprise them. Like, they may not expect Armel to suddenly pop a cheese in an upcoming team fight.
You know what team should do? He should just go to a lane and just drop the cheese and just like stand there, pick it up.
Deny the
That'd be
cheese.
hilarious.
True SCA fashion, you know. Denying ages, that's, that's 2014, you know. Oh, blink call, Axe. Catches out Tim's. And he gets blown up.
He has no buyback. Like, they have no meta. That was quite a bad death, actually. Like, when your meta is down, you need to understand that, boom, they do not care who you show, they're gonna jump. Because you have no meta, you have no way to turn the fight. So, anyone that shows, they're gonna jump. And for it to be the hook wing that has no buyback is a bit of an issue. If Boom manages to touch the base, but it seems like the creep waves are just a little bit too far right now.
Yeah, they maybe not feeling like Hoodwink alone is a big enough kill to go for any crazy high ground plays. They are getting some good aggressive wards. Marana roaming through the top side of the map, gets a high ground base ward to scout out a lot of information here.
And the Gabby, Terrorblade, actually, he bought a Swiftling because he also feels that he needs the mobility to catch up in the fight. Because he has no disables in the fight.
Right. I like this. Yeah, it does no longer have the boots, but yeah, the chase factor as well as the bonuses you get when you teleport in. It's gonna be nice for him.
Yep, no buyback though. DD on X as well.
And another smoke coming out from Boom. They're charging towards this dire side of the map. There is a Radiant Observer Ward, Sentry Ward on the high ground. Dream Missile in the front lines. Doesn't look like he's gonna catch anyone.
Jumacel even has a moonshot on his X, man, this guy.
Oh wow, yeah, he got farmed. Interesting. I mean, doesn't even want the Ag Scepter. It's like, that Ag Scepter's not any good.
I mean, it is pretty good because it gives it reduces the cooldown of the call by 3 seconds. I think that's like the most important thing for him. But yeah, he'll probably angle for it now since he's maxed out 6 slots. Yeah, he just queued up the Aga right now.
Yeah, I mean the move speed aspect of the battle hungers being applied can be really nice too. So.
Yep.
So. Right now, next Roshan respawning in 40 seconds time. Where, I mean, maybe that's the Axe is like, oh, I'll get a free Axe. I mean, at this point he's so rich, even if there's an Axe drop, it's almost like you're better off giving it to like a support like a Lion or, I mean, Murata Axe not very good. But here we go, TNC. Howling over this cliff, trying to keep the vision. Gabby blinks in with the BKB Metamorphosis. He gets Makoto's Invoker with the Hex. Completely caught by surprise, the Brute Hex. And a pause. Oh. Gabby gives him the Pom PP. Looks like both teams got a lot of lag from that one. Gabby just jumping on in, and the Bok, the Scythe of Vice, I mean, it doesn't, no point saving for buyback when it's on cooldown. Bit of Dota 2 lag, unfortunately, coming out, but no Invoker for now. Does have a buyback if he wants to commit it. He's going to use it. Throws out the Cataclysm. The Force he gets the egg off! Oh! But just to save his life. It's not going to actually lead to any kind of a team fight. At this point, TNC may have to disengage. The Metamorphosis still has a bit of time left on it, but...
The Roche is going to be out in 2 seconds. TNC, you have meta.
Yeah. Okay. They do see it. Is there enough time with this meta? And they don't have the Supernova. Maybe they're going to be a bit afraid. You're talking about Roche into Pangolier, Rolling Thunder. Okay, it's still on cooldown, but looks like TNC are going to play things safe and just back off for now.
Boom. They're just going to do it, I think. No meta.
Spiderlings nearby. Anybody going to go for a steal? It's Armel. You got to imagine he's maybe considering it. Spiderlings see exactly how much health is on the Roche. Bok is nearby as well. They throw out the Cataclysm, get some information. They actually take out the Phoenix. One hero down.
The Roche is low again and they leave. I've seen this story before.
We'll see how it goes for them. Blink Call catches Armel. He's got the A on this, so that's going to keep him alive. The buyback coming in from the Phoenix. Dissimulate to get out of there.
Oh, he has a refresher on
the Blink in Refresher. TB, he's got another meta. That's going to completely catch him by surprise. But the arrow, it comes in. It catches Armel. He needs a save. He gets his defensive heals. He's still going to cheese as well to play around. And the Rolling Thunder coming to an end. As Boom forced to completely disengage.
Rush.
Great Refresher pickup. Gabby finding the item they needed for the perfect moment here. The arrow, it's going to hit Roshan, and they're going to secure themselves an Aegis. Armel picking that one up.
Wow.
Huge find. What
How
else did they get? Was it?
How did Gabby manage to find the goal for the refresher? I was clicking on him and he was like 1.5k away. I think he sold something. I'm not sure what. Dragonlance maybe? Wow, that just changed the entire game. Just that one play.
Yeah.
Having that
And
meta.
TP got the Ag's blessing as well. So he went all in. He's like, I don't need buyback. We need a second meta.
Boom might lose right now if they try to fight. Maybe they don't know that the TB has the small meta. Boom is playing so aggressive.
Well, Boom unable to connect to that initiation. 50 minutes in. I mean, it feels like we're in the super late game, but we're still 10 minutes away from those tier 5 items, so still a bit of a ways to go. The Bok Hex pickup as well, setting up that initial Invoker kill. They just timed that initiation perfectly.
Yep, they went for I think the only hero out of everyone that didn't have an Aeon Disc. Like, okay, the Aeon Disc is on Lion and Tango. The Invoker does not have an Aeon Disc.
That crazy late game territory. Support Mirana saying, I can be a core now, has an MKB queued up, so wanting even more attack speed, wanting some more damage. And still anybody's game. TNC may have got themselves the Roshan haul, but it is still Boom who have an 18k gold lead and a lot of farm cores, whereas TNC, they're all in, it feels like, on this TB. Brood has fallen off. He managed to find the perfect item to have a big impact on that last fight, but it doesn't really feel like he's a core here in the late game.
Yep, they still do need Boom to kind of misposition like they were, where the Invoker was kind of too far forward without Aeon Disc for the Hex to be very impactful. Otherwise, the Hex is not that big of a game changer. Like in the macro sense, it doesn't change the fight, but because Boom were unaware of it, and Mikoto positioned too far up, that's why it became such a game-winning item.
He's got the Aeon Disc now in his backpack. At this point, surely you just sell the Midas. He maybe wants to use it once or twice more, but your Midas is already
one last
paid off. Exactly. But then he's going to use it one last time and be like, okay, what about one more? Put it in your backpack, you know. Like, yeah, it takes longer to come off cooldown, but you can still have it in your backpack if you really want.
Sometimes the greed gets the better of you, you know.
Yeah. That's money towards your buyback. I guess buyback being on cooldown means he's not really too concerned about it. Void Spirit, Armel. Let's see what we can set up here. Gabby blinks in, looking to catch him with the Terror Wave that off the mark, and good play from Boom just to get the hell out of there, knowing that TP committed the Metamorphosis. Oh, sorry, no, just the Terror Wave. He didn't Axie Metamorphosis, so he still got that Metamorphosis, so...
Yep, this TB is a huge issue right now because on Boom, right, for them to commit onto this TB, it's like they really need to have the confidence to be able to do it, but because your combo might just be messed up by something so simple as like a 4-staff, and then suddenly this TB is gonna pop BKB and Sunder, it's so hard to like tell yourself, like, for the team's communication like plan to be, guys, if we see TB, we're gonna jump. Like it's just difficult to fully commit onto the TB.
Smoke up. What can TNC find here? Headed towards the top lane. Don't imagine they're all too interested in any kind of a high ground siege into heroes like Pengo, Invoker, but they are looking to take some map control. Much like Boom, looking to keep the pressure on this bottom lane. Maybe we'll get a tier 2 tower without much of a fight. If they go for anything more, I think TNC have got to be thinking, let's just back off. Only 50 seconds left on the Aegis, and wanting to make sure they have the required buybacks for any kind of upcoming fight as well, I imagine.
Yeah, all the games today, we have seen the teams that take an Aegis posture aggressively, and the teams that don't have the Aegis posture defensively, and like nothing really big happens, you know, during the Aegis time. It always feels like.
Taking some out of tier 2 towers, which is, you know, not completely insignificant, but definitely not a game changer by any means. As does mean if, you know, if TNC ever win a fight, they can push that a little bit faster without having to worry about those tier 2 towers.
Yep, it also stops it stops like creep cutting, because tier 2 towers are there to protect your racks, because your opponent cannot hit your racks, right? And the tier 2s not being there just means like, as long as TNC, if they win a fight, they have one lane of creeps, they can take the Mega, you know, instead of having to reset and clear a tier 2 tower.
The prize is mine.
When it comes
TD
to,
again.
I mean, you know, the next big crazy team fight. What's the big things to look out for? Like, what's going to win either side a team fight?
I do think that the way they win the fight is to kill the TB for boom. The way in which they do that, somehow maybe this Lion needs to look for the hook wing, because the only save on Dire is a 4-star on the hook wing. The Phoenix actually doesn't have Aga, he doesn't have Glimmer, he doesn't have 4-star. So the only thing that's stopping this TB from dying is the hook wing 4-star, because they have a lot of damage on boom. They have the Pango to chain stun the TB as well. They have a finger, they have double catalysm, they have a refresher orb on the invoker. And this axe does a lot of damage on the TB because it does pure damage. As long as they stop this hook wing from 4-stuffing this TB, boom can kill this TB. And if he uses meta and dies, then you only have to worry about one meta left, since he has a refresher orb.
Yep. Sitting on 10,000 gold, this Terrorblade just doesn't really have anywhere to... Could get the Moonshard still, actually, but other than that, there's not a whole lot. Boom. Making their move towards his mid lane, smoked up, but no targets in sight. Gabby pokes his nose forward. He's got to be careful. That mana drain, dealing with these illusions well. Lion having this Axe Shard able to become spell immune as well when he's going for it. Dream Missile, does he want to go on Gabby? Right now it looks like the answer is a definitive no. He's looking for a different target.
Yep, like I said, if they don't see this hook wing, it's super hard for them to make a team decision to go on this TB.
Out the top haste rune, guaranteeing the power runes. Not as important perhaps as it once was, but still something to consider a little bit. Phoenix going to snipe the outpost with the dive on through. Could just be reclaimed if we want to. And curious, any... Hold on. Yeah, no fight brewing. Any crazy level 30s that you see? Like any hero that's going to really benefit from having their double talents? I think it was very close to level 30.
I have no idea, because I never ever reached level 30 as a boss fight, hence. But let's have a look.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
The Mirana's 25 could be pretty nice if they always have like permanent Moonlight Shadow on the map. Can be pretty hard for TNC to deal with.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Do they have a gem? Yeah, okay, I was about to say, it feels like one of their frontliners needs a gem, and yeah, Void Spirit Armel basically forced to carry it, it feels like.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he's the one holding the gem and the Brute is the one holding the cheese. I thought it would be the other way around.
Ah, yeah, that's true. I guess maybe there's more worry that the Brood either dies in the fight or has to sit back a bit. I'm not sure about that, but...
maybe the Phoenix's 25 is going to be quite important if he adds the Sunray, because he might be able to just make it such that his TB survives on a sliver of HP with that heal with the lock. That's the other thing.
Next Roche is up. Getting to that point, these late game Roches that not always going to have the item slots to pick up an Aegis. I guess someone like TB can of course backpack the BKB and use his first life without BKB and his second life with. Both teams playing so cautiously. This is just game one of this best of three. As things really heat up in one of the most competitive stacked regions for these TI10 qualifiers. Unfortunately for Southeast Asia, the teams were so even during the DPC leagues. Only one team, T1, qualified directly to TI. So teams like TNC, Boom, Fnatic, SMG, Motivate Trust, all fighting over just one slot. As mid lane, FBZ gets jumped with the Hex. Has the Aeon to turn this one around? Gabby gonna now look to focus on FBZ. Not enough damage coming out from him as the Rolling Thunder doing a good job to lock him down with the Glipnir as well and snaring them. No kills just yet. Hyde's being chased down as well. Cataclysm coming in, doing good damage here, but it's not enough. TNC still healthy through this one. The kill is going to be on the Pango, who does a buyback. Does he want to commit it? For now, he's holding on to it. Dive on forward from the Phoenix. Doesn't set anything else up, and it looks like TNC maybe going to back off. Could consider going for Roshan if they want to. They have the refresher in the TB's backpack still if they need that next Metamorph. And Pango is going to go for the buyback.
The Roche is up.
Yep. TB brings the refresher in. He's going to pop that and probably have that next Metamorphosis. Waiting for now. He's not using it right away. Team's throwing out scans, trying to get an idea of where the others are. Bok positioned aggressively. Ooh, okay. Armel goes down, instantly buys back. They're looking for more on the backlines. FBZ, he's found Tim's. Tim's in some trouble here. He tries to pull stuff away, but that's the hoodwink down. That's a lot of the save. Bok on the Brood. Has his Aeon Disc pop. He's trying to chase down Makoto, but he doesn't really have the tools to do so. Not on his own anyways, as TNC commit multiple buybacks. Both teams disengage for now. Ace is on. Armel coming back into the fight without buyback, without a care. He catches that hide, the blink call from the Axe. He's trying to turn this one around. He catches that Bok with it. Bok getting low on the Brute, but he gets healed up the cheese. He keeps himself alive with it. Marana, who dies, buying back instantly. Gabby, he's still alive, needs a Sun to target if he maybe wants to continue fighting, but he's okay for now. Both teams.
There's no kata.
With 5 alive.
I think TNC just gotta do it. There's no kata. There's no refresher up on the Invoker.
Yep.
Cooldown, like, Gabby's so good.
45
He knows.
seconds. Yep. Metamorphosis is available after the refresher. Gabby gonna secure this Aegis. That's something maybe. Oh, hold on. Bok gets caught by the blink call, out of position, does a buyback, but I don't think he was expecting to get caught there. Bit of a mispositioning for him, perhaps, and TNC aren't able to get this Roche right now. They still have most of their tools.
Seen this story twice this game.
What's it gonna be? Do they try and go for this Roche? Who's even grabbing it? Who's got room for it? Booms is waiting on the high ground. Spiderling scouting them out though. Armel jumps into KezQ. Kezq's got the Aeon Disc. Can he get any of his spells up? Has a Finger of Death if he can turn to use it. The Force Self's keeping him alive. The Rolling Thunder. Gabby, he's okay for now. He gets stunned up. There's the Cataclysm. Gabby gets low. He needs a Sun to target. Where's the target? He needs to pop his Satanic, Sunder, anything. He's still okay for now. Gets the Satanic off. He's healing back up. The Axe getting very, very low. Can Dream himself survive through this? Gets another call off. He's trying to turn and fight. He gets hexed up now and he can't sustain himself much longer. Gabby finds a Sunder on the Boomy. He keeps the... He gets actually low. He's still going to die. And with the Meteor, he goes down. TP, buyback. Makoto with the BKB in the front lines, trying to right-click him down. Void Spirit does not have buyback. Cannot afford to die. The Aeon Disc is going to wear off. And now Armel, Astral Step. He gets out. Impale, only going to catch Tim's. He also doesn't have buyback. If Armel can survive, that's huge. And with the Mirana dead and with all the buybacks, TNC actually have 5 alive still. TB's buyback, allowing them to turn this in Dreamer Cell, goes for a BKB, TP out, cancels, sorry, BKB, looking to run away. Both teams just, somehow, 9 heroes still alive. I feel like we just saw 9 buybacks?
I don't know.
8 buybacks have been used. Lion and Invoker are the only heroes.
Void Spirit,
Every Dire hero used buyback that fight.
I'm not even the one that casted that, but I'm breathless.
Oh, by the way, tier 5 items. It's 62 minutes, and I don't think anyone actually has a tier 5 item.
Oh, the X just
Until
got the
now.
X Machina. Oh,
alright.
They got a Seer Stone. God damn.
Hopefully we have a second to think about it. Is that good? Seer Stone, is that good or not?
I don't
Not
think it's
really, right?
ideal because you can't use it on your cores, right? Ideally, you want 4 items, like at least 3 good items for your cores, and then the supports can just take the nonsense, you know?
Maybe a support, just, I mean, the vision reveal. Farseer ability. But, I'm not sure what we'll see from that one. Axe maybe trying to get some more neutral items, just farming the enemy jungle. Every time we get to 60 minutes, I'm always like, can we just pause and, like, reread what these tier 5 items do? See them so rarely.
Yep,
Brood with a
Book of Shadows. That one is pretty
Yeah.
interesting. It's pretty... even myself, like, the first time I got it, I didn't know how to use it, but it actually... It silences, it disarms, and it mutes. So basically, you can't do anything, but you will receive AoE damage. So if he uses a Book of Shadow on, like, a Pango or Invoker or anything, they just, like... They just can't do anything for 3 seconds. They're useless.
kind of like a Doom in some ways. but
A
you
Doom
can't
without damage.
target it. Yeah.
And it's only an 8-second cooldown. Like, you can use it a lot of times, many times in a fight. If your main job, which is as a Brute Mother, you just want to cause chaos on the backline, right? This is like maybe it's like one of the best items that you could have gotten. He just runs to the back, he presses this thing on the... What if he presses this item on the Invoker while the Axe goes into call? Then there's just no kata, you know?
Giant Ring comes into play, TB. I thought he was going to go for the Mirror Shield, but he wants the Giant Ring. it gives move. He's playing without boots, so I think the movement speed aspect of this is pretty big. Plus, I mean, everything about it: the strength, the movement speed, the terrain pathing.
Scarier, right?
Oh, jump in top, Gabby.
Oh,
he's
huge.
absolutely massive. This is one demon you do not want to f with.
Oh, he's huge. Oh my god, so scary.
Oh boy, a thing of nightmares, and if whoever loses this game is going to be having some nightmares about playing a 65-minute game.
He
High
looks
jump we
like
go.
the Dragon Knight version. Black Dragon.
Blink call. They're going on the TP. Is there a Cataclysm to follow this one up? They get the Sunray. They're trying to heal him. Gabby gets pulled into the egg. They need to kill this egg. Can they get it? Where's the Mirana? They get it low, and they get both. No buybacks. No! It's a disaster. TNC. They've got to find a way to cut their losses here, but they've lost 3, make it 4. They're the ones going for the high ground push, and Boomy gets tipped. He tried to pull the TP in. I think he had to.
By the huge TV.
Oh,
He just died.
even with the Mirana dead, they were able to kill the egg.
The moonshot on the axe, making all the difference there.
Oh, Axe, by the way, is that his rapier? Who bought this rapier? Where did that come from?
He just bought the rapier because he wants to end the game. He just bought it and then he
Sure.
can it.
Okay, makes sense. And no buybacks. It's the best way to end this game. Straight to the tier 4 towers. He hits so goddamn freaking
What
fast.
happened there? They used 2 4-stars on the TV. The Fullwing and the Phoenix both 4-starring at the same time. Oh, and the Phoenix.
It's over.
Phoenix has
Rapier,
the Aga as well.
Rapier, Invoker, Pengar. They're just all buying rapiers. I love it. I mean, they know the game's over. Holy moly.
What a game. The egg
Absolutely
needed 13
incredible.
hits, and they still got it. He has the Aga blessing, and they still managed to kill
Oh. Did he have the 25 talent as well?
Nah, he did not. He
Okay.
was level 24. One more level.
If he was 25, yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
would have
actually
definitely
crazy.
exploded the egg. Yep.
Well, a lot to say, but also a lot that's left us speechless. And we have at least one more game. That's just game 1. These 2 teams producing some amazing Dotas. The TI10 qualifier is producing some amazing Dotas. So guys, don't go anywhere. Stick around. We're going to be back with game number 2 after a quick breakdown. We'll see you there.
You got no chance in this life. No chance. No chance. No chance. No chance. No
What an absolutely insane game 1 going out from Boom and TNC. I'm not going to lie, it makes me incredibly excited for game number 2 and potentially a game number 3, but I won't get too ahead of myself there. Bonlo, I want to ask you, why was TNC, like, what did TNC do to be able to get back into that game? Because early game, they weren't looking good. It was looking really in favor of Boom, and then TNC started to bring it back a lot more and unfortunately weren't able to close out the game. But how did they get to the position of almost winning?
I think TNC really understood what their lineup had and didn't have, and they positioned themselves on the map to make the most out of what they could. Like, it was a team in the game where the Hoodwink constantly sat in top lane. He pushed a wave constantly. He was like getting so much money. The Brood Mother was farming the jungle and blocking the smoke for the Void Spirit, who was farming bot lane. And the TB was sending illusions and farming mid lane. And the Phoenix was blocking the smoke for the TB by standing around the mid lane and bottom rune. And the TB was just farming the triangle. So I think it was just really hard for Boom to get those pickoffs that they could, with their heroes. Because TNC played the map so well and they understood that how they wanted to play all 3 lanes.
Yeah, it was a really polished performance for them for quite some time. But what was their ultimate undoing, Ponlo, that caused them to lose the game?
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's not his fault, but remember the arrow on Boomy's Phoenix there, where in the Roche pit, like that changed the game because the Axe got these ages, and the map just closed for them and they just couldn't take any fights. And Boom was so good about initiating, and the moment the TB pop meta, they disengaged so well. And it was just like high quality Dota all around. And at the end of the day, it really boiled down to them going onto this TB and them actually being able to burst him, and like a bit misuse of a 4-star here and there maybe. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it could have gone either way at the end of the day.
It felt ridiculously close. Yeah, could go.
Yeah.
Go.
I was gonna say, even with like some of those small things like the Phoenix getting arrowed and Roche pits, like that game got like with a minute left in that game, it was anyone's game still. So it was very much just like who made the more clutch play in the final moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Boom esports fan, then you're like, thank goodness it was them. If you're a TNC fan, then you're a bit, unfortunately, it was Boom that could come out with the clutch plays. Gods, I want to know, do you think that Boom could have closed this game out a lot faster and a lot quicker? Was there potential for that one?
I think they definitely messed up a bit with how good their early game start was. It felt like they let TNC get the combo to me was the Void Spirit with the Hoodwink. They just kept finding these pickoffs. Pengo had a really rough start to this game. He got so much farm later on and had a big impact. But I feel like the first like 20 to 30 minutes for him, he was just getting kind of picked off. And I think it took Boom a while to kind of understand how TNC were playing. So they were just a bit slow to adapt. So I do think they could have won the game early by snowballing, but they kind of had to resort to their plan B once that didn't work.
On your side of things, Gods, do you think there was a really standout performer from TNC that you're like, wow, they were a really big game changer, and if I was them, I wouldn't change how they played coming into game 2?
On the TNC side, I would say, maybe the Hoodwink. I think the Hoodwink just looked amazing this game. The 4-staff saves. I mean, when it's their only save, yet it continually kept saving Gabby as well as others. Definitely hats off to the Hoodwink and what he did this game. Yeah, I'd say Hoodwink.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at those stats, right, they were just ridiculously close. So I can imagine it is quite hard to pick out one person that really stood out as an amazing player. But I'm going to ask Ponlo the exact same thing, except on the side of Boom Esports. Who do you think made those really big clutch plays for them to be able to close out the game?
Oh, Dreamer Cell for sure on the X. Like, he made so many clutch calls that got them like double kills here and there that really changed the game, because he forced TNC to use buybacks they didn't want to use. And I just didn't feel I didn't see this sort of a performance from Dreamer Cell in their previous X game. And I'm really happy that like I think he really stepped up and he just played it so much better this time.
While we're on the topic of stats, we did talk in the draft that we weren't big fans of the Axe pick, which is quite funny now, Ponlo, because you say that was such a big turning point for Boom. But I went ahead and had a look, and Axe actually has literally the worst win rate out of all picked heroes. He only has a 17% win rate in all of the TI qualifiers that have occurred so far. So that is really low, but Boom Esports, they didn't care about that stat. They're like, we're going to try and pad his stats, give him a little bit of a higher win rate, and they absolutely clutched it out with the Axe. Do you guys have any closing thoughts for this game 1 before we head to a break?
For me, perhaps
not
the
as
only
bad
thing
as we
is...
thought. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Perhaps for me, the only thing is I don't think TNC should first face this Brood again. Like, I think they've tried it once, and I don't think I don't think the game was great for them. Like, I personally think that if Boom played this game again, they would have played it so much better. and the game wouldn't have looked so close. Because fundamentally, I felt like TNC's draft was lacking in some areas. So I hope TNC like change it up and not pick this bro in the first phase.
Gods.
I'd agree with that. I think TNC need to keep it simple. The hard carry aspect on Gabby works fine. The TB, perfect hero for him. The space credit mid, but I think they need to go back to a more traditional offlaner. And then for Boom, they made Axe actually win a game and looked really good. So perhaps there's some hope for Axe yet in these qualifiers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too against another Axe pick for game 2, but for now we're going to head to a break.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us too. Playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need more of you. With us it's all or nothing. But guess I need more of you. You say it through the night, but in the morning you're just leave. With us it's all or nothing. Oh,
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to jump into game number 2 of the TNC versus Boom game. We had game 1, an absolute banger of a game. I mean, it went to over 60 minutes, so that was just insane in itself. I remember we were just talking in the break there, and Gods was like, oh yeah, there's another game. That one went so long and it was so intense, I kind of forgot that we had more to cast. But we also talked about the fact that you guys didn't really want to see the Brood again coming out from TNC. So I want to ask Ponlo, what do you want to see instead of this Brood? What's another pick that you think is going to work a lot better for TNC's team?
I think they can consider. I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be first pick or second pick, but I think they can consider first phasing the TB even, because I think the counters to the TB are quite clear, and I think they understand how to play the TB really, really well. Another hero that is probably going to be really important for TNC is the Puck, maybe again.
Trying to get that one before it gets banned out.
Yep, or maybe we get to see some Teams Mirana.
Alrighty, well, we are jumping into the draft, and they seem a little bit of a way along. So we have on the TNC side the Oracle and the Death Prophet. So you guys did get what you wanted. We didn't get this first phase pick of the Brood. In fact, they actually banned her. I guess if you're not gonna play her, you don't want to come up against her. And on the Boom Esports side, we had the Phoenix and the Medusa, with the Dragon Knight and the Nyx Assassin being banned out. Gods, with seeing TNC banning the Brood and going for the Oracle and Death Prophet instead, does this give you more hopes for their draft and potential late game?
Yeah, it gives me hope just because they're willing to switch it up, and I think that's the thing. It's like the Brood experiment didn't work. They've got to just go for something new, something different. Death Prophet can flex between either mid lane or off lane. They've got the Oracle to back it up as well. I'm a bit surprised. I think the Oracle's the one pick that surprises me most so far, but overall I like that. Yeah, it's just a new look from TNC.
What are your thoughts on the Oracle, Ponlo?
The hero has dropped off quite a fair bit ever since it got nerfed, because your cast range on your spells are just like so small now, especially out. That the Oracles that I've seen recently, especially Insania and I forgot someone else, like everyone's just opting for a first item dagger on this hero. Like Tranquil Boots, Fluffy Head, dagger. You don't even buy any other supportive items because the out range is just too small. And I think that's why this hero has fallen off a lot, because of how hard it is to play the hero without the dagger.
Okay, and then on the Boom Esports side, seeing the Phoenix and the Medusa, what sort of flexibility does this give to their lineup, Ponlo?
I mean, the Phoenix Medusa is already a very solid strategy in itself. Right now, they just have to draft around it and ban the hard counters to the Medusa, which are the Mars. Mars is a pretty, I wouldn't say hard counter, but it really reduces the amount of damage the Medusa can do towards the late game. Like, maybe Medusa against PL. If your Medusa is fat enough, if you have enough farm, Medusa can do fine against PL. But a PL with a Mars, like that will destroy Medusa because you just can't kill any of the illusions at all. Yeah, so I think the Mars is a... I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I think different Medusa players will ask for different bans. Some Medusa players will ask for anti-mage ban for sure, but to some teams it's like, you look at your heroes, you have Oracle DP, there's no way you can pick an AM and make your draft work. Like, all the Medusa needs is like, maybe like Butterfly and Aegis and like BKB, and this AM is not going to do anything.
Are they going to be looking for a lot of early game heroes that are just going to let this Medusa get as much space as she needs to come online?
Yeah, for sure. I think
Definitely for Boom,
yeah, when you pick a Medusa, you want her to be the centerpiece of your draft. But yesterday, we did see Boom pick a Medusa, and then they went for a TA mid and a Titan off lane. And they actually steamrolled that game.
That's what I was gonna follow up and ask with, is like, you know, we now know the Medusa is probably gonna be their, you know, quite key role in their draft. So what are the chances that we do see them go for a little bit of a greedier draft, knowing that they've already won one game over TNC Gods?
I think at least with the other cores, like I think something Ponlo touched on with the PL draft we saw last year doesn't work. You don't want like one hero Medusa that wants to farm while the others do something else. You need everything to kind of sync up on the same page. I think I like this support duo, the Clockwork plus Phoenix. They're heroes that can kind of fight well at all different stages of the game. And then we get the answer from TNC. It's like, well, you're going to Medusa. We're not going to try play fast pace and beat you. We're going to go late game ourselves. We're just going to pick a carry that matches up fine. And, you know, it's Gabby TB. I think TB has just looked like, at least similar to Medusa, one of the better carries in this current meta.
Yeah, it's going to be another one of those games, I feel, where it's who can win out in the late game.
I'm ready.
Not just... You got your Mate going to be getting you through this series, no doubt. I absolutely love it. For the Terrorblade to be more of an impact for TNC, what sort of bans are they going to be targeting for now?
I mean, I like the LC that they banned so far. I imagine they're gonna ban maybe Darkseer, because actually Boom might just pick the Darkseer right now. If they don't, I think TNC will ban it. Darkseer,
Explain
LC,
to me.
Yep.
Yeah, explain to me a little bit more about the Darkseer Clockwork pairing. Why you think like it would be so good to pick the Darkseer now?
Oh, I mean, the Darkseer is pretty bad against the Oracle in the lane, but aside from that, there is a huge kill potential, and they can speed up the game a lot against the TB, and the TB can't really do anything against the magic damage. But yeah, I was speaking about Darkseer, but I forgot that they already first pick Oracle, so they probably won't do that. Maybe Boom will pick something like a Tidehunter, something that does well against the TB in the lane, and fits with the Medusa draft. So a bit more team fight, a bit more control.
And the tank as well. The tank coming out of the Tidehunter would be really good, just someone to frontline so the Medusa can sit a little bit further back and just get all of that damage off when she is ready for it. What are your thoughts, Gods?
I also think Tidehunter is a great pick.
Yeah, I think Boom agrees with us, and they've gone for it.
Yeah. I saw the Tide pop up, so I was like, oh yeah, let's play Tide. I actually had another here. I thought they might even go back for the Pengo again because you know, it is a comfort pick for FBZ, but the Tide, it's going to give them this big team fight. They're looking at this like, okay, you want this TB carry, but we've got a Medusa, and we're going to have just Tide plus Phoenix late game, even just mid game. Like it feels like the team that has the better team fight can force objectives better. They can take Roshan because, you know, TNC is not going to be able to easily contest something like a Roche when Ravage and Supernova are up. I think if you're TNC now, you're thinking, okay, how do we punish these spells being on cooldown? But that's hard to do because TNC themselves, Metamorphosis, Exorcism, they're also fairly cooldown dependent.
What position are we looking to, like, you know, how certain are we of what we've seen so far, and what position are we looking to fill out Boom's draft, Ponlo?
For sure, Boom are looking for a mid, and TNC are looking for an off lane.
Yep.
Because I don't think you want to put a DP line off lane against the Medusa. And I mean, you have a Oracle to save this DP anyway, so you want to play the DP like as a front runner in the game. You want to play the DP as a high tempo. You give a lot of levels to the hero, and you put this Oracle behind him, and you will make this DP accelerate in the game. That's how I imagine this DP will be. And the DP is actually like pretty good to kill the Tide if he gets off to a good start.
Do we want a lot more damage coming out from TNC? Is that going to be something that is going to be factored into the next pick, Gods?
I think they're pretty good. At least, I mean, I think similar last game, if Gabby gets enough armor in the TB, they're going to hit the right items where he can just do all the damage they need, plus the Exorcism. So I think it's much more about finding some kind of control or team fight, some kind of utility, like the Doom having Doom against Tide and Phoenix, these kind of heroes would look really good. So that's why Boom's banning that one out. Maybe some kind of Pango for some team fight control. I think those are the kind of things that TNC is more looking for with their last pick.
I see. And then for Boom, you know, they obviously are very team fight heavy over there. So what's going to round out their team fight sort of ability, Ponlo?
They need something that can lane well against the DP. The only good heroes left are...
It's really hard. I feel like you only ever have the heroes that you see in front of your face as all the heroes that are left, and there's definitely not. There's so many out there.
They banned a Drow.
Lina?
I like
I was
Lina.
gonna say it, but
I was going to say it too, Ponlo.
No, I'm putting that in the win column for Ponlo.
Yeah.
You said the Lina before I saw it, so therefore it's a win. I give that one to you. So, Gods, what are you going to be as good as Ponlo? Are you going to be able to predict TNC's counter to the Lina?
What's TNC going to pick here? I got nothing. Ponlo, can you go 2 for 2? I hear you're a prediction god.
I think just Pango. I think
You really
were
think
right.
it?
I think Goss was right. I think Pango is really good for them because it's you want the disarm is never mind.
Choose your hero.
No, I had so much faith in you, Pomo. I was ready to put 2 wins in 2 different columns, but it is going to be that Conquer, which we brought up last draft. It's something that's quite sought after for both the teams. It makes it all the way through, and TNC think that it's something that's going to really round out their draft. So, Gods, which side do you favor? And I need knowledge. I need to know why, so I can also pick just based off what you
I'm gonna go with Boom here. I feel like the Oracle as a hero has kind of fallen off a lot. I think these lanes look a little bit scary. Actually, they are gonna be doing Armel Kunkka mid, so they go for Kunkka mid. Actually, that changes things a bit. I still want to favor Boom a bit. I think they're just looking like the more well-rounded team, and I think this offlane Death Prophet is gonna have a tough time.
Honlo, are you in a similar boat? You're really favoring Boom with their lineup?
I feel like a lot of the game is gonna come down to whether Mikoto gets to have an explosive game, which he can. But if he does not have an explosive game, I feel like Boom are gonna lack a bit of damage before the Medusa comes online to kill anyone. Like the moment the boat comes out, the Oracle ulti is out on the DP is siphoning. I don't see anyone dying, I think. So I'm actually I'm gonna go with TNC, I think.
I think it's definitely possible for, TNC know what Boom's win condition is, which is getting that Medusa online. So it is pretty easy for them to maybe just really focus on her, shut her down. But I'm sure you don't want to hear any more from me. So I'm going to let you guys jump into game number 2 and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you, Nat. Excited for a game 2. As we've had some fantastic Dota today. It's just a different kind of Dota. When it's TI qualifiers, it feels like Moba.
Yep, definitely. I think with these qualifiers, I think no one else can say that these C players are quote unquote mechanically just like brainless, all brawn, no brain. Like these players are using their brains a lot when they play. Like so much more than I expected, honestly. I'm really impressed with the level of play that has been going on in these qualifiers. I think it's the most competitive qualifiers we've ever had in C, like ever. Yeah.
It does feel like, because I'm usually casting SEA qualifiers for TI, and it usually feels like there's 2 or 3 teams to look out for. This is one of the times where there's 5 or 6 teams to look out for when it comes to C right now. And as you mentioned, it's been so disciplined. The teams are looking polished. Every team, you heard like Fnatic in their interview saying how they've been scrimming and practicing for a month. Like everything has gone into doing playing the best possible Dota for these qualifiers.
Yeah, like what I heard from scrims was that like Omega was one of the weak teams, like one of the weakest teams among the tier 1 teams. But then they come out and they bring Fnatic to game 3 games like 60 minutes, like
yeah.
It's insane.
Well, unfortunately, Omega, I believe, got eliminated in the lower bracket. Was that correct?
Oh,
Somewhat surprising because they look so good. I think they lost earlier today. But like you say, yeah, they put on such a good showing, and that really goes to say one of the teams who got knocked out like early on was able to take a game off Fnatic, who are in the top 3 now. So when it comes to SEA Dota, anybody can beat anybody. It feels like at times. You had the big upset, SMG getting eliminated as well. Obviously, a lot of hype and attention around that team because of some of the players, but they got taken out by Execration, so we'll have to see where things lie at the end of these qualifiers. But for now, we want to see where things lie at the end of this best of 3. Boom, having taken game 1, are looking for the 2-0. And we'll see how these lanes start to unravel. Bottom lane, early action, as we're going to see Kezcute trade his life for the kill on Bok, and it's going to be a first blood going the way of the Lion.
Yep, that feels pretty good for the Lion. Not so much for the DP. It doesn't get anything from that. Doesn't even get the XP. The Lion's already level 2.
Yeah. I think the Lion got his kill first, so I think Death Prophet got a tiny bit of XP, I guess, but
oh yeah,
not dying at very similar times. But yeah, the first blood gold a bit better, so very slight, slight edge going the way of TNC, but not too big a deal.
I think the lane that will really change the game is this mid lane, like how much Armel can stand to this Lina, because he picked this Kunkka into the Lina, and it's not an easy matchup. Like a lot of players pick the Lina after seeing the Konka.
Every time I look over, he's like nailing LSAs and then securing last hits with it. So far from what I've seen, Mikoto is playing this lane incredibly well for what is usually a tough matchup.
Yep, it really looks like Mikoto is gonna pop off this game. My prediction might be a bit off.
He is. Yeah. Keeping those fiery soul stacks up so he's doing as much damage as possible. He's standing on the high ground. Usually it's Kunkka bullying the Lina. It's the opposite happening here. Mikoto just having a field day, keeping that 3 stacks up. He's got water runes to fall back to, but he knows he's got the edge here as Armel's bottle finally arrives. That's much needed for this Kunkka.
Yeah, the Lina does have a good matchup against the Konka, but this early, I'm not sure he's supposed to have like 8 denies already, 9 denies.
Yeah, he just denied a range creep in front of Armel's face with another LSA. Absolutely sick play from this Lina so far. Well, apparently Lina is a Mikoto special.
The Oracle is already stacking at 3 minutes. The Phoenix as well, like this is the meta right now. Supports, just stacking.
Yep. And yeah, you know, both teams, bottom lane, some aggression. They're going on bot. They don't get the cogs to pull him in though. But he's gonna be a-okay.
So Cascute on the clock actually placed a sentry at the big camp in a triangle on Dire, just to prevent the stacks for, I guess for the Konka. That's pretty heads up play. Like all these teams are like adjusting to this meta really well, I think.
And Oracle did the same thing. He went into that Radiant triangle of camps and dropped a sentry on the Ancients.
Yep.
Now your fish
Radiant's top
food.
tower is under
And
attack.
both teams obviously have that big hard carry, so both Medusa, TB, more than able to farm those stacks. A TB with like even just a Dragon Lance and Metamorphosis can slowly deal with an Ancient stack. More stacks, Oracle, Boomy, double stacking the neutrals. I believe actually missed one, but he's got it is Stack City right now. This is, you know, it feels like we need to buckle in for the late game. I mean, there is always a chance that one team kind of snowballs away with some kills, but both teams do seem to be gearing up for more late game oriented Dota right now.
Yeah, we are 4 minutes in and we are already like gearing up for late game. My god. But yeah, I think these stacks are most likely gonna go to the Kanka. You wanna accelerate the Kanka so the Kanka can make space for the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade doesn't really need the stacks right now. Anyway, he can go to the triangle and farm fine.
Alright, well before we get to late game, right now, early game, laning stage Dota. Who do you see either team trying to make some moves, rotations? Like, I mean, obviously Lina Kunkka, we talk about being this explosive matchup. Both heroes with kill threat. Is that gonna be something supports look to kind of set up?
I think both sides have the capability to gank the mid lane, but both mid lanes also have the capability to rotate. Like the Kanka could easily go bot to kill the Medusa once this DP has more levels, like level 5. Like this Medusa will die to the boat, and the DP they will just chase her down. And I don't think this clock can do much. On the flip side, like Lina as well, if the Lina gets like a power rune, can just walk into the...
Hide. Oh! He won't even get the kill. He dove in aggressively thinking he had it, but the Fairy Fire catching him by surprise. Oh boy. Very aggressive play coming out from the support. So yeah, we'll see if those rotations start happening, because both mid laners have hit level 6 now, so potential first power rune. I mean, we'll go back to something you said the last 2 games is, yeah, keep an eye on these power runes, and that could be something that makes a big difference for these first couple of rotations.
Yep, Pims is ready here on the 6-minute rune. See?
Rune spawns bottom. Double damage.
Ooh. That would be
Kunkka
very
TPing
useful
top.
to clear the stacks.
Okay. FBZ could be in some trouble. Gets caught by the X. The boat follow up. He's got 10 stick charges. Is this going to be enough to turn him around? Throws out the Ravage. Hits Gabby on the TB, who's only level 5 here. FBZ still alive for now, as there is going to be a kill on the Death Prophet elsewhere. FBZ goes down to Gabby. They trade offlaners.
Yeah, but the Lina...
yelling out the Kunkka. I love it.
The Lina actually didn't move. Like, the DP just died to clock Medusa.
Armel.
Which is...
Hyde trying to juke him in the trees. Dodges the Torrent.
Oh.
Armel still looking for that right click. He'll find it. Okay. Took him a little bit to get there, but he got there.
But Mikoto is freely farming mid because the Kunkka left, and he tried to pressure the mid tower, but Teams is ready. He's here to drag the creep waves back. Good play by TNC.
Well, unfortunately for FBZ, his aggression, he got very close to bringing down Gabby. He is...
Oh, top! They're gonna do something special.
Oh, Sunder play.
Yep.
Abby runs in. The X Torrent is there right when the Sunder... And that's gonna be...
Wow.
A back-to-back kill. He won't have a TP when he respawns.
That's so creative, so good.
He was not expecting them to be waiting for him when he TP'd back in.
Yep, after killing the Tide once, instead of going back to the jungle to take the stacks, the Kunkka actually stayed in the top lane because Gabby was like telling Armel like, yo, let's kill him again, I got Sunder, I'm gonna go tank the big camp and like get to low HP. So creative.
Especially because when the first time they killed the Tide, TP was still level 5, so he used the time where TP was dead and respawning to get that level 6 in the jungle. Very heads up play.
Another one.
As it stands, it's Armel's Kunkka off to a fantastic start, making these moves. He gets an X, boat, pulls the Phoenix back in. There is a dive, but they've got the damage and the chain stun. Tim's the Earth Spike follow-up, able to secure the kill. Armel Kunkka really popping off so far.
Yep,
2-0-2.
The TNC supports also control the 8-minute power run if I'm not mistaken. So the Lina didn't get the power run. Like these power runs are so important. Like this Lina feels so low impact because the Lina is not getting the power run.
Lane. Boomy gonna run right into hide, and it's gonna be another X setup. This time there's no boat, but they'll have an X into a torrent. And they get the follow-up lockdown and damage from Gabby's TB. They get an Earth Spike now on the KezQ Clockwork, and TNC, this is a different game, and they're going to actually be at the enemy Ancients here. Can they farm this? This would be huge for them. With a Kunkka, you sure as hell bet they can. Boom in the neighborhood, and with a Ravage back up, but I think they're going to be too late for this one. They want to try and fight this one. Lina, level 9. The Ravage coming out into play. Mikoto just trying to get what damage out he can before he dies. He's actually going to be okay. As the Stone Gaze from the Medusa used to deter TNC from sticking around and also allowing them to bring down the Kunkka. So big kills for Boom, even though they lose most of their Ancient stack.
Yep, the only thing that was kind of bad to me in the last 1 minute of what both teams did very well in like all regards. Except I feel like Bok, instead of moving like he moved to mid lane or like he tried to connect to the triangle, but I think he could have just like pressured the bot lane with his Exo instead of wasting all that time. Like that could have made all the difference for TNC.
Very different game. We're actually seeing aggression. TNC decide we're not going to sit back and play full farm game with Armel on Kunkka, which is one of his signature heroes. He's always been an amazing Kunkka player. They're setting the tempo. Maybe perhaps overstaying their welcome a little bit there, but taking away the Ancient stacks and losing those kills, they're probably feeling like at least, you know, they're just sending a message. You're going to make Boom a little bit scared. Both teams do look to pressure the off lanes and trade towers, it seems here.
Yep, for sure. And it all stemmed from the 6-minute rune that the Kunkka got, right? The DD rune bot, and he TP'd top straight away. That was the start of the whole chain of events. But the Lina actually got the 10-minute rune now. He got the haste rune. So maybe Boom are gonna have the edge for this next fight.
Yeah. A power rune with his item timing. The Yule Scepter is going to be coming up, so very nice time to have this rune. We'll see what the response potentially from TNC might be. Armel getting tankier and tankier. His Kunkka about to finish just a Sanj, and with the double bracer, he is a hard hero to initiate on.
Yeah, the TNC heroes are gonna be really hard to kill because of this Oracle as well, and the boat buff. So Boom need to be careful about trying too hard to burst someone. They might overextend.
Alright. Well, we'll see what the next move is going to be if they can find a way to use this haste rune. Clockwork level 6, sitting behind Lina, both maybe considering a setup as well as just keeping Mikoto well protected. one thing TNC have done really well, they've got this ward behind the mid-tier 1 tower, which is at least giving some good info. Saw the couriers coming out with the smoke, so perhaps they're going to read this smoke movement. We'll have to find out because it's headed towards the bottom lane. TB needs to be careful not to be the one getting caught. The LSA from behind the trees here. Gabby, the hook shot going to catch him as well with the Laguna Blade. Is the damage there? You betcha. Kezcute with the perfect cogs push. Enough to bring down Gabby. A big kill. As Mikoto's going to find the +1. The Oracle was not there to save the poor TB.
Yep, and that's why you feel this Oracle hero is picked a lot less. Like, you don't feel good about being the one blocking the smoke, but you can't really save your teammates either, like in a situation like that. Maybe Gabby being a bit too deep on the map, trying to farm the enemy medium camp like that.
And with that, a potential tier 1 mid tower is going to really open this map up for Boom Esports. Armel did grab the next rune. We talk about these power runes. Arcane rune for him. We'll have to see if TNC now, with Exorcism just coming back up, if they try and make a move of their own. They're being scouted. I mean, both teams getting really good deep vision down. This Radiant Ward around this Dire Ancients going underwarded.
Yep, you didn't see the smoke though. They're going.
Nope. Armel gets the X initiation. They throw out the X and they want FPC. He's got a Ravage if he wants to go for it. And he's going to make the call to do so, but he still gets bursted by the Finger of Death. And with this Supernova in the middle, surely they can bring it down with 4 heroes here. And they'll kill the egg, perhaps get one more. Makoto's Lina came into this one. That's not looking good with the TB wraparound. 3 dead and a T1 tower exposed. Both teams not playing the same style of Dota we saw in Game 1. And it's going to be Armel with the low cooldowns from the Arcane Room finding a 4th pickup on Kezcute here. Unless Kezcute's got some moves to make, which with the Cogs TP, no.
A nice attempt from Kezcute to hook through the team fight. Maybe he wanted to stun enough heroes so that the egg will pop. But slightly careless by Mikoto, I think. Like, he overextended in the fight and he just got killed by Gabby's TB. Like, you don't expect a TB to be there. Well, why is this TB here, guys?
Yeah. It's crazy because, like, after Game 1, when I saw these draft, like TB Medusa, I was like, okay. If anything, you know, last game was very kind of slow in the early game. I thought this game would be even more so, but it's been the opposite. TNC, do you think this has been like a very intentional adjustment to play more aggressive, or is this just how the game flow is kind of going?
I think it's definitely intention. When they pick Kunkka into a losing matchup, I think they already knew that this was the kind of Dota they wanted to go for. They knew that even though the Kunkka will lose his lane, as long as he manages to make good rotations on the map, they can snowball off of it because they have a lot of objective damage. DP and TB, both of them can hit towers really fast. So as long as your Kunkka is able to make good kills on the map, you're going to be able to open up the map by killing the towers really early. So I think it's definitely a plan by TNC, it's no coincidence. And I think it's a good adjustment.
Yeah, even Gabby, like last game is TB, I feel like you didn't see Gabby until 30 minutes. I mean, even later. This time around, we've seen Gabby. Yeah, he died when he farmed too aggressively in the enemy jungle, but he's helped push towers. He's come to multiple fights. He's 3-1-3. He's been involved in 6 kills.
The player that has like been quietly farming is actually the Lion. Like, he is almost 4k net worth. He already has a dagger.
Wow.
At 15 minutes.
True.
And this is against a clock, mind you. Like, usually it's tough to play a Lion against a clock. But the Lion has just been sitting in top lane farming. Like, the clock didn't go for him.
Alright, top lane. Lion using that blink to initiate on the Medusa. The follow-up is there. The torrent into boat. Have they got the damage? Tied in the neighborhood. Has Ravage in 3. Bok throws out the Exodus and Dream Missile with the Stone Gaze. Once Bok, the egg on top of it. But Bok, he gets away with the false promise to save him. Clockwork hooked into the tower. I don't think that's the place he wants to be. The egg will pop, but Kezcute going to go down there. Trapped in the cogs. Great Earth Spike from Tim on 3 into a torrent. The follow-up damage to the Finger of Death. They get a second kill. Can they get more? Makoto, defensive Yule Sept. I'm not sure that's going to help him all too much. He needs the LSA to help buy him some time, to buy him some space.
Gabby's here.
Dream Missile just standing still. Another stun gun. And with Gabby rocking out, here's the damage. TNC, they've got their carry getting involved early. Just with the Yasha Dragonlance, and Dream Missile's got no escape. It's 4 dead. No heroes dying on the TNC side. What a team fight. They played that so well, Ponlo.
The save by Boomy. It was so picture perfect. The moment the Ravage hit the DP, he ulted, and before it hit him, it was so good.
Oh, you love to see Dota of this quality.
Yep, picture perfect fights. Always nice to see.
And that was with both teams having all their ultimates and TNC able to edge out with a win in that fight at least. And that's, I mean, again, we see Gabby come and get involved. He did kind of show up late for the cleanup, but very much intentionally so. He's completed an SMY now. Still just even with the Medusa in terms of farm. Doesn't quite have that flash farming split shot potential when it comes to keeping up, but when you look at some of these other cores, that's where, yeah, Kunkka, full 1,300 net worth ahead of the Lina, so Armel feeling like he's going to be a big force to deal with. He's almost completed a BKB, so he's going to have an additional 4K net worth in the next team fight.
Yeah, this Lina so far has really not been working out for Mikoto. Although he won the lane, he made like 0 rotations that worked out, I think. Like, and every fight, it just feels like TNC have too much team fight. Even though your team has team fight, right? You have the Ravage, you have the Egg, but TNC's heroes are not dying in those spells. So when those spells finish, when your Ravage is done, your Egg has popped, TNC are still alive. And when they come for your Lina, you know, just a Lina, you're gonna die.
Well, TNC just keeping this bottom lane, spammed Armel, using this Torrent X pullback, playing it very safe. Looks like he wants to just finish his BKB. Oh, he's got his BKB now before the next big fight. TNC have fully set up camp in this bottom Radiant jungle. Neither team with the best Roshing lineup. I mean, I guess Dire's lineup Rosh is fine, but I don't think they want to go for a Rosh unless they win a fight or get some kills first.
Yep, maybe after the BKB they might try, but even then there's a Stone Gaze and there's Hook Shot. There's definitely like space for error, I think, if you rush a Rosh.
TNC, they're making a smoke move. They farm out most of this bottom lane. Gabby even continuing to pressure with his illusions. He's going to leave his hero down here while the 4 teammates of his smoke towards top. He can TP to the outpost if a fight breaks out to kind of make sure he shows up, although he is a bit low on mana. Doesn't look like any kind of a team fight is going to happen, but it's Makoto who may get caught out here if he's not careful.
This is too greedy, my man.
Yeah. Surely no way out for him. And Gabby's already out of bottom lane. He's like, okay, my teammates showed top. I need to be no way near any enemy heroes down bottom.
Yep, I mean, TNC have really good ops on at the bottom side of the map. I don't think Gabby's gonna get caught out at all. And they really like the damage. Like I said, this Boom lineup, they really like the damage before this Medusa is online. I mean, they have the Lina damage, but Lina is dead, so there's nothing for Gabby to worry about.
And it feels like these upcoming team fights, you know, outside of the Medusa who has some physical damage, these BKBs, both Kunkka and Terabyte, TB going for a fairly early BKB means, you know, Ravage, Clockwork, Phoenix, these heroes can't really do a whole lot. They don't have answers to BKBs.
Yep, I think TNC's approach to the next fight is going to be actually to kill the Tide and the Phoenix.
Tims gets kind of jumped on the line. He does manage to blink out. The dive damage doesn't kick in right away, so he blinks before the damage hits him. And Boom not finding the initiation they're hoping for. Gamer in bottom. Boom, smoking up, making their move, wrapping around top towards that enemy jungle. Fortunately for them, they're not going to find any heroes right away, but back around the mid lane, they may be able to catch Armel, but he's playing this game so cautiously. Even with the more aggressive game too. Yeah, exactly. It's aggression, but it's disciplined aggression. He may still go back in and get caught though. The gush is there, but he instantly BKBs. No harm, no foul, he says. Yeah, you know, I feel like players are much more willing to kind of spam out these BKBs in any moment because of the changes now where it's just, you know, 9 to 6 seconds.
Yep. Boom, they're gonna try to force something because they have the Medusa Aga. This is one of their strongest timings.
Yeah. Kunkka without a BKB, that's 4K net worth essentially gone. They're forcing this Dreamer Cell with the Aga you mentioned. The force to be reckoned with. Even as they get scouted, they're happy to just camp the Medusa in the pit, feeling like they can take this Roche fight. Kodo getting himself in the pit as well. The Lina with a BKB. This is a big item pickup as Death Prophet goes charging in. The Ravage is there. Where's the save? This time the Oracle. He gets stunned. The save doesn't come perhaps in time. He drops down from the Yule Scepter, but Boom, he could not get the false promise off. Makoto's BKB protecting him on the leaner. The clockwork hook shotting in is going to catch the Oracle, forces a defensive self-false promise. That's not what you want if you're Boomy. And TNC in all sorts of trouble. Armel's BKB down for 10 more seconds, but Gabby with the BKB on his Terrorblade, he's come in. He's actually rocking this fight. Two-man torrent catches out the Medusa, takes him down. And FBZ could be next. He blinks away, but the X is going to pull him back in. He goes for the TP out. It's going to be close. He gets out. Just barely. Buyback on the Lion.
Boom. They could have just finished the Roche. Like, they didn't have to chase.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Once they killed Death Prophet, that was the big kill, it felt like.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna watch this replay and like look back at this moment, and it was definitely theirs. But yeah, Boomy didn't manage to save the DP, but you know, your opponent makes mistakes and you capitalize on it. They overchase. Gabby with the sick wrap around again with this TB. He always does this somehow. He just comes from the back, waiting in the wake.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like these fights get a lot harder for Boom if some of these next items come up, like Boomy with a Blink Dagger on Oracle. That sounds like a pretty big game changer because he's going to be almost always able to position so that he can get those saves off.
Yep, it's really going to be on the clockwork to somehow you need to find the Oracle. But it's going to be hard.
Bit of a pause coming out, giving us the time to gather our thoughts. TNC with a lead, now with an Aegis to back it up as well. I mean, as far as this game, you know, going on into the mid to later stage of the game, the Medusa TV matchup, what do you make of how these two heroes match up as this game goes on?
My understanding of it is that
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
when the
has fallen.
Medusa hits the Aga timing, and if he has a Skadi, that's where he's stronger than the TB. With like Medusa is stronger than TB with 2 items, right? Or even 3 items. I think Medusa is stronger than TB. But the moment you hit the 4th item on TB where you have like some Daedalus MKB, if the Medusa buys a butterfly, that's where you really outrange and outdamage the Medusa, I think. And you always have the option to Sunder. You just need to not get killed in the Stone Gaze as the TB, and then after that, you're just gonna outrange the Medusa and kill him.
Bottom lane. Boomy in some trouble. He got jumped on here. It does get the false promise off, so they get the kill on the clock, and I'm sure Boomy is going to be A-okay. He heals himself through it, so it's a clockwork kill. Armel continuing to cut this mid-wave, just using that X to protect himself.
Yeah, I think Boom's chances of winning this game were a lot higher before that Roche fight because of the Medusa's timing with the Manta Aga. But right now with the Aegis on the TB, he's gonna get a Skadi soon. He's gonna hit this Medusa in the fights. He's gonna throw the kitchen sink, man. TNC is just gonna throw the kitchen sink. Like Boom have no save. Like even if they see a Tide, I'm sure TNC will just X mark and bolt this Tide and kill the Tide with the XO. As once this DP has BKB, they will just full commit onto this Tide, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's where, the Oracle doesn't have to make those, highlight level plays with the false promise that we saw like in top lane. When Death Prophet's BKB, you just run him with Exorcism. It's like a completely different scenario. Same time, FBZ, his game may change. He may be looking for that, more Blink Ravage initiation type approach where he doesn't show himself on the front lines. TNC continue to control this map, playing with this Aegis, they've managed to kind of maintain and slightly increase their gold lead, but it's still a, fairly small difference in terms of the net worth of the two teams.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
TNC. Armel, what's he gonna find here? It's a Dusa illusion. The real one's further up. Exorcism getting popped early. I think Bok didn't quite realize an illusion. Dream Missile hiding in the trees. He actually manages to TP out. Hyde was a perfect distraction. I think Hyde may be helping save his life, and he TP's out as well. That's Exorcism down.
Yep, somehow Gabby is rapping again. It's his MO on this hero, I think. Like, every fight he's just trying to come from the back.
Yeah. Bok wonders where his Ancients have gone. It's the Tide aggressively farming them. Boom doing a good job delaying this game. It was a 4k gold lead, now it's a 3k gold lead while TNC have an Aegis. So they're actually getting slightly more farm because TNC trying to make team plays while Boom kind of outmaneuver them and split the map.
Yep, I think TNC should actually just force the top tower now, because you know that like at least 2 heroes TP'd out of top, right? And you know that those heroes are trying to move out on the map. So I think because you have Aegis on TB, even though you have no Exo, I think TNC can just use maybe 3 heroes to start hitting the top tower and make Boom, you know, sort of force their heroes to come back, because to them it's like, guys, there's no Exo, we shouldn't be losing this top tower. But if you look at the map, like they have to walk quite a distance to the top lane to defend it.
Alright. Well, we'll see how they fare. I mean, as far as high ground defense goes, I guess they've got plenty of capable... I mean, just a Medusa you can kind of sit behind, I guess, is going to give them plenty of high ground options, but they've got to, like you say, you've got to just force them back.
Yep, I'm interested to see what Gabby is going to buy. Currently, he's queuing up a dagger on the TP. I'm not sure. I thought he would go something like either a Daedalus or a Butterfly, because it feels really bad for a Medusa to buy MKB, I think. Because your split shot doesn't benefit from the proc, so yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll see where he's gonna have that, I guess, item slot freeing up in the Aegis soon. As it feels like, yeah, we're only 26 minutes in, but both Dusa and TB already kind of approaching that late game item status.
Yeah, everyone's so rich in this game. I mean, all the cores at least, except Bok.
Yeah,
it's a little sad. But it happens. Bok is basically like the tide killer this game. DP is like just his job is just to kill the tide.
You can do that. That makes the life of the supports and even like heroes like the TB who wants to be able to just go in with his BKB meta to kill people that much easier. Does look like this Aegis is not going to lead to too much more, as Boom have managed to slowly claw away at this gold difference and themselves in a pretty good position.
Oh, I didn't notice, but it's pretty good that the TB has the Imp Claw, because the crit works on the illusions as well.
Oh yeah. Good point.
It's pretty good for him.
We'll see those tier 3 neutral items coming out soon. Curious to see which ones come into play. Could be a game where like TB with a spider leg so he can replace his boots could be really nice.
Yeah, I think he's gonna change his mind. I really doubt that he'll buy a dagger, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wants to just buy a dagger and jump onto this Lina. That would be pretty insane, but
I think eventually, like, it seems like the, as we saw last game, 50-60 minute 6-slotted TB, you want to have that Swift Blink in there. So maybe he just sees this game going late game, so he's like preemptively getting a blink or something even.
Yeah, I mean, it could be pretty cool, right? Like, maybe he thinks the Phoenix is gonna egg on the high ground or something. He needs to blink on the high ground to hit it. No, he can't see it. I don't know. It's interesting for sure. I think he might decide otherwise.
I was about to say he may not need a butterfly anymore. He just got an Elven Tunic, so that alone gives you a decent amount of evasion if he wants to rock that. But it seems like he's going to prioritize the damage of the Orb of Destruction.
Oh, now he already has a double slow with the Skadi and the Orb of Destruction. So Medusa is gonna get hit. He's gonna get the kitchen sink thrown at him.
Which way Medusa goes? So far, not commit. Okay, let's say Skadi or Butterfly. Which one's he going to commit for? He actually picks up the quarterstaff. So it looks like Butterfly's the priority. Yep. Sees the TB without MKB and is like, okay, Butterfly is going to make me really tanky.
Makes sense. Gabby actually bought the dagger and they smoked up immediately.
Oh, okay. Medusa's courier needs to not get sniped here. That's has got the quarterstaff. If you want that Butterfly, you don't want to be losing your courier. Hims goes for the D-ward play as TNT were smoked up, but they kind of revealed themselves as soon as they plant that sentry there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So just sending out Manta illusions and positioning behind these towers to farm as safely as possible while TNC try and force this tier 2 top. I love every time I feel like we see TNC in this top lane, FBZ is always at these dire ancients. He's doing such a good job maximizing his farm while avoiding fighting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see consistently on this player, right? His Pangolier, yesterday on his Mars. Like, FBZ just knows how to farm. Like, and he's not taking the farm, he's not snatching away the farm from his team. He's just being damn good, you know, at reading the map and assessing his risks.
Perhaps a small thing, but in a game like this that's now slowed down, having items like a Philosopher's Stone could feel really nice. Phoenix Hide. You know, if the Phoenix last game had a Philosopher's Stone, that would have, I feel like, completely changed his game, helping him get some of those item timings a bit earlier, and Hide going to be a happy Phoenix.
Oh, he blinked in.
This pickup. We'll see the follow-up. He's got to be careful of blinking it, because, you know, his teammates aren't necessarily going to be blinking in and backing him up.
Yeah, he might make the fight really awkward for his Lion and his Oracle to play if he keeps trying to play the fight like in that manner.
Here we go. Smoke up from Boom. They've got the butterfly complete on Medusa, so no MKB anytime soon for the TB, who does have that Swift Blink queued up for now. He may have to change his mind. Armel on the bottom room does have a BKB with the Blink Ravage. Going to look to stun him up. The LSA full out with the egg. They're just going to burst him, not give him a chance to BKB. All right. Probably you want to go for the hook shot there, I guess, not the Ravage, but FBZ saw an opening, and I don't blame him for taking it.
Yep, I mean, you don't see the Oracle, right? You don't know where the Oracle is, so the safe play is just to Ravage. Yep. So you know you can hit the Oracle with the Ravage if he tries to save. But yeah, I don't think TNC is too upset about it, honestly, because they used the egg as well. I think the egg was a little bit of an overkill.
Yeah, but the problem is Roche is actually up, so this could just be Boom getting Roche number 2. So this is Roche with Ag Shard and Cheese.
Kunkka has no buyback.
Yeah, TNC knowing this may want to contest this one. They've got the BKB Death Prophet, so can run in with the Exorcism. This is where maybe not having Supernova can come into play, though.
This is so brave from Boom because they don't actually know that the Kunkka has no buyback. So for them to be doing this is like really, really brave. No, two ultis are down and they're forcing a Roche like this. I think it's a mistake, honestly.
Yeah, they're backing off now. I think they realize, okay, they can delay this a lot, and Kunkka's about to respawn.
I think they just tenderized the meat for TNC to take it, right? Like TNC just gonna walk in there right now. No Ravage, no egg. Let's eat it for ourselves.
Yeah, can Boom stop them going for that? That feels like a big if, and if anything, it feels like the safe play here is just to give them a free Roche, but really want to just give up an uncontested Roshan. We'll have to find out what Boom's approach to this is going to be. TNC themselves not feeling confident enough to just walk into the pit, though.
Yep, he wanted to check the power rune in case there was a DD or illusion. But the egg is coming up in 10 seconds, so I'm not so sure that TNC should just force it anymore. Maybe they should smoke up and try to get a fight first.
And the Ravage only 30 seconds away, so
never mind.
They're going in. They know the exact Ravage timing, I'm guessing, so they feel confident they can make this play.
Yep.
Tide's going to kind of get an idea of what's going on. He can egg around the Roche wall. He can cause a lot of problems here with the potential Supernova. Are they going to look to go in? Dream the Cell making the run to go charging in with the Aghanim's Gush from the Tide. With a lot of damage here. They get the Hex into the Impale. They want to go to do a great force up as well as a hook shot. Pez cute helping his buddy out, but he does pay the price for it, instantly buying back. Armel's BKB. Roche is very, very low. And Tide Ravage is back up. Watch out for that Blink Ravage. MPZ's ready for it. He goes in. He catches a couple. Oracle on the backlines. Doesn't get caught. Gets the false promise onto Gabby. He gets a Sunder off onto FBZ. The egg does end up popping here. Can they go for the Roshan here with the Death Prophet dead and no Exorcism? I think Boom are going to be able to secure this one. Is there a Roshan still? Blink in. Boomy. He snatches it. Oracle gets the Aegis. Does he get anything else? He gets the Shard as well. And Gabby with the Metamorph. He's still holding his ground and fighting, but unfortunately, he's losing his teammates. Kunkka goes down. He's on his own. He gets pushed by the Cogs. Gabby may just need to get the hell out of here. With the Gush coming on through, this Duce is just looking absolutely unstoppable. Bok, he just fought back. He can't afford to die. The Oracle dies even with the Aegis a second time, and now they're going to lose Bok. The dieback is there. Gabby has to just farm some neutrals and get the hell out of there. What a fight from Boone. They delayed it just long enough to get a great Ravage off, and this Duce is well and truly online.
Yeah, what a steal from Boomy, but I want to point out, like, Boomy with that Aegis steal, Cascute, like, to start everything off, TNC wanted to throw the kitchen sink at the Medusa. We saw their intent. They popped everything. They used BKBs, they used both. Cascute, he force stuffed in, he stopped the initiation, and he hooked in, and he force stuffed the Medusa out. And they just wasted their BKBs, and they wasted the ghost ship. They wasted everything on one clockwork, and he just bought back.
Yeah. I think it was actually the Phoenix who forced off the Medusa.
Really? Yeah,
At
great
least
support
when I
play.
clicked the whoever it was, I clicked the clockwork out, they hookshot it in, and he still had his 4-staff up. So it must have. Phoenix is the only other 4-staff, but
Yeah, these
I'm not
4-stars, man. Every game, it feels like the 4-stars are mattering so much.
it feels like old school Dota, like 3-4 years ago. Every support, the only item you would ever buy is 4-staff. 4-staff
Yeah.
got nerfed so many freaking times because this item was just OP, and boom, showing, hey, 4-staff's still pretty good.
Yeah, back then, Tranquil Boost 4-star was the only build any support ever did.
Yeah. Then Icefrog added items like Glimmer Capes and Solar Crest, so nowadays, so it's like, okay, maybe we go this Aeon Disc, Aether Lens. There's these like greedier items, but old school support is 4-staff only.
Yeah, no more Aegis, but there is a cheese on the Medusa. That is going to be really, really important for the next fight. Oh, but there's an MKB now on Gabby.
That's exactly what I was about to click, that fight, it feels like, was won with almost the surprise factor of this Dusa butterfly. Now with MKB. The problem is, Dreamcell, he got so much gold from all that, he's about to have a Skadi as well, and with a level 25 Dusa, Skadi now in play, that is scary.
Yep, he also has the Arcanum Shard as well on the Cold Blood, so, these TNC supports, you want to throw some hexes, some mana drains, be careful, yo. Like, you might just get stunned and ravaged.
Yeah. Ags plus Shard. Brutal stuff.
He also has a Paladin sword on the Medusa.
TNC, they're smoked up, flying around this cliff. Both teams with an Observer up here. FBC's on the front line though. Does Block make the play to go in? He pops the BKB Xism, he goes charging. Gabby goes onto the high ground with the Blink, and the BKB, Dream Missile on the front lines. They can't fight into the Stone Gaze. Great use just to zone them away. Armel gets stoned. Don't have the damage to bring him down. So much evasion on this Kunkka, making him a hard target for the Dusa to deal with. But this Dusa is just perfectly positioned with all his teammates behind. Dusa is hanging through this, but getting low on mana. Pumps a Manta, Blink, Ravage, onto Gabby. Is the save going to be there? He gets the Oracle as well, but the 4-staff now coming in. Gabby, he's kept alive. Boomy's getting low. The egg does pop, and Boomy may just save his Terrorblade here. He blinks away. Is the heals going to be enough? No, it's not. He's dead. Boomy almost saved the day. Allowed TB to blink out, but the damage was just too much through the false promise that TB still died.
Boom are playing the fight so well. Like, they saw this Exo, the Exo is running after Mikoto. Mikoto used all his spells, he has 3 stacks of Fairy Soul, he ran away. Bot wasted his Exo.
Armel. He's gonna get back to safety. Yeah, this Death Prophet is struggling to find a way into this game, it feels like.
Yeah, Boom is just pulling them into them. Like, Boom is just maintaining, like, keeping calm, maintaining their formation. The Medusa in front. The Tide is just waiting for the BKB on the Terrorblade to end. NPC sees the timing and he just jumps and they just kill everyone. Like the Oracle as well was hit by the Ravage.
Well, the Gabby TB was so close to working in game 1, and once again here in game number 2, things falling a little bit short for TNC as they lose their top racks. Not all over yet. Such a good start to this game. They were up like 20 kills to 10, in control of the Roshan, but then suddenly, boom, just with this butterfly. That seems to be the game. Going butterfly before this Skadi was such a heads-up decision from Dream Missile. It made all the difference for that one big team fight.
Yeah, and it really goes back to... I want to go back to like the Gabby Blink. Like, is that really necessary in this game? Like,
yeah,
it kind of felt like Dream Missile is doing his job really, really well. And Gabby is sort of like trying to play a mini game. I don't know. In the fights.
He's trying to be too flashy, I guess, is what you're kind of saying. Like,
yeah. Like if the TB just held his goal and waited and saw what the Medusa wanted to buy. Let's say if the Medusa went to buy a Skadi first, right? Then the TB just buys the Daedalus. If the Medusa buys a Butterfly, the TB just buys the MKB. And then the next fight is just so much easier because you can actually kill this Medusa.
Well, Medusa now throws in the Skadi, a Hurricane Pike, has a Daedalus queued up. Let's see if she does end up. I mean, it's a bit slot limited. You have to kind of ditch the boots at some point, maybe, if you want to go for this. But we'll see how things go from here on out. As Boom is happy to slow things down. What is the, like, I guess, what's gonna change what's happening in these team fights. It feels like fight after fight, Medusa, the positioning of Boom is just everyone behind the Medusa, nobody getting caught. What does TNC need to do to make these fights go better?
So for the last fight, what actually happened was TNC started on the tide, but Bok, for some reason, he popped his Exo, but instead of committing on the tide, he actually chased the Lina. Like, I think Bok actually needs to understand that he's the tide killer, you know? They need to kill this tide that's in front, and force this tide to use the Ravage in a very bad way for them to win the fight, because if you realize all the fights that Boom have been winning, it's always FBZ's Ravage that comes in at the perfect time, and they chain stun, you know, the LSA, they chain stun the Mystic Snake, kill the TB, kill the Oracle, kill the Lion. Like, they just need to be able to kill whoever's in front.
Makoto doing some frontline high ground sieging, gets the tier 3 tower down to half health. Not even just Seduce and Makoto with the single target damage has a Daedalus now. But he's looking very, very farm. Level 25 Lina with the extra attack range, the extra fiery souls, stacks. Force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yep, when TNC initiate on whoever's in front, and they use their BKBs, their double BKBs, they need to be able to kill the person. If they don't kill the person, the fight is gonna easily go Boom's way.
Boom starting to feel confident about where things are, just holding onto their control of this dire side of the map, farming their ancients and really limiting TNC's options. We'll be heading towards that next Roche respawn sometime in the next 3 minutes. As Boom, perhaps in preparation of that, they smoke up, they get the scan, they know roughly where they are, and they're going to get the perfect wraparound here. They see Bok and Armel actually not going for the initial kill. The hooks are going to come out, catches the Kunkka, the push back, the Ravage follow-up, they blow up the Kunkka, making sure there's no save. FBZ. Not leaving anything to chance, not letting a potential false promise save the Kunkka there. And now that puts Medusa on the high ground. There is a buyback though, and Kunkka's going to go for it with the Earth Spike initiation. They go in on Dream Missile with the TB damage. Is this going to be enough? The 4 stuff's coming into play as Medusa gets the Stone Gaze out and is just going to turn, look to bring down Bok. He uses himself up. That's going to buy a little bit of time here. The egg on the backline, so that's doing all kinds of work as FBZ just blinks in, tries to do what he can to. The Exorcism actually manages to bring down the Clockwork. Tim to the front line, just jumping forward. Makoto getting very low in the Lina, but still surviving through it all. As Bok healed up, he's got the exit, he's running in. TNC, they're doing it. This fight going their way with the Medusa dead and the Tide. They're chasing the Lina. That's all 3 cores dead. Ultra kill for Bok. This Exorcism, DP kept alive, was so low at one point in that fight, but somehow healed all the way through the damage. And TNC win this one.
Yeah, the Oracle didn't even use the ulti. Like, Bok used himself at last like 1 bit of HP, and I think he just like used double ult. He has a Stormcrafter, so
exactly.
I think Boom just didn't expect that they weren't able to kill the DP there.
Yeah. I saw the first Yules, then he just instantly dropped, and then he Yules himself again because he had the Stormcrafter, and that just completely threw Boom off as well, I believe.
Yeah,
to the high ground we go.
Like the bullet that comes in that run buff is so important because they just don't die in this, like in the egg, in the Stone Gaze. Like if they don't die in these spells, I've said it during the draft, like TNC are gonna outlast them in the fights. All they need is this run buff on their hero.
Well, 1 lane. And no buybacks on Tide or Lina. Tide's on cooldown, Lina just without the gold. I don't know if I think TNC are expecting there to be more buybacks. The Medusa commits hers, which is enough to push TNC back, but suddenly that gold lead has disappeared. It's TNC who have Roshan respawning in 10 seconds time. That would be huge if they can get that before the Tide Lina respawn. They're going to have a very small window to do so. Clockwork, Rocket Flare actually expires, so we'll maybe see another one fly out to scout this Roche.
Yep, someone needs to stand in the pit right now for TNC. The Roche is up.
They haven't seen it yet. Radiant's seen it, but yeah, TNC, they're going to be potentially in a 5v5, but no, they want the pick off. They catch KezQ, they Finger of Death him through the Ghost Scepter, doing a lot of damage, and he has not got buyback. Would be a 5v4 in the Roshan pit. Both teams getting all their big ultimates back up. Exorcism, Ravage, Stone Gaze.
Someone on TNC needs to X-Mark and TP back to clear the lanes.
Yeah.
Probably Amel himself.
Yeah, those tier 4 towers, you don't want to him take too much damage this early on.
They're trying though. Boom are trying.
They're coming to contest this one. looking in the 4v5. Dreamcell goes running in, exits from Bok. He gets stoned up immediately. This Dreamcell just going to look to disengage. He gets pulled back in by the X. He's losing his mana fast. Has to force half away. Does not want to hold his ground and fight into the TB. The TB blinking forward. There's the Blink Ravage with the Yule Scepter. It made the stun miss on Gabby. I don't think they've got the damage to deal with them anyways. It's going to be the Supernova stunning them up. Lean on the backline's taking so much damage. Low on a sliver of health. We'll get the hell out of there as Medusa needs to be careful. Needs to find an escape. But with the X-Mark gets pulled back in. Gets brought down. No buyback on Medusa. And TNC have perhaps turned this game around. They're going to get the Tide Hunter as well, and perhaps forget Roshan. TNC may just be able to close this game out. They've got plenty of time to take Roche as well as go for the high ground. And it looks like they're going to do just that.
Yeah, the Boom teamfight heroes, the Tide Hunter, the Phoenix, they were cut off at the side on the right, and they were not able to help the Medusa and the big spell so that the Medusa could do damage. Like, Medusa was all alone in the river.
And they know, no buyback on Medusa. TB buys a refresher. Unfortunately, there was no refresher shot. It was an Ag Scepter. He's going to be getting a new Metamorph out. They want to close this game. They've got a window now, 90 seconds, no Medusa, and they've got another Metamorph.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it in the fights, right? Like this DP is not a joke. This level 3 Exo against heroes like Tide Hunter and Medusa, the Exo can eat you alive.
We can see why they went for this Oracle DP opener. It is doing wonders here, even though it was a slow start for the offlane Death Prophet. It's really come into play here later on, and they forget going for Megas. They're going straight for the throne. Tier 4 Tower's the first target, and without Egg, without Ravage, what can you do? Boom. It's all up to Makoto, really. He's the only one who deals damage, it feels like, and they've got to go in soon. Tim's going in, gets a nice 2-hero Earth Spike. The Aeon Disc protecting the aggression here as the finger's going to come out. Takes out Kezku, and now Makoto, he's in all sorts of trouble. He defensively Yules himself. The heals coming into play with the BKB. Makoto is going to survive his way through this one, but now TB can just focus the throne. Look to get the GG here. Nice 2-hero Impale. Gabby ignoring the throne for now, going for the kills, gets the Tide. It's GG. Game 3, here we come. Woo! This series and the last, these upper bracket teams are just delivering some amazing Dota.
Banger after banger after banger. Every game.
Well, it's all gonna come down to a deciding game 3. I mean, do you give either team an edge, or is it just, you know, anybody's game going to that game 3?
I'm interested to see how Boom are gonna respond to this opener. TNC might do it again, honestly. Like something like a save plus a DP. I don't think Boom are gonna go back to their Medusa again. I think it was quite apparent that TNC could deal with the Medusa. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they adjust the drafts.
Well, a lot to look forward to. We're going to bring Nat back in, and you guys should not go anywhere, because this game 3 between Boom and TNC promises to be spectacular, so stay with us.
We are back to break down that insane game number 2. You know, there was a lot of early game aggression. It looked like it could have been a 2-0 going in favor of Boom, but TNC were able to pull it back for most of it, lose one lane of racks, and then it was kind of just all over. They really just kind of steamrolled over Boom from that one. But Ponlo, why do you think there was so much more early aggression in game 2 compared to game 1?
I think from the get-go, TNC already knew what they wanted to do with their draft with the Oracle DP opener. And like I said, they last picked a Kunkka, seeing a Lina. Like, not every mid player is going to tell you to pick a Kunkka into a Lina. It's a known hard matchup for the Kunkka. But Armel, he got the 6-minute DD rune on board. He TP'd straight away top. He killed the Tide. He did that insane play with Gabby where they stunted the Tide and killed him again. And they just played around the triangle and played such a fast tempo pace of Dota because yeah, I think from the get-go, they already knew that this was the tempo that they wanted to go for.
Yeah, just looking at those stats again, right? We saw it for game 1 and now for game 2. It feels like they are so even that there really is such little difference between the two teams in terms of execution and how they're playing right now. The performance is pretty good. But Gods, why do you think that TNC won this game out? Is it similar to game 1, how it was just whoever could pull through on the clutches?
Definitely a bit. I think this time around it was kind of the different timings that. I mean, I think both teams really understood. I think for Boom, like they really understood that when they got that Medusa butterfly, they were going to be really scary. And then for TNC, it was this X factor, the Death Prophet you're seeing in front. This Death Prophet did so much damage in some of these fights where she would just stay alive, and I think maybe Boom realized too late that Death Prophet had to be one of the big priorities because those last couple of fights, Death Prophet was just getting too much damage out with the Exorcism.
Is it that TNC has the ability to maybe alter how they're playing and learn a little bit quicker than Boom is, Ponlo?
For sure, I think they definitely have an edge over Boom in terms of the coach department because I mean they have Mushi. I think Boom has Clairvoyance, but I believe that Clairvoyance is an online coach as well. Where I'm not sure, maybe Mushi is with TNC. I'm not sure, but I mean it's Mushi, you know. You have to give the man some respect.
Definitely. I mean, they like we saw right between game 1 and game 2, just them coming back from that break, the draft, the things that they had learned, all that sort of things. So, Gods, what do you think is going to be a really big takeaway for Boom before we go into game 3?
I think the takeaway is just try and stay calm. I mean, I think they've proven that they won a crazy game 1. They were in a position where they probably felt like this game was theirs. I think they just have to not second guess themselves. It's so often you see teams like lose a game like this where it feels like they were ahead and then they just get stomped in game 3. So I think they just need to, stay calm, keep playing their best Dota, and, perhaps be ready for TNC to do these very different openers. Because that's really, I think TNC made that game 2 adjustment with the Death Prophet Oracle. That perhaps is what caught Boom by surprise more than anything else.
Well, I hope they can keep their mentality there and just really rein themselves back in to stay calm and collected. But before we head to the break, I want to draw everyone's attention to an amazing giveaway that is being run. Honestly, there is so much stuff that you can get here. We have 4 cases of Mate Mate, as well as some swag. We have the HyperX keyboard, the HyperX Cloud Alpha S headset, the Pulsefire Surge mouse, and the Fury S Extra Large mouse pad, as well as this little cherry on top, which is the Beyond the Summer Dota 2 thank you hoodie. If you guys want to enter that, you can go to bts.gg/giveaway, or you can click on the giveaway banner below. And let me tell you, being in the Southern Hemisphere, we're in winter right now, so that hoodie is looking extra good. So you know what? When we head to this break, I might even go and enter this giveaway myself. If I win, I promise it had nothing to do with me working this broadcast. I absolutely swear. But now let's head to the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Boom versus TNC game. I don't know why I struggled with that word. That word I've been saying about 6 times every time I'm on broadcast. But this is game number 3. We're going to jump straight into the draft because these guys, they want to get in. They want to play some Dota. They're absolutely not even going to wait for us. That's how eager they are. But on Boom's side, we see the Oracle band. That's, you know, a pretty big respect band coming out from them from game number 2. And then they're going to pick up the Lion and the Phoenix. Whereas on TNC side, you know, the standard Timbersaw and the Brood that we've seen the band quite a few times. But they also managed to sneak the Nyx Assassin pick. And they're definitely going to be going with the Death Prophet again, which I can't blame them after we saw that performance in game number 2. But Honlo, give me some thoughts about the Nyx and the Death Prophet on the TNC side.
I'm not sure which hero was replaced in the initial bans by both teams, but I think Nyx is like pretty much a first pick for both of these teams. And Boom Phoenix is just one of their most played heroes ever, because I think it's one of the heroes that Cascade really consistently plays well on. And Hyde can also play really well. Like Boom like this Phoenix a lot. And they just banned the Oracle because TNC first faced the DP. But there are still like other saves that TNC can pick. One thing I find interesting is why Boom banned the LC. Are they prepping up a PL or PB or something?
We saw LC get banned last game. I don't have a good memory though, so I don't remember which team did ban it, but we did see her get banned as well last game, so maybe it's just something that they don't want to deal with potentially. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Gods? That ban?
I think it's a hero that can really suit the way TNC plays. Like that, it very much does feel like both these teams are going back for these late game 4 protect 1. Let's have a big carry and buff them up. And Legion Commander with the Aghanim Shard, it's just one of the best buffing tools there is for any carry. So I kind of get it, and I think it seems like Legion, like the games it was picked by Fnatic, looked really good when you have these good lane matchups, and most of the carries that are being picked are these melee carries that Legion plays well into.
Yep. Well, there's that Axe ban out of TNC. I was talking to you guys in the break. I was like, I wouldn't mind seeing an Axe pick coming out from Boom. Ponlo, you really didn't want it, and I guess TNC are the same, so they've gone for the ban. How happy are you to see that ban come out?
Yeah, I don't think that X was. I mean, they won the game, but it wasn't convincing to me. Like I feel I want them to like try other stuff, because this is still the upper bracket. So
yeah, I mean, while you're in the upper bracket, there is a lot of space to be able to trial new things, experiment a little bit more, because you do have the safety net of going down to the lower bracket. I just think, you know, if the Axe is something that they really wanted and they really liked it in game 1, they played well on it, that was something that they were gunning for. But I guess TNC really read that. They also banned out the Tide Hunter, which, again, I don't blame them.
Let me tell you, though, these teams, one of them is not going to experiment, and one of these teams is going to pick Terrorblade.
Well, I have a little note here of, like, all the picks and bans that I was kind of predicting. I was like, there's got to be a Templar Assassin ban, a Tide ban, a Death Prophet ban, and a Terrorblade ban. They're the 4 things between the 2 teams that I definitely would have been aiming to ban. So far, I've only gotten one of them. But who do you think TNC are going to prioritize the Terrorblade right now, Ponlo?
I think they're gonna pick a save first.
Okay.
But Boom might just pick the Terrorblade, honestly, if TNC don't pick it right now, because the LC is already banned out. And the only offlanes left that are good against TB, there's no Timbersaw, there's no Brood, there's Darkseer, Underlord.
Well, there you go.
Darkseer, Underlord, and Spectre.
Okay. I may be totally... if they go Spectre, maybe Boom's going to be heading a different direction with their carry, because they may feel like they want to go for something that's a, you know, kind of better carry matchup. We've seen some PA into the Spectre, so we may be seeing something a bit different from both teams in terms of the carries.
I think Boom might just pick the Terrorblade right now. Like,
yeah,
the Terrorblade into the spec is so good. You'll scale so well against him. Like, the fights are gonna be so hard for TNC if they pick Terrorblade here, because they have no real way to like kill the TB, and the TB can always thunder. And there's an egg on top of it as well.
What is like such a big driving force then for TNC to pick the Spectre there over the Terrorblade, especially because the Terrorblade has worked for them online?
I'm not sure. I think they might have something planned that I don't know. That they want to bait Boom into picking the TB.
You mean you don't know everything these teams are thinking about and planning? I'm disappointed. There you go. Yeah, they don't even pick up the TB. They go for Centaur here. Do you like that one? What do you think, Ponlo?
I mean, we saw it getting banned last game. I forgot which team was the one that banned it. Boom was the one that banned it, because Boom had the Phoenix and the Medusa and the Hunter. So they were really afraid of this Stampede, allowing TNC to disengage. So right now, TNC are the ones that pick they have the Spectre and the DP, and their stun is just a Nyx. So conceptually, this Stampede has a lot of value, but TNC still has 2 picks to deal with it. TNC just needs to pick a bit more control, and they're fine, I think.
Is it worthwhile them focusing a lot on the Centaur here, or just more trying to finish off, I guess, whatever was going in their heads for their draft gods?
I think the response, if they just get a bit more control, I mean, the Snapfire are not going to add a ton of stuns. They do have the cookie. That approach is fine. I think for TNC, the big thing is they get to save this last pick and be flexible with the Death Prophet. They make sure they set themselves up where they can use this last pick of the draft, and they want to make sure they have a balanced draft where Armel can use that last pick, or if they want to, they can still send Death Prophet mid and get an offlaner if they see like a really good offlane versus carry matchup, because they're going to know what Boom's carry is before they do their final pick.
Well, look, there's that Templar assassin. I did say that maybe she should get banned, but she makes it all the way through. Boom picks her up, and then on the back of that, they also ban Bat Rider. How good is this TA, Ponlo, for the Boom picking up? The Boom to pick up here.
The lane against the DP is kind of weird because the DP is able to siphon through a refraction. So, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Whether it's a good thing or not. I think Mikoto will do fine. I mean, he's like the best TA in C. For Mikoto to pick a TA like this, he definitely understands. My question more is whether Boom, like, why did Boom not just pick the TB? Like, I keep going back to this TB because every game we are seeing the TB being like so important in drafts, but both teams are like ignoring it. Like, especially Boom. Why? I don't see why they didn't just fourth pick a TB. The TNC lineup, they already showed 2 supports with a Death Prophet. If you pick a TB, this DP does not have a save. The TB will just destroy the DP in the fights. Like, the Death Prophet will not be able to stand in fights with the EXO. And the TB is also good against the spec to scale late. So I'm quite surprised that they chose to pick the TA here, especially because the DP can still be a flex. The DP can easily be an offlane for Bok again.
Are we looking for a lot more control from TNC? Because, like you said, they only really have the Nyx for this stun. Snapfire adds a little bit, but not really. And so, would they potentially consider more of an offlaner that has a stun god?
I think it depends whether they want to send the Death Prophet mid or not. If they want to send the Death Prophet mid against the TA, yeah, you want some kind of offlaner to pair with, I guess, Snapfire. That's going to have like a, kind of stun combo. With the Jug coming out, I'm curious to see what they want to go with. I don't think there's an obvious offlaner to play into the Jug. It feels like, you may just want to send the Death Prophet down there with the Nyx, but at the same time, there's no obvious mid counters. The reason why the TA pick was so good is they get to immediately protect it. If there was a Bat Rider still in the pool, you send Death Prophet off lane, you run Bat mid. Even a Doom mid could cause problems for the TA, so I like how Boom protected this TA pick.
Oh, one thing to note, right? I was talking to Death about this when he was playing in the Major. I watched his matchup in the Major. Death Prophet Siphon actually goes through spin for some reason. If you siphon the guy and he spins, it still siphons. I don't know why it works like that, but I'm pretty sure it still does. So the lane could be really, really good for the DP.
This Razor, is this Razor to try and deal a lot more with the TA and the Jug? Is that the target for these Razor gods?
Yep.
They're going to be putting Razor mid, just sap the TA's damage and try and outlane her a bit. I think TA still does okay. You still get some farm, and you can always fall back, and you farm a lot faster than the Razor in the jungle. And I think importantly, the Razor does not pressure your tower if you fall back to the jungle. So I don't think it's like any kind of a hard counter where TA is like worried about the way her game is going to go, but it is still a good pick and a nice hero to kind of frontline and create space for Gabby to farm.
Alrighty, I'm going to ask you guys 2 questions. One of them is going to be a new one that I haven't asked you guys yet, and that is going to be, how long do you think this game's going to go for? I want to a minute time prediction for how long you reckon this one's going to go for, and who it's going to go in favor of. Ponlo, do you want to tell me first?
Alright, I say 57-33.
Okay, and to who? Who's going to be winning? Based off of draft only.
You didn't even choose the team.
It's just gonna go to 57 minutes. That's all he knows.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like the drafts are quite. Okay, I'm just gonna go TNC. I think TNC.
And gods, what are your predictions gonna be?
I think TNC, but in 49 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go completely opposite to you guys then. I'm gonna say Boom, and I'm gonna put it at 64 minutes. I reckon is gonna be my prediction.
I need some sleep, Nat. Come on.
Okay, no, I'm still gonna stick with it. But I'll let you guys jump into game number 3. I'm very excited for it.
As are we. We get a game 3. We get another one. These SCA TI qualifier games, they're absolutely delivered. Definitely worth burning the midnight oil for as we head to our last game of today. The winner will go on to face Fnatic in the upper bracket final. Obviously, a matchup TNC is so familiar with. Fnatic and TNC have been rivals throughout the SCA region for as long as I can remember, the two top dogs of the region, and boom, one of those teams has been looking to make that breakthrough. We'll see if they can do it here in game number 3. What do you make of what you're seeing so far, Ponlo, out of these two drafts? Do you have any thoughts you'd like to add?
I have some thoughts, but I think somebody's gonna die.
Yeah, no thoughts. No time for thoughts. Okay, they pop the smoke and they actually... Okay, no one's gonna die. You're good. Thoughts, let's hear them.
Like, I think Boom's draft is... I feel like they sort of ignored what TNC is trying to do with their draft. Boom just kind of picked what they wanted, you know, the Centaur with the Flea and the Jug. And I can respect that. But I do think TNC has like quite a few good answers. Like this Spectre is gonna be quite relatively hard for them to kill, I think. Because this TA is not gonna be huge. Like this TA has a Razor lane. Mikoto is probably gonna go jungle early, and here we see Boomy actually blocking the small camp. This is like really heads up play from Boomy. The TA is gonna struggle against the Razor. He just wants to go jungle. Blocking the camps will be super important.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw a TA mid, it was Fnatic when they picked TA. They had their small camp blocked as well, just to deny that bit of extra farm. If Mikoto gets a sentry out early,
the sentry
deal with that.
Barely almost missed the observer ward.
Yeah, it's out. Yeah, it's just outside of range, I want to say. We'll find out.
I think Boomy should have placed the sentry on the right side instead, because it's a common ward spot anyway. Two birds with one stone.
Maybe he's worried about a Radiant sentry being there to de-ward. Who knows? But
yeah,
either way, we'll see how some of these lanes unravel. The Jug pick, a carry we have not seen all too often. It's been all about the TBs, the Medusas. We get ourselves a Jug. What made this a good Jug game, do you think? As he just chases down, he almost gets a kill on block, forces a Fairy Fire. But yeah, why do you think Jug?
I think Jug is just, it fits with their lineup a lot. Like, they need that sort of power damage, and they want like a semi-carry. They don't want someone that can only farm, because they already have a TA mid. They want to play around Mikoto. So it's quite a common pick to pair with Juggernaut. And yeah, I don't feel like it's particularly good against the TNC's heroes, which is why I say I feel like Boom kind of ignored TNC's draft and just went for what they were comfortable with.
Well, comfort picks in the game 3. That's something I feel like we're generally familiar with when it comes to competitive Dota. Gonna go down, you may as well go down with some of the picks that you feel most confident on. So far, Razor having a good time this mid lane. 5 denies already, as you'd kind of expect. The TA being put a little bit on the back foot, but still getting some of her own.
Yeah, this is really a clash of ideologies, I guess. Or I don't know what to call it, but TNC is so focused on countering the enemy heroes. The Snapfire pick to counter the Egg, the Razor pick to counter the TA. Like, but boom, you know. We'll see. We'll see who has the edge in this game.
How much do you think these lanes... We were all saying, we're all predicting this game's going to potentially 45, 50, 60 minutes. Do these lanes matter that much then? Is it just about having a stable lane, or is one of these teams trying to come out on top of the lanes?
Oh, for sure. If Mikoto gets to play a TA game like a TA, like, and be explosive, like, if you look on the TNC heroes, I don't think they have the best like refract charges breaking heroes. The only real thing they have is like the snap ulti. So this TA can definitely get like a super early BKB Deso timing and mess up the game really fast, because Boom's lineup is so fast. Like, all their heroes are really quick, really fast tempo heroes. So TNC, like, maybe this Spectre doesn't even have time to come online if this Razor doesn't do very well against the TA in lane.
And we already have stacks being made for the TA as Phoenix falls back to start getting some of those going. Static Link making Mikoto's life a little bit more difficult in this mid lane, but he's sitting on 14 CS. They're equal on last hits with more denies going the Razor's way. So, Mikoto, I mean, he's a TA specialist. I'm sure he's played this matchup countless times.
Yeah, an interesting thing I want to point out is that, so I think you start the game with, you can buy 4 sentries, and currently Dire used 3 sentries. They use 1 at mid for the small camp, and Boomy used 1 for the big camp top, and 1 for the small camp. So he actually only has 1 sentry left to deal with the stacks. And the Phoenix stacking those 2 camps already is like, it's quite a big deal. So I really wonder what TNC is gonna do to counter these stacks that the Phoenix are gonna make.
Let's just see if they go for any kind of invade play. Let's see if TA is farming them early before like a Nyx is level 6 or something. That could be tricky for them. But yeah, these lanes seem to be overall, you know, most of these cores farming. There's an edge going Boom's way down in this bottom lane, with Jug getting a bit more farm than the Death Prophet, and it feels like Death Prophet being a bit zoned out, but neither team winning any of these lanes convincingly.
Yep, the DP might start to do better and better bot lane once he has more points in Siphon. But the top lane is...
pressure top, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough for the Spectre, I imagine.
He's not gonna die to this damage, but they're making his life very tricky here.
Yeah, the Centaur only needs 500 more gold and he's gonna have the Vanguard.
Oof. Yeah, at that point you can just... I mean, we may see Gabby being forced back into the jungle fairly early on. Not that Spectre's a hero that really wants to go into the jungle early on at all.
Yep, TNC is really like depending on their Razor and the DP to bring a lot of tempo to this game.
We'll play from high. He uses that ward to stack the big camp. He can't get to the Ancients in time, but he stacks the big camp using that high ground ward of his. As we see TA getting zoned back, same for the Spectre. Neither team going hard for any of these kills, just trying to play things safe, play the farm game as much as possible.
Yep, again, like we see all the supports moving. It's only 5 minutes and everyone has left their lanes.
Alright, question then. Who and where is first blood happening?
Probably... I mean, I think I'm biased against Bok. Honestly, I would say Bok.
Against him? Oh, you think he's going to get first blood or give up first blood?
Give up first blood because he fed first blood as well in the last game as DP, right, against the Cloud and Medusa. Like I think those kills, like you can't let those things happen because it's not like a third factor came in, right? This was the lane you knew you were gonna lane against and you still died.
Oh,
so
maybe it's gonna be happening. Hyde trying to protect the stacks and TA looks to turn this one around. Tim's in some trouble with the dive slow. Bok has been saved a first blood as Mikoto picks it up. They were trying to contest these stacks, but Boom were ready for it. Even after they got dewarded, they still just held their ground.
Yep, so much. Every single game, like the game revolves around these stacks. It's actually so interesting to see how Dota has evolved right now.
Yay, gonna be happy with this start. It feels like all three Radiant cores having a fantastic start. They're the top farmers. Net worth-wise, they are the leaders, with TA having all that jungle farm and Centaur having such a good time with his fast Vanguard, can just play aggressively behind the tower. This top tier 1 tower probably going to be pressured very early on as a result.
Yeah, this TA is actually pretty huge. He's already 500 gold ahead of the Razor. We go to TA.
Yeah, there's not really much more Armad can do. If he's the one invading those jungle stacks, they may just TP in with a Stampede and kill him. Like, he's not that tanky and has to respect the rotation potential. Not to mention Omni Slash is now up. Juggernaut is going to be pushed back though as the TP's down from TNC with the rotations from both supports. Screamer did not want to go for any kind of overly aggressive maneuver.
I really hope I get to see the interaction of the Siphon and the Spin. I'm pretty sure, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe Twitch chat is lulling at me right now. We'll see.
99% of Twitch chat doesn't know. So instead of saying you're pretty sure, you just say you're 100% sure whichever way, and nobody in chat's going to know either way. So I don't have a clue. That's the key, you know. I know you knew the casting thing. You just have to make bold statements, and nobody will know better. All right. It doesn't look... I don't know if TNC have a way to defend this tower. Spectre's still up here, but it looks like they'd much rather go for the trade. Bok has the Exorcism still running, but this tower is pretty healthy, and the Exorcism is wearing off, so instead of going for that T1 tower, it looks like TNC are going to try and defend this top lane.
Ooh, Gabby. Oh, I mean Armel. He TP'd to top, just like that. A little
weird.
He
just shows himself. Guess following the Jug up there. So Jug made his way up top with his TP and maybe getting pushed back out of this lane. He finds Armel, but has a stomp and he's going to walk away from this one. Is he going to be forced to Stampede? Yeah. He actually does have to Stampede away. That's a good ultimate to force out. That could open up some plays for TNC now.
It's actually like really bad for the Centaur's game that the Juggernaut TP'd top, and they didn't manage to take the tower. Maybe they overestimated their pushing power as of now. I think the healing ward was on cooldown as well, that's why they can't push the tower. And now the Centaur feels like he has nowhere to go, you know, like if he TP's bot, then TNC can just bring like 3 or 4 heroes and dive him.
It's probably asking like his supports and teammates, like anybody want to make a play or something? He will TP bot. Usually that's where the support tries to get their level 6, but he's saying this lane's mine now.
Yep, but there's no Stampede, so if the Razor comes down here with a few of the supports, like, yeah, exactly that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna come to this Centaur, and this is gonna destroy the Centaur's game if this Centaur dies.
It's such a heads-up play. They know the Stampede's down, so there's an opening here. Phoenix, almost was in the right position to scout this smoke gank out, but looks like they're gonna sneak by, and I don't think FBZ's got a way out of this one. They get the plasma field slow with the static link. FBZ, Hoof Stomp gets out of the static link, but it's just delaying the inevitable. Perhaps he's juking in the trees and will still go down. Is there a return play? Doesn't look like it. Hyde, is he in trouble here? Armel with the Eye of the Storm up, TP out. It's gonna be close. Oh, one more right click was needed.
Boom has been quite ineffective, I think, in the last 30 seconds. Like, at least if you want to leave your Centaur to die bot, at least move one of the supports to the top lane to force this Spectre out. Like, look at the Spectre, he's just farming under the tower like that. Like, against a Jug. Like, this should not happen. Like, this Jug should be able to take this tower with some of his teammates.
Yeah. Even someone like, you know, Mikoto, he wants to farm, he wants to do the TA things, but that's a great hero to pressure towers early on.
Yep.
But they're going to pressure mid instead, giving up their bottom tier 1 tower, but making their focus on this mid lane with a siege creep here and no exorcism. As Bok has committed it for the bottom tier 1 tower, Boomer feeling like they are the stronger team now if they can force this in the mid lane.
No, the book
really
is coming out.
Keep the seed.
The book is coming out. If Teams gives the book to Boomy, he's gonna have Snapfire ulti, and they might all just die.
Okay. Well, they kept the siege wagon alive for a long time with Mikoto and FBZ taking tower shots. This tower looks like it should be going down. Boomy's still just level 5 though. Hasn't managed to get his level 6. Nyx Assassin actually going to be the one to pop it, so no Snapfire ultimate as the tower gets denied. Both towers get denied, top and mid. A lot of gold being taken away, but a lot of map control potentially being gained by Boom with these towers being claimed.
Yep, risky maneuver, but it paid off for Boom. Now their map is so much more wide because of these 2 towers.
Yeah. Well, the team's going to fall back, farm some of their jungles, their stacks, their triangles. Level 6s are online though. Support's getting level 6, it feels like makes a big difference this game. The Snapfire ultimate you mentioned, the Lion Finger. This is where it feels like much higher kill threat on both sides.
Yeah, but Boom definitely have the edge right now because of the Stampede. It's gonna be really hard for TNC to actually kill anyone effectively unless teams get some like 6 stun on a half HP hero.
We'll see if that comes out. Do you think it's the game plan for Boom that they should be going for some kind of smoke play? As Tim's actually getting caught out here. About just that level 1 Carapace, he gets brought down, and Lion just committing a finger, looking to start building up those stacks perhaps. Not really sure it was necessary, but he wants the bonus damage.
Yep, he immediately smoked as well. He wants to go in and plant these 2 ops. The first player that I used to see do this was Jerax at TI10. He always does this where he uses a smoke because he knows that it's important because he has the 2 ops, and yeah, TNC have no way of knowing where he places these 2 ops.
Just run past enemy vision and basically run past creeps to plant wards in places where they're not going to get rewarded. That's to dive away from a Razor rotation, but it does look like Lion managed to successfully get 2 wards down that for now have gone undetected.
Yep, the only solution for that play is if TNC Boomy just spams sentries in their jungle, you know, like 4 or 5 sentries, which is not unreasonable right now because the sentries are so cheap. But back then in TI8, it used to be like what, 100 gold or something per sentry.
There's 1 sentry coming out. It misses on Boomy, and they go for a smoke. I believe that was scouted. They were right under that Radiant Ward when they smoked, so maybe not. FBZ, he's farming a jungle camp. He's got Stampede. Nyx is going to run in, and I believe he ran past the sentry, so I don't know if FBZ saw this or not, but he's playing as if he did.
No, the Nyx is still smoked, so he actually didn't see the Nyx, but he sniffed it out.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they smoked under that observer ward by that outpost. Or maybe the trees were blocking the vision, but well played by Boom. They've got a 2k gold lead. Pretty much all of that is the TA.
Boomy got the ward. Wow.
I think they realized they smoked under a ward, perhaps. Maybe that's what they were thinking. They're like, man, they realized we smoked. Must be a ward.
There's no way FBZ is this good, right?
Yeah.
But he actually was, I think. I think he was actually just that good. Because he was farming the big camp like he didn't know that they were smoked.
Yeah, he took a little while to react in some ways. Armel mid put down a half health here, but they're not going to overcommit in chasing him, as Makoto just still looking to farm those item timings. Went for a Dragon Lance before the Deso, so a bit of a slower build up towards that kind of Deso blink timing. We'll have to see if he even goes for the blink, but typically he still will.
Yeah, I think we see this build. We have seen this build a lot since the major. I'm not sure who pioneered it. Maybe nothing to say. I'm not sure. But this Dragon Lance first with the level 10 talent, the left talent, makes him like a draw ranger.
Here we go. Blink timing on the Centaur. They get the blink stun on the Snapfire. That's one kill. Can they get more? They still have the Stampede. Phoenix goes diving in with the Supernova. Bok in trouble with the TA trap slow. They want to burst down this TA with a Finger of Death. They'll get it. Supernova going to pop. The Spectre Haunt comes out, but it's not really a whole lot of good targets. And with the healing ward, everybody on the Radiant side is just staying alive. This TA is just wrecking them. The TA Deso with the Blink Centaur causing all kinds of problems. Mix Assassin Invis, he gets hit by the Earth Spike. Oh, they were ready for him. He gets brought down. The Snapfire spitting kisses at them. Make it hide. The damage over time is not enough.
Oh no. I think what Boomy just did, just lost them the Roche. Like him using the Snap ulti there, just lost them the Roche. If he did not use the Snap ulti, I think they can contest this. But right now, without Snap ulti, this Roche is free.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a lot of things went wrong there. Not just the Mortimers, just an absolute teamfight destruction from Boom. Centaur blinks in and Makoto with it. I mean, they hit basically all of their early power spikes with that smoke, and you can see why Boom were so intent on getting that vision down in that dire jungle, because they knew they were about to come online in a big way.
Yep, they understood. One kill, one simple kill into it was free Roche.
Nice play bottom. Armel staying out of the hoof stomp range to get a kill.
Really loving that Boom is really playing their lineup well. We go to TA. 10k net worth at 16 minutes.
Yeah, that is a scary sight. His Blink Dagger, I mean, he just got his Deso and he's already up to his Blink now. See what TNC look to do, but they've got to worry about some of their longer cooldowns. Haunt as well as Exorcism. And speaking of the Haunt, I feel like a lot of the Spectres we've seen be successful are more actively using their Haunt. Whereas this game, Gabby has just been mostly spending his time farming. That's the first Haunt of this game.
Yeah, I think it hugely stems from them only having one stun on Nyx against a Stampede, right? It's really hard for TNC to get a fight in their favor because Boom can just Stampede anytime and reset the fight.
Yeah, if you throw Exorcism out or you throw Spectre Haunt, you Stampede, you run away.
Yep.
But at the same time, he went for this Echo Saber, which feels like usually if you're just looking to sit back and farm, the Blade Mail's the go-to, but Echo Saber, not bad by any means for the farming.
Yep, I think usually what I've heard or I've read somewhere that when you play Spec, when your opponents are coming into you, maybe you buy Blade Mail, but when you want to go to your opponents, when you want to chase your opponents, that's where you buy Echo. So I'm not sure that this Echo is that useful this game. So I don't think they're gonna be able to take team fights properly with this Echo Saber.
Yeah. Well, a lot of stacks still being made on the TNC side. That's gonna help Gabby catch up a little bit towards this TA, but it's still a 3k gold difference. TA just on another level when it comes to farming efficiency, and with a tier 2 tower potentially being claimed, they can take this outpost now as well. No defense from TNC. They can't fight into this Aegis, they feel. That's going to lead to the outpost being claimed just after the 18-minute mark, so no XP right away. What does TNC need to do here, do you feel? How do they weather this storm?
I think what they really need is to bait someone in the fight, like because you know that Boom wanna jump. You allow Boom to jump someone that has buyback, and you sort of hope that they use the Stampede aggressively to chase you, because they get excited, right? They want to chase. Maybe they kill someone important. They kill the DP, and then when they Stampede, and when the Stampede is almost over, you buy back and you turn the fight. Like, that's how I see a fight happening for TNC that can be in their favor. probably around the TNC triangle.
Radiant are scanning.
Because they are definitely not gonna farm their way back into this game. Their heroes farm so slow. All their costs.
So Stampede, the big spell to look out for. I mean, usually, yeah, when you think of big ultimates for a team fight, Stampede's not the first one that comes to mind, but this game,
yep,
definitely the one spell that TNC do not have good answers for with their lack of lockdown. Stampede on in, they use it aggressively. This could be the fight they're looking for. Death Prophet is the bait, but does not have a buyback, and I don't think they want to take this fight into the Ages still. Stuck in the front lines, level 15, has almost got a Sanjin Yash to go with this Maelstrom.
There's still 1 minute and 25 seconds on this Aegis. So yeah, maybe TNC wait that out and then they try to bait someone to take a fight. Fighting into this Aegis is gonna be really rough.
Yeah, Razor getting close to a BKB, so I imagine TNC, for now, at least in a farming mode. I agree with what you say, like, I don't think they want it to stay this way, but with an Aegis in play, with a BKB coming soon, they just want to, you know, at least get that next item or two before they try and force those fights, but this gold lead continuing to swing more and more in Boom's favor.
Yep, but all the goal lead is on the TA, right? So, you know, one good fight for TNC where this TA makes a mistake.
Lincoln, Earth Spike to follow it up with the egg. Lion maybe throwing away his life for this one, but if he can get the kill on Gabby, that's huge, and they kill the egg. The Snapfire with the little shredder, and now they're going to get them with the kisses as well. Perfect team fight from TNC, and without the Stampede, they can't disengage. Boom! They've overextended. Phoenix are going to buy back for this one. They're going to lose the Aegis now on Makoto, who's potentially just going to instantly die. The 4-star from the Centaur is not enough to save him, and they're going to lose Centaur as well. It's a disaster in the mid lane.
They had no Stampede, and they chose to fight. And Gabby, dude, Gabby with that horn, and he used his jaunt, he dodged all the damage. Wow.
That's what TNC were waiting for.
So good. They knew all the conditions that needed to be met in a fight. Amazing. Gabby, you know, you gotta give him credit for being in a position to get jumped on. Like, not every carry player will do that, where they know the opponent is in a triangle, but they still sit in the mid lane as a Spectre to hit the creeps. Like, Gabby knew that he was gonna get jumped there.
They backed him up perfectly. Perhaps Boom gonna have to, you know, reconsider making. I mean, more than anything, that was Boom who also gave TNC a bit of a, you know, a free pass, taking that team fight without the Stampede. That made all the difference there. Otherwise, it would have been a very different story.
Yeah, and the Stampede was actually only like 18 seconds off cooldown. I checked.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely a mistake that's gonna bite Boom in the ass this game.
Top lane Tim's sitting on top of some TNC heroes.
Armel's Razor is actually getting pretty huge. He has 200 CS for some reason.
Every time I look, he's just farming the jungle, and there's like a triple Ancient stack that he's farming as well.
Yeah,
Feels like he's been farming more stacks than Spectre.
I mean, you don't pick a Razor thinking that this Razor can do this, right? I think.
Boom looking to punish it. They smoke up towards those Ancients, where there is a double stack for now. Armel, does he have an idea of what's going on here? It looks like he is headed over to maybe farm it, but it's going to be Boom who find a new target. They back off.
Guys, you have no calls, guys. Get out.
Yeah.
Kind of a waste of a smoke, I think.
No, yeah, about to say, no Jug, no TA. The two real heavy damage dealing cores that you need for a play like that. Not in the neighborhood.
And I mean, if their objective was to burst someone with a finger, at least your TA can't be showing bot, because the TA showing in the lane just gives TNC the confidence to take that fight there, right? They will just start the fight because they know TA is so far. So even if they were going for a pick-off, I think the TA needs to not show in the lane.
Boom managed to get out without any casualties and still find themselves in a game with an even gold difference between the two teams. Jug continuing to, you know, do what he can to come online. It's been a very quiet game from Dreamacell. That thought as we perhaps look at this mid lane for a fight to break out. Boom playing on the high ground. Kim's the Nyx. That's the hero you want to kind of scout and be in the front lines here. Gets Blink stunned. They throw the Stampede early.
Oh, Boom should not chase here, I think.
Yeah, without the Stampede, they have the TA trap, and TNC holding the high ground. Dream Myself thinking about running in. Does have the Blade Fury magic immunity, so...
Roshan is up soon. 10 seconds.
Yeah. It feels like they are a bit trigger happy with the Stampede, because they doesn't really look like they need it for that kill there.
Yep, for sure. I think they're just gonna go into Roche now. I'm not sure that TNC can contest it.
I was gonna ask, how do you feel like this game plays for Jug? Like, is this a good Jug game as far as the matchup against Spectre and just this lineup?
I don't think so. I don't see any part of the Jug being good in this game, aside from maybe Jug has a high movement speed, you know. Aside from that, I don't think there's anything in his toolkit that outmatches the Spec or the Razor. Like Razor typically is quite good against Jug, because you link him and even if he like Omni Slashes you, you can heal yourself, and the link is still going through.
Here we go. We're going to find out how effective this Jug can be. Kezcute's going to take the smoke kick. I don't think he expected them to come in from behind. Meanwhile, there's three heroes in the Roshan pit. They've got to get the hell out of this one. This does not look good for Boom. Still playing without a Stampede. Umisel has a Blade Fury if he wants to go for a TP. FBZ forces us to the low ground. Nice juke from him, and they somehow managed to not lose a single other hero. That was some really nice moves from Boom, who also pulled back on the Lion. Bok has the Exorcism, but I don't think he wants to go into the pit with this necessarily. How did they lose no one?
I think they should commit to the Roche though with the Exo. If they don't, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's really gone.
Boom, no, they're feeling confident. They go charging in with an Omni Slash, but the defensive fuels is there. Mortimer's Kiss is raining in. Stampede is available. As soon as FBZ is in silence, he's holding on to it for now. Okay. Dreamer Cell losing his damage here. Down 200. Both teams just playing very cautiously. Neither wanting to commit hard for any kind of a kill.
Yeah, Boom are definitely more confident here though, because there's no Snap ulti, there's no Razor BKB, there's no Haunt, there's no Exo. Like, if you're Boom, you force it right here, right now.
Even without the Omni. They have no Omni Slash, no Stampede. DNC still want to fight this one. RML looking for a static link target. Kezcute, he just pulled back. This is not a hero you want to lose. He's going to thread his finger knowing that he is done for. Disarm coming out of the TA. Nice pike to get away. The egg on the high ground. Perfect placement. Armel in trouble. No BKB on the Razor. He could be getting caught by the sun. He gets just out of range. That may save his life. He looks to turn around. Nice plasma field catching out 3. This is looking bad for Boom. They're absolutely getting surrounded here. The cookie going in on the Spectral Illusion. Stuns up 2. Followed up with a nice scatter blast. And Mikoto going to go down. Doesn't have the defensive tools he needs. Dreamer Cell displayed going into the trees as the Phoenix gets silenced up, brought down, and Armel going to find them in these trees. FBZ to the north, Dreamer Cell down here. He's got no Blade Fury for a few seconds. He's going to die, and they're going to team wipe him. Holy moly, DNC somehow coming out on top.
The Halberd on Bok. We did not see it. The Halberd actually made all the difference in the fight. He actually made the TA not hit a single time, I think. So even during the egg, when the egg was popping off, the TA was not doing any damage at all. What an item.
And Razor, having like the bullwhip, he was able to get out of range of the Supernova stun, or he was just dead. He was dying so fast, but just got away from the Supernova explosion, and unfortunately, TA could not keep up with that Razor.
Yeah, TNC they just look like they're playing the fights better. Like, honestly.
Well, I mean, we kind of asked and questioned, how good can this Jug be in these fights? And we saw a little bit of a glimpse there. Jug really struggling to do a whole lot, and he's not even being prioritized. The TA's the one that's being kind of focused with all these disables, with the halberds, Yule Scepters, and Jug just unable to effectively do a whole lot. Didn't have Omni Slash during that fight, but I mean, a lot of things were missing. There was no Omni, there was no Stampede. On the Dire side, you were missing big spells. Razor didn't have his BKB. And TNC just outmaneuvering. Boom. What are they? Mikoto, well, that's to say. Goes for a Rooney. Needs to be a little bit careful, though.
Yep. Aegis on Spectre, Cheese on the Razor, and the DP actually took the Aga shot. So he has the Spirit Siphon.
On bottom. They're going for a kill on the Juggernaut. He throws out the Omni Slash to try to keep himself alive, but Dreamer Cell gonna go down. What a pickoff with the Haunt.
Yeah, these things can't happen. Like,
you don't want to happen in a game 3 decider, but yes, they can happen.
Yep.
Things starting to fall apart a little bit for Boom. They had such a good start to this game. Even game 2. It's got to be feeling a bit like deja vu, where have these solid starts, but then TNC just get the better of them. And teamfight execution.
Yep, this DP shot is actually quite interesting. You actually cause the enemy to be feared for 2 seconds if they're siphoned for 4 seconds. So it can really catch this like TA and Juggernaut off guard in the fights. It's like this random stun, you know.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Something that will randomly come out, and you know, TA, no BKB or anything. I assume it. You mentioned the Spirit Siphon going through Blade Fury. I assume the fear will not affect him if he's Blade Furying, but
yeah, I assume not. That would be
who knows?
Ridiculous.
Oh, they get the dust out on top. They jump in on the Nyx, blow him up, and he fought back previously, so he's dead for quite a while here.
Yep, they
No
had
obvious
an op sentry in the
objective,
lane for the Nyx.
Feels like those are the kind of plays Boom needed to do earlier when they were the ones trying to get Roche, but unfortunately at this time they get that pick off. There's, you know, they've already taken these out towers. There's no Roche. They're just going to use this to kind of farm up a little bit.
Yep, Boom is definitely like running out of their timing right now. Until like the Juggernaut gets like 2 more items. It's gonna be a bit rough for them.
No Basher. Yeah, this Spectre Basher is going to be huge as well. Having that lockdown through the Blade Fury. Just being able to lock down a TA as well.
Yep, I'm curious to see. Oh, never mind. I'm curious to see whether the Spectre is gonna buy a Moonshot after the Basher, because I've seen a few. I think it's like CIS or European Spectres. They buy the Moonshot after the Basher. It's pretty interesting. I wonder if Gabby will do the same.
Yeah, I mean, this Orb of Destruction is an amazing item when you've got such a like single target right-click build. The Echo Saber, Skadi, Basher, combined with the minus armor and slow.
Yep, even though your Desolate doesn't. Oh, Boomy?
Stun, no follow-up though. Boomy's like, yeah, I'm not afraid of you.
Just flirting with each other.
And here comes the Cavalry, TNC chasing, wanting to reclaim control of their jungle, potentially their outpost.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Phoenix, Hyde, getting the BKB against the Nyx, so his Sunray doesn't get cancelled instantly.
Smart call. Makoto backing off. Makoto going for the butterfly. Do you like this pickup?
Let me think. Is there something else?
Play for your TP. Alright. All good.
Like, if he does not go for this butterfly, like, what else can he go for, right? Maybe the common builds are Daedalus, Nullifier, Bloodthorn?
I guess maybe the question is, does he need a BKB this game?
I think, I sort of feel like he does, because I feel like he's just gonna get Halberd or something, right? If he doesn't buy BKB.
Yeah.
There's a Halberd on the DP, and some like random cookie, or even like Eels. Like, even Eels is annoying for TA, I feel like.
Yeah.
So,
Cookies, there's the Mortimers, there's a lot of things that can do magic damage or disable him.
I'm pretty surprised by this butterfly, honestly. I feel like if you want to scale late, like maybe shouldn't you just buy the Arga? I mean, sorry guys, he's the T expert, he's Grandmaster. Okay, I know I'm just a pleb, but I would imagine that getting like something like an Arga and being able to really scale late and split out the map, farm a lot, would be better than a butterfly, because you buy the butterfly now, right? But you still can't really fight with the butterfly. It's not a timing, you know, because you have no BKB.
Radiant are scanning.
TNC create some more play opportunities with this Spectre Basher now. Jug can't just rely on this Blade Fury TP out when he's playing aggressively. Boom have managed to weather the Aegis Storm, but they are potentially in a position where they're going to get jumped around this mid lane. Tim's in the Aghanim Scepter Burrow, playing around the trees, looking for initiation. They get the D-wards here, so a lot of attention around this mid lane. Boom do not want to get caught out.
There's already a gem on the DP. These teams, the more disciplined they play, the earlier they get this gem, because they just realize like you really just need this gem to like clean out the map, or you don't want careless deaths to happen because of some random orb somewhere.
And even not just obs, but TA traps. A big part of TA's strength is the ability to just have all that vision, scout Roche, switch lanes.
That's a good point.
Reached a bit of a stalemate here, but TNC feeling like they are the stronger of the two teams. Gonna maybe start getting to work on this tier 2 tower. Being on the high ground is Boom. Kesku gets caught by a stray dagger. No follow-up though. They're not going to look to commit anything.
He has a cheese on Gabby, so he is quite complicated for Boom to burst down. They don't exactly have that much damage. The Juggernaut doesn't do that much damage right now.
They have no way to break or anything to get rid of the dispersion.
Yep. Oh, the Centaur actually has an Aghanim's Stampede.
Ooh. Woke up, they saw the Spectre TP top, and they're actually, I was about to say, that doesn't mean a whole lot because she can always haunt in, but they immediately run at Spectre. Gabby sees it coming though.
Yep, Gabby is no fool. Such measly tricks will not work on him.
Yeah. Ambitious play. If it had worked, it would have been fantastic, but Gabby, the second he doesn't see any hero, I mean, the dire vision, they have deep ward bottom, deep ward mid, maybe Tim's.
They're stuck here. Boom is stuck here.
Yeah, this is not a good place to be, perhaps, for Boom. They're going to have to play this fight well. They have got the high ground, potentially, if they want it.
Oh, they're going to smoke on TNC to wrap.
Yeah. They may just have to use this Stampede to run the hell away. Does give them that free pathing. This Stampede feels like it could be a big answer for the Haunt, but here comes TNC. They're on the low ground. They're going to have to run up right into them in this one. Armel in the front lines with the BKB. Going to pop it immediately. Out comes the Haunt, but the Stampede away. That's going to block a lot of damage, increase duration as well, helping save the Lion's life.
They use Exo as well. They just pop their Exo and their Haunt. Yeah, nothing.
I wonder if they hadn't seen the Axe Scepter, or if they just... I mean, again, they don't have enough stuns and lockdown to make that kind of play. Maybe the Yule Scepter, as soon as the Stampede comes out, maybe changes things, but... Great bait from Boom.
I mean, the TA doesn't have BKB, right? If Armel ult the TA there, I think the Nyx can just follow up a stun. Like, the TA would have died.
Boom, immediately smoked. Death Prophet Exorcism has worn off now. Haunt is down. They're throwing daggers towards the pit. Roshan about to respawn in 10 seconds time, which TA Trap will scout out. Boom. No, they figure out exactly where TNC are. They're like, okay, you're going to play in your high ground, we'll go take the other high ground. And now Roche has respawned. The question is, can Boom go for this? TNC just playing around their high ground, their ward, their vision around this mid lane, around the Roshan pit, and Boom not feeling the confidence to go for Roche, even with some of those big spells down. To give TNC some breathing room to wait for the Exorcism to come back up.
There's 50 seconds on the Haunt. I'm not sure. I feel like Boom, if you smoke there, maybe you find another route to have at least have a fight. I feel like if you smoke up and you walk up to a cliff and you're not confident to walk up the cliff, then fundamentally your plan for the smoke was like kind of bad already, because that was definitely your timing to fight without the Exo and the Haunt.
Both team traps showing some nerves here in this game 3 decider, but Boom, with a bit of gusto, walk into the Roshan pit with Makoto. Something. I don't know if TNC expect this, because these ultimates are coming up soon. Box still got 17 seconds without extras, so perhaps there's just enough time, and nobody knows. Okay, they only find out now. They scan, but it's perhaps too late. Armo with a plasma field can scout it out, but it's too late.
TNC? Oi! What a blunder.
Okay.
Have Haunt.
And it's a refresher shot on the Centaur, double Stampede. That seems like a game changer.
Yep, they have Aegis on the TA. They have a Shah on the Centaur. Is there a cheese? No cheese.
Wow.
Did they leave the cheese in again? No. Maybe there's no cheese.
I gotta say, Nat's prediction for this one, going 60 plus, starting to look pretty good.
You were saying what? 49, right?
Yeah, I'm I don't think mine's going all too hot right now. And yeah, this game still has the feel, much like the last two, that it could just go either way. We haven't seen much from this Jug yet. 0, 2, and 6, but he's hit the Scotty now. It looks like it is going to be an Aghanim Scepter to follow. Curious to see. I mean, is the Jug Spectre matchup favored either way, or is that just kind of like not something to really factor in as much?
I think the Spectre is definitely favored against the Jug, because while the Jug is Omni slashing you, you're splashing all the dispersion damage onto your team, right? And also, like, during the Haunt, you can't release Omni Slash. But if somehow the Jug managed to outlast the Spectre in the fight with the Healing Ward, if the Healing Ward doesn't die, then the Jug can definitely, like, out-damage the Spectre 1v1 in a fight, I think.
Feels like one of the problems when I look at this Boom draft is that they're all in on kind of physical damage. TA, Jug, both physical damage cores, and that means when it comes to TNC and itemization, look at like Armel, he's got a Shiva's Guard on his Razor, he's got an AC queued up. All you've got to do is itemize for these right clickers. So getting armor items, getting the halberd that you mentioned earlier on the Death Prophet, they don't really have that ability to burst people down with magic damage.
Yep, it's really on the Lion whether he can get enough finger stacks to be like very relevant. And I mean, at least the Phoenix has a BKB now, so the Sunray is not gonna get instantly cancelled by the Nyx. But even then, I mean, I don't think the Nyx priority right now is to cancel the Sunray because he currently has the Aga on the Nyx, so he's gonna be borrowed at one part of the fight, so it's gonna be hard for him to cancel the Sunray anyway.
See a bit of a pause, bit of a moment for us to catch our breath. Whew. Dude, you need to cast more Dota Pon though, because I feel like every time you cast, these crazy games happened.
Oh no, am I just supposed to retire already? I haven't won anything. I haven't qualified for anything. Oh.
I mean, you look, it's when you go from being a player to a caster, the only way to place to go from there is up. You know, you get back into playing. Seb cast at multiple TIs before he won multiple TIs.
It's true.
But here we go.
It's a far cry to compare myself to Seb.
Look, I'm trying to inspire and motivate you. You know, good things could be on the horizon. You need to get good, in the words of Death.
Flip the hands. Yeah, but oh, Boomy actually has a Aga on the Snapfire, so I'm not sure who is he gonna try to save. But he has a dagger and an Aga.
Yeah, it feels like you say it's less about initiation and more about save. Like he can blink in and gobble up somebody who's in danger and spit them out to safety.
Yep. I mean, he could make an initiation on the Centaur. That would be like pretty. If he spits the Nyx onto the Centaur and they exo and they Nyx stun and they just focus down this Centaur like that can just win the fight, honestly.
Yeah.
Like this Centaur Stampede is actually so important in this game.
And the nice thing for the Nyx is he can always set up that stun with a Spike Carapace as well if he does manage to get the right clicks on the Centaur.
Yep, the Centaur is actually not that tanky. Like, look at him, all he has is a Vanguard. He has no hood, he has no heart. This Centaur actually dies really easily. Because TNC right now, they already have so much damage. They have level 3 Exorcism. They have Spectre, it's like 5 slotted. Like, this Centaur will die in like 2 seconds if he started on.
Alright, well, Aegis advantage still going the way of Boom. They've got the cheese on the Jug as well. And still, I mean, we had this pause. I thought there was only a little time left, but they still got 3 minutes of this Aegis. So they've got a lot of time to play around. If they can find a good fight with this. Now, looking just to see what kind of opportunities present themselves. Using the vision they have from their wards as well as traps. But again, it's TNC just playing around this same high ground on the right side of the Roche pit. Playing around this ward. Plus the sentries they have on either side of it. They are not looking to let Boom get near this area. Victor running in. It's Hoof Stomp. The silence is there from the Mindbreaker, I believe, but Spectre just gets out of there.
The Spectre is queuing up a Butterfly, but if you look at TA, yeah, like he's already queuing up an MKB. So I'm really wondering who's gonna buy the first component first and expose themselves. And that's the item they're going for. But maybe Gabby will just buy the Butterfly anyway, since there's also a Juggernaut.
Things continue to remain tense as neither team looking to make any risk whatsoever. All calculated plays, calculated decisions as Boom trying to find a way to break onto this high ground here with the Aegis on TA. They're going to chip at this, but I feel like, you know, they're not going to really hard commit. They're just looking to poke, see what TNC do. They're waiting. Both teams seem to be waiting for a mistake rather than looking for an opportunity to make a play.
Yep. I don't think that Mikoto can do that again because he actually backpacked his BKB. If they somehow manage to stun him or eel him, like if they start a eel on this TA, right, and Nick stun, like he can just die because he backpacked his BKB. Like, I think that was a little careless by Mikoto, a bit over ambitious maybe. But TNC were not ready to punish.
Yeah, they're just like, wait, what's this TA doing on our high ground? This is new to us. Oh wait, okay, she's gone. We're good.
Sometimes these players, you know, when they have ages, they always swap their items in and out. They swap out the Deso, they swap out the Pike, and they keep tricking you, you know. So you need to click on them and really like be up to date about what they actually have on their hero.
Or approaching that late into TA. Actually blinks in.
What?
Okay. Hurricane Pike slow gun.
Armel, come on, eel him, man.
Look, Armel's thinking, let's play it safe. He's like,
oh
this
my
is
god.
Game 3 decided. They smoke up. TNC want to make a move. They've got 15 seconds on this Aegis, so they feel like they can... I mean, we've seen this play so many times. Surely Boom expect this, but the question is, how much do they...
FBZ does not look like he expects it.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He's out. Aegis expires, and this bottom creep wave is actually pretty big, but I don't imagine TNC's going to look to just try and break high ground or something. They're trying to take a fight.
On the high ground.
Boom, in good position. Yeah, he's got the Stampede up there. He can use that to get down. He's going to force that first. As the defensive, has actually the Stormcrafter to get rid of the silence. Nice move from the Centaur. All the defensive tools.
Both teams are just like, come at me lah, come.
Yeah.
Neither teams want to initiate.
The you first. It's like two high schoolers at prom, neither looking to, want to ask the other to dance, both hoping that, like, hopefully they'll come ask me, Keeping their distance,
game.
Yeah. Exactly. There's a lot of flirting, but not a lot of action here. We need to step this game up from PG to PG-13. As TNC sitting back as a Boom. No separation in terms of gold, in terms of kills, objectives. Things are just neck and neck here. And these two teams producing some, it is Dota at the highest level being played right here in a lot of ways. They're not looking to make the aggressive plays, but it's because of what's at stake. $40 million. Chance at TI. There is still the lower bracket, but you can tell by the way these two teams are playing, you don't want to risk dropping down there with the teams that wait for you.
Yeah, these teams at the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Trust is in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Trust is down there. Execration, who knocked out SMG. Here comes TNC. Perhaps they may have found an opportunity. Tim's just going to borrow in, get the Impale Centaur. Can they burst him down? He's still stunned. He gets off the self-heals. He's got the Stampede now for the damage mitigation. They're going to look to disengage. Mikoto in trouble. They've got a second Stampede if they need. He doesn't have the mana. Okay. It's still okay, though. He popped the Refresher, but then didn't have the mana for the second Stampede. Now they look to re-engage. Spectre, Gabby going to catch up the Phoenix. Phoenix is dead. They want more. Nyx goes down, though. Omnislash being used to commit to this fight as Boom looking to maybe force this one. Mikoto jumps in on the backlines, gets Boomy. Boomy going to go down on the Sapphire. Nyx Assassin buying back, trying to make this fight happen. Phoenix with the Supernova. They get the Impale out on Gabby. The hoof thump's there. The X-Stun is going to kick it in a second as well. Gabby, he's in trouble. Can they get him out of this one? Doesn't look like it. Now Armel dead as well. They've got buybacks if they need him, and it sure looks like they will. As TNC take heavy losses with a Dreamer Cell triple kill. Jug getting his name on this game with a triple kill. He now has set his team up to poke at this high ground and force some of these important buybacks.
The double Stampede, man. This Centaur pick is proving its worth in this draft right now. Like, TNC just can't deal with it. They can't deal with the Stampede.
They're going to buy back, and now the question is, the Boom force this. Do they back off? No Stampede for 40 seconds, and we've seen where things have gone wrong has been when Boom has fought without the Stampede. Dreamer Cell is split pushing the top lane. Still only 3 heroes alive. There is one buyback on the Spectre. I imagine Spectre is trying to hold on to this, not wanting to commit it. They're pushing both mid and top here. Perhaps it's willing to give up multiple lanes of racks to save on to at least the one buyback. Mid racks looking to be taken by the TA while Jug goes for top. Nyx can only be in one place at a time, and neither place being defended. If they get a third lane, the Mega Crypts, that could be huge. At this point, Spectre, you've already not bought back. I don't imagine he wants to change his mind. Like, you've gone this long, but at the same time, do you really want to go down Mega Creeps? Jug at top, just pushing by himself with the line scene behind him.
And this
They just
is
don't
Delta
have
split.
Yeah. The only answer to the Jug with the spin is that Spectre Basher and Abyssal, so they don't get the full-on Mega Creeps, so they get full lane mid and the melee racks up top, and they get out of there unscathed.
Yeah, Boom is abusing TNC's lack of lockdown in every aspect that they can. In the way they take the fights, in the way they took the Rexes, it's like surgical. And the Roche is already up.
Dire are scanning.
Well, that is a quick Roche respawn. Something I imagine Boom will be happy about, but TNC with 5 alive can make their move out to go and contest this one. TA Trap scouting them. I don't know if they still have that gem that they had earlier, so that vision control gets a whole lot harder at this point. They're just relying on sentries and dust. Them on the Radiant side. And smoke up. Boom, looking for the wraparound, sneaking their way. The high ground observer ward, they're gonna get vision soon. Coming all the way above this outpost. Who can they find? They don't want Gabby first, they want to get the supports, they want to get the backline.
This rep is insane.
Oh, Snapfire. That's a great target if they can get.
They don't know, they don't know.
They're so patient. I don't think they've seen TNC yet.
Healing more on the high ground.
They want to fight by the high ground. Blink in. Jug goes in with the Blade Fury. They follow up with this, the stun. Catching out a couple here. The Razor trying to just do what damage he can. And now the Supernova coming into play with the egg in a terrible position. Just gets blown up. Mikoto doing what damage he can. Hurricane Pike to force himself away. But Armel in the front lines with 200 damage stolen is just wreaking havoc. Going to force a Centaur buyback. But without another Stampede, it's not the same fight. The double Stampede of the last team fight is just not here. Mikoto stunned up, is brought down. He's got a buyback, but a great fight from TNC. They had the answers. They blew up that egg in no time at all, and they're chasing for more. They're going to potentially get this Juggernaut. He can't spin TP because of the Spectre Basher, but he has got the movement speed to just spin his way out of there. Has the Blink Dagger as well. Great fight for TNC.
TNC looks like they were not prepared for that, but once the fight happened, bang, 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 dude, they reacted so well on all their heroes. Like, none of them got caught out. Like, holy shit. And the Stampede, I can't stress enough. I don't think that they can use the Stampede at the start of the fight. I think you need to use the Stampede to disengage the Haunt and the Exo and then reset and look to counter-initiate again with the Centaur and the Lion Blinks.
It can change when he gets this refresher, because then it feels like you can use it at the start or for some damage block, but you definitely need that disengage. Until refresher comes online, yeah, he's definitely going to think hard about how he uses it. Hector Haunt going to be back up in 30 seconds. At this point, TA not having to use buyback though. That's the good news for Boom. But the bad news could be that they might be giving up a Roshan here unless TA does buyback. Doesn't look like Boom want to make this play. They don't have Omni Slash, so free Roshan, Refresher Shard, and Ag. That Refresher Shard would have been so big for a Centaur whose Stampede is so valuable this game. Instead, probably going to go the way of Death Prophet or even the Spectre with the double Haunt. Either hero, a great Refresher target. Even the Razor, not a bad target. He's got it for now. We'll see where it ends up.
Yep, the Razor has a Arganium's Blessing already for the Eye of the Storm. And the Razor is actually queuing out a Refresher Orb as well. So potentially 3 ultis on the Eye of the Storms. Yeah. And I think that will actually melt the TA.
That refraction will not last long at all. Has the +8 instances with the level 25 talent, but not sure that's going to be enough. And Razor has the +1 Eye of the Storm target talent from the level 25, so.
Yeah, I think this is a wise choice. Like, theoretically, you might think, like, put the Refresher Shard on the Haunt or the Exo, but I think this Razor, like, I've seen Eternal MV play this. Like, this Refresher Orb, Refresher Shard, Razor with the Arga is insane. Yeah. He can carry the fight himself.
Yeah, does Razor need to become the main target in this next fight for Boom, do you think?
Like, the issue is if they commit too hard, like, the question is whether they can burst him, right? They need to burst him and Stampede to get out, but I'm not sure that they can even burst him. Like, they don't have a Daedalus on the TA. Like, all they have is the finger damage.
Well, Boom suddenly find themselves on the back foot. They had a near 20k gold lead. And they've watched it disappear in front of their eyes as TNC grab themselves Roche number 4, Ag's Refresher, he's an Aegis. They have all the tools to try and win this next team fight. Meanwhile, Boom forced to just sit back and hope they can wait out this Aegis to expire.
DP almost has level 25. I think that he's gonna get the spirits, right? Dude, this DP has 4000 HP. What the heck?
Yeah.
His talent.
Oh, yeah, the talent with the Minotaur horn giving an extra 20 strength. Oh boy.
So tanky. He's 2 times tankier than the Razor.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at the Razor. I was like, this Razor, you know, maybe they can kill him. If they get the right kind of jump on him with the disables, he's not a bad target if they can burst him before BKB gets used.
Yep, for sure. The Razor is like one of the main damage dealers right now. I mean, honestly, they have like 3 damage dealers on TNC, I think.
Yeah. That's where it feels like Boom have not... I mean, they've like heroes like Center are scaling well in the late game because of how good Stampede is, but their damage output is being negated because of the fact that they're all in on this limited physical damage of the TA. Even the Jug to a certain extent.
Yeah, but the Juggernaut, he's queuing up a Nullifier. I think the Nullifier is actually going to be quite important for them to be able to kill whoever they want to focus on. So there's no, you know, pesky Eels and... I mean, actually they can't eel. There's no pesky Force Staff and Aeon Discs.
Yeah.
As long as they just need to hex the guy that they're jumping on and stun the guy.
See if either team can get those good initiations. A smoke through the Radiant Ancients doesn't find a whole lot. Oh, I guess, was that maybe just for vision? I think they thought someone was in the trees. I think it was a scouting horn.
I think they were convinced that Boom were at the top side of the map.
Yeah. Because they smoked through the jungle and ran top, whereas Boom, they were at the Ancients, but then they just ran back to their base, so...
I think here is where you buy out the Refresher Orb on the Razor and you give the shard to the Spike. So in case Boom look for a fight, while the Horn is down, at least you can pop the shard and have a Haunt ready to join the team.
Good news is, does have the Spell Prism on Spectre, not your everyday Spectre item, but with the Haunt cooldown being so important, makes sense.
Yep, Gabby as well has a Nullifier on the Spectre. So this supports, like this Lion, he's just gonna die instantly. This Aeon, this is gonna do nothing. So let's see how fast Cascute Fingers are. He can hex the illusion instantly if he's spamming it, but...
Yeah, otherwise he doesn't really... I mean, he has, yeah, the Aeon Disc is not going to work against that Nullifier, so he's... could be in a world of pain in this upcoming team fight.
Yep, the thing that will really change things for Boom is the Refresher Orb on the Centaur, but he's still quite far away from it, only halfway there.
Yeah.
The next fight is gonna be... Boom really need to have, like, rethink how they want to take the fight, because so far their fights have been... They look mixed, right? They initiate, they commit the Stampede, but they don't actually manage to burst anyone. So maybe they just need to, you know, take it easy on themselves, make the execution more simple, tell themselves that let's fake an initiation, bait out the spells and get out, and then we reset, we smoke up and we take another fight while the ultis are down. Instead of trying to all in onto this guy with the Stampede.
Well, for now they're content to kind of sit back. Roche, Aegis has expired, so no longer something they have to worry about as much, but like they've got bigger problems than just an Aegis here. Level 25 Death Prophet now. Very farm Spectre with that Nullifier you mentioned. Doug just continuing to send out this Illusionist Cape illusion to push out what he can.
Oh, and unorthodox pickup by the Spec. He's actually queuing for... Gabby's Spec is queuing up for MKB because he sees the butterfly on the TA. You don't see MKB on Spectre every day. Oh, this smoke.
Yep. It's the same play they tried to make earlier where they run at the Spectre on the map, knowing that Spectre's playing alone, looking to haunt into a fight, but it didn't work last time, and I'm not sure it's going to work this time. Gabby's still in the trees here. Hasn't totally left. It's going to dagger down. Do they have a way to get vision in these trees? It's still in the neighborhood, but... Oh, they're going to see this dagger. Oh no, the Stampede over the trees. They got Gabby. There's no chance for an escape. Gabby gets picked off. The second he threw that dagger, they knew. That's an aggressive Stampede I like, because they needed a way to get over those trees.
Yep. Boom with the... Wow, playing to win. This is really admirable from them.
Unfortunately, it's at a part of the map, and with the mid lane pushing in, they had to kind of all TP home. Not sure they're going to be able to... I mean, best case scenario, they force a buyback and get out clean, but I feel like if Spectre's buying back, it's because there's a big team fight.
Yep, Boom still has to be careful right now. They don't have Stampede, and Spectre has the threat of buying back. So yeah, Boom need to thread. What's the word?
Tread carefully.
Yeah, tread carefully.
Yeah. They're on, you know, they're on like thin ice here. They got to go nice and slow. As they're going to take the enemy outpost. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine like going high ground is like what, get another Rax or something. Mega creeps definitely makes a difference, but getting like a second lane of Rax doesn't change a whole lot.
Yep. And it looks like
Roche should be big though.
Nat's the smartest out of the three of us.
Yeah.
My prediction was,
what was yours?
57-33.
Okay, well.
20 seconds ago.
Spectre still has buyback, so I'm not sure that's happening. They are going to poke at this high ground, but with a Nyx Assassin Axe on the high ground, good luck. Mikoto has the flicker, trying to take out the Rax, gets stunned, does get back to the low ground. Still okay for now. Out of mana
so
though.
Brave.
Well, they've got the Lion mana drain. He can feed his enemies, feed his allies with the talent.
Roshan
It's
is up.
pretty nice.
Oh no. No, Roshan is not up. It's a late spawn.
Long respawn, yeah.
2 minutes.
Well, now that they've made that play on the Spectre once, I feel like Gabby's going to probably learn his lesson and play a bit more cautiously when he's by himself.
Yep, for sure. I mean, at this point of the game, there's no real reason to play to split up anymore. I think like maybe one of the TNC heroes needs to consider buying a travels. Oh, the Razor already has one. Sorry. Yeah, maybe the Razor has to be the one addressing the lanes instead of the Spectre, because the Razor can at least clear the lane and in a safer position from the base instead of Gabby pushing out the lanes from the side of the map.
I'm starting to posture around this Roshan, knowing that it could be up any second or could have already respawned, but what we know and they don't is that it's still a little bit of time before it comes back. TA traps will of course scout it the second it respawns. TNC playing a little bit more blind, however. Gonna throw some plasma fields just to see what's going on. Line is on mana. You're playing against this Nyx mana burn. He's just trying to keep the TA in fighting shape with the mana to use refraction.
That thing is so nice for core players in the late game. But yeah, I think players like generally underestimate how bad it is not to have a Roche checking mechanic. Like for TNC, they have no way to check the Roche, and Boom do the Roche so quickly. So TNC are so forced to stay around the Roche pit, and the only spell they can use is the Razor's Plasma Field. So.
Oh, blink in. Blink fell, they get the Hex follow-up, they go in on the Razor, they're going to look to blow him up, they do so successfully. Holding on to the buyback for now, Hyde with the Sunray, with the BKB. Trying to find a good fight, Dream Missile, Blade Brewer on the backlines, he takes out the Samurai, who immediately buys back. Boxer, be careful, he's got the Exorcism up, already committed, but with his BKB down, and Aeon Disc committed as well. Could be exposing himself, still no Roshan. A Spectre without Haunt. TNC threw everything at that, and it feels like Boom didn't even commit all that much other than the Omni Slash. They've still got Egg, they've still got Stampede.
Yep, the Centaur has a refresh off. That's why they have a second Stampede now. And yeah, like we said, this refresh off on Centaur, it just gives them the security to take the fights.
Your 5 items. It's time.
Ooh. Well, well, well. Book of the Dead.
Ooh, X Machina on the Razor. Double BKB, double Shivas, and plus 20. The fact this item gives plus 25 armor as well is always kind of nuts.
Yeah, one of the best items for the Razor for sure.
Yeah, when you're up against TA Jug, that seems very. I mean, every tier 5 item you could look at and be like, it's OP for this reason, but. What else we got?
Aegis on the TA, by the way, and. Let's see.
So Fallen Sky Centaur, and then we've got Phoenix with a Book of the Dead. As you could imagine, some of these teams are going to be looking to farm some more of those neutral items. Force boots, Apex.
Apex.
Is that, yeah, Jug right up there. Plus 75 Agi. He's happy with that one. And the force boots mean somebody can just go bootsless. I wouldn't even mind seeing someone like TA take that potentially, but the flicker also really good.
Yeah, like we learned yesterday, right? The force boots gives a basic dispel.
Yeah.
Can
That
be
was
really
on
good
the
for-
life sealer, yeah.
Yep.
But TA looking to split push top, gets the range wreck, so now it's just bottom racks to worry about. Razor will be respawning soon. The Nyx is set up. Just one melee rack standing. Somehow Boom have pulled this game back in their favor.
PNC need to send someone out to farm the NC items. Maybe Nyx Assassin needs to go out with the Vendetta. Like these tier 5 items are gonna be so important for them for this last fight, potentially.
Sure. Now somebody gets out of the base without being spotted though right now. Unless they want to like smoke out. But you mentioned, yeah, of course Nyx can Vendetta out, but your Necrobook's now coming into play. And they have True Sight. That's a maybe underrated aspect of this late game Book of the Dead, is it gives you another way to scout out wards and to scout out this Nyx assassin.
Oh yeah. Free gem. Oh, Dreamer Cell.
Mobile gem. Oh, Jug
Going
goes
it.
in with the Blade Fury. Taking a lot of physical damage, but making his way through this, gets the Rex down to half health, and I imagine he may make another go at this soon once he gets his mana back. Meanwhile, top Mikoto just playing alone up here. Keeping TNC honest. Woo! Gobble up a Siege Creep and chuck it in. Oh, in comes Mikoto. He's just kind of he's just keeping heroes busy while they go for the Mega Creeps. Blinking into the bottom. Dream the Cell once again going for the rack once more, but he gets hit by the Abyssal. The Stampede to get him out of this one. Getting a bit too aggressive. Meanwhile, top lane, TA and Armel fighting it out back at bottom. The chase is on. Stealing a lot of damage.
He's fine.
Armel.
He's just messing with him, man.
Yeah.
Mikoto.
They've got the refreshers. Centris can refresh for a double Stampede, for a second Stampede, but he wants to wait for the 60 seconds to have two.
The TA has the Aga right now. He has such a big global presence on the TA.
Yeah. Well, they are well and truly living the slow siege life here. As Mikoto stays at this top lane, and he knows, if they kind of leave him at all, he can even just poke at this tier 4 tower. Not letting TNC... It doesn't let TNC leave the base to get neutral items. As Dreamer Cell again runs forward with the Blade Fury, gets hit immediately by the Abyssal. That Abyssal making his life very tricky.
Yeah, I actually think the Snap should just like use his blink and like...
Oh, they're smoking top. They've been poking at this bottom lane for so long. I'm not sure they're going to expect suddenly 5 heroes to show top. Armel, he could get caught by surprise. Here they go. Blink in with the Omni Slash. He gets the Ghost Scepter off and Dreamer Cell. It was just a Swift Slash. He still has the Omni Slash. He takes out the Snapbite, who doesn't have buyback, forces the Razor to complete his buyback, and Gabby in trouble, getting very, very low. He's trying to haunt around, jaunts his way back to safety with the Omni Slash from there. Juggernaut takes him out, forces the buyback. Now the Swift Slash coming up soon. Dreamer Cell getting low. Dreamer Cell may just die. He does go down in the end. Has a buyback, but probably wants to hold on to it. Mikoto,
Armel.
he gets the TP out. Mikoto with the Psionic projection.
Oh,
he made his way out.
TA.
Oh,
That was a
the
buyback
level
on the
30
Razor.
TA.
Buyback on the Spectre. That was everything.
Oh, that's big. That creates that win condition where now you just got to kill 1 or 2 of those heroes without buyback. They're not going to commit Jug's buyback. They'll just wait the 80 seconds and then try and go force that high ground play. But also, they didn't get Mega Creeps. Not that it's like the biggest deal, but it's very helpful when it comes to keeping these lanes pushed out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if TNC try to walk down a lane right now, this TA is just gonna jump into their base and clear this bottom racks through backdoor.
Oh, 65 minutes. TNC, they can get neutral items though. What are they getting here? They've got Force Boots. They've got Ex Machina, which they already had. Okay, so these are ones I think they already had. But Force Boots on the Spectre. Obviously, Spectre playing without boots has that max movement speed in the Spectral Dagger, and the Dispel as well to play around.
Armel as well, buying out a Hex on the Razor. Oh, he actually changed his item build. He didn't go for the Refresher Orb. He went for a Heart into a Hex.
I saw somebody queuing up a refresher. Maybe that was the Spectre or something? I don't know.
Yeah, definitely the Razor was queuing up the refresher. But I guess he
Okay.
just changed his mind.
Alright. How are we doing? Ballista on Dire?
Are scanning.
Not sure that's one they're going to be able to use, unless Razor thinks it's any good.
I mean, it knocks your enemy back, right? It's counterintuitive to your static link.
Yes.
So, I'll be pretty surprised if he chooses to use it.
Yep, so a bit of a wasted tier 5 item. That's sometimes just how the dice rolls.
C'est la vie.
As Mikoto just jumping around the map with those psionic projections. Has double rapier queued up. I'm not sure if he's actually going to commit to those, but we'll wait and see. Position down bottom is Boom. Are they going to go for a jump here? Tim's. Ooh, he's very close to the vision here. Armor on the front lines. They go in, they blink in, they want to bring down Dream Cell, but he gets helped out by the Lotus Orb. Bok charges in forward with the BKB Exorcism. Has the damage to take out Kezcute. Lion with a buyback here. Does commit it instantly, but it's also the Phoenix in trouble in the trees. Here comes FBZ. Blinks in. The second Stampede now coming into play. They need to kill some of these heroes who don't have buyback. The Jug on the front lines. Doesn't have mana anymore. Doesn't have the spin. Could be in some trouble, but it looks like with the Snapfire going down the rate. Whoa, Razor getting chased by Mikoto. One more right click, it's not enough. The armor is enough. The Ex Machina keeping him alive as TA goes down, has buyback, but TNC managed to win that fight, force a couple of buybacks, and TA being dead means they've bought themselves some breathing room.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like Boom, they weren't caught off guard. Like the Juggernaut got initiated on by TNC with the Hex and the Nyx stun, but the Jug was actually fine. Once they pressed the Stampede, the Jug was out. But the supports on Boom, like they positioned a bit too forward and they just died so quickly on the Lion and the Phoenix. And Mikoto as well, he chased the Razor all the way into the base. I mean, I can understand because if the Razor dies there, then Mikoto just buys back, right? Even if Mikoto dies, and they can just go for the end game play. So I can respect what the TA tried to do. Yeah.
If not for that X Smash, the plus 25 armor, I'm pretty sure he just gets that kill.
Yep.
Made all the difference. And he's about to hit level 29, which means another plus 8 armor, because he didn't get that level 20 talent. So he'll have that soon. This Razor is sitting on 60 armor.
Yep, I think it's... maybe I was thinking during the fight, like maybe Boom just need to go and hit the Mega instead of trying to kill these core heroes, because these core heroes are really, really hard to kill.
Yeah.
Like they have so much HP, all 3 cores.
Well, suddenly Boom probably thinking they have to play a bit cautiously. Neither support has buyback, which in these late game scenarios can matter a lot, because if they die or get picked off, those are going to be like 2-minute long respawn timers.
The buybacks
Winning
on
fights.
the Razor and the Spectre are 3 minutes, so Boom still have an opening. They can take the fight in the next around about 2 minutes. Still a win condition for them.
Well, what's the play going to be? TNC poking their noses up but not looking to go too far. They only see a Centaur. They do go in with the Hex. They follow up the Impale. They want to blow him up. The Spectre haunts in as well. Can they finish off the Centaur? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. Spectre haunts looking for more. The Phoenix with the BKB. Glimmer Cape TP out. There's no bash in time. The Spectre couldn't get there quick enough. That, if he had managed to bash the Phoenix there without buyback, that would have been huge for TNC.
Yep. I was waiting all game long for this to happen, where TNC managed to initiate on FBZ, because I know this Centaur is gonna die so quickly and it matters so much in the fight.
He's going for the backdoor play. There's the Glyph. Can he get out though? BKB
Bash?
TP, but here's the Spectre.
No bash.
Ooh.
Didn't he have Abyssal?
I'm not
He
sure.
didn't use it.
I didn't click him in time. He's up now, but yeah. Kodo getting out just in time.
Dude, Mikoto is such a boss, man.
Yeah.
What the hell?
The fact
Like-
Psionic Projection is a 1-second channel time is kind of crazy.
Yep.
He's just, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I think
so much.
FBZ needs to be a little careful about where he positions. Like all game, he has been really, really good on the Centaur, but yeah, he just got caught once, and that could have been really big if the Phoenix died there.
And I mean, we talk about buyback cooldowns a lot. One other important late game cooldown is that Glyph cooldown, because that got forced. Even though they saved the racks there with it, with all the TPs. TA gets it. TA's making a move down the side of the map. a smoke. TA is using smokes just to sneak into the enemy base and lay down some traps here. And if creeps, the Necrobook is pushing top, so creeps are going to break into this high ground. And this Sentry Observer do not scout the TA because she's smoked up. So there we go. Through the backdoor protection is there.
Abyssal. Oh, the fast boot.
Oh.
We fast and furious out here.
Mikoto making the move, styling over TNC. Into the roast pit they go.
Yeah, almost made it a really cool play.
Yeah. And here they come. They can contest this Roche. They're going to throw out the X's and start things off. Death Prophet has a refresher, so there is a second one if they need it. With the Wind Waker as well. Into the Roche we go. The Aegis on the ground. Everything on the ground. Who's picking it up? Gabby got the Axe. That's not. He's got double Axe. He can't use that. Gabby finally gets the Aegis. Both teams disengage. It was a bit of a cluster fucking the Roche pit.
Everyone's just shopping in the Roche pit.
Yeah. Spectre dropped an item and then picked up the Axe while he already had the Blessing, and he's just like, oh wait, this isn't what I signed up for.
He's just casually shopping. Oh, 9 heroes look at him.
Yeah. Oh, smoke. Boom with a fight though. They smoke up. I'm curious to see what the plan is here.
I mean, only one Stampede. The DP has
By
a
the way-
refresher up for the EXO as well.
Buybacks are back up. The Spectre and Razor, whose buybacks were used in that key fight earlier, have suddenly found themselves ready to go again. Dire got their own Necrobooks. Yeah, Book of the Dead on the Snapfire, which is honestly not a bad item when you can push out these lanes. But here we go, top lane Tim's playing on the high ground. With that Nyx Assassin, he gets hexed up and gone on, but he got a nice Carapace up, but Dream Missile is still going to be able to finish him off with the Omni Slash, though. It's a long cooldown to play around, and here comes Pop. Pops a Refresher Exorcism with a BKB, goes charging forward. They want the Phoenix, but he gets the egg off, and immediately gets deleted. Nice Impales coming out from the side of TNC, looking for more here, but that's going to force a Stampede just to disengage. Meanwhile, TA in the Dire base, didn't get the Mega Creeps, but found Boomy instead. Mikoto with a BKB TP out. This man cannot be stopped. Now the Haunt coming into play as well. Kezcute gets picked off in the top lane.
Mikoto? Abyssal?
Oh.
Bash?
Uh-oh.
Bash?
He's got the Megas, but he'll pay the price with his life. He has got buyback, but is it worth it?
Boom need to cut the creeps. Right now. They need to find a way to cut the creeps. I think TNC can end. Without the two supports, I don't think Boom can defend.
The good news is no Exorcism at least. No Refresher, so there's...
The Spectre already bought a Rapier. Gabby did it again.
Okay.
The second game
Here
and
we
this
go.
game. I kill the guy
Gabby.
without buyback. I buy the Rapier. Let's go.
Looking for that killing blow. Have Boom got any answer to this? They're probably just going to have to use this TA buyback. We'll see if maybe they go for a throne race or something.
Yeah, I think they have to base race. I don't think they can defend. They can't defend. They need to go for the base race now.
Have a trap, but there's no creeps. They need creeps in the enemy base, and they just don't have that, so I'm not sure it's even an option. They're going to have to defend these tier 4s. They pop the glyph, trying to deal with some of these Necrobooks and hit all these heroes, but Jug just jumping on in, throwing out the Swift Slash, doing what he can with the Blade Fury as well, but he's going to be zoned back. The Abyssal Blade stuns him up, followed by a Nyx stun. Force up going to keep him alive for a little bit longer here, but Bok in the front line's doing a lot of damage. Keeping up that exorcism, he used that refresher shot to make the play on the tier 4 tower, and they're going to go for the throne. TNC, they're ignoring the heroes, they're going for the throne. Gabby with an Aegis to the Rapier, he's hitting the buildings, he is going to die once, going to kill him a second time. They've lost Snapfire, they're focusing the buildings here. Armel, once again, hitting the throne, it's getting low, it's going to go down. GG. Whew. Boom. Oh. What a
defender. Oh, I think Mikoto had to buy back and he had to go for the base race there. Like, oh no,
I guess
Boom.
I don't know if he can base race through backdoor protection was the problem, because there was no creep waves pushing. All 3 lanes were pushed out.
Oh.
And just a crazy series. Oh. I don't know what happened. I feel like
casting is
SCA
so hard.
Dota's... I'm about to say, you just cast 2 best of 3s that went for like 8 hours, I think.
Oh my god.
Yep. So you're done with casting. You're back to being a player, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, guys, looking for team. DMs are open, you know.
Yep. Retired casting here. But speaking of, I mean, these teams, hell of a game. We've got so much to say, so much to praise, some great plays. And TNC have a date with Fnatic in the winner bracket finals. But to talk a bit more about that, we're going to bring Nat back in. So we'll take a quick break, guys. Do stay with us. It's going to be fun.
You know that I'ma keep it cool. With you I feel like breaking rules. On the edge, looking out with no parachute. You know I'm dreaming about us two, playing around without a clue. On the edge, leaning out. With us it's all or nothing. Oh, but guess I need more of you.
What an absolute marathon this series has been. Game after game, going 60 minutes plus. I don't know how the players are doing it, let alone you guys, Ponlo and Gods. I just don't understand how you're still here awake with me. But while I do have you, I want you to break down for me, Ponlo, just how TNC could win this series and come out 2-1 over Boom.
I think if anything I've seen from TNC these games is that they have resilience, you know. When they were losing all the early games and they were losing the mid game, they gave the Roche, you know, sometimes some ridiculous things happen with the Roche. I don't know how many Roche fights I watched today, but every time like that, I think the TNC should already lose the game. They hold out and they really understand their fight conditions, and yeah, like TNC, they always found a way today. Really well.
Well, we do have Mel from TNC joining us for an interview. Mel, thank you so much for joining us. He's talking to someone else. He doesn't even want to hear what I have to say. But congratulations on winning this series. How are you feeling?
Mel.
He's gone. He absolutely doesn't even want to worry about this interview. He's like, I want to get out of here. I want to have fun with the team. We might try and sort that one out, and then we'll get him to join us in a little bit. But, Gods, what are you hoping to hear from Mel? What are some things, some pressing questions you have to ask him, or things that you want broken down?
I'm just worried. Like, I'm curious what their headspace at, because that whole series. I mean, the difference for me was so much was about its mental fortitude. TNC have that experience. You know, they've played on the big stage. At least, you know, the three core members have played on that big stage with Tims, Armel, Gabby. Those guys have been at TIs. They've been at a number of majors. And to me, that experience, that is basically what was the difference today, because Boom, they were just as good a team. There was no better team in terms of this best of three, in terms of skill, in terms of team play, but TNC just had that bit more experience, and that just pushed them over.
Absolutely. I think what you said at the end of game 2 really resonates here, that it was just TNC were able to hold their mental game a lot stronger. You know, they will be able to hold themselves back, to not overextend as much, to really just stay in that mind frame that you have to be able to go through 360 odd minute games. You know what I mean? I mean, that end one going to 75 minutes, I think it was. So we are going to try one more time with Armel for an interview. Congratulations, Armel, with the win. How are you feeling after that gauntlet?
I feel like I qualify already. Such a crazy game.
How was oh really? How's the mentality down there in the team? And I mean for yourself as well, how are you guys able to persevere through such long games?
I think we're just like trying to keep our cool, like all the voices are like kinda calm. Because if we like shout and everything, it's gonna be chaotic. So we're trying to keep it cool. Yeah.
Between games as well, you guys made a few changes with your draft and whatnot. How did you guys learn? Like, what were your takeaways to make those changes in your draft between games?
We have our captain and Mushi, our coach. They're trying to like keep thinking on the enemy what they are planning to do or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, absolute congratulations to them as well. They did wonders for you guys for draft. Gods, do you have any questions that you would like to ask Armel?
Yeah. Hey, Armel. Congratulations, firstly. This whole series, crazy games. 2 of the 3 games, I think, were over 16 minutes with tier 5 items. I don't imagine many of your scrims or matches outside of TI qualifiers go that long. How does it go? Like, and when you're playing in those games with tier 5 items, 60 plus minutes, like how do you prepare and how do you play that part of the game strategically, because you don't get to practice it very often?
I think what we do is like when we think it's a good item for the hero and we just give it, and we're like kind of not abusing it as well, because like we're not really used to it. So yeah, we're just playing it.
Is it fun for you when you get to that stage of the game and there's all this crazy stuff happening?
Yeah, for sure. It's really like fun item. Yeah.
I was about to ask that one too as well, Gods. I mean, there's not many times that a lot of us get to go to 60-minute games. But Ponlo, do you want to quickly jump in here and ask Armel some questions too?
All right, I have one. Armel.
Yo.
The part where Mikoto was chasing you at the bottom in your base when you got no buyback.
Uh-huh.
If you die there, do you think you lose?
I forgot what's happening there, but maybe yeah. I think we might lose because like they're gonna keep splitting us, and yeah, they're just gonna end. I think. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again, Armel. I'm looking forward to seeing how much more TNC is going to be bringing to us. But thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. It was great to hear from Armel a little bit of insight into, what you have to do to be able to hold your mental fortitude throughout that. I don't know if we are going to get any stats for this game 3, but Ponlo, was there, I guess, any play or players that really stood out to you in that 75 minutes?
Let me think. For Boom, definitely Mikoto, right? Mikoto TA. I think he played like flawlessly. Like every time he jumped into the enemy base, I'm like, oh, can you don't do that to my heart? But he always got out every single time. And yeah, I think Mikoto played out of his mind on the TA. But that's what you kind of expect, right? Mikoto's like the best TA, probably one of the best TAs in the world, honestly. For TNC, I think the player that I was most impressed with by was I think Bok. Like even though he didn't do anything very flashy, I feel like he itemized really well. That second item, Halberd, on the Death Prophet, really gave them a very good Roche fight onto the TA before the TA got a BKB. So I think that was a really good item pickup, and they used it really well. Yeah.
I could see you wanting to jump in here, Gods. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'd say Armel's Razor as well. I think item-wise just got so tanky, hard to kill. I mean, if anything, it really wasn't like one individual player pushing. When you get to like 60, 70 minutes, I feel like all 10 of these players played nearly to the max of their abilities. I don't look at a single player and be like, yeah, they had a bad game. It was just great Dota all over. And so excited. Now we get TNC playing Fnatic in the Winner Bracket Finals, basically the biggest rivalry in Southeast Asian Dota. So a lot to look forward to here in the TI10 qualifiers.
Oh my goodness, isn't it? You know, like this is the thing. Boom loses to TNC here, but they're not out. They've just gone to the lower bracket. So we are still going to see a lot more from them. And I think being able to take, you know, a series against TNC to 3 games, you're going to learn so much from it. And I kind of hope that they do have a really miracle lower bracket run coming out from them. But you know what? While we're talking about results here, we're going to jump over to the standings. And I do have to bring everyone's eyes down there to the bottom. We have Execration knocking out Team SMG. That means there isn't going to be SMG making it to TI this year, which is quite sad looking at some of the players that are on that roster. But we also had Galaxy Racer having a 2-0 against Motivate Trust. I don't know what those 2-0 things that they talk about. I only ever know of 3 games in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, those are new to us. But some, I mean, that's the thing. The lower bracket itself looks crazy. But yeah, Motivate Trust and SMG. I know a few people had both those teams in their predictions, especially Motivate Trust was favored by a lot of people. But Galaxy Racer is looking pretty hot. They're definitely the dark horse because very few people looked at them and said coming to these qualifiers they'd be a contender. Probably a lot of people thought they'd get eliminated before day 3.
Do you think there are any more sort of underdogs or some, you know, surprises that we could have in these brackets, Gods?
There's definitely room for surprise. I think looking at, I mean, obviously TNC Fnatic, both teams that can win this qualifier. I think looking at the lower bracket, Neon draft-wise, playstyle-wise, I think, and still not the same team they were at that Singapore major. To me, the team in the lower bracket, I think I would see making the run is Boom. I could see them. I mean, based on how they played today, Boom is looking like one of the top teams in Southeast Asia and better than I've ever seen them play before.
Well, let's also go ahead and have a look at what games we'll be having tomorrow. We're going to be treated to the OB Neon versus the Execration game first up, followed by the Boom Esports first Galaxy Racer, which I think is going to be, you know, quite a bit of a banger as well down there in the lower bracket because we have Boom learning a lot from the matchup against TNC today, but then Galaxy Racer, those underdogs that you were just talking about, Gods. The series that'll follow that one is going to be TNC first Fnatic, which I think everyone's going to want to see. And then the final game is going to be the winner of the first 2 series that we have going up there. Ponlo, which one do you think you're going to be most excited to tune into?
Oh, I'm super excited to see how Galaxy Racer do against Boom because I personally I had Galaxy Racer to make it all the way through a lower bracket and to lose in the finals against TNC, I think. Yeah, that was my prediction, that Galaxy Racer would go to the finals. But with Boom's performance today, I think Galaxy Racer are a great team. But with how Boom played today, I'm not so sure about it anymore. Like, I think it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, how long the games went today, you just have to say that Boom and TNC are just so evenly matched. And, you know, Galaxy Racer, are they really going to be able to stand up to that? And what about you, Gods? Which game are you most excited for out of those 4 there?
I'm gonna just fanboy for the big names. It's TNC Fnatic. It could be a preview of the grand finals. You know, I've just been casting these teams for like it feels like 7 or 8 years now in Dota 2, and it feels like you can go way back. And they, you know, TNC making their breakthrough like TI5, I think it was when they beat OG at TI, and since then they've just been one of the big names in Southeast Asia. Fnatic, they're kind of they're the team that just picks up all the big name players and always has these star-studded rosters. So that matchup is just it's so delicious.
I love that adjective for it, and I don't know why. But I will also ask you guys if you have any final thoughts, any closing remarks that you want to say, Gods, if you want to start, if you have anything.
Honestly, just these players, shout out to all of them. They've all come so prepared. I feel like there were times throughout, you know, the past year during the pandemic, during the online tournaments, even during the DPC leagues, where at times teams looked maybe unprepared, a bit unpolished. This is world-class Dota that we're seeing here. So honestly, shout out to all these teams who put in the hard work and putting on a great show.
And Ponlo, I believe that this is going to be, unfortunately, the last time we see you on the broadcast for the Southeast Asia TI10 qualifiers. So any final words that you want to say to everyone watching out there?
Yeah, I think like thanks for everyone who is supporting me and putting up with my cast. Is I know it can be pretty intolerable at times because it's my first time, and yeah, that's all. Thanks.
I think you did an absolutely outstanding performance, Ponlo. You blew my mind with how much knowledge you had, but it is getting close to almost 3 a.m. for me, and I know that there is a bed calling my name that I cannot wait to crawl into. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the games today, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Always on tonight. Throw that thing from left, right, side to side. Yeah. All my friends are here. Playing my favorite song right back on top. Yeah. Never stop. Music pumping, we just keep on rolling. Yeah. No, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey till the morning. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Yeah, I said I wanna see you slide, slide, slide. I said I wanna see you shine, shine, shine. Always on tonight. Throw that thing from left, right, side to side. Yeah. All my friends are here. Playing my favorite song right back on time. Ooh, and we never stop. Music pumping, we just keep on rolling. No, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey till the morning. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Let me hear you say I'm ready. I'm ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star. Yeah, I said I wanna see you
night we had something. Tonight I'll be guessing, but I don't really have a case. You don't have to mention, you just like their attention. It's written all over your face. I don't wanna play the quiet time when I'm near you. Reading old messages on my phone every time I see you. Tell me, is this part of an act just to keep your image intact? If you think that strategy's smart, I'm not gonna defend my beating heart. Defend my beating heart. You knocked on my window and slept on my pillow, then said you had found your place. Not sure if I want this. You don't think that I notice. This isn't like giving you space. I don't wanna play the quiet type when I'm near you, pretending that I don't know